You are merely a low-ranking disciple of the Yaoqi Holy Land, had been slumbering for a full 10,000 years. When you woke up again, your cultivation had unexpectedly reached the Emperor realm. Perceiving carefully, the Empress and Goddess I once stole glances at are long gone. The once glorious Yaoqi Holy Land had long since fallen into decline. Now he's even being forced into marriage by the Demon Sect. At this moment, a voice murmured softly, "The spacetime gift pack activation is complete. Host, Jiang Wuque. Sign for 10,000 years, truly sign for 10,000 years. Cultivation realm, Emperor level. Weapon, none. Technique, none. Divine abilities, none. Commonly known as the Triple Nothing Emperor." Looking at the panel, you didn't find it strange at all. The system had already informed you before using it. All check-in rewards are anchored to cultivation progress. Coincidentally, you haven't checked in today yet. Then, with a thought, you acted. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Supreme Imperial Weapon Devourer of Heaven and Moon. As the voice fell, a spatial distortion appeared before you. A sinister and bloody aura rushed towards me. As the evil aura dissipated, a simple yet ancient-looking straight blade appears before you. Just born. The straight blade instantly erupted with countless black and red lightning bolts. Extremely terrifying. Just a wisp of stray lightning. It shattered the surrounding space into fragments. You hold it with both hands. The ultimate Emperor's weapon felt as blank as a sheet of paper. There are no restrictions whatsoever above. You imprint your spiritual signature directly onto it. From this moment onward, this is the ultimate Imperial weapon that belongs to you. Not bad. You withdrew the Supreme Emperor's weapon back into your body, and just at that moment, the unusual sound just heard has attracted a visitor. Who are you? A cold, clear voice suddenly rang out. You turn around and look. A cold and aloof fairy maiden held a long sword in her hand. Looking at you cautiously, the fairy's face exudes a mature and intellectual charm. A simple white silk dress gracefully draped her figure, yet couldn't conceal those perfect curves. This is a kind of intelligent, elegant, and mature beauty. You scratch your head, unsure how to introduce yourself. How else could you explain it that you were merely a menial disciple from 10,000 years ago? That sounds too ridiculous. If you still refuse to identify yourself, I won't be polite anymore. Luo Xian's voice grew colder as she tightened her grip on the sword hilt. Her mood kept sinking, she couldn't perceive your cultivation level at all. You didn't speak either, just tossing a wooden plaque towards Luo Xian. After taking it, Luo Xian looked somewhat puzzled. While remaining inwardly guarded, she turned her gaze toward the wooden sign. It read, Jiang Wuque, miscellaneous servant disciple of Qingxiu Peak. I was a menial disciple of the Yaoqi Holy Land 10,000 years ago. As you spoke, Luo Xian froze in place. 10,000 years ago? Are you kidding me? You should know, the current cultivation realms are classified as Microcosm Realm, Concentrated Spirit Realm, Cavern Heaven Realm, Verified Mind Realm, Divine Bridge Realm, Law Dominion Realm, Dao Deed Realm, Sage Realm, Quasi-Emperor Realm, Great Emperor Realm. Even a master at the Dao Formation Realm. Nor could it have lived this long. Luo Xian's mind raced rapidly. What exactly was his intention with this move? At this moment, you said with a chuckle, logically speaking, I could be considered your senior. On the other side, Luo Xian was still pondering. Since this person claims to be a senior, she might as well play along. After all, there's no harm in doing so. Secondly, if what he said is true, then wouldn't the Yaoqi sect gain another formidable senior? Luo Xian, the current sect master of Yaoqi sect, greets the senior. Luo Xian immediately bowed in salute, and as she bowed, a magnificent scene unfolded before me. As a seasoned observer, he certainly didn't miss this scene. At this moment, an ear-splitting beast's roar echoed outside the Yaoqi sect. 5 colossal demonic pythons, each over 100 meters long, pulled an enormous and exquisitely crafted carriage, hovering above the Yaoqi sect. Seeing the scene, Luo Xian's complexion changed instantly. The Joyful Demon Sect has come knocking. She turned her voluptuous body to face you, with a pleading tone in her voice. Senior, I don't know if you're deceiving me, but your strength is formidable. Can you help the Yaoqi sect overcome this crisis? Luo Xian is a cultivator at the Dao Harmony Realm. In her opinion, you are most likely a Saint Realm powerhouse. With your assistance, it's not difficult to force that demonic disciple who retreated from the Joy Demon Sect to back down. Seeing Luo Xian's anxious expression, you instantly understood. During the 10,000 years of your absence, the Yaoqi Holy Land had undergone tremendous changes. No problem, I will personally assist the Yaoqi Holy Land. Got your promise. A hint of joy flashed across Luo Xian's face. Thank you so much. After this incident, Yaoqi sect will surely offer you satisfactory rewards. Inside the carriage, a white-haired man in a black cloak emerged, his face filled with a sinister charm. The greed in his eyes was no less intense than that of a vicious dragon. The Yaoqi sect is absolutely fantastic. So many stunningly beautiful women. If they all served as my cultivation cauldrons, that would be so wonderful. The voice of the Joyful Demon Sect's demon child reached the ears of the elders below without missing a single word. Their expressions turned ugly. Yet they could do nothing about it. Alright, don't look at me with those eyes. Hand over the Saintess Lu Yanran. I will give you one of our sect's spiritual veins. Demon child Jiang Wuque said. A map made of demon beast leather was thrown down from the sky. Hong Wanfeng took the map and opened it. Her eyes were instantly filled with rage. This is clearly the high-grade spirit vein our Yaoqi sect discovered. Why did it turn into this defective spiritual vein? Defective product? This underhanded maneuver. It's practically rubbing their dignity in the dirt. And then stomp on it a few more times with all your might. There's no such thing as a top-grade spiritual vein, it's clearly just a defective one. Elder Hong, are you perhaps mistaken? Jiang Wuque wore an air of arrogance. Facing the wrath of Yaoqi sect. Turn the tables on someone. Hong Luanfang and the elders hadn't expected. Jiang Wuque is actually so shameless. Exchanging supreme grade for defective grade is like trading gold for copper coins. In that case, Demon Son, please return. We won't take the spirit veins either. Our sect's holy maiden would never marry you. Hong Luanfeng's response was resolute and firm. The other party repeatedly humiliated them. If we compromise, then Yaoqi sect would truly have its backbone broken. Can never stand up again. Well said. Our sect's holy maiden will never marry you. Luo Zian stepped out from behind the crowd. She heard the whole conversation just now. Ah, what a feisty bunch of girls. I like this kind the most. Jiang Wuque had a sinister smile on his face. Since you disagree, then I'll have no choice but to massacre the entire town at the foot of Yaoqi sect. Jiang Wuque chuckled and said, I heard these mortals were all rescued by you from the demon beasts. You are also kind-hearted, surely you won't stand by and do nothing. These mortals seem to include both men and women, right? Kill the men and use the women as cultivation cauldrons and playthings. How wonderful. Jiang Wuque's expression grew increasingly frenzied. He continued muttering to himself. Not only that, our Joyful Demon Sect will also ally with other sects, besieging the Yaoqi sect. Rest assured, every single one of you will die here. Suddenly, he appeared as if he had done something wrong again. I slapped myself. I'm such a jerk. How could I let you die here? It would be better to become my cauldron companions. A series of utterly deranged remarks, causing many elders and disciples below to show expressions of terror. If such a thing were to really happen, what should I do? Now, tell me, what is your answer? Hearing this %. Behind Hong Wanfeng, Lu Yanran's face was filled with resolute determination. She knew it was her turn to make the sacrifice. She absolutely couldn't stand by and watch. The Yaoqi sect she loved had fallen into such a predicament. Just then, an unfamiliar voice rang out from behind the crowd. This is interesting. Jiang Wuque's voice was not loud, yet it carried an inexplicable air of authority. All eyes turned to Jiang Wuque. Hong Wanfeng and Lu Yanan were no exception. When had this stranger appeared? They hadn't noticed him at all. Who are you? Jiang Wuque narrowed his eyes, momentarily unable to gauge Jiang Wuque's true nature. I am the patriarch of the sacred land of Yaoqi. Scum, have you decided how you wish to die? The patriarch of the sacred land of Yaoqi? At this declaration, not only was Jiang Wuque stunned, but the elders and disciples were equally dumbfounded. When did they acquire an ancestor? And a male one at that? Naturally, Jiang Wuque dismissed this preposterous claim. Crossing his arms defiantly, he sneered, I am the demon son of the Joyful Demon Sect. I advise you. His words trailed off as Jiang Wuque's pupils contracted sharply. A chill ran down his spine. Jiang Wuque, who had been lying on the ground moments ago, had silently appeared behind him. But Jiang Wuque didn't attack him. Instead, he seized the throat of an elder clad entirely in black robes. Old man, still trying to hide? Jiang Wuque sneered coldly. Such crude tactics were utterly transparent to him. Elder Huang. Jiang Wuque sucked in a sharp breath. His greatest trump card Huang So, a Daotian realm powerhouse, had been seized as easily as catching a small chicken. MMMPH. Huang So's face contorted in agony. He couldn't break free from Jiang Wuque's grip at all. The immense pressure was crushing his throat. Spare me, spare me. Jiang Wuque merely shook his head. With a snap, he crushed Huang So's neck. A torrent of savage power instantly extinguished all life within him. Huang So plummeted from the sky like a broken sack. Thud. The corpse slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This scene made Jiang Wuque's eyes widen as a chill shot up his spine to the crown of his head. The elders below were utterly shocked, especially Luo Zian. Though they had anticipated it, Jiang Wuque's slaughter of the Daotian realm cultivator with the ease of killing chicken still left them utterly stunned. Hong Wanfeng swallowed hard, her voluptuous figure trembling slightly at that moment. Master Sect Leader, what is this man's background? Her voice trembled as she spoke, clearly unable to contain her turmoil. I'm not entirely sure either. The elder claimed to be a disciple of the sacred land of Yaoqi from over 10,000 years ago. That's utterly preposterous. 10,000 years. Third elder, show some respect. Luo Xian's eyes brimmed with reverence. Regardless of the circumstances, he is now our sacred Yaopool's venerable ancestor. The conversation below was naturally audible to Jiang Wuque. If he wished, every blade of grass and tree within a 1,000-mile radius lay within the reach of his divine sense. But he paid it no mind. Whether the people of the sacred land of Yaoqi believed it or not now. The sacred land of Yaoqi was his second home. Faced with this predicament, he wouldn't stand idly by. Now possessing the cultivation of an emperor, he stood as an absolute powerhouse within the sect, even during the peak era of the sacred land of Yaoqi. Having resolved to aid the sacred land of Yaoqi, he would show no mercy to any foe standing in the way of its revival. With this resolve, Jiang Wuque raised his left hand slightly. An irresistible suction erupted from his palm. Zhao Wuji, who had attempted to flee, was instantly pulled into Jiang Wuque's grasp. This posture mirrored exactly how Jiang Wuque had executed Huang Su. Zhao Wuji's body trembled uncontrollably from sheer terror. Esteemed senior, I truly am the demon son of the Joyful Demon Sect. Our sect bears no grudge against you, please spare me. What about the matter concerning the high-grade spirit veins? Rest assured, senior, upon returning to our sect, I will compensate the Yaoqi sect with 2 high-grade spirit veins. What about the massacre of the mortal village? I was joking, senior. Such heinous acts deserve universal condemnation. Hearing this, Jiang Wuque nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Jiang Wuque's expression, Zhao Wuji flashed a fawning smile. Senior, will you spare me then? Just kidding. Even if you don't do it, you're still going to die. With that, Jiang Wuque released his grip on Zhao Wuji. The latter scattered like dust in midair, dissolving into nothingness. Chapter 4, Could he be a near emperor? Such an earth-shattering technique once again stunned the crowd. The demon son at the Divine Bridge realm offered no resistance whatsoever, reduced to nothing but a pile of ashes. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Jiang Wuque reduced the 5 vicious dragons to scattered fragments of flesh. Lu Yanran stared blankly at the unfolding scene. Just as she had resolved to sacrifice herself, Jiang Wuque stepped forward and resolved everything with effortless ease. A gentle breeze swept through her silk skirt, lifting her hair, yet it only fanned the fiery passion burning in Lu Yanran's eyes. One hand pressed hard against her chest, her pale, delicate fingers sinking into surprising softness, yet she couldn't quell the violent pounding of her heart. What's happening to me? Lu Yanran murmured, her voice trembling. Her face had never burned so fiercely, nor had her heart ever pounded so wildly. Jiang Wuque remained unaware of Lu Yanran's unusual state. After completing his task, he returned to the surface. Greetings, ancestor. Luo Xian led the others in bowing to Jiang Wuque. The elders and disciples behind her followed suit. Greetings, ancestor. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Wuque felt slightly awkward. Though he was indeed a man from 10,000 years ago, his bone age remained unchanged. In essence, he was still a 20-year-old youth. His self-proclamation as ancestor merely served to establish his connection to the sacred land of Yaoqi. No need for such formalities. You needn't be so solemn when you see me in the future. Luo Xian and her companions exchanged glances before bowing again. We shall remember the patriarch's command. Very well. As long as you're content. Luo Xian stepped forward and addressed Jiang Wuque. Ancestor, this isn't a suitable place for conversation. Please come with us to the 10,000 Flowers Hall. The mention of the 10,000 Splendors Hall stirred a memory in Jiang Wuque. The peak master of Qingshou Peak 10,000 years ago had often visited that hall. Very well. Let us proceed. Inside the 10,000 Flowers Hall, Jiang Wuque sat in Luo Xian's designated seat. The cushion beneath him retained a faint warmth, and the scent of gardenias mingled with the allure of a mature woman drifted around him, the fragrance emanating from Luo Xian herself. Below Jiang Wuque sat 6 elders, 1 holy maiden, and 8 direct disciples. These represented all of the Yaoqi sacred ground's elite combat strength at present. Only these? Jiang Wuque stared at Luo Xian in disbelief. One must remember that 10,000 years ago, only those at the Great Sage realm were qualified to become elders of the sacred land of Yaoqi. The sect master and supreme elders, meanwhile, possessed the strength of quasi-emperors. Jiang Wuque knew the sacred land of Yaoqi had fallen into decline, but he hadn't imagined it had deteriorated to this extent. Yes, ancestor. After enduring the siege by the 6 sects and the theft of our core cultivation techniques, 99% of our sect's foundations were destroyed. In recent years, we've also been relentlessly pursued and blocked by several top-tier powers in the vicinity, so... Luo Xian's voice was soft, yet her words struck like heavy hammers, pounding relentlessly upon everyone's hearts. How glorious the sacred land of Yaoqi had once been, yet now it had fallen to such depths. The current state was grim. The sacred land of Yaoqi had only 2 Daoyan realm cultivators and 5 law realm cultivators left. Facing Luo Xian's self-reproach, Jiang Wuque shook his head and said, No, this is not your fault. Since I have returned, it is my duty to revive the sacred land of Yaoqi. Jiang Wuque scanned the assembled crowd and continued, From this day forward, you are forbidden to call it the Yaoqi sect. It shall revert to its original name, the sacred land of Yaoqi. His words, spoken with unwavering conviction, undoubtedly served as a reassuring tonic for the assembly. Staring at Jiang Wuque's face, Luo Xian's eyes widened in shock. She never imagined he could be so resolute. At this point, she believed Jiang Wuque was not deceiving her. If he were still lying, it would be an act taken far too far. The first step in revitalizing the sacred land of Yaoqi: intimidate the petty criminals in the surrounding areas. As he spoke, a sharp gleam flashed in Jiang Wuque's eyes. To foster better internal development, external sources of instability must be eliminated. At that moment, Hong Wanfeng stepped forward. A flicker of excitement crossed her eyes as she asked, "Ancestor, what should we do?" "At your command, we shall brave fire and water." Hong Wanfeng was a staunch right-wing figure within the sacred grounds of the Jade Pool. Her stance had always been unwavering. Now, seeing the hope of the sacred land of Yaoqi's revival, she was naturally the first to leap forward in support of Jiang Wuque. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Wuque looked at this stunning elder with admiration, a woman whose face was enchanting, her figure fiery, and her temper equally so. "Excellent, excellent. Third elder, our sect needs precisely your caliber of talent at this moment." Jiang Wuque rose to his feet, his voice brimming with excitement. These words deeply pleased Hong Wanfeng. Her gaze toward Jiang Wuque shifted. This was the kind of leader she believed in. Seeing the crowd's spirits ignited, Jiang Wuque knew it was time to strike while the iron was hot. The holy land of Yaoqi had endured humiliation for far too long. It was time for a victory to restore its pride. In that case, let us choose the Joyful Demon Sect as our first target. Jiang Wuque's goal had now shifted to revitalizing the sacred land of Yaoqi. For such a revival, relying solely on his own strength was clearly insufficient. What he needed was a vibrant sect where every member radiated confidence. With his target set, Jiang Wuque immediately prepared to lead his men into action. But before he could, opposition arose. The eldest elder, Nangong Wanner, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. If Hong Wanfeng was the type with curves in all the right places, a face of enchanting beauty, irresistibly alluring, then Nangong Wanner was the delicate, demure type, a gentle beauty meant to be admired from afar, not approached lightly. Her crimson lips parted, her voice soft yet remarkably composed. "Ancestor, might this course of action be ill-advised?" "Oh? Why do you say that?" Jiang Wuque inquired with curiosity. First, the Joyful Demon Sect is a top-tier power, and within their sect are even great sage realm experts. Nangong Wanner paused, glancing at Jiang Wuque before continuing. "You are also at the Great Sage Realm. If you were to be detained, the rest of us would be no match for the Joyful Demon Sect. Therefore, this matter requires careful consideration." After hearing her reasoning, Jiang Wuque confirmed that Nangong Wanner was exceptionally rational, not only calm but also highly logical in her arguments. This was precisely the kind of talent Jiang Wuque needed. The development of the sacred land of Yaoqi required someone capable of meticulous planning, and Nangong Wanner fit the bill perfectly. After listening, Jiang Wuque nodded in agreement and even clapped his hands in approval for Nangong Wanner. "Well said, senior elder. The sect's growth requires someone like you who thinks with such clarity." However, Jiang Wuque shifted his tone, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "When did I ever say I'm at the Great Sage Realm?" At this remark, every present person's eyes widened in astonishment. Luo Xian's heart pounded wildly, her breathing quickening. Could it be that the venerable elder before them possessed cultivation far beyond the Great Sage Realm? A bold and staggering thought surged through everyone's minds. If his cultivation surpassed Great Sage, then only one conclusion remained. Quasi-Emperor. Chapter 5: Ascending the Demon Sect, demanding an explanation. This conjecture sent a chill down Luo Xian's spine. If he truly possessed the power of a near emperor, then wouldn't that mean? As everyone's imaginations ran wild, Nangong Wan beat them to the question, could you possibly be a near emperor? Even the usually composed Nangong Wanner found her breath quickening as she voiced the question. She knew all too well the implications of harboring a quasi-emperor within their sect. Facing the question, Jiang Wuque merely smiled without reply. With a flick of his thoughts, the elders and disciples below were instantly transported into the air above the sacred grounds of the Yaoqi. He addressed Luo Xian, Hong Wanfeng, and the others. "Look up." At his words, all eyes turned upward. A colossal palm, engulfed in countless storms and bolts of lightning, slowly descended toward them. Spanning dozens of miles, it resembled a small mountain descending upon them from afar. The overwhelming sense of pressure made everyone's breath catch. Their eyes filled with terror as they looked at Jiang Wuque. "Is this your attack?" Luo Xian's lips turned pale, clearly terrified by the assault. "It's all right, don't worry." Jiang Wuque's words flowed like a spring breeze, dispelling the gloom hanging over the group. With a clenched right hand, the dark, oppressive palm vanished abruptly. The sky cleared once more, becoming transparent and bright. Next, everyone's gaze flickered and returned to the 10,000 Splendors Hall. This time, Nangong Wanner remained silent. She had grasped the meaning behind Jiang Wuque's words about revitalization. Every person present now gazed at Jiang Wuque with burning eyes. Especially Hong Wanfeng. One capable of unleashing such an earth-shattering attack could only be a quasi-emperor. With this, all the humiliation suffered in the past could finally be repaid in full. The divine might of the ancestor. The divine might of the ancestor. This time, Luo Xian bowed deeply, her reverence for Jiang Wuque coming from the depths of her heart. The sacred land of Yaoqi had waited far too long for this day. From being besieged by the six sects, their cultivation techniques shattered, to having their spiritual veins seized and their sect humiliated. Generation after generation of elders and sect masters, some perished, others were wounded. By now, they could barely muster the resources to cultivate disciples. Now, at last, they saw hope. I told you, there's no need for such formality. Jiang Wuque hurried down the steps, gently supporting Luo Xian's delicate shoulder as he helped her rise. You may all rise now. At his words, the elders and disciples rose one after another. A new light flickered in their eyes, a glimmer of hope. Since we're all in agreement, let's set out. We'll go to the Joyful Demon Sect and settle the score. Yes. Soul-shattering mountains, Joyful Demon Sect. At the heart of the sect stood a simple two-story pavilion. Perched atop the pavilion was a figure draped in purple gauze, exuding an alluring aura. Yet when he turned his head, a ruggedly masculine face emerged. Linger, why hasn't Wuji returned yet? The figure spoke to himself. Just then, a voice dripping with coquettish charm emerged from his abdomen. I don't know, brother. Perhaps Wuji is enjoying the sacred maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land. All he cares about is pleasure. What I truly desire is intelligence. Don't be angry, brother. Wuji is the perfect vessel we've painstakingly cultivated. When I manifest my body and merge with him, I'll surely break through to the mid-stage of Great Sage in one fell swoop. At this point, the blood-hot male figure erupted in fury. No! You belong to me. I won't let any other man touch you. My dear husband, I'm only thinking of us. You're right, Linger. We're already one in body and soul. When the time comes, not only will you feel it, but I'll feel it too. Indeed, my husband. Just as the two voices were sweetly entwined, a sinuous man clad in dark blue robes suddenly materialized on the pavilion. He was the Grand Elder of the Joyful Demon Sect, Blood Thousand Sorrows. Master, the women from the Yaoqi sect have arrived. Duan Mufeng was thoroughly displeased. He detested being interrupted at such moments. Couldn't they see he was exchanging sweet nothings with his wife? But Blood Thousand Sorrows' words halted his impulse to scold. He sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with excitement. Is this true? Shui Qianqiu bowed respectfully. It is true, Sect Master. I would never deceive you. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Those women dared to step outside the sect's protective array. What a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But Shui Qianqiu's expression betrayed unease. Master, they're about to reach the sect. This visit likely holds a trap. A trap? What kind of trap could a bunch of women about to become my playthings possibly have? Once we've dealt with them, we'll swallow the entire Yaoqi sect whole. Our Joyful Demon Sect will surely ascend to a top-tier power. At this point, Duan Mufeng could no longer contain his expression, as if he'd already envisioned how pleasantly he'd be living in the near future. Absolutely brilliant. Duan Mufeng let out a few strange chuckles. Come on, let's go meet them. Outside the Joyful Demon Sect, Jiang Wuque brought along 6 elders and the sect leader Luo Xian, leaving the rest behind. He gazed indifferently at the sect below. What a bunch of fools. He had already scanned the area with his divine sense. Innocent men and women suffered every torment imaginable here. He had thought that harvesting yin to replenish yang or harvesting yang to replenish yin was already sufficiently depraved. But he never imagined there could be practices like harvesting yang to replenish yang, or harvesting yin to replenish yin. Worse still, there were even demonic beasts involved. This was nothing short of a band of utterly depraved demons. They could no longer be called human. Luo Xian. Heaven offered you a path, yet you refused to walk it. Hell had no gate, yet you came of your own accord. A dozen streaks of light sliced through the sky, coming to a steady halt before Jiang Wuque and his group. Leading them was a man brimming with youthful vigor, his face covered in stubble, yet possessing a body more feminine than any woman's. How disgusting. The moment Jiang Wuque spoke, the entire Joyful Demon Sect turned their gaze upon him. Duan Mufeng paid no heed, continuing his own thoughts aloud. So it seems you are the trump card these women have been holding. Let me guess, your cultivation isn't merely at the Daoyan realm, is it? Could you be at the early or mid-stage of the Great Sage realm? Duan Mufeng clicked his tongue. Too bad. You're going to die here. Oh, and before you die, I'll make sure you witness every moment of their humiliation. At these words, Jiang Wuque crossed his arms. He had intended to annihilate them with thunderous force. But this strange creature's words piqued his interest. Jiang Wuque was eager to see what tricks he could pull. By now, over 100 disciples of the Joyful Demon Sect had gathered at the standoff location. And the crowd kept growing. What's going on? I arrived late. Why have the sect master and elders all mobilized? No clue. Seems like a bunch of petty thugs came knocking. These women are truly stunning. I want them so badly. More and more filthy remarks reached Jiang Wuque's ears. What a bunch of scum. Oh, young master, you're getting angry already? Let your sister pamper you properly, how about it? The sudden female voice shattered Jiang Wuque's perception once more. Hermaphrodite?
The moment the words fell, 12 elders scattered behind Duan Mufeng, then roared in unison. The very ground trembled beneath them. Some knowledgeable disciples gasped in astonishment. That's an 8th grade formation, the yin-yang heaven and earth array. Damn it, it's that formation. Those beauties are as good as dead. Ah, what a pity. These people are as good as dead now. Nothing left to see here. Duan Mufeng stood confidently at the array's center.
Under Jiang Wuque's astonished gaze, Duan Mufeng gradually split into 2 figures.
Chapter 6, the Hahuan Sect's Near Emperor.
The man was in the prime of his youth, his body like a volcano ready to erupt. The woman, however, was enchantingly delicate, her aura as soft and fluid as water. In Jiang Wuque's perception, both figures' power surged abruptly from early great sage to mid-great sage.
The male form of Duan Mufeng roared, "Kid, this isn't over yet."
Then, their power surged to a new level. 2 late great sage cultivators were thus born. Yet Luo Zian and her companions showed not a trace of fear in their eyes, only utter indifference. So what if they were late great sage? Their ancestor was a quasi-emperor. Many disciples below had already dispersed.
A battle with no suspense held little worth watching.
They'd be better off gathering more essence.
Can you still laugh, young master?
I'm truly distressed. You killed Zhao Wuji, whom I worked so hard to cultivate.
My heart aches. Then, the female face of Duan Mufeng twisted rapidly with fury.
Young master, it seems your vital energy hasn't been drained yet.
Since that's the case, I'll suck you dry until you're nothing but a desiccated corpse to satisfy my burning hatred. Is that all you've got?
Jiang Wuque spoke indifferently. If that was all he had, it truly was nothing to speak of.
Arrogant.
Not only did Blood Thousand Sorrows and the other elders roar in fury, but the remark also drew merciless mockery from many disciples below.
Ha ha ha, did you hear that? This guy is so arrogant.
Can't wait to see him get beaten to tears by the sect master later. After all, a sect boasting 2 late-stage great saints was already on par with the top-tier powers. Facing such a formidable assault, Jiang Wuque still dared to say, "Is that all you've got?"
His arrogance knew no bounds.
This situation was too much for the hot-tempered Duan Mufeng to bear. He sneered coldly, "You were going to die comfortably, but I've changed my mind. I'll make sure to torture you thoroughly."
As he spoke, a towering aura of power surged around Duan Mufeng.
The power of a late-stage great sage was no trivial matter. Every move could shake mountains and overturn seas. Duan Mufeng gripped his blade in his right hand and swung it straight down toward Jiang Wuque. The blade aura it unleashed was so intense it began warping the surrounding space. Then, a colossal palm of spiritual energy abruptly materialized behind Duan Mufeng.
Boom! Duan Mufeng, a late-stage great sage, was crushed like a worthless balloon.
Countless droplets of blood rained down from the sky, splattering onto the ground. The mystical light emanating from the giant palm illuminated the faces of the Joyful Demon Sect's elders and disciples.
Silence. Utter silence. Only utter shock and bewilderment remained. Their sect leader, Enwood Peak, who had reached the late great sage stage with the support of the formation, was dead. As abruptly as if a mere microcosmic realm cultivator had perished. No fierce struggle or resistance, only an instant kill. For a moment, none could comprehend the surreal spectacle unfolding before them. Countless disciples below gaped, their eyes wide as copper bells. Only when a piercing wail echoed through the air did they snap back to reality. No! Brother Feng! Duan Muling suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Duan Mufeng's death dealt her a devastating blow. Long ago, the couple had become one, their lives intertwined, sharing both joy and sorrow. Now, with Duan Mufeng's demise, her very essence had been wounded. Duan Muling lifted her head, gazing at the indifferent man before her. Her voice trembled slightly. You're not at the great sage realm, you're a quasi-emperor. The words quasi-emperor crashed down like a bucket of cold water over the heads of all the disciples and elders. Their eyes widened in utter disbelief. Quasi-emperor? He's a quasi-emperor? Then we're all going to die here. The disciples no longer watched with the detached curiosity of spectators. An overwhelming sense of dread began to consume them. Jiang Wuque drifted slowly before Duan Muling, grabbing her hair roughly. Still want to drain my yang energy now? At that moment, Duan Muling resembled a frightened little beast, her eyes filled with pleading. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'm a core disciple of the Union of Bliss sect. Killing me means you'll be offending the entire sect. The Union sect? At these words, even the usually composed crowd from the sacred land of the Jade Pool furrowed their brows. The Union sect was a colossal power in central continent. Even 10,000 years ago, during the peak of the sacred land of Yaoqi, it was unlikely to have surpassed the Hahuan sect in strength. At that moment, the silent Grand Elder Blood Thousand Sorrows spoke. An unmatched aura erupted from his body. Enough! Fellow Daoist, cease this at once. Jiang Wuque turned his head, observing Xue Qianqiu with a hint of interest. In his perception, Xue Qianqiu seemed transformed, as if possessed by some other entity. Hearing this voice, Duan Muling's face lit up with joy, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Her master had arrived. She was saved. Oh? What are you, daring to tell me to stop? Blood Thousand Sorrows' eyes blazed with a mesmerizing light. I am Xia Zhongyang, 6th elder of the Zhengzhou Huanhuan sect. Do you still think I'm unworthy of commanding you to stop? Jiang Wuque chuckled coldly, snatching Duan Muling in his grasp. He tightened his hold slightly, causing her to gasp in pain. Then she was blown apart into a mist of blood. Not even a complete corpse remained. A mere clone, yet you speak with such arrogance. Have you no sense of the situation? Blood Thousand Sorrows trembled violently, not from fear, but from fury boiling over. Very well, very well. Blood Thousand Sorrows laughed bitterly in rage. Since ascending to the quasi-emperor realm, no one had ever shown him such utter disrespect. Even fellow quasi-emperors had yielded to him out of respect for the Union sect. After all, the Huanhuan sect boasted an unparalleled powerhouse standing at the threshold of the great emperor realm. Have you truly considered the consequences of your actions? Jiang Wuque waved dismissively. Old geezer, if you've got the guts, come chop me down here. Stop threatening this and that all day long. Piss me off and I'll tear your Huanhuan sect to shreds. Blood Thousand Sorrows nearly choked on his own blood at these words. Fine, as you wish. I'll be here in half a month. Don't even think about running. Jiang Wuque couldn't be bothered to argue further, casually obliterating Blood Thousand Sorrows with a single palm strike. Central Plains Huanhuan sect. Xia Zhongyang, who had been in seclusion, suddenly snapped his eyes open. His gaze seemed to spit flames. You bastard. Since that's how it is, just wait for my revenge. The yin-yang dual body he had painstakingly cultivated had been killed so easily. Who could swallow their pride after such an insult? He had intended to let them gain experience, even deliberately choosing a place without major factions, only for them to be slaughtered by some unknown assailant who appeared out of nowhere. The more Xia Zhongyang thought about it, the angrier he grew. He pulled out his elder token and swiftly sent 2 messages. After completing these actions, Xia Zhongyang's face twisted into a savage grin. 3 quasi-emperors, I won't believe we can't take you down. When we capture you and throw you into the blood touch inferno, you'll learn the consequences of crossing me. Joyful Demon Sect. After completing these actions, Jiang Wuque coldly surveyed the Joyful Demon Sect elders before him. Their initial haughty demeanor had vanished. All they could do was stare at Jiang Wuque nervously. Even now, with every ounce of power drained from their bodies by the formation. Even at their peak, they would never have stood a chance against him. This god of slaughter was a quasi-emperor, a being who didn't even regard the sect master's own master with respect. How should I deal with them? Jiang Wuque seemed somewhat troubled. Xian, what do you suggest? Such an intimate address caused a blush to spread across Luo Xian's cheeks. But this was no time for such thoughts. She swiftly approached Jiang Wuque and declared, Ancestor, slaughter them all. Chapter 7, Buddha's Realm in the Palm. Such decisive words made Jiang Wuque look at her with newfound respect. Give me a reason. Luo Xian paused briefly before replying. The Joyful Demon Sect has existed for barely over 50 years. They've bullied men and oppressed women, committing countless murders and sins. Even if we slaughter them all, they wouldn't deserve mercy. Moreover, I have one most crucial reason. What reason? Luo Xian lifted her charmingly intelligent face, pursing her sensual lips as she continued, because I know you, Ancestor, would never let them off. It must be said, Luo Xian was a remarkably astute woman. She understood that the lives of everyone present rested entirely in Jiang Wuque's hands. If Jiang Wuque remains silent, no amount of persuasion from others will make a difference. I agree with your reasoning. You're absolutely right. The words fell like a verdict sealing the fate of those below. No. Don't kill me, I'm a victim too. Jiang Wuque closed his eyes and shook his head. There were no victims here. The moment one joined the Joyful Demon Sect and began persecuting others, they ceased to be victims. The thousands of Joyful Demon Sect disciples below vanished as if they had never existed, erased by an invisible force. In less than 10 seconds, the once bustling and noisy Joyful Demon Sect fell into complete silence. Jiang Wuque raised his right hand, and over 100 men and women, their eyes vacant, their clothes in tatters, were swept into the air. These were the true innocents. Persecuted and exploited until numb, each appeared withered and hollow, their eyes devoid of any spark of life. Faced with this scene, the delegation from the sacred land of Yaoqi sighed. Elder Hong and the sect master will guard this place with me. Elder Nangong, take elders 2 and 4 to inventory all resources of the Joyful Demon Sect. Elders Xiao and Xia, escort these people to the nearest county town. Jiang Wuque instructed the group. Also, provide them with some funds. Xiao Meyer and Xia Chulan exchanged glances, each seeing the same understanding in the other's eyes. Their suddenly emerged ancestor showed no mercy when facing enemies, yet held basic compassion for those truly suffering. Begin the operation. Yes, Ancestor. The group responded in unison. For an entire day, Jiang Wuque remained stationed here. On one hand, it was to directly eliminate the disciples of the Joyful Demon Sect returning from their external missions. On the other hand, it served as a deterrent to other factions in the vicinity. The next day, the very first thing Jiang Wuque did was check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the divine ability, Buddha's Realm in the Palm. Buddha realm in the palm?
It sounded incredibly powerful. Jiang Wuque opened his eyes. Having acquired a new divine ability, he naturally wanted to test its power. Luo Xian and Hong Wanfeng were meticulously patrolling the mountain gates. Spotting Jiang Wuque rise, they hurried to his side.
Ancestor, has something happened? Nothing has happened. You two continue your duties.
Yes.
Jiang Wuque chuckled silently.
These two guarded him like loyal bodyguards, practically glued to his side. At the slightest sound, they'd come running. Jiang Wuque flickered away, appearing in a desert 1,000 miles from the Joyful Demon Sect. Life was scarce here, only a few serpentine demon beasts survived across the vast wasteland. This place is quite suitable for experimentation. Jiang Wuque held one palm upright before his chest, murmuring silently, "Palm Buddha realm." In an instant, the entire world was bathed in a layer of golden light. Behind Jiang Wuque, a 1,000-meter-tall great Buddha of compassion rose into the sky. This was the first time he unleashed power surpassing the quasi-emperor realm, reaching the true emperor level. Buddhist light illuminated the entire world, while sacred chants echoed faintly.
The Westbound Domain, the Cold North Domain, the Barrenwood Domain, the Divine Wind Domain.
Across all four great realms. Every being above the quasi-emperor realm felt it, their faces frozen in utter shock.
That's an emperor acting. The power of an emperor.
Beyond the quasi-emperors, a mysterious eye in the void suddenly snapped open.
A newly emerged emperor.
And one cultivated in the Buddhist path. The owner of the eye murmured to herself before directly tearing through the void, heading straight for Jiang Wuque's location. On the other side, Jiang Wuque sensed the power gathering in his palm had reached its peak. With a single thought, he could obliterate this entire realm in an instant. But he held back. Having already grasped the technique's power, there was no need to unleash it. The 1,000-meter-tall colossal Buddha slowly faded away, and the layers of pervasive Buddha light vanished in an instant. The Buddha realm in his palm possessed not only offensive capabilities but also certain spatial attributes. It could seal off and isolate a section of space for a brief period. This was an exceptionally practical skill, and Jiang Wuque had already devised its application. The sacred land of the Jade Pool now lies in ruins, lacking resources, cultivation techniques, and manpower. With such divine abilities, Jiang Wuque could directly seize ownerless spirit veins, rare artifacts, or even large-scale extraordinary treasures. As for what constitutes ownerless, that depended entirely on how Jiang Wuque chose to define it. After completing his experiment, Jiang Wuque sensed someone rapidly approaching the area. Judging by their cultivation level, they were also an emperor.
Jiang Wuque pondered for a moment. He had no intention of interacting with other great emperors just yet.
Bearing the weighty responsibility of reviving the sacred land of Yaoqi, he needed to ensure no external factors disrupted his mission.
Jiang Wuque picked up a stone from the ground and left behind several large characters.
Passing by chance, no need to investigate. Ji Longyue read the 8 characters aloud.
Truly just passing by? I doubt it.
A desert breeze swept through her flowing hair, revealing a face beautiful enough to captivate the world.
If you don't want me to find you, then so be it.
After all this loneliness, a day or two more makes no difference. With that, Ji Longyue vanished from where she stood. Jiang Wuque had already returned to the soul-shaking mountains. The 6 elders were gathered together.
Nangong Wanner was reporting on their recent findings. Upon seeing Jiang Wuque's return, the elders immediately bowed in greeting. Ancestor, you've returned.
Ahem, I've already said it, no need for bows next time we meet.
Just a nod will do. Because whenever they bowed, they kept catching sight of something awkward. In a way, this could be considered a happy problem.
Luo Xian now focused entirely on Jiang Wuque, analyzing every word he uttered. She noticed that whenever they bowed, Jiang Wuque would first glance at them, then his eyes would flicker, and his face would flush slightly.
Combined with what Duan Muling had mentioned that his ancestral yang energy hadn't yet dissipated. Could it be? A bold notion began to take root in Luo Xian's mind. But such a daring notion would require time to put into action.
Report on what gains the Joyful Demon Sect has made this time.
Yes, Ancestor. Nangong Wanner produced a sheet of paper, clearly detailing various resources. Isn't this a bit meager? Jiang Wuque inquired of Nangong Wanner.
The list detailed 17 tons of low-grade medicinal herbs, 200 5th-grade or higher medicinal treasures, 3 boxes of low-grade pills, and over 400 5th-grade or higher pills. There were 735 cultivation manuals and over 2,000 weapons collected, though most were rather mediocre.
For a top-tier power, this was far too meager.
The 2 most valuable items remained the 2 high-grade spirit veins, one of which had been seized from the sacred Yao Pool.
Chapter 8, The Reopening of the Yaoqi. Nangong Wanner explained, the Joyful Demon Sect is a newly formed power with little accumulated wealth.
Whenever resources became available, they were immediately distributed to the disciples to absorb. Therefore,
no need to continue. I understand. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Wuque inquired, I recall our sect possesses a wondrous realm known as the Golden Thread Yaoqi. At this mention, Luo Xian replied, yes, Ancestor.
However, the Golden Thread Yaoqi dried up 6,000 years ago. The reason for its depletion is that the spiritual veins beneath the earth were destroyed, and new veins couldn't replenish it, so.
Jiang Wuque cut off Luo Xian's explanation and asked directly. Then I intend to reactivate the pool. What are your thoughts?
The elders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion.
If the pool could be reactivated, it would certainly be a blessing. The pool could more than double a disciple's cultivation speed and even subtly enhance their innate talent.
However, the spiritual veins beneath the pool have dried up, making reactivation impossible.
Moreover, restarting it would require immense quantities of rare treasures and divine materials, burdens our sect likely cannot bear. Luo Xian elaborated at length, essentially conveying that while reopening the Yaoqi pool offered numerous benefits, it was simply unfeasible. What if I could find a spirit vein?
Jiang Wuque said, hands clasped behind his back. Hearing this, Luo Xian and the others grew even more puzzled.
Spirit veins existed in fixed locations. Even if he found a new one, what did that have to do with reopening the Yaoqi?
Noticing their puzzled expressions, Jiang Wuque chuckled softly.
Seems you don't believe my words.
Very well, I'll demonstrate for you.
Jiang Wuque wasn't speaking idly.
The divine power he had just acquired today could be applied here. Since the spiritual veins beneath the golden thread Yaoqi had dried up, Jiang Wuque intended to strip away the depleted veins entirely and replace them with fresh ones. Not only would he replace it, but he would force multiple new veins into the ground. Doubling the rate wouldn't satisfy him, he needed at least a fourfold increase. The Joyful Demon Sect's high-grade spiritual vein lay behind their sect headquarters. A spirit-gathering formation had been set up here to extract the spiritual energy from the earth. Jiang Wuque led his group to this location. After briefly scanning the area with his divine sense, he instructed his companions, step back. After giving the order, Jiang Wuque rose into the air. Golden light flared in his eyes, and an indescribable aura instantly weighed down on Luo Xian and the others. This was not Jiang Wuque targeting them deliberately, but the inherent pressure emanating from the technique itself. Boom! 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 The earth began to crack open, as if something was about to be torn from the ground.
What is this? Hong Wanfeng, Luo Xian, Nangong Waner, and the other beauties stared at the man's retreating figure, their mouths agape in utter shock.
A luminous white spirit band was yanked from the ground by Jiang Wuque, as effortlessly as pulling a radish. The earth collapsed instantly at that spot. The spiritual energy from the vein began to wildly dissipate into the surroundings. Judging by this situation, it wouldn't be long before the spiritual vein vanished entirely.
Ancestor, the spirit vein.
Nangong Waner's crimson lips parted, only to witness the spiritual energy around the vein freeze mid-air, ceasing its escape.
The spirit vein, stretching over 10 kilometers, gradually shrank until Jiang Wuque trapped it within his palm, vanishing completely.
Luo Xian and her companions watched in stunned silence.
Could such earth-shaking power truly be wielded by a quasi-emperor? What's wrong? Why are you all silent?
Jiang Wuque looked at them in confusion, puzzled by their sudden silence.
Ancestor, this. Hong Wanfeng was about to say it was too overbearing. This was an entire high-grade spirit vein, and he just took it like that?
But then she thought there was nothing wrong with it. It was all for the development of the sacred land of Yaoqi.
Whoa, why does this feel so unreasonable? It's a spirit vein. Just pulled out like that? How did the patriarch even manage it?
Witnessing such a defiance of common sense, anyone would be stunned for a moment. After pondering for a long while, the group was utterly stunned into silence, unable to utter a word. Since no one's speaking, let's head to the other spirit vein.
Luo Xian and her companions exchanged bewildered glances.
They stared at each other in disbelief, their minds reeling from the sheer shock of it all.
Following Jiang Wuque, they proceeded to another spirit vein. This was the very same one discovered at the sacred grounds of the Jade Pool. Its spiritual energy was thick and untapped. Jiang Wuque repeated the process, pulling this spirit vein out as well.
This spirit vein was twice as large as the previous one.
Jiang Wuque was thoroughly satisfied, then tucked the Buddha's realm back into his palm.
This spatial attribute divine ability was truly useful. From now on, whenever he encountered something valuable, he could simply pull it over and store it in the sacred land of Yaoqi. Incredibly convenient. Let's head back, Jiang Wuque announced to the group. They had been gone for 2 days. It was time to return to the sacred grounds of the Jade Pool. At the Yaoqi sacred ground at that moment,
Lu Yanan was cultivating the incomplete sacred pool refining essence manual.
But mid-practice, her spiritual energy suddenly stalled throughout her body. She opened her eyes, her face pale. The failure of her spiritual energy circulation left her drenched in sweat, soaking through her white silk robe.
What on earth is wrong with me? Why does the face of the ancestor keep appearing in my mind? Lu Yanan had interrupted her cultivation countless times. As if possessed, the mere thought of Jiang Wuque made her breath falter and her cheeks flush.
Raised in the sacred land of Yaoqi since childhood, she knew nothing of love. Her thoughts were as pure as a white rabbit, untouched by the slightest impurity. Yet now she faced trouble. This sweet yet nerve-wracking emotion filled her heart, leaving her utterly bewildered.
Master, please return quickly. How did Lure become like this?
Lu Yanan sat alone in the secret chamber, her cheeks flushed as she murmured to herself.
The next day.
A clear female voice suddenly echoed across the skies above the sacred land of Yaoqi. All disciples of the sacred land of Yaoqi, assemble at the Xianling Plaza. Lu Yanran, still wrestling with her emotions, felt a surge of joy well up inside her at the sound. That's the sect master's voice. It means Master and the others have returned, along with the ancestral patriarch. Lu Yanran stepped out of her secluded meditation chamber and soared toward the Xianling Plaza. At that moment, numerous disciples who had been occupied with their own affairs set aside their tasks and headed toward the assembly point. For the sect master to personally summon all disciples meant something significant was afoot. Countless streaks of light sliced across the sky, all disciples now in flight. At the Xianling Plaza, Luo Xian bent down to adjust Jiang Wuque's collar. She swallowed silently. She couldn't help but think, is the patriarch's physique truly this formidable? Xian, are you done? Startled by the voice, Luo Xian snapped back to reality and nodded repeatedly. All done, all done. The patriarch looks truly majestic in this attire. Jiang Wuque, clad in a jet-black robe adorned with golden dragon patterns and topped with a purple gold crown, looked quite impressive. Good. Now go attend to other matters, Jiang Wuque urged. Hearing this, Luo Xian felt a pang of reluctance, but she couldn't refuse Jiang Wuque. She could only nod in agreement. After she left, Jiang Wuque took a deep breath. This dressing process had been pure torture for him. A delicate, intelligent beauty stood before him, dressing him. Who could resist such a sight? Moreover, Luo Xian exuded a rich, mature womanly aura, blending with the scent of gardenias to create an exotic fragrance. Chapter 9, Ancestor? No sooner had Luo Xian departed than Hong Wanfeng arrived. Well, this one's figure was even more impressive than the previous ladies. What is it, Elder Hong? Seeing no one around, Hong Wanfeng gathered her courage and said, Ancestor, please let me stay by your side from now on. I admire you so deeply, especially how you crushed the Joyful Demon Sect with such thunderous force. As Hong Wanfeng spoke, her eyes brimmed with admiration. We've endured oppression for so many years. Now we've finally taken a mighty revenge. Therefore, I wish to resign from my duties at Qingxiu Peak and follow you on your campaigns, eliminating all who stand in the way of the Yaoqi Sacred Land's revival. What do you think? Jiang Wuque nodded. So this was why Hong Wanfeng had sought him out. He had nearly misunderstood her intentions. However, Hong Wanfeng's words did give him pause for thought. Currently, the sacred land of Yaoqi lacked elite combatants. Only 2 practitioners had reached the Daodian realm, Luo Xian and the Hong Wanfeng standing before him. It wasn't that their talents were lacking, but their cultivation methods were incomplete, causing their progress to be slow. Perhaps the next step is to address the cultivation technique issue, Jiang Wuque mused. Your idea is sound, and your willingness to contribute to the sacred land of Yaoqi is commendable. But, your cultivation level is too low. Jiang Wuque delivered this blunt assessment without hesitation, for it was the truth. Hong Wanfeng, who had been brimming with confidence, fell silent. I will train diligently and strive not to hold you back. But Jiang Wuque still shook his head. Ancestor, I'm sorry. My strength truly offers little assistance. Hong Wanfeng said, her voice tinged with disappointment. Yet the next moment, a warm, large hand rested on Hong Wanfeng's shoulder. No, this isn't your fault. The incomplete cultivation technique has hindered your progress. I'll find a way to resolve this issue. Jiang Wuque comforted Hong Wanfeng. Yet Hong Wanfeng remained deeply disheartened. She knew the patriarch was merely offering comfort. 1,000 years ago, the previous patriarch of the Yaoqi Sacred Land had also been at the quasi-emperor realm. Her grasp of cultivation techniques was already profound, yet even so, she had to exert every ounce of strength to reconstruct the fragmented method. The ancestor was a man, so he certainly hadn't cultivated the Yao Pool refining essence true manual. Given this situation, how could the cultivation technique be resolved? The only solution was to switch to a different cultivation technique, but elders like them could no longer undertake the arduous process of recultivating. To start over meant beginning from scratch. Very well, thank you, Ancestor. I shall go assist the sect leader in maintaining order. Hong Wanfeng forced a smile as she spoke. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Wuque sighed softly. Seems she doesn't believe my words. The core cultivation techniques of the sacred land of Yaoqi were primarily suited for female cultivators, though male practitioners could practice them as well, though with far less efficacy. Jiang Wuque could certainly cultivate it himself, then refine the original technique. Whether he could fully restore it, Jiang Wuque dared not guarantee, but it would certainly be stronger than the current version. Pushing the matter to the back of his mind, Jiang Wuque turned his gaze to the disciples below. The group of young women, dressed in their finest, now gazed up at Jiang Wuque with curiosity. Hey, who's that man sitting up there? Who is he? No idea, but he looks so handsome, like the delicate young scholar from a storyteller's tales. Hey, girl, watch your mouth. He clearly holds high rank and power. Mind your words or you'll get yourself into trouble. Oh, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. As the sacred maiden, Lu Yanan naturally stood at the front of the procession. Hearing the disciples chatter behind her, she felt a pang of displeasure, especially the talk about Jiang Wuque. Lu Yanran, what's wrong? Ah, master.
Why are you here? Hong Wanfeng smiled gently. You seem a bit upset. Has something happened?
At this question, Lu Yenran's eyes flickered with a hint of unease. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and murmured softly, I'm fine, master.
Ah, since you don't wish to tell your master, I shan't press further. Hong Wanfeng's mood stirred slightly. Having just been rebuffed by the ancestor, now even her trusted confidant was keeping secrets from her. No. Master, please don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to hide anything from you. It's just.
Lu Yenran lowered her head slightly, resting her chin on the large, pristine slime, finding it difficult to speak.
How could she possibly explain to her master that her thoughts kept drifting back to Jiang Wuque?
And each time she did, a faint sweetness would stir within her heart. The image of Jiang Wuque standing up before the demon prince Jiao Wuji played on repeat in her mind. Each time she snapped back to reality, a wave of excitement and shame washed over her. To harbor such fantasies about the sect's venerable ancestor was utterly shameful.
Seeing Lu Yenran's hesitation, Hong Wanfeng didn't press her. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the high platform in the square. It's about to begin.
Jiang Wuque rose slowly and stood before the crowd.
I imagine most of you are unfamiliar with me.
I was a disciple of the sacred land of Yaoqi 10,000 years ago, essentially your ancestral progenitor. The moment these words left his mouth, they sent shockwaves through the crowd.
How could that be? Our sect only accepts female disciples. How could there be a male ancestor? Silence. Luo Zian frowned and scolded the female disciples below.
Much has indeed transpired over these 10,000 years. But now that I have returned, the sacred land of Yaoqi shall never again endure the humiliation of the past. Her words fell on deaf ears among the disciples below. It was simply too baffling. They couldn't process it all at once. Jiang Wuque smiled faintly. He understood that tangible rewards mattered more than anything else. If the annihilation of the Joyful Demon Sect ignited the fighting spirit of the sect's higher-ups, then the revival of the Golden Thread Yaoqi was the action that would ignite the fighting spirit of the disciples below. A sect aspiring to flourish and thrive required a strong, united spirit, one that demanded the concerted effort of every member, high and low.
With this thought, Jiang Wuque slowly rose into the air.
With a sweeping gesture of his hand, his divine palm technique, Buddha's realm in the palm, activated instantly. A total of 2,390 disciples were gathered within his grasp. With a thought, Jiang Wuque transported himself to the ruins of the former Golden Thread Immortal Pool. He released the over 2,000 disciples once more.
Wow! What just happened? What incredible power! Just what realm has our venerable ancestor reached?
I feel he's more formidable than our sect leader.
I agree.
The female disciples began chattering excitedly among themselves, for the astonishingly skillful technique displayed moments ago had truly been too formidable. It had left them profoundly shaken.
Now, no one dared question Jiang Wuque's strength. Having an exceptionally powerful ancestor brought only benefits, no drawbacks.
Jiang Wuque stood mid-air with hands clasped behind his back, radiating an air of mysterious mastery.
He spoke calmly, I have decided, starting today, we shall reactivate the Golden Thread Pool. As soon as he finished, Luo Zian hurriedly added, Ancestor, this will help us rapidly increase our strength. Cultivating while immersed in the Golden Thread Pool doubles our cultivation speed. These words sent ripples through the gathering like a stone tossed into a pond. Chapter 10, The Golden Thread Pool Returns. Double cultivation speed? You're not joking, right? If that's true, I could break through to the innate realm in no time. Many disciples beamed with delight, yet those in the know were deeply perplexed. The Golden Thread Pool beneath the earth had long since dried up. How could something already depleted be reactivated? Witness this, all of you, the Golden Thread Pool shall be reborn through my hands. As Jiang Wuque spoke, layers of golden Buddha light emanated from his hands. Two luminous white spiritual veins reappeared before them. Spanning dozens of miles, these spiritual veins reappeared before the world, leaving the disciples below utterly stunned. What is that? That white thing seems to contain immense spiritual energy. Those are actually spirit veins. How is that possible? The disciples below erupted in gasps of astonishment. The scene before them was too magnificent and awe-inspiring. Like a white ribbon, the spirit vein radiated boundless spiritual light, floating suspended directly above their heads. Not only the lower-level disciples, but even the elders who had witnessed it once before, were utterly overwhelmed by the sight once more. Oomph! Jiang Wuque roared, instantly sealing the space around the two spirit veins. Then, like two great dragons, the spirit veins swiftly burrowed into the earth and vanished. Jiang Wuque closed his eyes and concentrated, his divine sense probing deep underground. He located the original depleted spiritual veins and replaced them with two brand new ones. After years of silence, the Golden Thread Pool stirred once more. Boom! 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 The earth shook violently. Luo Zian beamed with joy at the sight. She immediately commanded the elders, who had been standing by in readiness. Elders, quickly add the spiritual herbs. Nandong Waner and the others worked with lightning speed, tossing one spiritual herb after another into the crucible furnaces beside the pool. This was the unique formula for the Golden Thread Pool water.
The combination of numerous precious spiritual ingredients with the power of the spiritual veins could significantly accelerate the cultivation progress of the female disciples. Though unaware of the subterranean events, the disciples clearly witnessed the spiritual materials being added by the elders. That's a 4th grade spirit herb, the treasureling grass. I spent ages searching for that last time, and now it's just being tossed in? 5th grade mystic light spirit orchid. 5th grade spiritual material. Wow! And 6th grade purple spirit sand. When did our sect become so wealthy? The disciples' eyes gleamed with excitement. These spiritual materials were being poured in right before their eyes, without a shred of deception. Hong Wanfeng gazed at the item in her hand, her heart filled with profound emotion. In her grasp lay a 7th grade spiritual material, the golden thread jade fruit, the most crucial component of the formula. Without Jiang Wuque, the sect would never have dared to expend such precious resources on cultivating disciples. In other words, these were strategic resources from the sacred land of Yaoqi. Each use depleted the reserves. Once exhausted, the sacred land of Yaoqi would be powerless to replenish them. But now, Jiang Wuque had given them the confidence to proceed. With a quasi-emperor overseeing the sect, what financial constraints could possibly stand in the way of procurement? Meanwhile, Jiang Wuque opened his eyes. The spirit vein had been securely installed and had already begun its work. Once all the spiritual materials were infused, the golden-threaded Yaoqi pool spanning an area comparable to a football field began its rebirth. A single golden droplet seeped from the earth's depths. Soon, the pool grew fuller and fuller, emitting a peculiar fragrance. Luo Zian gazed at the pool, her intelligent and elegant face momentarily blank with astonishment. Though she was the sect master, this was her first encounter with the golden thread pool. This marvel, existing only in the sect's historical records, now reappeared in the sacred land of Yaoqi. An inexplicable wave of emotion welled up within her. Years of managing the sect had weighed heavily upon her shoulders. She walked on thin ice, daring not to be the slightest bit careless, terrified that the sacred Yao pool might be utterly ruined under her stewardship. Now, with this man by her side, she felt as though she had found support. The burden no longer felt as crushing as it once had. Thank you. Luo Zian thought to herself. Jiang Wuque spun once in midair, confirmed everything was in order, then approached Luo Zian. Ziyuan? Ha? I'm here, ancestor. What is it? I was thinking that although the golden thread Yaoqi has been reactivated, it still requires some rules and regulations to manage it. However, you're quite skilled in this area, so I'll leave it to you. Luo Zian maintained her elegant composure outwardly, though inwardly she felt a flutter of excitement. The patriarch is praising her, saying she's quite skilled at this. Luo Zian immediately accepted the task. Understood, ancestor. I'll handle this matter as quickly as possible. Very good. With you in the sect, I feel at ease. After giving his instructions, Jiang Wuque turned to address the assembled disciples. The golden thread pool has reopened. I can guarantee each of you will receive a share. The specific arrangements will be handled by the sect master. The disciples below erupted into cheers. That such a marvelous realm could be made available to them was truly beyond belief. Since joining the sect, they had never experienced such favorable treatment. And all of this was brought about by the venerable ancestor standing before them. Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, "Glory to the ancestor!" Soon, many others joined in the chant. The ancestor is mighty. Facing this scene, Jiang Wuque smiled faintly, raised a hand to signal for silence. Sure enough, the scene grew quiet. I hope everyone will cultivate diligently and strive to restore the glory of the sacred land of Yaoqi from 10,000 years ago. Starting today, all cultivation resources will be doubled. At these words, the disciples erupted in another wave of astonished cries. The sheer volume of good news left them reeling. That is all for today. You may all return. Once the sect master has established the rules, access to the golden thread Yaoqi will be granted. With that, Jiang Wuque approached Luo Zian. Leave one elder to guard the area. The rest of you, follow me to the 10,000 Flowers Hall. Yes, ancestor. Qingxian Sword Sect Forbidden Grounds. 8 Daoyan realm cultivators and 2 great sage realm experts had gathered here. Every face present bore a solemn expression. They were not solely from the Qingxian Sword Sect, but also included members of the Barbarian Wilderness Sect and the Blood Slaughter Sect. 3 top-tier factions gathered under one roof. After a long silence, an elderly man with a black beard rose to his feet. This man was none other than the supreme elder of the Qingxian Sword Sect, Daoist Li Jian, one of the 2 great sage realm experts present. I presume you have all received the news of the Joyful Demon Sect's downfall. All 10 present nodded in acknowledgement. A quasi-emperor realm cultivator has appeared within our domain. This poses an immense threat to us. Not to mention, this individual is aligned with the Yaoqi sect. We've targeted the Yaoqi sect covertly on multiple occasions. This one likely won't let it rest. At these words, a burly man with a thick beard and a towering frame abruptly stood up. What's there to fear? He's just a quasi-emperor. I'm not scared of him. Daoist Li Jian took a deep breath and said, You may not fear him, but what about the disciples of your barbarian wilderness sect?
I heard the disciples of the Joyful Demon Sect were nearly wiped out. He doesn't even fear the union of Joy Sect. If we go head to head with such a ruthless man, our sect might be annihilated. At these words, the burly man deflated like a punctured balloon. Then what should we do? Daoist Li Jian raised his hand to his forehead. There's only one option: contact the Union sect. At this, everyone present exchanged puzzled glances. Chapter 11, The Pawn. I've got some news. What news? Old sword leaving, stop beating around the bush. An elder of the Union sect may be planning to strike against the sacred ground of the immortal pool. It's because that mysterious quasi-emperor killed Duan Mufeng. At these words, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. How dare he? That was a top disciple of the Huan sect. A black-robed elder from the Blood Demon sect exclaimed in shock. They had assumed that even with the Joyful Demon sect destroyed, the sacred ground of the immortal pool wouldn't dare touch Duan Mufeng. Who knew he'd just go and kill him? This man is a madman. Doesn't he know the Huan sect's standing in Central Continent? Back when the Joyful Demon sect first took root in the Western realm, they had gone to obstruct them. But the moment they heard Duan Mufeng was a disciple of the Union sect, they all backed down. They couldn't afford to provoke him. The Black Tower man felt his mouth go dry. He prided himself on being a brute, yet here was someone even more reckless than him. So, Daoist Li Jian shot a glance at the speaker before continuing. So we'll first test the waters with the Yaoqi sect. If they show no intent to attack us, all is well. If they do, we'll defect to the Huan sect and become their foot soldiers. This seemed like a sound plan, and all present nodded in agreement. Then who will go to probe their intentions? This was the crucial question. What if that quasi-emperor made a move during the reconnaissance? Everyone valued their lives and shied away from being the one to charge into danger. As silence hung heavy, the towering, dark-skinned man spoke up. I'll go. Since you, Niu Hong Yuan, are going, I'm no coward either. I'll go too. With both top-tier factions having sent representatives, only the Blood Slaughter sect remains silent. What does the Blood Demon sect say? Under the gaze of Sword Taoist, the three robed figures of the Blood Demon sect conferred briefly. The middle one, an old Taoist in black robes, stepped forward. I'll go. Seeing this, Li Jian Daorun nodded with satisfaction. Very well. In 2 days, we shall proceed together to the Yaoqi sect. Manhwa Hall. Jiang Wuque sat upon the seat reserved for the sect master. I've gathered you all to discuss something. I intend to attempt completing the Yaoqi refining essence true explanation. Jiang Wuque's voice was not loud, yet it reached every elder's ears with clarity. Ancestor, this. None could have imagined he would show such profound benevolence toward the sacred land of Yaoqi. As a disciple from 10,000 years ago, to still show such favor to the present-day Yaoqi sacred land, anyone would be deeply moved. Luo Zian bit her crimson lip, pondering for a moment before speaking. Ancestor, you have already done more than enough for the sacred land of Yaoqi. To ask for further sacrifice, it seems rather inappropriate. The patriarch was a man himself, and mastering the core cultivation techniques of the sacred land was extremely difficult. Moreover, completing the cultivation technique not only consumed time but also drained energy, offering little benefit to the patriarch himself. Thus, Luo Zian couldn't help but feel heartbroken, unwilling to see Jiang Wuque make any further sacrifices. Nandong Wanner stepped forward, sharing the same concern as Luo Zian. Ancestor, we all see the kindness you've shown us, but asking you to make such a sacrifice for the sect feels unfair to you. Indeed, indeed. The elders all nodded in agreement. This scene left Jiang Wuque both amused and exasperated. As an emperor-level cultivator, his understanding of cultivation techniques had reached extraordinary heights. He could discern the essence of simpler cultivation techniques at a glance. To put it bluntly, even the creators of these techniques were unlikely to surpass his cultivation level. The Yaoqi refining essence true explanation was considered a top-tier cultivation technique, created by a half-step great emperor from the sacred land of Yaoqi back in the day. Therefore, as long as Jiang Wuque was willing to invest the effort, completing it would not be too difficult. Yet the elders below him remained unaware, each one moved to tears. Enough. My mind is made up. Ziyan, fetch the cultivation technique. But Luo Zian pressed her jade-like legs tightly together, adopting a coy and hesitant posture. No buts about it. Go. Luo Zian, fearing she might upset Jiang Wuque, went to fetch the cultivation technique. The remaining elders were all visibly moved. Especially Hong Wanfeng, who was naturally impulsive. Combined with Jiang Wuque's earlier mention of modifying the cultivation technique, this had led her to misunderstand. Could it be that the patriarch did this for me? The thought moved her deeply. She draped one arm over the other, accentuating her two towering peaks to perfection. Her alluring eyes glowed with a faint flush. She pressed her sensual red lips together, wanting to speak but unsure what to say, simply staring blankly at Jiang Wuque's face. Ancestor. Hong Wanfeng murmured involuntarily, but then remembered they were inside the 10,000 Flowers Hall with the ancestor present. This made her feel rather embarrassed. Enough. You needn't stare at me like this. Everyone except Elder Nandong, please withdraw. Jiang Wuque said with a slightly helpless smile. Before long, only Nangong Wana remained in the 10,000 Flowers Hall. As the senior elder, Nangong Wana had always overseen the logistics of the sacred land of Yaoqi. Jiang Wuque had kept her behind specifically to discuss the issue of resource depletion. Tell me, he prompted, based on current usage patterns, how long can our resources sustain us? Nangong Wana pondered for a moment before pulling out a leather ledger to calculate. Soon, she arrived at a conclusion. Ancestor, at the current rate of consumption, the resources of the sacred land of Yaoqi will be depleted in about 10 years. 10 years? Jiang Wuque frowned. 10 years was far too short. Even a cultivator at the entrance to the microcosm realm could live up to 150 years. For cultivators of profound cultivation, a single seclusion period could easily exceed 10 years. How were the Yaoqi sacred land's resources originally acquired? Jiang Wuque inquired. Most were sourced from fixed secret realms. Additionally, our Yaoqi sacred land has some businesses, such as beauty elixirs. However, in recent years, raw material prices in the Huangmu domain have skyrocketed, leaving little profit margin for the beauty elixirs. Jiang Wuque understood what Nangong Wana meant by secret realms. They were nothing more than peculiar spaces attached to the main world. They contained abundant natural treasures and specific demonic beasts, serving as the primary source of resource production. If these secret realms exist, why have the Yaoqi Holy Land's resources dwindled over the years? At this point, Nangong Wana let out a wry smile. Because most of our sect's secret realms have fallen into the hands of the other three top-tier powers in the Western realm. Over the past few centuries, through various means, whether by forceful seizure, coercion, or enticement, they have taken 5 secret realms from us. Such treachery exists? Jiang Wuque's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Perhaps it was time to pay those 3 sects a visit. But that could wait. For now, the priority was resolving the matter of the cultivation technique. As this thought crossed his mind, Luo Xian stepped into the 10,000 Splendors Hall. I am aware of the secret realm matter. I will have a word with those 3 sects in due time. Jiang Wuque addressed Nangong Wana. For now, let's see how this cultivation technique can be repaired. Chapter 12, Cultivation Technique Deduction. Luo Xian held a purple jade token that emitted a faint glow. Is this the Yaoqi refining essence true explanation? Luo Xian nodded. Yes, ancestor, this is the very item. With that, Luo Xian respectfully handed the jade token to Jiang Wuque. After receiving it, Jiang Wuque scanned it with his divine sense. A profound cultivation technique materialized within his mind. This cultivation technique comprised 9 layers, with the highest attainable level being the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. However, parts of the 8th and 9th layers were missing, making it difficult for cultivators to break through to the 8th layer. To mend the 8th and 9th layers, Jiang Wuque must first master the first 7 layers. Without delay, he immediately began meditating on it within the 10,000 Flowers Hall. The ancestor truly moves with lightning speed. Witnessing this scene, ripples stirred in Luo Xian's beautiful eyes. She quietly withdrew from the main hall and began handling the affairs of the Yaoqi sacred land in a side chamber of the 10,000 Splendors Hall. Though she was handling affairs, her mind remained focused on Jiang Wuque. He's already reached the first layer so quickly. Luo Xian was secretly startled. Truly, one who had cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm possessed comprehension far surpassing ordinary mortals. However, the most challenging level was the 3rd, for men cultivating this stage lacked one crucial element. Just as Luo Xian had anticipated, Jiang Wuque encountered difficulties upon reaching the 3rd layer. To think I actually need the primordialine palace to channel spiritual energy, what am I supposed to do? Jiang Wuque was troubled. He didn't possess such a thing at all. No wonder this core cultivation technique was restricted to women. Well, since I can't find a substitute, I'll just create one myself. It's no big deal for me anyway. Here, generate didn't mean creating flesh and blood directly, but rather simulating one using spiritual energy. Doing so certainly wouldn't allow cultivators to advance. But he didn't need that anyway. As long as it allowed him to understand the technique, it was sufficient. The effect was remarkable. Jiang Wuque advanced like a knife cutting through butter. In just one night, he had reached the 5th layer. On the other side, Luo Xian was stunned into numbness. Back then, it had taken her over 30 years to reach the 5th layer. Even that had been an extraordinary feat of talent. Otherwise, how could she have become the sect master? She began to doubt whether the ancestor was truly male. Enough. The patriarch truly is beyond comparison with ordinary mortals. I should focus on my duties instead. Luo Xian thought to herself. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and the system's check-in time had refreshed. Jiang Wuque paused at this moment, first checking what he could sign in for today. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 use of the simulated cultivation technique. Use now? It's not an item, but some mysterious divination technique? Could it be that the system could detect what he needed most at his current stage and reward him accordingly? He had just completed the Yaoqi refining essence true explanation when he received this divination opportunity. This system is surprisingly user-friendly. In that case, I'll use this opportunity. Using cultivation technique deduction opportunity. In an instant, Jiang Wuque's mind became crystal clear. Endless insights flooded his mind. The Yaoqi Refining Essence True Manual advanced at an astonishing pace. In less than a quarter of an hour, Jiang Wuque had already reached the 7th layer. The enlightenment continued unabated. Meanwhile, Luo Xian had spent the entire night handling official duties. Just then, Hong Wanfeng and Nangong Waner entered the side hall together. 3 peerless beauties, each radiating her own unique charm, gathered together, forming a stunning sight. Alas, none were present to appreciate it. Has the patriarch begun comprehending the cultivation technique directly? Hong Wanfeng inquired with some concern. Hearing the tone, Nangong Waner shot Hong Wanfeng a puzzled glance before quickly averting her gaze. While organizing the bookshelves, Luo Xian replied, "That's right. The ancestor has already comprehended the 5th layer." Wait. What? The 7th layer?
No, this aura, even I have never reached this level.
Hong Wanfeng frowned, puzzled by Luo Xian's expression. Master Sect Leader, please clarify. What exactly do you mean?
Fearing disturbances to the patriarch, Luo Xian had activated the grand formation within the 10,000 Splendors Hall the previous night. Now, no one but her could sense what was happening inside the hall.
Luo Xian had no time to answer Hong Wanfeng's question. Her entire focus was fixed on Jiang Wuque.
It was clearly the 5th layer just now. How did it suddenly jump to the 7th layer?
The cultivation technique grew increasingly difficult, yet why was the patriarch's progress accelerating? Luo Xian couldn't make sense of it.
Master, say something.
This is killing me. Hong Wanfeng's prolonged silence left her breathless with anxiety.
She reached out and grabbed Luo Xian's pale arm, trying to snap her out of it.
Huff. Luo Xian took several deep breaths, trying to steady her emotions. She withdrew the array concealing the 10,000 Splendors Hall. Perceive it for yourselves. With that, Luo Xian was once again overcome by shock. At that moment, Hong Wanfeng and Nangong Waner swiftly probed the interior of the 10,000 Splendors Hall with their divine senses. The ancestor is cultivating a technique, just as I expected. Wait. No. How is he at the 7th layer?
Like Luo Xian, Hong Wanfeng had also cultivated the Yaoqi Refining Essence True Explanation to the 7th layer, making her intimately familiar with this aura.
Wait. This isn't the 7th layer anymore, it's the 8th.
In just a moment, Jiang Wuque's cultivation technique advanced another realm, soaring upward like a rocket.
How did the ancestor manage to do this? Hong Wanfeng murmured in disbelief.
Beside her, Nangong Waner shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "This is perhaps the true gap between a genius and an ordinary person."
Jiang Wuque's entire focus was now on his cultivation technique.
The insights surging through his mind were outpacing the very speed of his cultivation's advancement. He felt as though he could already glimpse the shadow of an emperor-level cultivation technique.
8th layer. The 9th layer.
The problem of the incomplete cultivation technique that had plagued the sacred land of Yaoqi was effortlessly resolved by him.
He even managed to optimize the entire technique.
The refined technique now possessed greater power than before, while its entry requirements had been significantly lowered.
The final hurdle. Jiang Wuque had resolved to deduce the non-existent 10th layer of the cultivation technique.
The layer that could truly cultivate one to the level of a great emperor.
Countless profound insights flashed rapidly through Jiang Wuque's mind, and the embryonic form of the 10th layer began to gradually emerge.
At the same time, the skies above the sacred land of the Jade Pool gradually darkened. Pitch-black calamity clouds began to brew, as if the heavens themselves sensed an emperor-grade cultivation technique emerging into the world. Such immense commotion alarmed everyone within the sacred grounds of the Jade Pool. Xiao Meyer and the remaining elders hurried to the side hall.
What is happening? Sect Master, how could the legendary calamity clouds descend upon us? Luo Xian stared sullenly at the violent thunder raging on the horizon. I don't know either. How could tribulation clouds appear? As she spoke, Luo Xian's gaze fell upon Jiang Wuque. Could it be? The next moment, the sky suddenly cleared. The vast, oppressive calamity clouds vanished in an instant. At the same time, Luo Xian could no longer sense Jiang Wuque's presence. Chapter 13, the Imperial Grade Martial Art emerges.
Within the 10,000 Splendors Hall.
Who would have thought your comprehension would be so extraordinary? A voice tinged with amusement abruptly rang out.
Jiang Wuque slowly opened his eyes, his expression impassive.
Didn't I tell you not to come looking for me?
Heh, just because you said not to come doesn't mean I won't.
I wanted to find you, what can you do about it?
As the words fell, a woman clad in a purple rainbow robe suddenly materialized within the grand hall. Her steps were light and graceful, her bare feet pale and delicate, her toes pink and adorable.
Yet, an aura of enchanting allure emanated from her.
This allure wasn't the forced, affected kind, but a sophisticated charm. Merely standing there, she made people involuntarily fall under her spell, drawn to her irresistibly. Ji Longyue slowly turned, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty that filled Jiang Wuque's vision.
Oh my, I thought you might be surprised to see me after all, I am quite beautiful.
Ji Longyue covered her pale pink lips and giggled. Before Jiang Wuque could respond, Ji Longyue pouted her lips and murmured with a hint of reproach.
Honestly, you're such a headache. Sneaking into my domain without a word, and worst of all, not letting anyone find you. Fine, I wouldn't have looked for you anyway. I could have turned a blind eye. But then you go and make such a huge scene today. If I hadn't covered for you, who knows how much attention you would have drawn. Jiang Wuque felt his face flush with embarrassment upon hearing this. Alright, no need to explain. I've forgiven you already. After all, I'm actually quite pleased you came to see me. Ji Longyue's tone was cheerful, genuinely pleased by Jiang Wuque's visit.
Ji Longyue fell silent. Her words seemed to hold layers of meaning he couldn't fully grasp. Moreover, she didn't seem to harbor much ill will. She had almost unleashed the swallowing heaven and devouring moon technique but then held back.
Hey, were you thinking about doing something rude just now?
Ji Longyue puffed out her cheeks, looking indignantly upset. My senses are quite sharp when it comes to certain matters.
Sorry.
I forgive you.
After all, you are quite handsome.
Ji Longyue's expression softened into a smile again. She propped her chin on one hand, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Wuque's face.
Where are you at now?
Almost done. As the words fell, a golden-hued codex materialized out of thin air.
An emperor-tier cultivation technique.
Ji Longyue stared blankly at the spectacle, her eyes reflecting a hint of awe. Even as an emperor herself, she had never witnessed an emperor-grade cultivation technique manifest in the mortal world. The difficulty involved was incomparable. Breaking through to emperor level meant only you reached that realm. Creating an emperor-grade cultivation technique, however, opened the door for others to achieve emperorhood. This also indirectly proved that even among the already scarce number of emperors, Jiang Wuque belonged to the most astonishingly exceptional group.
Jiang Wuque tossed the purple jade token. The golden codex seemed guided by an unseen force, sinking into the purple jade.
The token burst into brilliant light, its purple hue fading completely as it transformed into pure gold.
Name it. Ji Longyue spoke.
A cultivation technique capable of directly connecting to the great emperor was already the pinnacle of this world's arts, naturally requiring a new name.
Ji Longyue spoke. Through Jiang Wuque's refinement, this cultivation technique had undergone a complete transformation. It could now transform all the spiritual energy within the body into Han Yuan spiritual energy.
This spirit energy was exceptionally potent, surpassing ordinary spirit energy by several orders of magnitude. Thus, the name proved quite fitting. After stowing away the purple jade token, Jiang Wuque produced a tea set and brewed a pot of spiritual tea. All who come are guests, especially since you helped me today.
Please, sit down.
The spirit tea was the 5th grade Bifashun, which was naturally quite ordinary compared to what Ji Longyue usually drank. Many leaders of major factions had gifted her spiritual teas before, the lowest grade being 7th grade. But the person brewing it made all the difference, elevating the tea to a whole new level.
Oomph, you little rascal. At least you have a conscience. Jiang Wuque.
He always felt this woman's words were odd. I told you not to mock me in your heart.
I can sense it. Sorry. It's fine.
I forgive you, Ji Longyue said with a beaming smile.
By the way, what did you mean when you said I could come to you?
At this question, Ji Longyue seemed genuinely puzzled.
Wait, how did you become an emperor? This unexpected question left Jiang Wuque momentarily dumbfounded.
He had become an emperor with the system's assistance, after all.
You didn't consume the heavenly Dao core.
Ji Longyue stared blankly at Jiang Wuque, as if he were some kind of monster.
What the hell is the heavenly Dao core? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could anyone become an emperor without the heavenly Dao's aid? Ji Longyue seemed to sink into self-doubt.
Watching her like this, Jiang Wuque found it rather amusing. Despite her enchantingly beautiful face, her dazed expression was surprisingly endearing.
Why can't one become an emperor without the heavenly Dao core? Ji Longyue heard Jiang Wuque's simple question as pure pretentiousness and showboating.
Without the Dao core, it's difficult to condense the Dao seed, making it nearly impossible to break through to emperorhood.
Oh, is that so? What do you mean, oh?
Ji Longyue felt her composure cracking. Guarding the abyss was already a grueling duty, but accepting the benefits of the heavenly Dao inevitably came with a price. That price was guarding a place that posed a threat to this world. She'd assumed Jiang Wuque had come to guard the abyss alongside her, but it turned out he was an ultimate prodigy able to ascend to emperor without needing the core.
This meant Jiang Wuque wouldn't have to grind away like she did.
At this thought, Ji Longyue glared at Jiang Wuque with a look of resentment. Then she explained the entire situation to Jiang Wuque.
I see. Ji Longyue's eyes widened in realization.
This was essentially like taking out a loan, reaping the benefits first and repaying the debt later. Anyway, I don't care. Since I helped you this time, you're coming with me next time there's a disturbance in the Tianyuan. Ji Longyue immediately threw a tantrum, rolling around on the floor as if to say, if you don't agree, I'm not getting up.
I can agree for now, but I'll need to check things out later. If it feels off, I'm outta here.
Hearing this, Ji Longyue, who had been lying on the ground throwing a tantrum, immediately sat up and smiled. You little rascal, you're so kind to me.
Why don't we just become cultivation partners? We're a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Put. Jiang Wuque spit out a mouthful of tea. What the hell? We just met, what kind of Dao companionship is this? Ji Longyue looked slightly aggrieved. I've never even tasted a man's touch since childhood. All I did was cultivate within my clan. After finally achieving the rank of Great Emperor, I have to come here to repay debts. She turned to look at Jiang Wuque again. My dear, we're both Great Emperors, perfectly matched. I'm not exactly ugly either. Won't you just give in to me? Hold on. I can see right through you just want someone to help you pay off your debts. I'm not that bad. I'm a good woman. I'm serious about this. Just think about it, okay? As she spoke, Ji Longyue drew closer, a peculiar yet sweet fragrance emanating from her. Jiang Wuque swallowed hard, even catching sight of the fine downy hairs on her face. Bang! Bang! Just then, several loud bangs echoed from the entrance of the Grand Hall. Chapter 14, The Three Sects Arrive. Luo Xian's face was etched with anxiety. She had just lost connection with the grand array of the Manhwa Hall. What on earth is happening? Could something have happened to the ancestor? Hong Luanfeng also looked anxious, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Why don't we try blasting through the formation with spiritual energy? Nangong Wan'er, the most level-headed among them, surprisingly proposed this extremely violent solution. Yet none of the others objected. The calamity clouds that had appeared earlier had terrified them, fearing something terrible had happened inside the 10,000 Flowers Hall. No need to panic. Just as they were about to act, Jiang Wuque's voice echoed from within the hall. Luo Xian also realized she could once again connect with the formation. Upon entering the hall, the women were astonished to find another beauty of celestial grace within. However, the beauty's complexion looked rather poor. Ancestor, what was that just now? Nothing to worry about. The cultivation technique simulation is complete. Take a look. With that, Jiang Wuque tossed the golden jade token across the room. Though she had anticipated it, she hadn't expected the ancestor to actually finish it, and in such a short time. Her divine sense entered the jade token. Instantly, a vast and profound torrent of knowledge surged directly into her mind. Ugh! Luo Xian rolled her eyes, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Jiang Wuque acted swiftly, catching her. Sect leader! Ancestor, what has happened to the sect leader? The goddesses looked flustered, unsure of what had transpired. No need to panic. Your sect leader has merely been shaken to her core by the cultivation technique. She will awaken soon. Ji Longyue stood behind them, arms crossed over her chest. Sure enough, within a minute, Luo Xian slowly regained consciousness. The first thing she did upon waking was look toward Jiang Wuque. Ancestor. Could it be that? Exactly. I intended to inform you first, but even someone of your cultivation couldn't withstand it. So I sealed it away for now. Luo Xian pressed her lips together. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Wuque, her gaze tinged with astonishment and doubt. Who exactly are you? Jiang Wuque pressed a finger to her soft, crimson lips. I am merely the ancestor of the sacred land of Yaoqi. No other identity. Understand? Luo Xian nodded upon hearing this. She then turned to Ji Longyue beside her and asked, Ancestor, who is this? Before Jiang Wuque could answer, Ji Longyue piped up, I'm your ancestor's suitor, still working on it. Remember to give me lots of support, okay? With that, Ji Longyue leaned her face close to Jiang Wuque, preparing to flash her sweetest smile. But Jiang Wuque pushed her away with disdain. Ignore her. She's a new acquaintance I made recently, her name is Ji Longyue. Hearing this, Ji Longyue started acting up again. You little rascal, you're such a heartbreaker, you bad man. After all I've done for you, you call me just a friend? Jiang Wuque's face darkened at her words. Could you tone down the drama? Next time, just call me when you're heading to Tianyuan. Now, let's get moving. Look at him, the bad man. Pulls his pants up and forgets his friends. Oomph. Ji Longyue puckered her lips, muttered a complaint at Jiang Wuque, then vanished from the spot. This display of movement left the elders utterly stunned. Truly, as the ancestor's friend, he was no slouch. Alright, pass the new technique around among yourselves. If anything is unclear, come ask me. Jiang Wuque walked to the center of the 10,000 Flowers Hall and closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Deriving an emperor-grade cultivation technique was incredibly taxing on the mind. Even at his current realm, it was pushing his limits. But the rewards were substantial indeed. With the optimized new cultivation technique, the strength of the sacred land of Yaoqi would see a significant boost. Practitioners like Luo Xian and Hong Luanfeng had been stuck at the peak of the Daoyan realm for years due to their cultivation techniques. Now that Jiang Wuque had provided them with a completely new cultivation technique, they should be able to break through to the Great Sage realm very soon. Seeing Jiang Wuque resting with his eyes closed, several elders who hadn't yet grasped the situation gathered around. Master Sect Leader, what exactly happened? Please explain it to us. Luo Xian took a deep breath. Last night, the Patriarch needed to repair the cultivation technique, we all know that much. Then, today, it was completed. Completed! The women were utterly stunned by this news. Master, you're not joking? Repairing a cultivation technique is no simple task. At the very least, one must already know the technique. First you learn it, then you repair it. The time required for that is easily decades. And now you tell me you finished it in a single night? This wasn't just shocking, it bordered on absurd. If you don't believe me, take a look. Luo Xian passed the golden jade token around for the elders to examine. The true method of the primordial mystic pool, even the name is different. Could our ancestor truly? All the women present fell into an eerie silence. Is this what a true genius looks like? The gap is truly like a chasm.
Enough, no need to feel so downcast.
The ancestor's talents extend far beyond this. Don't compare yourselves to him. Luo Xian comforted the group. She's right.
We should focus on our cultivation and strive to break through to higher realms sooner.
Hong Wanfeng was eager to get started. She hadn't forgotten Jiang Wuque's words from yesterday. Her cultivation was too low to fight alongside Jiang Wuque.
Breaking through to a higher realm was now her greatest pursuit.
Luo Xian nodded in agreement. Third Elder is right. Rapid breakthroughs are our primary task. Let's not disappoint the ancestors' expectations. Meanwhile,
Li Jin Daoist and his two companions had already reached the skies above the sacred grounds of the Yaoqi. They concealed their presence, choosing not to reveal themselves immediately.
What's that at the center of the Yaoqi sect? A golden pool? Niu Hongyuan asked in a muffled voice. The golden threaded Yaoqi?
Li Jin Daoist's face paled in horror at the sight.
Wasn't this marvelous realm long since dried up? How did the Yaoqi sect manage this?
Hey, old man Li Jin, why are you so shocked?
Could this pool have some special origin? Li Jin Daoren shot Niu Hongyuan a glare. Of course, this object is no ordinary thing. Soaking in it can greatly accelerate cultivation progress. But wasn't it long since dried up? How could it? Li Jin Daoran would never forget his master's yearning for the Yaoqi sect back when he was still a disciple. His words still echoed in Li Jin's ears. What a pity I'm not a woman.
Otherwise, I joined the sacred land of Yaoqi no matter what, just to experience the legendary golden threaded pool of Yaoqi. Back then, he had no understanding of the Yaoqi Holy Land's power. By the time he had grown strong, the Yaoqi Holy Land had already declined. Now, signs pointed to the Yaoqi sect reviving its former glory, a prospect that filled him with dread.
No! The Yaoqi sect must not be allowed to rise again. Daoist Li Jin's eyes burned crimson.
Gentlemen, we must alter our negotiation strategy. We need to take a tougher stance.
Chapter 15, Confidence? Interesting.
The Qingxian Sword Sect, the Barbarian Wilderness Sect, and the Blood Slaughter Sect all have come to our sacred Yaoqi grounds together.
What brings you here? Luo Xian frowned, clearly wary of the trio's visit. Hearing Luo Xian's tone, Daoist Li Jin's expression darkened with anger.
How dare this mere little girl speak to him in such a tone? Not only was his status a rank higher than hers, but her strength couldn't hold a candle to his either. How dare she speak to him like this? He was about to rebuke her, but then Li Jin Daoran glanced at the man seated directly above the main hall. The man, clad in a jet-black Taoist robe, sat with his eyes closed, feigning sleep. Seeing him, the words on his lips vanished. When Li Jin Daoran had tested the waters earlier, he found he could sense no trace of this man's aura. He seemed as insubstantial as air, yet sat there tangibly. Is this truly a quasi-emperor? Why does he feel so different from the others? Li Jin Daoran thought to himself. He had encountered other quasi-emperors before, but none had been as completely imperceptible as Jiang Wuque. How bizarre. Li Jin Daoran heightened his inner vigilance. Master Luo, we come today bearing peace and goodwill.
What do you mean? Luo Xian was confused, unsure what these men were up to.
The Blood Demon Sect cultivator spoke in a hoarse voice. There have been minor frictions in the past.
How about we put all that behind us from now on?
Before the sacred land of the Jade Pool could respond, discord erupted among the trio themselves.
Niu Hongyuan shot the Blood Demon Sect elder a displeased look.
They had clearly agreed to take a tougher stance earlier.
What good would this conciliatory attitude do?
With that thought, he stepped forward. The three of us are here to inform you, from now on, none of us will acknowledge the others. Our four sects will mind our own business. As Niu Hongyuan spoke, Li Jin Daoran and the Blood Slaughter Sect's old Taoists stood tall, their chests puffed out, staring straight at Jiang Wuque. Clearly, they were silently backing Niu Hongyuan through this silent display.
Niu Hongyuan's bold stance wasn't without reason.
Just moments ago, the three of them had received news. The quasi-emperor of the Union sect had confirmed plans to retaliate against the Yaoqi sect in half a month. Moreover, they had successfully made contact with that quasi-emperor. The other party had instructed them to speak directly, ordering them to first test the waters at the Yaoqi sacred ground.
Then the three quasi-emperors would personally intervene. If the news was true, the Yaoqi Holy Land would undoubtedly face imminent destruction.
This is precisely the boldest confidence behind their audacious provocation. At such a critical juncture, surely the mysterious quasi-emperor of the Yaoqi sect wouldn't want to create more enemies for his sect.
Notification? A voice suddenly rang out within the grand hall.
Jiang Wuque had opened his eyes at some point. His eyes blazed with an unsettling intensity.
You arrogant bastard. You dare speak so boldly on my turf? Daoist Li Jian stepped forward, speaking with measured composure. Senior, you misunderstand. We come in peace. Wouldn't it be better if we each mind our own business?
Then what about the secret realm of my sacred land, the pool of immortality, which you forcibly seized and plundered in the past? The Blood Demon Sect cultivator stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Jian Daoist.
Senior, you misunderstand. We did not seize it by force.
Everything was done through legitimate means.
If you don't believe me, ask Sect Master Luo. Ha 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 ha.
You three are truly amusing, putting on this little show for me, singing in perfect harmony.
Jiang Wuque couldn't help but laugh aloud. He rose slowly, his body erupting with an aura as deep as an abyss and as vast as the sea.
This overwhelming pressure instantly crushed the three below, forcing them to lower their heads.
How tedious. He'd assumed these three sects were sensible enough to come here to apologize, cede territory, and pay reparations.
Instead, they had the audacity to summon him first.
As the great emperor, did Jiang Wuque really need this black bastard to notify him? Bloodshot eyes bulged from Niu Hongyuan's head as he strained every ounce of strength to resist Jiang Wuque's overwhelming pressure. Do you not fear making three more enemies by acting thus? Niu Hongyuan intended to play his final card.
If Jiang Wuque refused to yield, their three sects would join forces with the Hahuan sect elders to besiege the sacred grounds of the Jade Pool.
Your three sects possess this inexplicable confidence. Do you truly think yourselves so important?
Jiang Wuque spoke without emotion, his pressure intensifying.
The weakest of the Blood Slaughter sect elders was already bent double under the weight of it.
Niu Hongyuan gasped for breath, his face drained of color.
Gritting his teeth, he spat, 3 quasi-emperors of the Huanhuan sect are on their way here. Are you certain you wish to attack us? Hearing this, Jiang Wuque finally understood. No wonder these three were so stubborn they'd betrayed the Huanhuan sect.
A smirk curved Jiang Wuque's lips as he strode toward them.
With each step forward, the three men bent lower at the waist.
By the time he reached them, they could no longer hold themselves upright and collapsed to their knees.
Despair filled Li Jian Doran's eyes. Was the gap between a late great sage and a quasi-emperor truly this vast? Why, even when they gave their all, could they not even withstand the opponent's aura? Where is Waner? I'm here, ancestor. Nandong Waner emerged from the rear of the hall. How many secret realms do these three sects possess in total? Ancestor, the Qingxian Sword sect possesses 7 secret realms, the Barbarian Wilderness sect has 6, and the Bloodslaughter sect holds 4. Nandong Waner answered with meticulous precision, detailing the exact number of secret realms each sect controlled. Very well. Each of your 3 sects shall retain 1 secret realm.
The remainder shall all belong to the sacred land of Yaoqi.
Jiang Wuque swept his arm dramatically, issuing the order directly to the 3. No! You can't do this. This is outright robbery.
Niu Hongyuan struggled to lift his head, his eyes wide as copper bells, glaring fixedly at Jiang Wuque.
Did you think I was negotiating with you? I'm informing you got it? Bandits? Playing the saint with me? When you snatched the sacred land's secret realms, did it not occur to you that you were the bandits?
Jiang Wuque slammed his foot down hard on the man's dark face, forcing Niu Hongyuan's already strained head back down.
Now that it's happening to you, you finally feel the pain? Upon hearing this, Daoist Li Jian attempted one last desperate struggle. Don't you fear the quasi-emperor of the Union sect?
The words reached Jiang Wuque's ears, but he paid them no mind.
Do you think just because 3 worthless nobodies are coming, you can cling to false hope?
Jiang Wuque paused, then shifted his tone.
Very well. The secret realm handover shall be set for half a month hence.
It will be the perfect opportunity for you to be thoroughly convinced. Jiang Wuque withdrew his imposing aura, and the 3 immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
The Blood Demon Sect elder gasped for breath, clearly at his limit. Notify your sects to prepare for the secret realm.
After this ordeal, the 3 dared not utter a word. Each took out their communication spirit talismans to relay the message.
Niu Hongyuan and Li Jian Daoran bowed their heads, clenching their fists.
When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. This was precisely such a situation.
After completing these tasks, Niu Hongyuan muttered under his breath, "Let's go." Daoist Li Jian and the Blood Demon Sect elder followed closely behind, intending to leave the 10,000 Flowers Hall. When did I say you could leave? Chapter 16, Nonsense. Jiang Wuque watched the 3 with keen interest. Half a month later, the Huanhuan sect would come knocking. How could this process be complete without an audience?
Seeing how defiant these 3 were, Jiang Wuque would have to train them into complete submission, making their journey to the sacred land of Yaoqi worthwhile.
What do you mean, sir? Must you be so relentlessly aggressive? Daoist Li Jian's face paled, his heart tightening. He knew this matter would likely not end well. Jiang Wuque extended his palm. Nandong Waner immediately understood and handed him a brown piece of paper.
80 years ago, you wounded 2 elders of our sect in a dispute over a yang restoring flower. 120 years ago, you colluded with the other 2 sects to pressure the sacred land of Yaoqi, seizing 3 secret realms.
Jiang Wuque addressed Li Jian Daoran.
and Niu Hongyuan of the Barbarian Wilderness Sect, abusing his power 69 years ago to intercept a shipment of resources from the sacred land of Yaoqi, then refusing to acknowledge it afterward. Your misdeeds are numerous and heinous.
There are many more after these. Must I recount them all? Hearing this, Taoist Li Jian's face turned ashen.
This world is a jungle where the weak are preyed upon by the strong.
Our actions were justified. Jiang Wuque scoffed. I never said your methods were wrong.
It is indeed survival of the fittest. But now, you're nothing but fish on my chopping block.
As the words fell, the three were suddenly seized by a powerful force, rendered utterly immobile.
Terrified, they realized they couldn't speak or wield their powers. Such a bizarre tactic sent them into a complete panic. With a flick of Jiang Wuque's finger, the trio was pinned mid-air above the sacred grounds of the Yaoqi pool, spread-eagled in an utterly humiliating position. The commotion naturally drew the attention of numerous disciples.
Look! Who are those? Why are there three old men? That's Taoist Li Jian from the Qingxian sword sect.
I saw him at the Ling Mountain sword debate last time. He bullied our sect repeatedly.
How did he end up looking like this?
And that's the Grand Elder of the Barbarian Wilderness Sect, along with the old Taoist from the Blood Slaughter Sect.
What's going on?
This is hilarious. The gaze of the disciples below utterly stripped the three of their dignity.
MMMPH. Niu Hongyuan's veins bulged as he strained with all his might, yet he couldn't break free.
He could only watch helplessly as they became monkeys in a zoo, at the mercy of others. After dealing with the three, Jiang Wuque turned his gaze to the elders.
How is the circulation of the cultivation techniques progressing? Have the core disciples all mastered them?
The elders exchanged glances, their faces beaming with delight.
Especially Luo Zian and Hong Wanfeng, their aura had grown increasingly complete.
It seemed they would soon break through to the great sage realm.
Jiang Wuque nodded in satisfaction. The direct disciples have mostly mastered the cultivation techniques, but it's fine, go ahead. Holy Maiden Lu Yanan has not mastered the technique.
Hong Wanfeng said, head bowed.
What happened? Her talent should be the best.
Jiang Wuque felt profoundly puzzled.
Everyone, return to your quarters. Elder Hong, have Lu Yanran come see me.
Yes, ancestor.
Outside Lu Yanan's cave residence. Lure, are you in the cave?
Hearing her master's voice, Lu Yanan immediately halted her cultivation and stepped out to greet him. Seeing her master arrive, the gloom on Lu Yanan's face lifted slightly. Master, I failed to break through my cultivation technique again today.
You. What on earth are you thinking? Why haven't you mastered the new cultivation technique yet? Hong Wanfeng sighed deeply before continuing, but never mind. The ancestor wishes to see you and help resolve your cultivation issues. Come with me.
At the mention of the ancestor, Lu Yanan paled instantly, her expression shifting like a mouse encountering a cat.
The ancestor. Can I not see the ancestor?
Lu Yanran's face fell, her voice dripping with pitiful pleading. At this point, Hong Wanfeng finally noticed something was off about the other person. In truth, she had sensed it the very day the golden thread pool opened. But since Lu Yanan refused to tell her, there was nothing she could do. Now, however, this unease had begun to affect her cultivation.
Hong Wanfeng could no longer stand idly by. What exactly are you hiding from your master? Why do you refuse to see the ancestor? Hong Wanfeng's tone was unusually stern.
Lu Yanran lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. These past few days, whenever she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with nothing but Jiang Wuque's image. Even in the dead of night, a flame would rise within her lower abdomen, tempting her to do something forbidden. This spellbound state steadily eroded her mind, pushing Lu Yanan to the brink of her limits.
Why won't you tell your master? Speak, lure. Hong Wanfeng's questioning persisted, her voice rising in pitch.
The patriarch, he. Lu Yanran stammered, unable to form a complete sentence.
Speak. Hearing this, Lu Yanan seemed driven to desperation, blurting out without restraint. The reason I can't cultivate the technique is because I think about the ancestor every single day.
Lu Yanran shouted this sentence with every ounce of strength she had left. After speaking, her entire body seemed to lose all strength. For a moment, the two stunningly beautiful figures froze in place.
Hong Wanfeng, in particular, wore utter disbelief across her face.
Her chest heaved violently, as if her heart might leap from her throat. Her figure was accentuated to perfection by the sheer red palace robe she wore.
After Lu Yanan's provocation, her chest heaved even more violently. Lure, what do you mean by this?
Explain yourself clearly. Having reached this point, Lu Yanan knew she could no longer conceal the truth.
With a sense of resignation, she blurted out.
I think of the old ancestor every single day while eating, while cultivating, even while sleeping.
But I can't control it. I don't know what to do. Master, please save Lure.
The moment these words left her lips, a terrifying thought exploded within Hong Wanfeng's mind.
She stared at Lu Yanan in utter disbelief. Though the Yaoqi Sacred Land was a female cultivation sect, Hong Wanfeng wasn't ignorant.
She might not have eaten pork, but she'd certainly seen pigs run.
Judging by Lu Yanan's expression, there was only one possible explanation. Her precious disciple, the holy maiden of the sacred pool, had developed feelings for the patriarch. Lu Yanran slumped in her chair, her jade-like legs clamped tightly around the silk skirt between them. Her cherry lips trembled slightly, the corners of her eyes reddened, and faint, choked sobs escaped her mouth. One hand pressed against her cherry lips, the other clutched desperately at her chest, fingers sinking into astonishing softness though she remained oblivious to the sensation. An unprecedented panic spread through her heart, yet this sensation carried an inexplicable thrill that compelled her to continue. I just kept thinking about the patriarch. I couldn't control myself. I still want. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Wicked disciple. How dare you blaspheme the ancestor like this? Hong Wanfeng's face had never shown such panic. Fearing Lu Yanan might utter something even more shocking, she hurriedly silenced her. This was the patriarch of their sacred Yao pool, revered for 10,000 years, a patriarch of near-emperor cultivation. To them, she was the hero who had led the entire sect to its golden age. How could Lu Yanran be permitted to spout such nonsense here? Do you know who that is? Our venerable ancestor. How dare you harbor such blasphemous thoughts? It's utterly audacious. Hong Wanfeng was so enraged she could barely speak, her face twisted with fury as she glared at Lu Yanran. The scene fell silent for a moment. Hong Wanfeng drew a deep breath before sighing with disappointment. Follow me to see the ancestor. Let him decide. Chapter 17, Rapid Progress. Master, must we really see the patriarch? Guilt flashed in Lu Yanan's eyes as she pleaded pitifully. Your cultivation progress is unsatisfactory. The patriarch specifically requested to see you. What choice do I have? Hong Wanfeng's tone remained one of disappointment. What on earth should she do? She had no clue whatsoever. What if the patriarch flew into a rage? Whose side should she take? Her cherished disciple, whom she had raised since childhood, or the venerable ancestor she held in such high regard? And if she couldn't conceal this matter, how could she possibly explain it to the sect master and the elders? Han Luanfeng's thoughts were tangled like a ball of yarn cut them, and they only grew more chaotic. Alright, master, I'll do as you say and go see the ancestor. But you have to promise me one thing. You little brat, now you're making demands on me? Hong Wanfeng had no intention of agreeing, but faced with Lu Yanran's desperate pleas, she finally relented. Sigh, what is it? Go ahead. Don't tell the patriarch the truth just yet. I'll try my best to stop thinking about him and gradually let go. You. Hong Wanfeng took a deep breath and nodded. What a terrible thing to do. Manhwa Hall. Jiang Wuque stood in the center of the grand hall, holding a book. This position had originally belonged to Luo Zian, but Jiang Wuque had now claimed it as his own. Upon seeing Hong Wanfeng escorting Lu Yanan inside, he set the book down and fixed his gaze upon Lu Yanan. Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, ancestor. Lu Yanan's eyes darted nervously around the room, unable to meet her own ancestor's gaze. This reunion left her far more flustered than she had anticipated. Even her breathing had grown slightly hurried. You seem a bit nervous. Jiang Wuque's gaze was gentle as he offered soft reassurance. He considered himself not a strict person. If her cultivation progress was slow, so be it, as long as she could eventually catch up. Moreover, the weight of reviving the sacred land of Yaoqi never rested on any single person, but on all the disciples. However, Holy Maiden Lu Yanan did indeed play a crucial role in this endeavor. Typically, the Holy Maiden was considered the next generation's successor to the sect leader. Therefore, Jiang Wuque paid her considerable attention. Jiang Wuque's gentle words brushed against Lu Yanan's heart, causing her very core to tremble violently. Sure enough, upon reuniting with the one she had longed for day and night, Lu Yanran found herself far less composed than she had imagined. Beside her, Hong Wanfeng's fragrant shoulders were drenched in sweat from nervousness. She glanced at Lu Yanran, her eyes pleading, "Say something." But the latter seemed completely lost in her own world. Lu Yanran, the patriarch is asking you a question. Answer him. At her master's voice, Lu Yanran snapped back to reality. Forgive me, Grandmaster, I. Lu Yanran desperately wanted to speak, but facing Jiang Wuque's flawlessly handsome face, she found herself utterly speechless, as if a fishbone had lodged in her throat. Senior Hong, no offense, but you shouldn't be so harsh on your disciple. It's just a minor setback in her cultivation breakthrough, a trifling matter. Hong Wanfeng lowered her head, her chin resting on a patch of astonishingly fair skin. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How could I be strict with my disciple? It's all because this girl wants to devour you, Grandmaster. What else could I do? Perhaps you should step outside. I wish to speak with the Holy Maiden alone. Hearing this, Hong Wanfeng sucked in a sharp breath. What if Lu Yanran said something even more shocking while she was gone? Ancestor, perhaps I should remain here. This child is somewhat. Do as I say. Step outside. I know how to handle this. Hong Wanfeng's eyes darted nervously. She knew the ancestor must be misunderstanding, completely unaware that Lu Yanan had become this way precisely because of the ancestor. The situation had spiraled beyond her control. Yes, ancestor. Hong Wanfeng desperately wanted to stay, but she had no choice but to obey Jiang Wuque's orders. A single-minded path had become a dead end on both ends.
In the end, Hong Wanfeng could only bow and leave the 10,000 Splendors Hall. Now, only Lu Yanan and Jiang Wuque remained. Jiang Wuque rose from his seat atop the hall and slowly approached Lu Yanan. With each step he took, Lu Yanran's breathing grew heavier. The fabric against her back was soaked through with sweat, radiating a subtle, mature charm. Jiang Wuque produced 2 meditation cushions and gestured for Lu Yanan to sit. He suspected his imposing presence might have caused her tension, so he sat facing her to emphasize his approachable nature. I told you not to be nervous. Jiang Wuque chuckled softly before brewing a pot of calming, spirit-focusing tea. That smile seemed to strike a chord deep within Lu Yanran. She felt her mouth go dry, a tingling sensation spread through her heart, and a surge of heat rose from her lower abdomen. I just want to pull the old ancestor into my arms and play with him fiercely. Such a shocking thought startled Lu Yanran herself. She slowly lifted her gaze to the old ancestor, etching the image of him earnestly brewing tea into her mind. Try some. Watching Jiang Wuque offer her the spiritual tea, Lu Yanran swallowed hard before reaching out to accept it. Taking a small sip, it truly worked. Her mind felt less chaotic. What level of cultivation have you reached now? Reporting to the patriarch, I've reached the 4th layer. The 4th layer. That is indeed a bit slow. Hearing this, Lu Yanran feared Jiang Wuque had lost faith in her and hastily apologized. I told you, there's no need to be so tense. If you wish, you can treat me as your peer. In truth, Jiang Wuque was quite correct. His bone age hadn't changed much, he was still 25. Lu Yanan, however, was already 35. While still young for a cultivator, in the mortal world she would likely be a mother of several children by now. Peer? Lu Yanran murmured to herself. Those 2 words seemed to unlock some forbidden door, sparking uncontrollable fantasies within her. If I'm the same generation as the patriarch, then doesn't that mean I could? Her body trembled slightly, and she quickly lowered her head. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Wuque thought she was startled. He hurriedly reassured her, it's just cultivation levels. Don't worry about it. If it really doesn't work out, let the ancestor help you. It's fine, ancestor. Lure can manage on her own. No need for formalities. Just extend your hand. Extend your hand. Lu Yanran bit her cherry red lips, her mind replaying those words over and over. What does the patriarch intend to do? Just as her thoughts were in turmoil, Jiang Wuque had already grasped Lu Yanan's fingers and closed his eyes to channel his cultivation technique. The complete mystic pool true art was perfected by Jiang Wuque himself. Therefore, every step of the technique was etched into his memory. What he was doing now was helping Lu Yanran activate the technique, allowing her to grasp it on her own. This approach was akin to providing the answer first, then solving the problem accordingly, greatly reducing the difficulty of grasping the technique. With his current cultivation level, accomplishing this was a piece of cake. Focus your mind. Feel the trajectory of the technique's flow, then silently recite the key principles. Jiang Wuque's words echoed in Lu Yanran's ears. She dismissed any distracting thoughts and poured her entire focus into comprehending the technique. If she failed even now, the patriarch would surely be disappointed in her. Lu Yanran would never allow that to happen. With Jiang Wuque's guidance, Lu Yanran made remarkable progress. Her innate talent was exceptional. Her previous inability to grasp the technique stemmed solely from her restless mind. Now, with her focus sharpened in Jiang Wuque's guidance, her progress was naturally swift. As time ticked by, Lu Yanan became utterly absorbed in her cultivation, unable to tear herself away. Outside the hall, however, Hong Wanfeng paced anxiously. Chapter 18, Second Layer of the Emperor Realm. Hope nothing goes wrong. Hong Wanfeng bit her nails, her face etched with worry as she gazed toward the gates of the Manhwa Hall. Just then, Luo Xian arrived at the palace entrance. Third Elder, what are you doing here? Seeing the ancestor? No, not exactly. Luo is meeting with the ancestor, and he won't let me in. Luo Xian looked puzzled. What do you mean he won't let you in? Well, the patriarch is busy, that's all. Luo Xian looked down at the garments in her hands and sighed. Busy, huh? Well, that's too bad. The golden thread pool is about to open, and I was thinking of making another set of clothes for the ancestor. Another set? What about that black robe with the black dragon pattern from last time? Hong Wanfeng recalled that set was quite lovely. She wondered what the sect leader meant by commissioning another one. At these words, Luo Xian's expression immediately grew slightly awkward. That set? I had it thoroughly cleaned for the patriarch and then put it away. I thought the patriarch had too few formal outfits, so I wanted to make a few more sets. After hearing Luo Xian's explanation, Hong Wanfeng nodded in agreement. The sect master was truly dependable, considering even such minor details. Unlike that troublesome disciple of hers, who was nothing but a headache. Beside her, Luo Xian breathed a sigh of relief, seeing she'd managed to gloss over the matter. She couldn't very well admit she'd harbored improper thoughts about a set of clothes, then secretly stashed it away to use as spell materials. Since the ancestor is occupied, I shall take my leave. The intellectually mature woman, feeling somewhat guilty, hurriedly departed. Hong Wanfeng was left waiting alone. After waiting another 2 hours, she sighed where she stood.
Then Hong Luanfeng too departed. She too was at a critical juncture, on the verge of breaking through to the Great Sage realm. She couldn't afford to waste time waiting. 2 days later, within the 10,000 Flowers Hall, Lu Yanan remained in meditation with eyes closed, utterly immersed in her cultivation. Jiang Wuque nodded approvingly at her. Indeed, after his guidance, Lu Yanran's progress had been remarkable. It seemed he did possess a natural talent for teaching. Jiang Wuque couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Well then, let's see what today's sign-in brings. Check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1,000 years of cultivation. As the system notification faded, a surge of pure spiritual energy surged within Jiang Wuque. He circulated the primordial mystic pool true art, absorbing all the spiritual energy. As the originator of the 10th layer of this cultivation technique, Jiang Wuque could naturally master it flawlessly, transcending the limitations of gender.
Name, Jiang Wuque. Age, 25. Cultivation level, 2nd tier of the Emperor Realm.
Weapon, Supreme Emperor Grade Weapon, Swallowing Heaven and Devouring Moon. Technique, Imperial Tier Foundational Technique, True Method of the Primordial Mystic Pool.
Divine Ability, Buddha's Realm in the Palm.
Yesterday, Jiang Wuque had declared 1,000 years of cultivation. Today, it was still 1,000 years. 2,000 years of cultivation instantly propelled Jiang Wuque's realm to the 2nd tier of the Emperor Realm. Jiang Wuque's face lit up with delight, feeling utterly marvelous. Cultivation at the Emperor level was like grinding stone. One's spiritual energy was like an ocean, and accumulating further was exceedingly difficult. Take himself as an example. Even with the aid of an Emperor-level cultivation technique, his daily progress remained painstakingly slow. Drawing 2,000 years of cultivation had only allowed him to break through 1 layer. The Emperor realm is splendid, but progressing further is just too difficult. Fortunately, with the system's support, his progress had been remarkably swift. Unlike other great emperors who spend their days in seclusion, slowly accumulating energy to break through realms.
Pushing these thoughts aside, Jiang Wuque turned his gaze toward Lu Yanan.
The mixed primordial energy enveloped her surroundings, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Jiang Wuque understood this was the sign that her cultivation technique had broken through to the 7th layer. Her cultivation technique had now surpassed her cultivation realm. In just 2 days, Lu Yanan had advanced from the peak of the Heart Certification realm to the mid-stage of the Divine Bridge realm. She had consecutively broken through 1 major realm and 1 minor realm. Such a pace of progress was terrifying, and Lu Yanan had achieved it entirely on her own, without relying on Jiang Wuque. Jiang Wuque merely played a supporting role, providing the spiritual energy Lu Yanan required for her breakthroughs.
He had indeed judged her correctly. Lu Yanan's talent surpassed even that of Luo Xian and the other elders. Even Endless Blossom Sect's disciple Duan Mufeng couldn't match the talent of the Lu Yanran standing before him. Oof.
Once her cultivation technique had fully advanced to the 7th layer, Lu Yanan let out a couple of soft hums before slowly opening her eyes.
Ancestor, Lure has done it.
A radiant smile spread across Lu Yanan's face as she opened her eyes. She sprang to her feet and threw herself into Jiang Wuque's arms, like a delighted child rushing into her parents' embrace.
I did it, Grandmaster. It's all thanks to you. Thank you so much. A faint smile also appeared on Jiang Wuque's face. He patted Lu Yanan's back, gesturing for her to rise.
Yanran, this is all down to your own talent.
The ancestor did nothing special. If you must thank anyone, thank yourself. But Lu Yanan refused to budge, clinging to Jiang Wuque like a spoiled little girl. Jiang Wuque assumed she was simply overjoyed, so he didn't push her away. He was completely oblivious to the fact that Lu Yanran, who had thrown herself into his arms, wore a look of rapture as she inhaled deeply, savoring the unique scent that belonged only to Jiang Wuque. Her heart wavered between self-reproach and exhilaration. I'm sorry, Ancestor. I'm sorry. Lure is a bad girl, a scheming woman, but it's not my fault. If blame must be placed, blame yourself, Ancestor. You are so gentle, like a ray of sunlight shining upon Lure's heart. It's all your fault, Ancestor. Seeing that the moment had passed, Lu Yanan withdrew her dazed gaze and rose from Jiang Wuque's embrace. Forgive me, Ancestor. Lure was simply too overjoyed. Jiang Wuque waved dismissively. It's nothing. Trivial matters. I understand. Then, hesitation flickered across Lu Yanan's face. Seeming to sense her hesitation, Jiang Wuque prompted, if you have something to say, speak freely. There's no need to hold back. If I encounter difficulties in my cultivation, may I still come to you? Jiang Wuque pondered for a moment before replying, if Elder Hong cannot resolve it for you, then come to me. If your progress is swift, the ancestor may grant you some rewards. At the word reward, Lu Yanran's heart skipped a beat. Rewards from the patriarch. What could they be? Lu Yanan couldn't stop wondering, her anticipation soaring to unimaginable heights. She longed to retreat into seclusion immediately to cultivate. Then receive the patriarch's reward. Thank you, Ancestor. You are the kindest. Then this lure will return to consolidate her cultivation. A radiant smile blossomed on Lu Yanan's face, complimenting her stunning figure. It perfectly embodied the phrase angelic face, devilish figure. Then she departed. Though her heart ached to linger, Lu Yanan knew that lingering any longer would surely reveal her weakness. Take your time. Don't rush off so recklessly. Only when she vanished at the hall's entrance did Jiang Wuque snap back to reality. Recalling the astonishing sensation from moments ago, Jiang Wuque chuckled to himself. Lu Yanan really was something, clearly in her 30s, yet she still acted like a child at the sacred Yao pool. After breaking through her cultivation realm just now, she'd actually been so overjoyed she'd practically thrown herself at him. Her heart was far too pure, devoid of any guard. While that might be acceptable within the sacred grounds of the Yaoqi, what if she were deceived outside? Sigh, Elder Hong really needs to teach her some sense. Jiang Wuque suddenly felt like an old father, worrying himself sick over her. Chapter 19, The Former Sect Leader. Stepping out of the 10,000 Splendors Hall, the bright smile on Lu Yanran's face gradually faded. She glanced back once more at the magnificent palace before her, narrowing her eyes slightly. If one looked closely, they would see her eyes filled with profound depth and burning intensity. The moment she stepped out of this place, she had changed. The gentle and charming holy maiden of old was no more. Ancestor, lure will not disappoint you. Not merely for the reward, but to earn your favor. Such an unthinkably treasonous thought must be buried deep within her heart. Before her plan succeeded, no one could know. Embracing Jiang Wuque was merely the first step in her plan. Lu Yanan glanced at her own slender, snow-white fingers, delicate as jade onions. She lowered her head, her swan-like jade neck glistening in the sunlight. Then, her delicate little nose pressed tightly against her fingers. With a soft intake of breath, a hazy look flickered in Lu Yanan's eyes. The ancestor's aura, it's the best. The next day. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1,000 years of physical cultivation. Body cultivation? This is rather interesting. The check-in system truly could produce anything today. It even offered physical cultivation. As far as he knew, the path of physical cultivation was extremely difficult to master. For ordinary people, advancing far along this path was practically impossible. It demanded relentless perseverance and consumed vast resources. The system granting him 1,000 years of physical cultivation progress was naturally a tremendous surprise. Jiang Wuque silently commanded, "Activate." A wave of excruciating pain washed over Jiang Wuque. His body underwent drastic changes as his bones solidified and his muscle density increased. Jiang Wuque closed his eyes and calmed his mind, relying on his cultivation to resist the indescribable agony. After the cataclysmic change, perhaps he would possess unrivaled power. During this time, an uninvited guest sought out Luo Zian. "Senior sister, why have you returned?" Luo Zian stared in utter bewilderment at the woman who had suddenly appeared before her. Though she addressed her as senior sister, her tone held no trace of joy. Li Qingmeng strode into the room without hesitation, a trace of anger still visible on her face. "While traveling abroad, I heard that Yaoqi sect has now provoked 3 sects of the Qingxian sword sect simultaneously. How on earth are you managing as sect leader? How did this situation even arise?" Li Qingmeng didn't bother inquiring about the cause of the incident, launching into a barrage of scolding from the very start. Luo Zian's expression darkened. Her senior sister had been the previous sect leader of the sacred grounds of Yaoqi. While their master was still alive, she had been stripped of her position for secretly embezzling vast amounts of sect resources. Her master had stripped her of the position, passing it to Luo Zian instead. Since then, this senior sister had been traveling the world, returning to the sect only to demand cultivation resources. "Senior sister, why do you never bother to ask about the reasons? You just jump straight to blaming me?" Luo Zian's words only fueled Li Qingming's anger further. She had already been deeply displeased that Luo Zian had usurped her position as sect leader, and now she was openly defying her. "I care not what transpired, but offending 3 major first-rate factions simultaneously, is that not a fact?" Luo Zian shook her head, unwilling to explain further. "Our patriarch can resolve everything." Seeing this, Li Qingmeng sneered coldly, "Absurd. What patriarch? And a male one at that? When has our Yaoqi sect ever had a male patriarch? You're clearly bewitched by him. The Yaoqi sect is on the brink of ruin because of you. Do you even realize that?" Luo Zian frowned deeply. "If our patriarch could annihilate the Joyful Demon Sect, doesn't that prove everything? What Joyful Demon Sect? Never heard of it. What minor faction is that?" Li Qingmeng had spent the past 5 or 6 decades traveling beyond the borders, so she hadn't heard of the Joyful Demon Sect. She only knew of the top-tier sects like the Qingxian sword sect that held sway over them. The secret realms Yaoqi sect had seeded in recent years were largely orchestrated by Li Qingmeng herself. Faced with the overt and covert oppression from the 3 sects, Li Qingmeng had largely adopted a submissive stance. Today they demanded 5 cities, tomorrow 10. This relentless extraction only accelerated the Yaoqi sect's decline. Taking a deep breath, Luo Zian steadied her emotions. She had nothing more to say to this traitorous senior sister. "Let's go, senior sister. I am now the sect leader. The Yaoqi sacred land doesn't need your meddling." At these words, Li Qingmeng flew into a rage. "You insolent fool! Have you forgotten who granted you this position of sect leader?
In Li Qingming's mind, she believed that by relinquishing the position to Luo Zian owed her a debt of gratitude, and the Yaoqi sect owed her a debt of gratitude. She hadn't once considered why she had been stripped of that position in the first place. Senior sister, you secretly embezzled sect resources.
Master removing you from the position was only right. I have never felt indebted to you.
Luo Zian spoke with righteous indignation, completely severing ties with her self-serving senior sister.
Fine, truly admirable. This is how you repay me after I entrusted the sect to you. Li Qingming's rage turned to bitter laughter as a powerful aura erupted from her body. I've already broken through to the great sage realm.
I intended to return to the sect and resume my position as sect leader, only to encounter a scourge like you who's ruining the future of the Yaoqi sect.
Li Qingming's expression grew even more severe as she barked, I don't want to resort to force.
Step down from the position of sect leader and accompany me to the 3 sects to apologize. Perhaps there's still a chance to mend relations.
Ha, apologies again. Those 3 words deeply wounded Luo Zian.
She recalled how Li Qingming had used the exact same words to demand her own apology. She had merely sought to trade the already scarce resources of the sacred Yao pool for a fleeting peace. Yet the 3 sects not only failed to spare the Yaoqi sect, but grew even more arrogant.
The once dominant power had bowed to them.
This sense of triumph emboldened the 3 major factions of the Qingxian sword sect, making them even more reckless.
So it seems you refuse to submit?
Li Qingming's lips curved slightly as a large seal materialized in her hand.
Luo Zian's pupils contracted, her voice trembling. You're absolutely mad.
So the stolen sect array core was in your possession all along. It was no wonder Luo Zian was so agitated. This array core could control the highest grade formation of the sacred land of Yaoqi, the 4 directions imprisoning dragon formation. This formation had been laid down by a half-step great emperor of the sacred land of Yaoqi in ancient times, capable of withstanding even a quasi-emperor within its confines.
Luo Zian's eyes burned red with fury. Do you have any idea how difficult these years have been for the sacred land of Yaoqi? If we had possessed an array core, we wouldn't have endured so much humiliation for nothing. Take the incident when the demon son of the Joyful Demon Sect came to forcibly marry the holy maiden. If Luo Zian had possessed the array core back then, how could that demon son have dared to set foot within the sacred grounds of Yaoqi? But Li Qingming's tone was utterly unconcerned.
I see no major issues plaguing the sacred pool sect these past years.
Besides, as the former sect master, what harm is there in me safeguarding the array core for you? Chapter 20, the Hahuan sect's near emperor emerges. Then do you know the cultivation level of the ancestral patriarch? Luo Zian was pinned down by the overwhelming pressure, unable to move.
Yet she showed no sign of yielding. Oomph. Some stinking man appeared out of nowhere and charmed you into this state.
Look at yourself, are you even fit to be a sect master? I hold the array core. Even a quasi-emperor can be suppressed within this formation.
Li Qingming seethed with rage. It was all because of this unknown ancestor who had suddenly appeared, disrupting her plans. Not only had she provoked the 3 great sects, but she had also caused internal discord within her own sect.
The ancestor is not as you describe.
I've researched his background. He truly was a menial disciple at the Yaoqi Holy Land 10,000 years ago. Now, with his profound cultivation, he seeks to protect the Holy Land.
How can you betray his sincere intentions? A sharp slap echoed. A bright red handprint appeared on Luo Zian's fair cheek. Enough!
Li Qingming declared, enunciating each word, I will suppress him and expel him from the Yaoqi sect. From this day forward, only my voice shall be heard within this sect.
Li Qingming's fingers dug into Luo Zian's throat. Under the dual suppression of the formation and Li Qingming's power, Luo Zian couldn't muster the slightest resistance.
She swiftly flew to the entrance of the 10,000 Splendors Hall, making no effort to conceal her presence. Such commotion naturally drew the attention of numerous disciples and elders. Upon landing, Li Qingming flung her arm with force, sending Luo Zian crashing to the ground.
Cough cough.
I'll make you see just how absurd this so-called ancestor truly is.
Li Qingming delivered this statement with a blank expression before pulling out the array core.
As she channeled her power into it, 2 colossal formations abruptly materialized above the 10,000 Flowers Hall. One was the hall's original formation, while the other was the Yaoqi Holy Land's most powerful array, the 4 directions imprisoning dragon formation.
The long-dormant formation stirred the entire Yaoqi sacred land with their activation.
Disciples scattered across the surrounding peaks looked up, their gazes fixed on the direction of the 10,000 Flowers Hall.
What's happening?
As Li Qingming activated the formation, a torrent of spiritual energy poured down, forming an elliptical 4 directions prison cage. A smug smile spread across Li Qingming's face. Even a quasi-emperor would struggle to break this formation in a short time. Before this, 3 figures appeared behind Li Qingming. They were the sect masters of the Qingxian sword sect, the manhwa sect, and the Shueisha sect.
Excellent. We've actually imprisoned him. Well done, sect leader Li.
Where are the 3 elders of our sect? The moment the trio appeared, Luo Zian was stunned.
You actually let the heads of the 3 sects in? If anything happens, can you take responsibility for it? Shut up. Li Qingming's expression turned fierce as he struck Luo Xian's face with a palm strike from across the room. I have fulfilled my promise to you. This matter is the fault of our Yaoqi sect. I hope we can put the past behind us. The sect master of Qingxian Sword Sect was a youth-like man clad in white. Of course. Our 4 sects will surely mend fences and be as close as ever. The white-robed man spoke with a meaningful tone. Release the 3 elders of our sect. With that, Li Qingming nodded. Harnessing the power of the formation, Li Qingming first dragged the 3 cultivators Li Jian Daoist and the others to the upper reaches of the 10,000 Splendors Hall. This force? What's going on? It's incredibly difficult to move. Li Qingming's expression shifted slightly. What's going on, Patriarch Li? Release the elders at once. The man in white urged impatiently. Enough. Truly useless. With that, the white-robed man and the other 2 sect leaders bowed deeply toward the front. Please reveal yourselves, honored elders. Jiang Wuque is already trapped within the formation. As the words fell, the air above the 10,000 Flowers Hall warped. 3 elders, their presence as deep as an ocean and as vast as the sea, materialized from the void. 3 quasi-emperors? Li Qingming was startled, utterly unprepared for their sudden intrusion. A bead of sweat formed in her palm as she sensed events slipping beyond her grasp. She had believed her array would ensure everything went smoothly, dispatching these 3 sects first, then expelling Jiang Wuque. From then on, she would once again reign as the sovereign of the Yaoqi. But these 3 unfamiliar quasi-emperors left her uncertain of how to proceed. At their head stood none other than Xia Zhangyang. He scanned the room, his eyes gleaming with greed. Fellow Daoist Zhang, fellow Daoist Wang, this is actually a sect composed entirely of female cultivators. It seems we're in for a treat. Ah, Elder Xia speaks wisely. Joining you on this journey has truly been a stroke of luck. Hearing this, Luo Xian's face drained of color. She shouted at Li Qingming, quickly release the ancestor. These 3 mean no good. But Li Qingming seemed to ignore her entirely, her expression shifting between anger and confusion. Honorable sect masters, what is happening? Why have 3 quasi-emperors entered our sect? Shouldn't you have informed us beforehand? The white-robed sect master no longer wore the earlier courtesy. He waved his hand dismissively. The 3 elders of the Union sect harbor grievances against that Jiang Wuque. Bringing them in is an act of justice. With that, he bowed deeply to the 3 quasi-emperors. We humbly request the 3 elders to save our sect's elders. We are eternally grateful. Xia Zhangyang stroked his beard, feeling quite pleased. These are minor matters. Let me enjoy myself first. The Qingxian Sword Sect Patriarch's expression stiffened, but he didn't dare say much more. After all, he was counting on these men to deal with Jiang Wuque. The old man addressed his brother Wang by Xia Zhangyang let a faint smile touch his lips. He stirred the power within him, instantly sweeping Luo Xian off the ground. Luo Xian was lifted into the air. But it wasn't over. He struck again, sweeping up Lu Yanan and Hong Wanfeng, who had been concealed nearby. Li Qingming's expression darkened considerably at the sight. She glanced down at the array core. Due to activating the 4 Directions Prison, the power within the array core in her hand had been depleted by 70%. The remaining power was certainly insufficient to deal with 3 quasi-emperors. What are you thinking? Sect leader Li, the 3 esteemed guests have traveled far merely for some amusement. Surely you wouldn't obstruct even this? The Blood Demon Sect master's voice echoed with a sinister chill. The gazes of the 3 sect masters from top-tier factions all fell upon Li Qingming. You jest. I understand the exhaustion of the 3 esteemed guests. I would never stand in your way. Upon hearing this, Luo Xian could no longer contain the fury surging within her chest. Traitor! Li Qingming seemed to ignore her junior sister's accusation entirely. Instead, she felt a quiet sense of relief. So these 3 dignitaries had come to deal with Jiang Wuque. How splendid! She had been fretting over how to drive him away. This was like a pillow delivered while she was dozing. Honorable quasi-emperors, I possess our sect's array core. Allow me to lend my strength to your cause. Xia Zhangyang glanced at Li Qingming and burst into laughter. Very well, very well. You're one who knows when to be practical. When we toy with your sect's disciples later, you're permitted to watch. Chapter 21, Transformation Complete. Xia Zhangyang was in an excellent mood, never expecting another turncoat to come to his aid. This undoubtedly saved him a great deal of effort. He then turned his gaze to Wang Qinshan. Brother Wang, hold off on the gloating. We'll get back to business later. His eyes narrowed as he spoke. His killing intent ignited. He hadn't forgotten Jiang Wuque's arrogant demeanor just days ago. To eliminate Jiang Wuque sooner, he'd even splurged on a teleportation array. Since Brother Xia has spoken, we'll wait a bit. He's not going anywhere anyway. Thud, thud, thud. 3 thuds echoed as Luo Xian and her companions landed. By now, numerous elders and disciples had rushed to the scene. Seeing this scene, their eyes bulged with fury. Master sect leader. Elders?
They intended to come to their aid, but an invisible spiritual energy barrier sealed them all out. All of this was the handiwork of Li Qingmeng. She wouldn't let these disciples get in her way. To her, whether it was Luo Zian, Jiang Wuque, or Hong Wanfeng, they were all obstacles. This was the perfect opportunity to eliminate them. But before that, she needed to put on a proper show. She channeled spiritual energy into her throat, her voice booming and resonant. Disciples of the Yaoqi sect, the so-called patriarch you speak of is a traitor. His goal is to drag the Yaoqi sect into the abyss. To achieve this end, he has even directly provoked the three major powers of the Western realm, forcing our sect into opposition with them. As she finished speaking, Li Qingmeng wore an expression of profound anguish. As the former sect master, I cannot bear to witness this spectacle. Therefore, I shall replace the previous sect master Luo Zian who supported the traitor. From this moment onward, I am the new sect master. Her gaze then fixed intensely on several elders outside and the growing crowd of disciples gathering. Nangong Wanner, barred outside, became the anchor for the crowd. Senior elder, what is happening? Yeah, why are there so many strange people suddenly appearing in our sect? Some murmured to themselves, isn't that the former sect leader who was expelled over 60 years ago? How did he return? Nangong Wanner's expression darkened. The sudden turn of events had caught her off guard as well. Li Qingmeng was undoubtedly a wolf in sheep's clothing. During her reign as sect leader, she had only sucked the sect dry. She bowed to external powers while suppressing dissent internally. She was a leader who had failed as miserably as anyone could. Now she had returned, and it seemed the current sect leader, Luo Zian, had already suffered defeat at her hands. The leaders of the other three major factions watched with eagle eyes, powerless to intervene. Elders Xiaomeyer and Xia Chulan also turned their gaze toward Nangong Wanner. What should we do, Grand Elder? After a moment's thought, Nangong Wanner replied, we must wait for the right moment. The patriarch hasn't appeared yet. Once he breaks through the formation, perhaps. She sighed again. This feeling of helplessness was unbearable. There were no cheers, no applause. Only the cold stares of the crowd remained. In this game of wits, everyone had already decided who was right and who was wrong. One was the newly appointed patriarch, determined to lead the sect toward revival, reopen the Golden Veil pool, and double cultivation resources. The other was the former patriarch who had brought outsiders to bully his own patriarch and elders. Any normal person would know which side to take. Fine, that look again. 60 years ago, it was under the gaze of disciples and elders like this that she was forced to relinquish her position as sect leader. Nothing has changed. It remains the same now. Since that's the case, you shall witness with your own eyes how the so-called ancient ancestor meets his end. Li Qingming's face twisted into a savage grimace as she raised the great seal in her hand. Within the elliptical formation, spiritual energy erupted violently. Xia Zhongyang stood nearby, a smile playing on his lips. With his discerning eye, he could tell this formation was no ordinary one. It had to have been laid by someone at least at the level of a half-step great emperor. This would save the three of them a great deal of effort. The spiritual energy continued to surge, as if the skies above the 10,000 Splendors Hall were brewing an overwhelming attack. No! You cannot do this to the ancestor. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lu Yanan sprang to her feet from the ground, erupting with a burst of mixed primordial spiritual light as she charged toward Li Qingmeng. Humph! Li Qingming's gaze sharpened. She stowed the great seal in her hand, lightly tapped her toes, and instantly materialized before Lu Yanan. You're asking for death. Li Qingmeng drew her 3-foot-long sword and swung it at Lu Yanan without holding back. She needed an opponent who dared defy her to establish her authority. Lure! Hong Luan's eyes narrowed to slits as she charged toward Lu Yanan, desperately trying to shield her from the blow. But the attack came too suddenly. She couldn't block Li Qingmeng's strike. Boom! A black-red lightning bolt as thick as a wrist struck Li Qingmeng's sword directly. The impact instantly blasted Li Qingmeng into a state of severe injury. Li Qingmeng spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at the spirit sword that had accompanied her through countless years. Shattered? How could this be? Xia Zhongyang and the others abruptly turned their gaze toward the direction of the 10,000 Flowers Hall. A figure had appeared there, seemingly out of nowhere. Jiang Wuque remained with eyes closed, his entire body covered in crimson cracks, resembling a shattered porcelain doll that could shatter at any moment. His physical refinement process hadn't concluded yet, having reached its most critical stage. His absence earlier stemmed from this very reason, though his divine sense had never ceased observing this realm. Thus, no issues would arise. Oh? How interesting. Seems you're right in the middle of your cultivation, huh? Xia Zhongyang sneered coldly, his aura steadily rising. This was the true power of a quasi-emperor. Luo Zian, Hong Wanfeng, and even the three sect masters including Qingxian Sword Sect found themselves unable to resist this overwhelming pressure. My life-bound spirit sword! Li Qingmeng let out a shrill, explosive cry. Her eyes blazing crimson, she raised the great seal in her hand, gathering her power once more. To rapidly channel this strike, she even began burning her own vital essence, all to make this man pay the price. Luo Zian watched the scene with profound sorrow.
She felt this woman was utterly beyond redemption, submitting to enemies while burning her own essence to strike down her own kind. This was utterly absurd. Beside them, Wang Qinshan wore a mocking smile as he reached out to stop Xia Zhangyang. Elder Xia, let's watch them tear each other apart first. You're right. Xia Zhangyang chuckled softly, withdrawing the spiritual energy gathered in his palm as he watched the unfolding ethical drama with keen interest. Before long, a gigantic dragon's phantom, formed from condensed spiritual energy, slowly materialized. The Four Directions Dragon Imprisoning Formation. How could it function without a dragon? Facing this strike, Jiang Wuque slowly opened his eyes. Alongside him, the pitch-black void behind him, an endless emptiness that seemed capable of devouring everything, also opened. An ancient, straight blade, coiled with countless crimson-black lightning bolts, materialized from the void. Even a single stray bolt of lightning shattered the surrounding space into fragments. Chapter 22, The Supreme Imperial Weapon. Jiang Wuque was in the midst of a critical moment in his physical cultivation, making it rather inconvenient for him to intervene. In that case, he would speak to his extreme path imperial weapon. The moment the ancient straight blade materialized, the three quasi-emperors of the Union sect could no longer muster a smile. Their smiles froze abruptly, stiffening on their faces. Xia Zhangyang's heart trembled uncontrollably, an overwhelming sense of dread welling up within him. What is that? Wang Qinshan and the other quasi-emperor gasped for breath as their divine senses repeatedly sounded warnings. Run! Run! Don't try to fight it head-on. An unbelievable thought erupted in Xia Zhangyang's mind. Emperor-grade weapon. And not the fake imperial weapons wielded by those who had only taken a half-step toward emperorhood. What stood before him was a true imperial weapon, tempered by the calamity of heaven and earth. At the same moment, the four colossal dragons above Jiang Wuque's head had fully materialized. The dragon was pure white, its expression vividly lifelike, and its aura had already reached the late quasi-emperor stage. Run! But Xia Zhangyang felt not a shred of joy, as if the attack had struck him personally. A chill shot up his spine, piercing his brain. Run! Wang Qinshan roared, summoning his treasured immortal vessel. He darted inside, transforming into a streak of light as he fled into the distance. At that moment, he couldn't spare a thought for the other two. Now, every second counted. Every person who could escape was one more chance. Xia Zhangyang and another quasi-emperor turned pale as they simultaneously unleashed their most formidable footwork techniques, fleeing in opposite directions. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. Many failed to recognize this as an extreme path emperor-grade weapon, leaving them baffled as to why the previously arrogant trio had suddenly fled in such disarray. Don't go! Li Qingming's face twisted into a ferocious expression. Though he didn't understand why the trio was fleeing, the great seal in his hand continued to swirl. Showed no sign of stopping. Roar! The dragon roared within the elliptical formation, charging toward Jiang Wuque with world-shattering might. A strike from a late-stage quasi-emperor. Let's see if you can withstand it. Yet in the next instant, the fierce dragon and the elliptical formation were cleaved clean in two. A crimson-black blade aura descended like divine retribution, rendering the formation as fragile as paper before it. After cleaving through the formation and the dragon, the blade energy continued its relentless path, leveling several mountain peaks before striking the xianzhou of Wang Qinshan, who had already fled far away. The outcome was unsurprising. Both the divine vessel and Wang Qinshan vanished in the crimson-black blade's glow. Jiang Wuque drew a deep breath, not sparing a glance at Li Qingming, who stood frozen in shock. Instead, he exhaled a wisp of white vapor. The crimson cracks across his body slowly closed. Within 2 breaths, the transformation was complete. Feeling the surging power now solely within his physical form, Jiang Wuque smiled faintly. Then, his toes lightly tapped the ground, and the solid rock floor beneath his feet instantly shattered into countless fragments. A thunderous roar echoed. His figure shot skyward, pursuing the remaining 2 quasi-emperors. The patriarch has emerged from seclusion. Luo Zian rose slowly, the worry vanishing from her face as she turned to look at Li Qingming, who had suffered backlash. She instinctively curled her crystal-clear pink tongue, licking her slightly dry lips. Her once gentle gaze now brimmed with icy coldness. Xia Zhangyang, frantically fleeing for his life, heard the voice and glanced back. His pupils contracted sharply. Spare my life. Senior, I was wrong. Only now did he grasp the sheer magnitude of the iron plate he had kicked. No! This wasn't a hard nut to crack at all, it was harder than diamond. He recalled Jiang Wuque's earlier threat to tear apart the entire Huan sect. Xia Zhangyang finally grasped that the other party hadn't been joking at all. He truly could do it. Within mere breaths, Jiang Wuque caught up to Xia Zhangyang, his hand clutching the severed head of another quasi-emperor. The sight nearly scared the living daylights out of Xia Zhangyang. Don't leave yet. A guest should be properly received. I haven't had the chance to entertain you properly. By the time Jiang Wuque uttered these words, he had already caught up to Xia Zhangyang. He immediately seized the man by the back of the neck and slammed him down with brutal force. Faced with such terrifying physical strength, Xia Zhangyang could offer no resistance. He plummeted to the ground, his immense momentum driving him through over 1,000 meters of mountain terrain. Cough cough.
Xia Zhongyang felt his internal organs shifting violently.
A mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his own viscera, spurted from his mouth. Yet he dared not linger. Stabilizing himself, he continued hurtling forward.
The essence blood in his heart blazed fiercely at that moment, propelling him to accelerate once more. Such intense combustion would cause his cultivation realm to plummet, leaving him forever incapable of progressing further.
But Xia Zhongyang couldn't afford to care. Slowing down meant certain death. Don't rush. It was Jiang Wuque's voice again. Right behind him. Xia Zhongyang finally understood.
The other clearly had the ability to catch him, yet throughout the entire chase, he'd been toying with him like a cat playing with a mouse.
Damn it!
He seethed with shame and fury, yet faced with the other's overwhelming power, he could only flee in panic, utterly helpless.
Ugh!
In his frantic escape, a tremendous force suddenly slammed into Xia Zhongyang's back, sending him crashing back into the ground. This time, however, Jiang Wuque gave him no chance to rise again. He crushed the man's skull into the earth with a single stomp, leaving a deep crater in the ground beneath him. Rest assured, I won't kill you just yet. But remember my words, if you dare come back, I'll tear the entire Hahuan sect apart.
You'll be front and center for that spectacle. Jiang Wuque's tone was calm and measured, yet his words sent a chill down Xia Zhongyang's spine. No, please, just kill me. Don't involve the sect. TSK. Finally scared, are we? Fear won't help you now. I'm a man of my word.
As the final words fell, it seemed to shatter Xia Zhongyang's resolve. To his horror, he discovered he could no longer speak. His entire body was immobilized, frozen midair by a spatial-type divine power. Only his consciousness remained his own, everything else was beyond his control. Thus, Jiang Wuque returned to the sacred grounds of the Jade Pool, carrying the severed head of the quasi-emperor alongside the immobilized Xia Zhongyang. At that moment, the swallowing heaven and devouring moon hovered above the sacred grounds of Yaoqi, its crimson-black spiritual energy continuously radiating outward. The leaders of 3 top-tier sects, including Li Qingmeng who had suffered backlash, were all under the control of the imperial weapon. The formation had been dissolved, and the 10,000 Splendors Hall was now filled with a large gathering of disciples. Luo Zian stood at the center of the crowd, maintaining order. The white-robed man shed his former arrogance, his gaze repeatedly signaling to the other 2 sect leaders. Unfortunately, the latter 2 were still shaken and unable to make a decision. Within 2 minutes, a deafening roar erupted from the east, followed by a sudden, eerie silence. The white-robed sect leader swallowed hard. They're fighting? Who would win and who would lose? This question held the fate of everyone present in the balance. Yet, judging by the speed at which those 3 quasi-emperors fled, the outcome was already clear to all. Before long, Jiang Wuque's figure came into view. One hand gripped Xia Zhongyang's hair, while the other. The white-robed man's heart skipped a beat as fear took root within him. Meanwhile, the head of another quasi-emperor was clutched firmly in Jiang Wuque's hand. Chapter 23, Bloodsucking. Jiang Wuque tossed it lightly, and the quasi-emperor's head rolled like a ball to the feet of the Qingxian sword sect master. Witnessing this, a chill shot straight to the Qingxian sword sect master's forehead. Wasn't Jiang Wuque also a quasi-emperor? Why did none of the 3 at the same realm pose the slightest threat to him? Killing them seemed as effortless to him as slaughtering chickens. And what exactly was that bizarre straight blade? Merely glimpsing it made his legs tremble uncontrollably. Countless questions swirled in the sect master's mind. Unfortunately, no one was there to provide answers. The remaining sect masters of the Barbarian Wilderness sect and the Blood Slaughter sect shared identical thoughts. Jiang Wuque stepped past the trembling Qingxian sword sect master, walking straight toward Lu Yanran. Are you alright, Yanran? Wu, ancestor, you is so scared. Lu Yanran's tear-filled eyes glistened, the Dao fruit beneath her robe impossible to conceal heaving violently. She immediately rose, her voluptuous yet slender legs stepping forward, the pale pink silk stockings on her legs drawing the most attention. Within 2 breaths, Lu Yanran threw herself into Jiang Wuque's embrace. But her body trembled slightly from sheer excitement. Jiang Wuque patted her back, attempting to calm her. Yet with each pat of his warm hand, her trembling only intensified. Her delicate pink fingertips wrapped around his neck as her cherry lips brushed against his ear, exhaling warm, sweet breath. Lu Yanran's heart raced wildly. Her delicate tongue flicked across her dry lips as she struggled to steady her breath. The embrace of the ancestor feels so utterly exquisite. Lu Yanran, you're utterly wicked, taking advantage of the ancestor at a time like this. A fierce internal battle raged within Lu Yanran, yet it did nothing to curb her greedy inhalation of Jiang Wuque's scent. Just then, Luo Zian approached. Lu Yanran promptly released her arms and stepped out of Jiang Wuque's embrace. Luo Zian's gaze held a hint of surprise. Having watched Lu Yanran grow up, she had never seen her display such vulnerability. Back when the Yaopool Sacred Land faced the Demon Prince's invasion, she had even bravely stepped forward. This is a bit strange. Luo Zian murmured to herself before continuing, Ancestor, about this matter. No need to explain. I know how events unfolded. With that, Jiang Wuque flicked his finger, releasing the 3 Taoists Li Jian, Taoist Jin, and Taoist Yu who had been restrained for so long. Huff, huff.
The three bowed their heads, saying nothing. How did the message I had you deliver go? Is the secret realm prepared? Jiang Wuque's tone wasn't harsh, sounding more like an old friend catching up. Yet at these words, the bowed figures paled, their backs drenched in sweat. Seeing Jiang Wuque's patience nearly exhausted, the sword Daoistly spoke urgently, "Senior, grant us one more day." "No." "Ah." Before he could finish, Jiang Wuque sliced off Li Jin Doran's arm at the shoulder. Blood spattered across the floor, but Li Jin Daoran gritted his teeth, clutching his wound tightly, refusing to cry out further. Then, expressionless, Jiang Wuque walked over to Niu Hongyuan and asked, "And you?" But Niu Hongyuan's eyes flashed with fierce resolve, refusing to answer. Splatter! The sound of flesh being torn and mangled filled the air. Niu Hongyuan stared blankly at Jiang Wuque before lowering his gaze to the gaping hole in his chest. You'll die a miserable death. The half-step emperor of the Union sect will surely kill you." After spitting out these final threats, Niu Hongyuan fell silent. Jiang Wuque regarded the fallen corpse, his expression utterly unmoved. He was nothing but fish meat on a chopping block, yet he dared to show him a sour face. Death was his only fate. With Niu Hongyuan's death, the old Taoist from the Blood Demon Sect beside him shuddered violently. This man was a living demon king. As the senior elder of a top-tier power in the Western realm, Niu Hongyuan was a figure whose mere tremors could shake an entire domain. Yet now, he had been slaughtered like a stray dog. Without the slightest chance to resist, all because he failed to answer Jiang Wuque properly. "I trust one needn't elaborate further," Jiang Wuque declared, his gaze fixed upon the old Taoist. Driven by an intense will to survive, the old man wasted no words and severed his own arm. "Within a day at most, the secret realm I demand must be transferred to me. And you three sects each contribute one high-grade spirit vein. Beyond that, everything else is tribute to me." Jiang Wuque scanned the room, confirming no one would challenge his decree before continuing. "For the next 5 years, each sect shall surrender 20% of its output as tribute." Daoist Li Jian sucked in a sharp breath. Secret realm, spirit veins, tribute, this. This was nothing short of skinning them alive. It wasn't merely drinking their blood anymore. It was devouring their flesh, bite by bite. With such demands piled on, which sect could possibly endure? "Oh, right." Jiang Wuque fixed his gaze on the equally burly patriarch of the manhwa sect. "Your sect will pay 40%. Because I've got my eye on that elder Niu. 40%. Cold sweat dripped from the manhwa sect leader's brow onto the floor. If 40% of their output went as tribute to the Yaoqi Holy Land, their manhwa sect would never develop. Back at the sect, the disciples and elders would likely be the first to push him off the sect leader's seat. Any objections? Or are you unwilling? If there are any obstacles, feel free to tell me. How about I clear them for you?" The barbarian sect leader understood Jiang Wuque's implication perfectly well. If anyone dared to disagree, they wouldn't live to see tomorrow. Should the entire sect oppose him, their fate would likely mirror that of the Joyful Demon Sect. Not a single soul would be left alive. No obstacles. While answering Jiang Wuque, he cursed Niu Hongyuan inwardly. What was he playing at? Not only had he angered Jiang Wuque, but now he'd dragged the entire sect into this mess. The barbarian wilderness sect's leader had already made up his mind. The first thing upon returning to the sect would be to eradicate Niu Hongyuan's entire lineage. He would use the accumulated resources of Niu Hongyuan's branch to compensate for the disastrous consequences of his own actions. Don't blame him for being ruthless. Niu Hongyuan had brought this upon himself. Excellent. This means the sect will have ample surplus resources now. Jiang Wuque's lips curled upward. He saw nothing wrong with his actions. In this dog-eat-dog world, the weak deserves to be bullied. After all, that's exactly how they had treated the sacred land of Yaoqi back in the day. Now the tables had simply turned. 2/10 for Qingxian Sword Sect, 4/10 for Barbarian Wilderness Sect, 2/10 for Bloodslaughter Sect were going to strike it rich. Nangong Wan'er cast aside her usual composure, transforming into a money-hungry fiend. As the logistics minister of the sacred land of Yaoqi, she knew full well how vast these resources were. By draining the lifeblood of 3 sects to sustain the sacred land of Yaoqi, coupled with the cultivation techniques now fully restored and enhanced, Nangong Wan'er could foresee that the Yaoqi sacred land's return to its former glory was just around the corner. Chapter 24, Dealing with Li Qingmeng. Next was that woman. Jiang Wuque finally turned his gaze toward Li Qingmeng, the mastermind behind this incident, the great trader of the sacred land of Yaoqi. Li Qingmeng had suffered greatly from the backlash, but her injuries were now stabilized. She had initially tried to flee, but her vital energy remained firmly locked by the eerie straight blade hovering overhead. There was no chance of escape whatsoever. She bit her pale lips, her face drained of all color. Li Qingmeng said bitterly, "You win. The sacred land of Yaoqi is yours." Hearing this, Jiang Wuque couldn't help but find it amusing. From the lips of this woman, selfish to the extreme, the sacred land of Yaoqi sounded like nothing more than a commodity to be traded. She never considered that the sacred land of Yaoqi was her home, the place that sustained her cultivation. Her eyes held only profit, no emotion. Li Qingmeng slowly rose to her feet, drawing the great seal from her hand. You win. Let me go. This was the first time Jiang Wuque had spoken to this former sect leader. Give me a reason to let you go. Jiang Wuque looked at Li Qingmeng as if she were mentally deficient. Had she forgotten how she had just used the grand formation to attack him? And now she dared to think of escaping? Li Qingmeng let out a sinister laugh. If you don't let me go, I'll detonate the four directions dragon imprisoning array and bury all of you, the elders and disciples alike, here together. Her voice was shrill and venomous, a perfect reflection of Li Qingmeng herself. How much have I devoted myself to this sect? Yet you all turn a blind eye, utterly blind to my efforts. Enough! Luo Xian clutched her violently trembling jade peaks and snapped angrily. She had long grown accustomed to her senior sister's hypocrisy and self-interest. You constantly claim to sacrifice for the sect, but you're nothing but a selfish wretch. Trading the sect's interests for momentary peace, do you truly believe what you've done is right? No! Utterly wrong. Li Qingmeng fixed her gaze on Luo Xian's exquisitely mature face, as if seeing scenes from their childhood training together. Senior sister, during the sect's immortal arts exchange, why did you make me deliberately lose? Silly girl, that's called biding one's time. Our sect is too weak. If we show too much strength, we'll attract unwanted attention. She clearly remembered the look of utter confusion on Luo Xian's face back then. But? No buts. Just listen to your senior sister. Now is not the time. Then when will it be? Well, senior sister doesn't know either. Li Qingmeng snapped back to her senses, her fingers gripping the seal relaxing ever so slightly. No, I'm right. Suddenly, Li Qingmeng let out a piercing scream. Since none of you want me to live and no one can appreciate my sacrifices, then we'll all die together. Clatter. The seal clattered to the floor. Li Qingmeng stared blankly at her fingers. Her once smooth, slender palm seemed composed of countless dust-like particles, ready to scatter at the slightest breeze. Am I dying? Could the gap be this immense? As the final confusion surfaced in her mind, her consciousness plunged into darkness. Li Qingmeng was dead. Death was the best outcome for her. Luo Xian stared at the pile of ashes on the ground, lost in thought. Until a warm, large hand rested on her shoulder. I know you were sisters in the sect, so I made sure she died without suffering. Luo Xian lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Wuque's face, a profound sense of security welling up within her. It felt like a small boat in a storm finally finding its own harbor. A gentle breeze brushed her hair, drying the tear streaks on her face. Over a century of sisterhood dissolved completely in that moment. Luo Xian wasn't grieving for Li Qingmeng, she merely lamented that those years had vanished into thin air. Ancestor, has anyone ever told you how skilled you are at comforting women? The abrupt shift in topic startled Jiang Wuque. I don't recall any woman ever saying that to me. Luo Xian clasped her hands behind her back, her delicate cherry lips pressed together lightly. Her tone carried a hint of playfulness. Is that so? Well, I'm telling you that now. With that, Luo Xian took Jiang Wuque's hands and clasped them in hers. Thank you, Ancestor. You've saved the sacred land of Yaoqi from peril countless times, and you've saved me countless times too. I don't know how to repay you, so all I can do is. Before she could finish, Jiang Wuque slipped free of Luo Xian's soft grasp and playfully flicked her forehead. Why say such things? I never acted for your gratitude. I understand everything you've said. Luo Xian took a deep breath, glancing around the room, but the words she wanted to say remained unspoken. It's fine, Ancestor. I'll go check on the disciples. With that, Luo Xian turned and left. I can't shake the feeling she wanted to say something. Jiang Wuque stroked his chin, utterly unable to guess what Luo Xian had been trying to convey. Though Jiang Wuque remained clueless, Lu Yanan, whose attention had been fixed on him the entire time, narrowed her eyes. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition, but Lu Yanan sensed that her sect leader might very well become her rival. Her demeanor was off, and her tone felt strange too. A flurry of thoughts raced through Lu Yanan's mind before her master interrupted. Luer, I'm relieved you're unharmed. When you charged forward just now, my heart nearly leapt out of my throat. Hong Wanfeng's gaze held concern as she scanned her body up and down. Only after confirming she was unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing her master's worried expression, Lu Yanan suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She had stepped forward both to stop Li Qingmeng from harming Jiang Wuque and to make an impression in front of him. The outcome was perfect, but it had caused her master unnecessary worry. Let's go. Come with me to assist the sect leader. Many disciples are likely still confused. We should calm them first. Yes, master. Following behind Hong Wanfeng's ample hips, Lu Yanan's mind churned with thoughts. Perhaps uniting with the sect leader is a good idea. No, maybe I could bring master along too? Wow, master and disciple joining forces together. Such a treasonous thought. As if struck by a sudden realization, Lu Yanan's cheeks flushed crimson. Jiang Wuque glanced at the five who remained frozen in place. I'll return with you later to reclaim the 3 spirit veins. The 5 exchanged bewildered glances, utterly baffled by Jiang Wuque's words. What did he mean by recover? Were spirit veins not naturally formed by heaven and earth? How could they be recovered? Though inwardly perplexed, none dared voice the slightest objection. They all bowed their heads in agreement. Jiang Wuque nodded, picking up the array core that lay discarded on the ground. This golden-hued artifact radiated a potent array energy that penetrated deeply. This formation covered the entire expanse of the sacred land of Yaoqi. With a thought from Jiang Wuque, the array core erupted in blinding light. A colossal dragon, over 10 times larger than the previous one, slowly rose from beneath the earth. Its aura had already reached the realm of a half-step great emperor. The patriarch of the Qingxian sword sect, Daoist Li Jian, and the other three all stared in horror at this vividly lifelike dragon. They swallowed hard. This one is worlds apart from the one that appeared earlier. Chapter 25, 3 High-Grade Spirit Veins. Little did he know that Jiang Wuque shook his head, feeling a wave of boredom as he gazed at the vividly lifelike dragon. Boring. The array's limit was a half-step emperor. There was no possibility of further advancement. Jiang Wuque could sense that if he continued channeling energy into it, the dragon would be stretched to bursting. Cold sweat beaded on Li Jian Daoist's forehead as a profoundly unsettling thought took root in his mind. If this level is already boring, what realm is this person actually at? Slaughtering 3 quasi-emperors was as easy as eating and drinking. Not late-stage quasi-emperor. Not peak quasi-emperor either. Could it be that he was like the patriarch of the Union sect, a half-step emperor? At this thought, his heart skipped a beat and his head bowed low. In his eyes, a quasi-emperor was already an unimaginably formidable figure, let alone any realm beyond that. He dared not even entertain such thoughts. Jiang Wuque had no idea what the old man was pondering now, but he found it rather amusing to watch his face flush red one moment and turn pale the next. After withdrawing the colossal dragon hovering above the 10,000 Splendors Hall, it was time to get down to business. First, extract the 3 high-grade spirit veins from these 3 sects and supply them to the golden thread pool. After testing, Luo Xian had already obtained the results. The golden thread pool could now boost cultivation speed by approximately 2.5 times. With 3 more spirit veins added, it could likely increase even further. Stop looking down one by one. Lead me to your sect's spirit vein locations. Yes. Xingxian Sword Sect Spirit Blade Peak. Jiang Wuque stared expressionlessly at Daoist Li Jian. Are you certain you wish to relinquish this high-grade spiritual vein? Yes, senior. Daoist Li Jian hastily bowed in respect. Whenever your sect's disciples wish to cultivate here, they are welcome. We will restrict our own disciples from entering this area. Poof. Jiang Wuque scoffed. Disciples of the sacred land of Yaoqi will not come here to cultivate. At this, Daoist Li Jian and the white-robed sect leader dared not speak further. They truly had no idea what Jiang Wuque was up to. But if they didn't come, how could the spirit vein be utilized? Merely cultivating spirit plants upon it? But that seemed far too wasteful, completely failing to harness the most crucial function of a high-grade spirit vein. The 3 who had accompanied them were equally perplexed. Jiang Wuque couldn't be bothered to explain. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, first sensing the exact location of the spirit vein. Then, with a sweeping gesture of his hand, Jiang Wuque unleashed his divine power. Buddha's realm in the palm. In an instant, an intense golden light erupted around him. Countless golden lotuses gradually bloomed in the void, their sacred Buddhist chants resonating in harmony with the heavens and earth. This. What on earth is this? The 5 of them nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. They had never witnessed such a scene in their entire lives. Merely unleashing his power could produce such a spectacle. What would it be like when he actually wielded it? Li Jian Daoren couldn't even begin to imagine what that would look like. All he felt was a deepening dread toward Jiang Wuque. Amidst the celestial chanting, a colossal hand swept through the void, striking directly toward the earth steps. Found you. Come out. With Jiang Wuque's words, a white spirit vein, as lustrous as jade, was forcibly wrenched out. The once majestic and awe-inspiring spirit blade peak began to tremble violently. As the spirit vein beneath the earth was being torn out, spirit blade peak collapsed with a thunderous roar. The numerous spirit plants cultivated upon its surface instantly lost their luster. Their connection to the spirit vein was severed in an instant. Spirit vein? It's emerging? Only then did the crowd truly grasp Jiang Wuque's true intent. He actually intended to pack up the spirit vein and take it away? Jiang Wuque gently clenched his palm, and the spiritual veins, which had been continuously leaking spiritual energy, instantly froze. The scattered spiritual energy seemed to be pulled back by time itself, rushing back into the spiritual vein. A white jade ribbon stretching for tens of kilometers, continuously descending and narrowing. Finally, it reached Jiang Wuque's hand, reduced to the size of a bracelet. This feat once again stunned everyone present. What immense power could possibly achieve such a feat? To compress a spirit vein stretching over 10 kilometers into the size of a bracelet? Daoist Li Jian suddenly felt utterly ridiculous. How could he have ever imagined challenging such an existence, or even entertaining the notion of besieging the sacred land of Yaoqi? With Jiang Wuque holding the fort, not even 3 top-tier sects, let alone 10 more, would be enough to challenge him. After retracting the spirit vein into his divine space, Jiang Wuque clapped his hands. Done. He turned to the stunned quintet, his tone utterly unconcerned. Who's next? The Blood Demon Sect elder secretly rejoiced that his sect possessed 2 high-grade spirit veins, one of which lay outside the sect's borders. Choosing the one outside the sect would minimize damage to their headquarters. Unlike the Qingxian Sword Sect, they wouldn't have to witness an entire mountain peak collapse. He immediately stepped forward, adopting an extremely humble posture as he said, "Senior, please come to our Blood Demon Sect." His tone carried a hint of delight, as if he'd forgotten Jiang Wuque had actually come to seize theirs. "At least you know when to be reasonable. Let's go." The Blood Slaughter Sect elder's face lit up. "Thank you for your praise, Senior. This way." Watching Jiang Wuque and the other 3 depart, Li Jin Doran's mood finally settled somewhat. "Elder, regarding this matter." Li Jin Daoist knew full well what his sect leader wanted to discuss. It concerned nothing less than the secret realm and tribute offerings. Such a move would inevitably cause a major uproar within the sect. Even with Qingxian Sword Sect's substantial resources, it would still suffer severe damage. Yet they had no choice but to proceed. The words spoken by Jiang Wuque after he finally killed Niu Hongyuan lingered in their minds. "Should any obstacles arise, I shall assist you." At this thought, Daoist Li Jian's expression hardened. It seemed iron-fisted suppression was necessary to silence all dissent, for this was about saving their very lives. After all, they stood no chance against Jiang Wuque. "Let's go, Sect Master. Gather all the elders to discuss this matter." The Sect Master of Qingxian Sword Sect sighed deeply. "We have no choice at all." Zhengzhou Huanhuan Sect. Within the most opulent and decadent palace at the sect's very heart. A lazy, seductive voice echoed. "What is it? You're interrupting my enjoyment." The great sage-level attendant below bowed her head and replied. "Master, Elder Xia Zhengyan's soul lamp has lost contact. The soul fires of the revered masters accompanying him, Wang Qinshan and Tian Donghai, have extinguished." A moment of silence hung heavy in the grand hall. Interesting. Do you know who did this?" The great sage realm subordinate wiped sweat from his brow before continuing. "It was the Yaoqi sect from the Western realm. 5,000 years ago, they were a top-tier power, but after the Immortal Dynasty borrowed their cultivation techniques, they never recovered. According to you, how did this fallen sect manage to kill 3 of our sect's quasi-emperors?" Miaoer doesn't know. Perhaps. Enough. Bai Wenya's jade-like feet, clad in white silk stockings, stepped out from the tent canopy, revealing a face of extreme allure. "Miaoer, your words anger me. Our sect lost so many elite fighters, yet you failed to gather even the most basic intelligence." The stunningly beautiful woman called Miaoer trembled violently. Miaoer knows she's wrong. With that, Miaoer slowly stripped off her garments, pulled out a blood-stained rope, and bound herself. "Please punish Miaoer, sect leader." Chapter 26, The Patriarch of the Union Sect. Bai Wenya. Bai Wenya's seductively crimson lips slowly curved upward. She descended the steps with measured steps, her movements exquisitely graceful, like a noble lady gliding toward them. "You're quite obedient." Bai Wenya approached Miaoer slowly. Miaoer timidly raised her head, but the towering Dao fruit obstructed her view, obscuring Bai Wenya's expression entirely. Even without seeing it, Miaoer could guess the madness lurking in her master's eyes. Walking the path of jade desire, the slightest misstep could be consumed by long-suppressed desires until nothing remained. Thus, Miaoer understood why her master had become so consumed. Cultivating the techniques of the Union of Bliss sect while maintaining the purity of a maiden, any ordinary woman in her place would likely have long since become a deranged, insatiable monster. But Bai Wenya was different. Under such conditions, she had managed to cultivate to the threshold of great emperor. Such innate talent was unprecedented in the history of the Huanhuan sect. If it could appease the master, a few lashes were nothing. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Miaoer found herself immobilized in place. "Miaoer, are you ready?" Bai Wenya's voice was soft and soothing as she spoke down from above. "Master, Miaoer is ready. Let us begin." The words had barely left her lips when the sound of punishment echoed through the air. Numerous crimson marks appeared on Miaoer's body, blood dripping onto the expensive, exquisite red carpet beneath her. She let out a few muffled groans. The physical pain was minor, the true torment was mental. After all, this was the Union sect. The sensation felt like a feather perpetually tickling the soles of her feet. "Master, I truly regret my actions. Please spare Miaoer." Unable to bear it, Miaoer whimpered softly, begging for mercy. Hearing her voice, the madness in Bai Wenya's eyes faded slightly as she gently stroked Miaoer's exquisite face. "Miaoer, you've been so naughty. Just hold on a little longer, it'll be over soon." It lasted a full half hour. Miaoer's body was covered in crimson wounds, yet they healed almost instantly. Under the influence of the cultivation technique, she gasped for breath, her eyes bloodshot as she fought desperately to suppress the surging urges within her. Bai Wenya paused her actions, feeling considerably better. She understood this approach wouldn't effectively resolve her issues. The most effective solution was to find an exceptionally powerful cultivator as a Dao companion. Moreover, the higher the cultivation realm of the partner, the better the cultivation results would be. Only then could she bypass the core restrictions of the Dao, rely on her own efforts to condense the yin-yang Dao seed, and break through to the great emperor realm. Therefore, this peerless powerhouse should ideally be at the Great Emperor realm. Yet great emperors were rare in this world. Even if one existed, a minor sect like the Union of Bliss could never hope to approach such a being. Most such figures have long abandoned worldly desires, pursuing only the great Tao and ascending toward ever higher realms. Sigh. Bai Wenya couldn't help but feel irritated. Not only had they failed to find a suitable man, but the sect had also lost 3 elite combatants. Day after day, nothing but troubles. She was peerlessly beautiful, few in the world could rival her looks and possessed a naturally alluring physique. Yet here she was, alone in her chambers. Sometimes she considered simply finding a half-step great emperor of equal cultivation. But if she did that, she would never break through to the emperor realm. All her efforts would be wasted. All her years of endurance and solitude would have been for naught. At this thought, Bai Wenya sighed once more. After draping her own robe over Miaoer, Bai Wenya slowly made her way back to her pink-curtained bedchamber. By now, Miaoer had regained a sliver of her senses. Go investigate who killed our sect elders and report back to me. This matter would not end so easily. Jiang Wuque had successfully secured the 3 spiritual veins without incident. Upon returning to the sacred grounds of the Jade Pool, he immediately plunged the 3 spiritual veins into the golden-threaded Jade Pool. Before long, the originally pale white pool water grew increasingly milky white, its spiritual energy content surging dramatically. Jiang Wuque estimated that the current Yaoqi could now accelerate a cultivator's progress by roughly 4-fold. Ancestor, you've returned? The voice carried a hint of excitement. The visitor was none other than Hongwan Feng, the most voluptuous figure in the sacred land of the Jade Pool. Yes, I've brought back 3 more spiritual veins. This will greatly enhance the effectiveness of the golden thread Yaoqi. Hearing this, compared to the extreme shock of last time, Hongwan Feng was merely deeply astonished. Much improved since last time. But facing her own ancestor's extraordinary abilities, she still needed more time to adjust. How is the construction progressing? Ancestor, it is nearly complete. At most, 2 more days are needed for full completion, after which the Yaoqi pool may be opened. Jiang Wuque gazed at the magnificent dome structure before him, satisfaction evident in his eyes. Following Luo Xian's suggestion, a circular structure had been built atop the golden thread pool, dividing it into 3 sections. The closer to the center, the denser the spiritual energy became, yielding better cultivation results. According to Luo Xian, this arrangement would stimulate the disciples' motivation. If everyone were treated equally, their competitive spirit would inevitably weaken. Moreover, distinctions between outer door disciples, inner door disciples, and direct disciples were always necessary. Progress is satisfactory. Strive for early completion. Yes, ancestor. Jiang Wuque smiled gently, patting Hongwan Feng's shoulder encouragingly. But that pat revealed something amiss to Jiang Wuque. About to break through? A smile blossomed on Hongwan Feng's mature, beautiful face. Yes, I'll break through in 2 days. It's all thanks to you, ancestor. Excellent. 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 Jiang Wuque repeated the word 3 times. The sacred land of Yaoqi was finally about to produce a great sage. Didn't you wish to aid the ancestor in battle? When you break through, I shall prepare a reward for you. A reward? Hongwan Feng gasped, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Only then did she realize how childish she sounded, just like her own lure. Ah, no need to be so formal. Why act so stiff in front of the ancestor? Just treat me as a friend as usual. Hongwan Feng's body, as ripe as a peach, shifted awkwardly. Ancestor, how could you say such a thing? If I did that, wouldn't I be disregarding proper hierarchy? Jiang Wuque smiled helplessly, then joked. But if I treat you as a friend while you treat me as an elder, wouldn't that make things awkward between us? Ha? Then should I treat the ancestor as a friend too? Hongwan Feng pressed her rosy lips together, hesitating slightly. Yes, that's more like it. Treating you as a friend, that's a privilege even the sect master doesn't have. Hearing this, Hongwan Feng felt her heartbeat quicken. Not even the sect master has this? Exclusively for me. She murmured inwardly. Her enchanting eyes momentarily lost their focus. Even after Jiang Wuque departed, Hongwan Feng's mind lingered in a daze. Then, an immense surge of motivation erupted within her heart. Even the barrier that had long held her back showed signs of cracking. If only I could receive the ancestor's reward, how joyful that would be. Chapter 27, The Floating Cloud Dan Scripture. Upon returning to the 10,000 Flowers Hall, Luo Xian was methodically directing the elders and stewards. She had no intention of concealing the recent incident. She directly recounted the entire sequence of events to the disciples. Upon seeing Jiang Wuque enter, Luo Xian immediately set aside her tasks. Ancestor. The golden thread Yaoqi is nearly repaired. Choose an auspicious day, then officially open it. Hearing this, Luo Xian's face lit up with delight. Is that so? That's wonderful news. I'll make arrangements for this as soon as possible. Yes, see it through promptly. I shall be traveling shortly. Ancestor, you. Luo Xian desperately wanted to ask where Jiang Wuque was going, but feared her curiosity might offend him.
Jiang Wuque sensed her hesitation and explained, I'm going to settle matters with the Union sect once and for all.
It's time to bring this chapter to a close. So that's how it is. Luo Xian heard this and felt a surge of excitement.
With the patriarch's strength, there was absolutely no need to worry about the Union sect.
Judging by his intentions, he likely didn't want the Union sect to take action against them. Very well, then. Ancestor, please rest.
We shall not disturb you further.
That night,
Jiang Wuque leaned back in his chair within the 10,000 Splendors Hall, his thoughts already drifting far away.
Hong Luanfeng was on the verge of a breakthrough. Given her talent and loyalty, once she matured, she would undoubtedly become a valuable asset to Jiang Wuque.
Having made such a bold promise to grant her a reward, Jiang Wuque naturally needed to put some thought into it. She favors offensive combat. Perhaps I should grant her a reward related to that. Jiang Wuque pondered, head bowed. His own foundations were still shallow. Beyond his own hard power, only the extreme Dao Imperial weapon and the Buddha realm in his palm remained. The Supreme Imperial weapon was out of the question, leaving only the Buddha realm in his palm.
Got it.
Jiang Wuque's mind raced, and suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. He would completely strip away the functional aspects of the Buddha realm in his palm, then simplify it further, transforming it into a purely offensive divine ability.
That's a brilliant idea. Jiang Wuque nodded in deep agreement.
With this, Elder Hong should be very pleased. The thought of that woman with her breathtakingly perfect figure made Jiang Wuque's throat go dry.
Cough cough, what am I thinking about? Let's focus on the task at hand first. The night passed swiftly.
Jiang Wuque had simplified the Buddha realm in his palm to completion, naming it the ethereal finger. His palm had transformed into a single finger.
Yet its power paled in comparison to the complete palm Buddha realm.
After all, this was merely the result of a single night's work.
Moreover, the diminished power was relative.
The Buddha realm in the palm was, after all, an imperial-level divine ability. Emerging from it, the ethereal finger was already immensely potent. As the sky began to glow with the first light of dawn, Jiang Wuque halted his simplification.
Today's check-in activated. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. On obtaining the floating cloud Dan scripture, Jiang Wuque retrieved the item from this day's check-in with keen interest.
The 4 characters Floating Cloud Elixir Classic were printed on the yellowish-brown pages. As Jiang Wuque ran his fingers over the pages, he immediately sensed something extraordinary. The material of these pages could actually withstand his strength. His current physical cultivation had reached the quasi-emperor realm. If the material was this resilient, the contents must be even more astonishing. Slowly unfolding the pages, the contents unfolded before Jiang Wuque's eyes. Dragon Roar Phoenix Cry Pill? Ascension Cloud Transformation Pill? Heaven Piercing Pill? Jiang Wuque was stunned. The Floating Cloud Pill Classic actually contained one pill formula after another. And these formulas Jiang Wuque had never even heard of them. 7th grade elixirs? 8th grade elixirs? 9th grade? Jiang Wuque could scarcely believe it. He slowly turned to the final page. There's even an Emperor grade pill? Even Jiang Wuque was taken aback. Any single formula here held immeasurable value. A formula was not the same as the elixir itself. Possessing a formula was equivalent to possessing countless elixirs. And to think this alchemy scripture contained an imperial-grade formula. Let me examine this imperial-grade formula. Divine Prison's Sealing Pill? Its primary effect is to transform the physical body, granting the prison sealing divine physique. A special physique. Jiang Wuque's eyes lit up, sensing great potential. However, he currently lacked the necessary materials and couldn't find a 10th-grade alchemist, so he had to put it aside for now. Yet this alchemy text held immense significance for the sacred land of Yaoqi. Many of its pills proved remarkably effective, offering substantial benefits for the cultivation of the sect's high-ranking members. After the previous war, the area responsible for alchemy at the sacred land of Yaoqi had long been destroyed. Most of the elixirs currently in use were imported from neighboring great realms. These pills were exorbitantly expensive, constantly causing Nangong Wanner to complain bitterly. She claimed that her role as the senior elder of logistics was truly arduous. The sacred land of Yaoqi has considered cultivating its own alchemists. But alchemy isn't something just anyone can learn. It's an art that demands exceptional natural talent. One must master a series of time-consuming disciplines: herbal processing, pharmacology, fire control, and precise ingredient ratios. And these were merely the most fundamental aspects of alchemy. Only by mastering all these disciplines can one attempt alchemy, which speaks to the immense difficulty of this path. In major realms with a strong alchemy culture, it's even said that a single high-level alchemist can be worth as much as dozens of cultivators at the same stage. What a treasure I hold in my hands! What do alchemists covet most? Without a doubt, it is the alchemical formula. A single formula may embody the lifetime's essence and blood of one alchemist or even generations of alchemists. This alone speaks to their immense value. Jiang Wuque now held a mountain of treasure yet couldn't utilize it, for he was no alchemist. I wonder if the system can grant me alchemy experience. No, I can't pin all my hopes on the system.
I need to find a skilled alchemist.
Jiang Wuque stowed away the floating cloud pill classic, silently committing this matter to memory. This matter would have to wait until he resolved the follow-up affairs concerning the Union sect. Oh, right, there's also my current physical cultivation. Jiang Wuque slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering this matter. Compared to just a day ago, his physique now resembled a classical Greek sculpture, muscles sculpted with fluid, defined lines, the very embodiment of the physique countless men dream of. Of course, physical sculpting was merely the least noteworthy effect of body refinement. 1,000 years of physical cultivation had also endowed him with formidable strength. Now, Jiang Wuque had reached the mid-stage of the quasi-emperor realm solely through his physical cultivation. Stripping off his shirt, he stood in the grand hall, examining himself from every angle, utterly satisfied. Tap tap. 2 footsteps echoed. The moment Luo Xian entered the 10,000 Splendors Hall, Jiang Wuque hurriedly pulled his clothes back on. Xian? What brings you here? Luo Xian, holding the exquisite fabric in her hands, froze in place for a moment. Though the ancestor moved swiftly, she had glimpsed something she shouldn't have. This. The ancestor's figure is simply divine. Ah, I just want to touch it. Luo Xian's mind screamed uncontrollably, so engrossed that she didn't even notice Jiang Wuque calling her name. Gulp. Luo Xian's throat rolled as she swallowed, feeling a sudden dryness in her mouth. Ancestor, the ceremony for using the golden thread Yaoqi is tomorrow. I'd like to make you a few more sets of clothes. Oh, I see. Luo Xian stared intently at him, making Jiang Wuque feel slightly uncomfortable. Ancestor, could you remove your upper garment? Only then can I take your measurements properly. Chapter 28, The 1,000-Year Sage. After uttering those words, Luo Xian was stunned by her own boldness. But she didn't take it back. After all, what she'd just witnessed was too tempting. Her usual intellectual grace and elegance had been cast aside. It's not my fault. You seduced me, ancestor. Luo Xian, you did nothing wrong. Luo Xian whispered to herself in consolation. Jiang Wuque listened, half believing, half doubting. That black python robe from last time fit perfectly. There was no need to take off your top, was there? No. Ancestor, the measurements last time weren't accurate. This time, let Xian take precise measurements for you. Luo Xian said, her eyes sparkling as she approached Jiang Wuque. Well, alright then. After all, he was just a grown man, no big deal. With that, Jiang Wuque slowly removed his top. Luo Xian measured his dimensions with utmost seriousness. Her eyes darted around nervously as her trembling palm pressed against Jiang Wuque's abs. Oh my! So this is the patriarch's abs? They're so warm. Unlike Luo Xian's touch, Jiang Wuque felt a cool, small hand climb toward his abdomen, tickling him slightly. Xian, are you done yet? Just a moment longer, ancestor. Almost done. With that, Luo Xian moved behind Jiang Wuque, a spot completely out of his line of sight. Her gaze was utterly captivated by that perfectly defined wasp waist. Luo Xian felt her cheeks burning hot. She bit down on her lower lip, her breathing uneven. Her warm breath brushed against Jiang Wuque's neck, releasing a potent aura of mature femininity. This delightful scent drifted into Jiang Wuque's nostrils. As he inhaled the rich, sweet scent, Jiang Wuque closed his eyes, forcing himself to think of nothing else. Just a moment. Seizing this golden opportunity, Luo Xian took a few more liberties. Her breath trembled as she exhaled the final puff of warmth, finally completing all the measurements. Then, hands clasped behind her back, Luo Xian slowly approached Jiang Wuque. I've fulfilled my duty, ancestor. This time, Xian will make you the finest garment. Jiang Wuque's body felt stiff. He cracked his neck. Well done. Not at all. It is Xian's honor to make garments for you. I shall take my leave now. Luo Xian's eyes shone brightly as her small hands fidgeted behind her back. Understood. Only after Luo Xian had left did Jiang Wuque exhale the breath he'd been holding. Phew. These little devils, really. Not one of them considers my feelings. With that, Jiang Wuque tightened his robes, pushing aside the cluttered thoughts in his mind as he continued refining his simplified divine technique. Another morning passed. The ethereal finger technique was essentially complete, and a golden orb appeared in Jiang Wuque's palm. Ding! At that moment, a thunderous bell toll echoed, instantly capturing the attention of the entire sect. The primordial spirit light manifested above the sacred grounds of the Yaoqi. Jiang Wuque stepped out of the 10,000 Splendors Hall, observing the commotion on the nearby Qingxiu Peak. That means, he's broken through. It was clear that after thousands of years, a great sage-level powerhouse had reappeared in the sacred grounds of the Jade Pool. Jiang Wuque lightly tapped his toes, soaring skyward like a streak of light. Someone on Qingxiu Peak had broken through to the great sage realm. It had to be Hong Wanfeng. I never imagined Elder Hong could be so swift. We spoke of it yesterday, and today she's already broken through. Under Jiang Wuque's gaze, the primordial spirit light gradually coalesced into a vortex of spiritual energy, continuously converging toward the palace-attired beauty atop Qingxiu Peak. Hong Wanfeng kept her eyes tightly shut, channeling all her strength into the Hanyuan Yaoqi true method. Such immense commotion naturally drew the attention of many.
Numerous direct disciples and elders, including Luo Xian who had been designing a magical robe, all rushed over to witness this spectacular moment. Third elder, she's about to break through. Luo Xian's face was lit with a broad smile. What a day full of good news. The spiritual energy grew increasingly dense, the vortex expanding larger and larger. The crimson phoenix seemed to be nearing its limit. Before long, she let out a soft cry. The immense vortex of spiritual energy, resembling a colossal white dragon, was completely absorbed by the red phoenix. Her aura surged steadily, reaching its peak. With a sudden opening of her eyes, the red phoenix's presence instantly ascended to a new level. Great Sage attained. Excitement flashed in Hong Wanfeng's beautiful eyes. She could sense that this was no ordinary Great Sage breakthrough achieved through an imperial-grade cultivation technique. Her power now far surpassed that of others at the same realm. Ancestor! I've done it! Hong Wanfeng exclaimed excitedly. Her breakthrough held another layer of significance. For a top-tier power, the conventional definition required at least one Great Sage-level expert within the sect. Setting aside Jiang Wuque, the near emperor, the Yaoqi Sacred Land had now officially become a top-tier power. Of course, if Jiang Wuque were counted, the Yaoqi Sacred Land would already be considered a god-tier power. Senior Hong, congratulations are in order. Jiang Wuque wore a smile. Yet after Jiang Wuque offered his congratulations, Hong Wanfeng grew somewhat coy. Without you, my breakthrough would have been a distant dream. Ha ha. Jiang Wuque chuckled twice. This was one reason he was willing to aid the sacred land of Yaoqi. Its elders were all people who remembered kindness. They held his contributions in high regard and consistently showed him respect. Enough of this debate over who deserves the credit. Since you've achieved your breakthrough, the reward the patriarch promised you must be given. Jiang Wuque extended his palm, and the newly formed golden sphere appeared in his hand. A vast, resonant chant of sacred syllables stirred, causing the surrounding space to vibrate in harmony. What is this? Hong Wan stared at the object in Jiang Wuque's palm like a curious child. The sacred chant grew louder, even causing several golden lotus blossoms to emerge around Jiang Wuque. A unique mark gradually solidified. This was a minor divine power Jiang Wuque had developed based on his own understanding, born from the Buddha land within his palm. He named it vastness in a finger. Jiang Wuque touched the mark to Hong Wanfeng's forehead. Infinite golden light erupted from her brow, appearing from afar like a miniature sun. Didn't you wish to wage war for the sacred land of Yaoqi? This is a divine technique of conquest I prepared especially for you. Divine power. At the sound of those two words, Luo Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth watering with envy. Divine abilities were not like cultivation techniques, they grew stronger alongside one's power, typically possessed immense potency or unique effects, and were highly practical. Don't rush. Once you break through to Great Sage, I'll prepare one for you too. Jiang Wuque naturally noticed Luo Xian's envious gaze from the side. As the venerable ancestor of the sacred land of Yaoqi, this kind-hearted and simple-minded near emperor naturally had to treat everyone fairly. Wu, patriarch, you're so kind. Luo Xian clutched her chest excitedly, struggling to regain her usual poised and elegant demeanor. But the words divine power tickled her heart like feathers, leaving an itch she couldn't scratch. Luo Xian, how did you become like this? Where has your former dignity gone? Despite her constant self-reassurance, her excitement barely subsided, leaving her no choice but to confide in the elders. Her face radiated pure delight. In this moment of joy, she shed the solemn dignity she usually carried as the sect leader. Perhaps this girlish demeanor was Luo Xian's true self, only the weight of responsibilities at the sacred pool had kept her from revealing it. But since Jiang Wuque's arrival, she seemed to have undergone a transformation. Chapter 29, The Vastness of a Single Finger. The golden light gradually faded as Hong Wanfeng completed her absorption of this divine technique. The vast and boundless finger was Jiang Wuque's adaptation of the Buddha realm palm technique into a finger technique. Though its attack range was reduced, the strikes became more concentrated and focused on piercing the surface with a single point, ensuring devastating lethality. Upon mastering it, Hong Wanfeng finally understood the reward Jiang Wuque had promised, a divine technique. Even during the peak of the sacred land of Yaoqi, not a single divine technique existed, making it an exceedingly rare and precious treasure. Not to mention, as the ancestor had just stated, this was a combat-specific divine technique prepared exclusively for her. Ancestor, why are you so kind to me? A peculiar emotion stirred within Hong Wanfeng's heart. She couldn't quite name it, it felt like gratitude, yet also something else entirely. It was an indescribable, inexplicable feeling. Third elder, what are you standing there for? Shouldn't you thank the ancestor? Xiao Meyer chimed in with a smile. Oh, right. Wanfeng thanks the ancestor for this reward. Hong Wanfeng bowed deeply with utmost solemnity. If you must thank anyone, thank yourself. As the first great sage of the sacred land of Yaoqi, you now bear greater responsibilities. Understand? I understand, ancestor. Hong Wanfeng's tone was light-hearted, but then she seemed to think of something and asked somewhat sheepishly, then may I try out the power of this divine ability? Jiang Wuque nodded in understanding. After all, it was a divine ability she'd just acquired naturally, it held great novelty. Not just Hong Wanfeng, but even he had been eager to test the Buddha's realm in his palm the moment he obtained it. Attack me with all your might. But Jiang Wuque chuckled softly. Don't worry, you can't hurt me. There's no need to fear offending me. We're just testing its power.
Hearing this, Hong Wanfeng let go of her reservations. As she prepared to strike, testing the true nature of this divine power, those around them stepped back to make space. Then I shall proceed, ancestor. As the words fell, Hong Wanfeng gathered all her chaotic spiritual energy and activated the vast and boundless finger note. The name of this divine technique was previously rendered as floating and boundless finger but is corrected here to vast and boundless finger for consistency. A blinding golden light erupted from her index finger, bathing the entire Qingshu Peak in a golden glow. From afar, Luo Zian stood arms crossed, staring in stunned silence at the spectacle. Is the divine technique bestowed by the ancestor truly this terrifying? Back then, her cultivation and combat prowess had been comparable to Hong Wanfeng's.
But now, even 10 of her combined might likely couldn't withstand this single strike.
3 seconds passed as the Hamiao finger reached its peak of power.
Hong Wanfeng roared, "Go!" In an instant, the golden finger of spiritual energy, as massive as a mountain, crashed down toward Jiang Wuque.
At the summit, countless white clouds were swept aside by the strike, leaving only this golden light filling the heavens and earth. Jiang Wuque stroked his chin, sensing its overwhelming might. Just as the vastness finger neared him, he extended his own index finger, gently colliding with the colossal spiritual energy finger. Boom! A colossal explosion of primordial spiritual energy erupted. Jiang Wuque stood immovable at the center, like a rock amidst crashing waves. No matter how powerful the vastness finger was, he remained unshaken. This scene instantly stunned Luo Zian, the elders, and the disciples. Having never witnessed the patriarch in battle before, they knew he was immensely powerful but lacked concrete understanding. Now, his might was laid bare before them, blocking a Grand Saint's full-force attack without deploying any spiritual energy. This defied their comprehension. In truth, under this strike, Jiang Wuque had indeed not drawn upon any cultivation base. He had blocked the attack solely with his physical body. Relying on his flesh alone, he could rival a quasi-emperor in the mid to late stages. Thus, Hong Wanfeng's assault posed no real threat. Moreover, the surrounding aura of power was controlled by Jiang Wuque, causing no harm to Qingshu Peak. After completely neutralizing the attack, Jiang Wuque remarked, combining the primordial spirit light with the boundless power of the divine finger technique, this strike could easily defeat a mid-stage great sage. Upon hearing this, Hong Wanfeng froze momentarily before her delight became impossible to conceal. Ancestor, I've only just broken through to the great sage realm. Could I truly defeat a mid-stage great sage? Jiang Wuque nodded with a smile. The boundless finger, born from the Buddha realm within his palm, possessed such power that he found it unsurprising. Combined with Hong Wanfeng's mastery of an emperor-level cultivation technique and the release of primordial spirit energy which was inherently far stronger than that of ordinary cultivators, defeating a mid-stage great sage was no exaggeration. Well done. Jiang Wuque offered his praise. Achieving this level so soon after breaking through to great sage was indeed commendable. The compliment filled Hong Wanfeng's heart with joy, as sweet as honey melting. The elders gathered around, offering their congratulations to Hong Wanfeng. Jiang Wuque watched the scene with a smile. This was Hong Wanfeng's moment to shine, and he saw no need to join the commotion. Then, with a flick of his thoughts, he vanished from the spot. Hong Wanfeng exchanged polite shared joy greetings with the elders, yet her thoughts lingered solely on Jiang Wuque. Witnessing the patriarch's departure, a sudden pang of reluctance stirred within her. This fleeting emotional shift was swiftly concealed, yet it did not escape Lu Yanan, who had grown up alongside her. Master, I knew you'd eventually succumb to the patriarch's charms, Lu Yanan thought silently. After all, a man as perfect as the patriarch is truly one in a million. But remember, the patriarch belongs to Lu, no one can take him away. A flicker of longing passed through her eyes, but it was interrupted by Hong Wanfeng's voice. Lu, what's wrong? The inquiry made Lu Yanan's expression shift instantly. She smiled and replied, Nothing at all, master. Little Lu was just feeling happy for you. Is that so? That is most excellent. Lu Yanan understood Hong Wanfeng, and Hong Wanfeng understood Lu Yanan just as well. Remembering how her master had raised her since childhood and was the person who cherished her most in the world, a flicker of conflict crossed Lu Yanan's mind. Alright then, master. Lu will share the patriarch with you. When the time comes, we'll both. Back in the 10,000 Splendors Hall, Jiang Wuque reviewed recent developments. Hong Wanfeng had broken through, Luo Zian would likely follow soon. The Golden Thread Immortal Pool was about to open. Everything was falling into place. The Immortal Pool Sacred Land's revival was merely a matter of time. Once the Golden Thread Pool ceremony concludes, we'll deal with the Hahuan sect. With that thought, Jiang Wuque released Xia Zhangyang from the Divine Power Realm. Previously, Xia Zhangyang had been confined within the palm-sized Divine Power Realm, unable to speak or move, enduring endless days in utter darkness, time itself frozen within the space, leaving him utterly unaware of how long he'd been trapped. He'd even feared Jiang Wuque might forget him, knowing that would drive him mad sooner or later. So, what intelligence do you have on the Union sect? Jiang Wuque asked casually, his inquiry born of caution, though with his power, a direct assault would pose little problem.
I would never betray my sect, Xia Zhangyang declared defiantly, though his mind was already calculating.
He knew he still held value. He intended to use this intelligence to bargain with Jiang Wuque, hoping at least to avoid being returned to that sunless void.
If he could save his own life, that would be even better. Fine. Jiang Wuque responded indifferently. Xia Zhangyang froze. No conditions?
Before his confusion could deepen, Jiang Wuque vanished from the hall. The next instant, he materialized abruptly behind Xia Zhangyang.
What is he trying to do?
Xia Zhangyang's eyes widened in terror.
Chapter 30, The Money-Giving Patriarch. As an emperor, would Jiang Wuque be blackmailed by a few pieces of intelligence? The answer was no. The moment Xia Zhangyang tried to negotiate terms with Jiang Wuque, he had already been sentenced to death by him. No, senior. I'll give you the intel.
I'll tell you everything.
Jiang Wuque chuckled coldly and proceeded to perform a soul search. Typically, the mental strength of a quasi-emperor is already formidable. Even a half-step emperor couldn't guarantee success in soul searching.
But Jiang Wuque was an emperor. Such mental strength was as fragile as paper in his eyes. Before long, Jiang Wuque released his grip on Xia Zhangyang with disgust. The intelligence was scarce, mostly consisting of filthy, obscene memories.
Disgusting.
Jiang Wuque curled his lip, glancing at the now dazed Xia Zhangyang.
With a casual flick of his wrist, Xia Zhangyang was flung out of the palace, instantly reduced to a pile of ashes.
Such a person absolutely could not die within the 10,000 Splendors Hall. It would be nothing short of contamination.
By evening, Luo Zian dispatched several disciples to deliver several sets of garments for Jiang Wuque.
According to the disciples, Luo Zian was extremely busy preparing for tomorrow's grand ceremony, overseeing all arrangements, and regretted not being able to personally help Jiang Wuque try on the clothes.
Hearing this, Jiang Wuque's face darkened. His ambitions hadn't yet reached the point of expecting personal attendance for dressing.
After trying them on, the garments fit impeccably soft against the skin and free of any discomfort, crafted from the finest, top-grade fabrics. Among them, he particularly favored a set of plain Taoist robes in pale blue and white, the cuffs embroidered with intricate hidden dragon patterns, cinched at the waist by a white jade belt. The ensemble looked sharp and elegant.
Not bad at all.
After admiring himself in the bronze mirror for a moment, Jiang Wuque didn't put the clothes away but slipped them on instead.
The next day, the day of the golden thread Yaoqi ceremony.
Attire sort of just changed into it last night.
Hair in place. No lingering odors either.
Jiang Wuque scrutinized himself meticulously. Though such checks were entirely unnecessary at his emperor-level cultivation, his body was already utterly pure and dust-free. Still, attending such a grand sex ceremony for the first time, extra diligence was only natural.
Tap tap.
A crisp, synchronized footfall echoed. Jiang Wuque looked up to see 2 rows of radiant female disciples entering from outside the manhwa hall.
Their eyes shone brightly, their gazes holding both curiosity and reverence for this ancestor. You. Greetings, ancestor. The sect master sent us to escort you to the golden thread jade pool for the ceremony.
With that, the lead disciple lifted the veil covering her face, revealing a countenance so captivating it could enchant all who beheld it.
Yanran, you little.
Jiang Wuque chuckled softly. Before he could react, Lu Yanran grabbed his arm and half pushed, half pulled him into a luxurious golden palanquin that had been waiting outside the hall.
Come, lift the palanquin for the venerable ancestor.
A dozen female disciples cried out in unison, and the sedan chair was lifted steadily. A red carpet stretched from the temple door to the sedan chair, then extended into the distance. The beauties carried the sedan chair, each step graceful and elegant. Such treatment was something Jiang Wuque had never even dared to imagine in his previous life.
Ah, you girls, really?
Jiang Wuque feigned indifference, though inwardly he couldn't help but feel a surge of secret delight. The sedan chair was remarkably comfortable, its soft cushions molding to his form, dampening even the slightest jolt. After a smooth 15-minute journey, the sedan chair gently descended beside the highest platform of the golden thread jade pool. Jiang Wuque parted the cascading tassels before him and stepped out of the golden-roofed palanquin. Before his eyes unfolded the sight of thousands of disciples cheering in perfect unison, a thunderous roar that made the surrounding air tremble. Several disciples stepped forward to carry the sedan chair away, while the remaining female disciples hurriedly bowed and withdrew. Instantly, the highest platform was left with only Jiang Wuque standing alone.
This was Jiang Wuque's first time participating in such a grand sex ceremony.
Facing the bright, fervent eyes below, he momentarily found himself at a loss for words.
Ancestor, please share your thoughts with us. Luo Zian's clear voice rang out from below the platform, carrying across the entire Yaoqi. Ahem. Well, I honestly don't know what to say either. In that case, Jiang Wuque tapped his forehead and declared bluntly, in that case, let's just distribute some spirit stones.
Everyone present was stunned. They'd expected the patriarch to deliver some platitudes about reviving the sect or forging ahead, but instead, he skipped all the nonsense and went straight to the point, handing out perks.
What? What did the patriarch just say? Did I hear that right?
The patriarch said he's giving out spirit stones.
After a brief silence, an even louder cheer erupted from below, the volume several notches higher than before. Everyone here 100 spirit stones each. Jiang Wuque's words crashed like a boulder into the tranquil lake, sending countless ripples across the surface. 100 spirit stones? Did I hear that correctly? The patriarch is being so generous. He's spoiling us rotten. Is this real? 100? I couldn't save that much in half a year. Jiang Wuque's words were, of course, true. These spirit stones came partly from the tribute paid by the three sects, including the sword-leaving Taoist, and partly from the spoils seized from those three quasi-emperors of the Union sect. In this cultivation world, 100 spirit stones held immense purchasing power, enough not only for newly initiated microcosm realm disciples but even for cultivators at the cavern heaven realm or heart certification realm to sustain their cultivation for a considerable period. 10,000 years ago, when Jiang Wuque worked menial jobs at the Yaoqi sacred grounds, his monthly stipend was a mere spirit stone. It was no wonder his words caused such shockwaves. The disciples' gazes toward Jiang Wuque instantly transformed from reverence to reverence mixed with gratitude. Since the ancestor's arrival, the golden thread Yaoqi had reopened, doubling cultivation speeds. Now, they even received spirit stones, wherein the entire Western realm could any sect compare to the current sacred grounds of Yaoqi? This wasn't just an ancestor, he was plainly their breadwinner. Moreover, today's successful opening of the golden thread Yaoqi was entirely thanks to this ancestor. Instantly, countless disciples beamed with joy, their gazes toward Jiang Wuque brimming with gratitude. Jiang Wuque wasn't one to dawdle. With a flick of his wrist, a spatial spirit ring appeared in his palm containing nearly 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones, all collected earlier. With over 2,000 disciples present, even distributing 100 stones to each would leave him with over 80,000 remaining. It was well known that over 200,000 spirit stones represented roughly the lifetime savings of a great sage cultivator. To see Jiang Wuque distribute such a fortune so generously in one go left everyone utterly in awe. Under Jiang Wuque's spiritual sense control, a pile of gleaming white spirit stones materialized before each disciple, uniform in size, rich in spiritual energy, clearly top-grade goods. Witnessing this scene, many disciples gasped in awe. The impact of seeing the actual items was entirely different from mere promises. Most disciples had never seen such a quantity of spirit stones in their entire lives. With piles of them now before them, they couldn't suppress the smiles spreading across their faces. One after another, they bowed deeply toward Jiang Wuque in overwhelming excitement. "Take them all," he said. "Cultivate diligently and do not squander this opportunity." Jiang Wuque gave a brief instruction before reaching into his pocket and pulling out another pile of spirit stones. This time, it was for the higher-ups, 1,000 for each direct disciple, 5,000 for the holy maiden, 10,000 for each elder, and 30,000 for sect master Luo Zian. The elders accepted the spirit stones, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. They felt the reward was too generous. But Jiang Wuque waved his hand dismissively, cutting off their refusals. "This is what you deserve. You've worked hard all these years. There's no need to decline." The beautiful elders exchanged glances before finally accepting. After all, the patriarch had spoken. Further refusal would only seem ungrateful. Positions differed, responsibilities varied, and thus, so did their compensation. Jiang Wuque glided down from the high platform, landing before Luo Zian. With a smile, he said, "Everything I wish to say and do is now complete. The stage now belongs to you, our sect leader." Hearing this, Luo Zian rolled her eyes in a charming manner, her rosy lips pouting slightly as she retorted with a hint of playful reproach, "This isn't just sharing thoughts, it's clearly the god of wealth has arrived, stealing all the spotlight from this sect leader." Then, half joking yet half serious, she teased, "With your current prestige, ancestor, I fear I'd have to step down and make way for you if you so commanded." No. I don't have the energy to manage sect affairs. You'd better stick to being the sect leader." Jiang Wuque hastily waved his hands in refusal. He had no desire to be entangled in sect affairs. Unfettered freedom was his true pursuit. "I'll leave the rest to you. I'll just watch from below." Luo Zian nodded, adjusted her skirt, and turned to ascend the viewing platform. Today, Luo Zian wore a smoky-hued brocade robe and skirt. The luxurious fabric hugged her form, perfectly accentuating her graceful curves. Sunlight fell perfectly behind her, making even the fine downy hair beside her cheeks shimmer with golden light. She lifted her soft, white chin slightly, her eyes clear and bright, her demeanor elegant and dignified. Jiang Wuque watched the figure on the stage, unable to suppress the thought, Luo Zian at this moment truly radiated the charm of a mature woman. That gentle yet capable demeanor was the very embodiment of a virtuous wife who could handle everything perfectly once married. Chapter 31, Departure. Once the disciples below had calmed their emotions slightly, they lifted their heads once more to look at their sect leader. "The reopening of the Golden Thread Pool is a blessing for our sect, and all credit goes to our sect's founder Jiang Wuque. Beginning today, outer sect disciples may bathe in the pool of immortality for 1 hour daily in Area C. Inner sect disciples shall bathe in Area B. Direct disciples and above shall enjoy the same privileges as elders, bathing for 1 hour in Area A. Each zone contains varying concentrations of spiritual energy. The closer to the innermost zone, the greater the cultivation benefits." Luo Zian arranged it this way to better stimulate the disciples' cultivation. Without establishing clear distinctions between tiers, the competitive spirit among disciples would weaken considerably, something the sect wished to avoid.
Luo Xian spoke at length, thoroughly explaining all the rules beforehand. As her voice trailed off, the magnificent dome above the golden thread pool slowly opened.
Now, you may all enter to cultivate. Luo Xian smiled faintly as the entrance to the pool below opened. The disciples below entered in orderly fashion, their faces aglow with excitement. Jiang Wuque approached Luo Xian, gently wiping the sweat from her cheek. You've worked hard, Xian. Jiang Wuque's sudden gesture caught Luo Xian off guard.
Her full lips parted slightly, yet no words came out. Normally, with her current cultivation level, she wouldn't break a sweat from speaking a few words. This reaction stemmed entirely from Jiang Wuque's unwavering gaze upon her from below the stage, making her inexplicably nervous.
Ancestor. I'm not tired.
Luo Xian pressed her lips together, her cheeks flushing slightly as an indescribable joy welled up within her. Jiang Wuque smiled faintly before turning to the elders behind him. Everyone, don't just stand around. Go experience the Yaoqi pool yourselves. The elders exchanged glances. The patriarch had spoken, and they would obey.
They even pulled Luo Xian along with them as they entered the Yaoqi to experience it.
Before long, Jiang Wuque was left alone on the stage.
Oh, right, I haven't checked in today.
In his haste to tidy his appearance that morning, he'd completely forgotten this crucial task.
Jiang Wuque silently recited the check-in command in his mind, and the system prompt sounded immediately. Check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5P quasi-emperor level spirit puppets.
What new trinket has the system bestowed upon me now?
With a flick of his thoughts, Jiang Wuque summoned the 5 newly acquired spirit puppets. These puppets were roughly human-sized, yet their entire bodies glowed with a metallic cold light, clearly crafted from some precious material.
P quasi-emperor realm? Not bad at all.
Jiang Wuque nodded with satisfaction. With these spirit puppets, he wouldn't have to worry about the Yaoqi's sacred ground being raided when he traveled to Central Plains. With another flick of his thoughts, he retracted the puppets. Now that the matters at hand were largely resolved, it was time to venture out into the world. As a newcomer just stepping into the vast realm of cultivation, it was time to witness its darkness and cruelty.
As evening fell, Jiang Wuque summoned Luo Xian. What? The patriarch is leaving? Luo Xian looked utterly stunned.
The sense of security the patriarch had provided during this time had been overwhelming. His sudden departure left her feeling hollow inside. Ancestor, please take care of yourself. The outside world is nothing like the sect. It's full of scheming individuals.
I understand.
If there's anything else you wish to impart, speak now.
A thoughtful expression crossed Luo Xian's exquisite face. After a moment, she asked, Ancestor, is your destination Central Plains?
Jiang Wuque nodded. Your journey will take you through 10 major realms, among which lies the demon-sealing mountains in the Huayan realm. Lu Xian paused here, a clear look of concern crossing her face. After a moment, she continued, to be perfectly honest, an elder who did our sect a great favor many years ago resides in seclusion there. He has come to the aid of the Yaoqi sacred land on multiple occasions.
If it's convenient for you, I hope you might pay him a visit. I see. That's easily done.
Jiang Wuque agreed without hesitation. The demon-sealing mountains lay directly along his intended route, and detouring to visit would require little effort.
Thank you, Ancestor. You are so kind. Luo Xian's face instantly lit up with delight. Oh, and about this. Jiang Wuque produced a quasi-emperor level spirit golem and handed it to Luo Xian. Staring at the chillingly imposing golem, Luo Xian asked curiously, Ancestor, what is this? This is a quasi-emperor level peak spirit puppet. While I'm away, it will obey your commands.
Jiang Wuque explained in a matter-of-fact tone.
Unlike Jiang Wuque's composure, Luo Xian was utterly stunned. Peak quasi-emperor.
Her pretty little face was filled with disbelief.
She glanced at Jiang Wuque, then pointed at herself uncertainly, asking, You're really letting me control it?
Jiang Wuque chuckled at her adorably bewildered expression.
You're the sect master. If not you, then who else? But this? Suddenly gaining control over a quasi-emperor peak spirit puppet would leave anyone momentarily dazed.
With this spirit puppet, no one within several major realms could stand against the Holy Land of Yaoqi anymore.
Luo Xian understood Jiang Wuque's nature well. Gifts bestowed by him were best accepted with gratitude, keeping the debt of kindness in one's heart.
One day, I will repay the patriarch properly.
Luo Xian silently vowed within her heart. Keep it. You'll continue managing the 10,000 Splendors Hall. Wait for me obediently within the sect until I return, understand?
Jiang Wuque's voice was gentle, his tone reminiscent of soothing a little girl.
Luo Xian's face flushed crimson. This profound sense of security could only come from the patriarch.
Though his tone did sound childlike, she found it deeply comforting. At that moment, she resembled a lazy, elegant kitten basking in its master's soothing care.
Understood, Ancestor. Xian will wait obediently for your return. After uttering those words, Luo Xian felt both shame and a secret thrill. Immediately afterward, she berated herself inwardly, Luo Xian. You've let yourself get lost in the patriarch's tenderness again. How could you say something so shameful? Thank goodness only the two of us are here. If anyone else had heard that, what dignity would you have left as the sect leader?
Seeing her expression, Jiang Wuque chuckled cheerfully.
Alright, then I'll be on my way. Jiang Wuque didn't bother with elaborate farewells.
He'd only told Luo Xian about his departure. To him, it wasn't a big deal, he'd likely return in a year or two. 10,000 years ago, Jiang Wuque had secluded himself in cultivation at the sacred Yao Pool, never venturing elsewhere. This journey offered him a chance to witness the true face of the cultivation world.
He couldn't help but wonder inwardly, will I run into some brainless villains along the way, just waiting for me to humiliate them? With this anticipation, Jiang Wuque tore open the space before him, revealing a deep, dark void rift.
Just as he prepared to step through, his foot faltered slightly. If I rush straight through like this, forget about showboating villains, I probably won't even see a soul. With a resigned shrug, he muttered, "Ah well, whatever."
Chapter 32, The Green-Robed One. Huayan Domain Demon Sealing Mountains.
Wang Luyuan, clad in a dark blue robe trimmed with green, glanced up at the gloomy sky.
Time to gather some firewood. Normally, demonic beasts shouldn't be this restless in the mountains at this time of year.
It was likely because that great sage-level beast had grown even more powerful. The thought weighed heavily on Wang Liyuan's heart.
This mountain served as the junction between the demon-suppressing mountains and the mortal county town.
If that demonic beast had discerned his true strength, then, closing the door to his bamboo hut, Wang Luyuan pushed the thought aside. He had done what he needed to do. Wang Luyuan descended the mountain slowly, stepping on the green bricks beneath his feet. Whenever he encountered dry firewood along the way, he would gather it up. He resembled a true mortal woodcutter. After walking a while, Wang Luyuan sat down on a boulder to rest. Holding a slender bamboo twig in his hand, he gazed at the undulating waves of green in the distance, feeling his spirit grow clearer. Unburdened by worldly concerns, this was precisely why he had sought refuge in the mountains.
I was just daydreaming. Tap tap.
2 sets of footsteps echoed, and Wang Luyuan looked toward the path leading down the mountain. A young man clad in a blue Taoist robe was ascending the mountain at a leisurely pace. Though his attire appeared simple, the fabric was crafted from exceptionally precious materials.
Which sect's disciple is this? Or perhaps a noble young master from a prominent cultivation family? Wang Luyuan felt a twinge of curiosity, wondering about the stranger's background and purpose.
Before long, Jiang Wuque arrived before Wang Luyuan.
Taking a break?
Startled by the casual tone, Wang Luyuan chuckled.
Indeed.
Old age catches up with you.
After a bit of movement, I need to rest. Otherwise, these old bones simply can't handle it.
Jiang Wuque shifted his weight slightly and sat down beside him on the boulder. The spot was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate both of them.
I see. Then show me the way. The way? Right.
Saying this, Jiang Wuque pulled out a map and pointed to a path cutting across the demon-suppressing mountains. Wang Luyuan glanced at it and shook his head immediately.
No, young man, you absolutely cannot take this route. It's teeming with demonic beasts that prey on humans.
I strongly advise you to find another path. Especially that mountain lord across the ridge, it possesses the cultivation of a peak great sage.
As someone who practices cultivation yourself, I'm sure you understand what a peak great sage represents. You have a point.
Hearing this, Wang Luyuan felt reassured. Over the years, he had encountered many young cultivators setting out for trials. Some ignored his warnings and insisted on venturing into the mountains for training, only to vanish without a trace. That this young man was heeding his words was most welcome.
Then why does the old predecessor choose to stay on this mountain?
There are no spiritual veins here, nor any spiritual treasures.
He must constantly guard against the demonic creatures on the opposite peak. It seems to offer him little benefit. Ha ha.
Wang Luyuan laughed heartily, setting down the firewood on his back and brushing the dust from his clothes. He pointed toward the mortal village below the mountain.
I no longer need such benefits. I'm old now, with only a few hundred years left to live. I've let go of my attachments to certain things. That town grew right under my watch. It started with just a dozen refugees fleeing war, then gradually expanded until it became the 1,000-strong settlement it is today. Wang Luyuan seemed lost in thought, shaking his head. At first, I only intended to stay briefly. Now, I find myself unwilling to leave. With that, Wang Luyuan smiled and turned to Jiang Wuque. Can you understand an old man like me? I understand.
To some dark cultivators, a mere 1,000 souls might seem like nothing more than numbers for a blood sacrifice. But to the old man before him, they were like children under his protection. People pursued different things. Sometimes, agreement wasn't necessary, just understanding. As he spoke, 2 more little figures bounced up the hillside.
Grandpa Wang. A boy and a girl. The one shouting loudly was the little boy on the right.
He sported 2 little pigtails on his head and held several dry sticks in his hands.
Oh my, what brings you two here? Where are your parents? Did they really let you come up the mountain alone?
The little girl chuckled.
Mother sent us.
She said heavy rain is coming in a couple days, and the firewood will get wet.
She asked us to come help you.
Hearing this, Wang Liyuan's eyes crinkled with laughter.
Your parents, really?
Jiang Wuque glanced at the little old man.
Though his words carried a hint of reproach, his heart was filled with joy. Hey! Where did you come from, big brother? Are you here to help old wine gather firewood too? Just as Jiang Wuque was about to speak, Wan Luyuan leapt down from the boulder, blocking the boy. Young man, you should leave. Go train somewhere else. Jiang Wuque rose slowly, realizing he'd been mistaken for some strange stranger. When it was just Wan Luyuan alone, he could manage a few words with the unfamiliar Jiang Wuque. But now, with two children present, the wariness in Wang Liuyuan's eyes shot straight up. He pulled out the map again and asked Wan Luyuan, how far do you think we need to push back the demon beast's territory to protect the town behind you? How much progress has been made? Wang Luyuan frowned, puzzled by what Jiang Wuque intended to do. Yes, how much progress? After a moment's thought, Wan Luyuan shook his head. Go back, young man. I don't know what your purpose is, but I can sense you mean no harm. I don't wish to be on opposing sides with you either. With that, Wan Luyuan took the two children by the hand and began walking down the mountain. Only a hunched silhouette remained behind. Jiang Wuque chuckled wryly. These days, even doing good deeds drew suspicion. But that was only natural. It was the right thing to be wary of a stranger. With that thought, Jiang Wuque resumed his climb up the mountain. At the summit stood a small bamboo hut, concealed by a high-grade concealment formation. Ordinary Great Sage Realm cultivators would likely struggle to detect it. Yet to Jiang Wuque, the formation was as good as non-existent. The toe bone of a quasi-emperor demon beast? Jiang Wuque gazed down the mountain, his gaze piercing through countless forests and jagged rocks to land upon Wan Luyuan. He likely relied on this very item to keep that restless kitten in check. Some secret technique simulated the beast's aura, but this trick clearly won't deceive the mountain lord for long. Jiang Wuque waved his hand lightly, instantly creating a gap in the concealment formation. The bamboo hut was remarkably simple: a bamboo bed, a wooden table, several conical hats in the corner, and a copper kettle covered in green rust atop an extinguished stove. Jiang Wuque took out brush and ink and wrote, I am Jiang Wuque, the patriarch of the sacred land of Nanyao. Upon my return, Patriarch Luo, mindful of our past ties, instructed me to assist you. Since you refuse to tell me how many miles to drive the demonic beast away, I shall decide. Perhaps 3,000 li is a fitting number. A few drops of ink seemed to foretell the impending bloodshed in turmoil. Before the ink had dried, Jiang Wuque vanished from the bamboo hut. Chapter 33, 3,000 li. A light drizzle fell from the sky, pattering upon the leaves. Nourished by the rain, the foliage seemed to deepen into a vibrant emerald green. Wisps of mist rose from the mountain slopes, creating a distant view that resembled a verdant fairyland. Jiang Wuque walked cheerfully through the mountains. Whenever raindrops threatened to touch him, an invisible force deflected them away. This rain seems to be getting heavier? Jiang Wuque looked up at the sky. The dark clouds had grown thicker, shrouding the entire world in shadow. We're here. This should be the place. He had intended to act swiftly and decisively, ending the mountain tiger's existence outright. But as luck would have it, it started raining. Strolling through the rain, Jiang Wuque felt surprisingly content. He decided to engage this little feline in conversation. What met his eyes was a massive cavern hollowed out of half a mountain, bustling with numerous demonic beasts that had attained spiritual essence. Hurry up, hurry up! The great king is about to wake. Why hasn't today's midday blood offering been delivered yet? The speaker was a burly bear demon 8 meters long, whose cultivation level had already reached the Daoyan realm. A powerhouse who would have ruled over a region elsewhere could only serve as a steward for the great demonic beasts in these demon-suppressing mountains. Human? The sight of Jiang Wuque's appearance left the 30-odd demonic creatures present utterly dumbfounded. They all dropped whatever they were doing. Second brother, a human has arrived. The demons stared at Jiang Wuque as if they'd discovered some rare treasure. The bear demon narrowed his eyes and whispered instructions to a wolf demon at his feet. Then it began facing off against Jiang Wuque. It couldn't sense the human's cultivation level at all. The only explanation was that this man possessed strength beyond comprehension, perhaps even surpassing that of the eldest brother. This situation was beyond its ability to handle. The bear demon blocked the cave entrance, tensing every muscle in its body, ready for battle. Jiang Wuque, however, did not move. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. Then he turned his gaze to the bear demon. The fact that it hadn't attacked him immediately showed it still possessed some sense. You bastard, you're actually smart. The bear demon remained silent, its expression tense as it watched Jiang Wuque. Jiang Wuque shrugged, crossed his legs casually, and sat down on a rock, quietly waiting for the main event to arrive. Not long after. Arg! The true lord of this region awoke, filled with boundless fury. Oh, still groggy from waking up? Jiang Wuque teased the monstrous tiger, over 30 meters long, as he observed it. A trace of blood and flesh still clung to the beast's mouth. Clearly, the wolf demon that had dared to rouse it had met a grim fate. Human! The tiger narrowed its slitted eyes, its tone thick with wariness. What are you doing here? Nothing much. See that mountain over there? Hearing this, the giant tiger asked in surprise, Are you sent by that old bird? The old bird it referred to was likely the aura Wang Luyuan had simulated using secret arts. Even now, it remained completely unaware. I advise you not to meddle in our demon beast's affairs. Besides, that old bird's aura is fainted, likely won't survive much longer. Standing up for it isn't wise. But Jiang Wuque shook his head. I'm not here to defend it. The so-called old bird you speak of doesn't even exist, it's merely an aura simulated by secret arts. At these words, the giant tiger's eyes turned bloodshot as it roared furiously toward the sky. I should have known. So many red flags, and I never suspected. Ha! Then the path down the mountain is wide open. Ha! Wait. The not-so-bright giant tiger finally caught on. Why did you tell me this? You're not human. What's your purpose? The giant tiger fired off 3 questions in rapid succession, his eyes brimming with suspicion. Jiang Wuque yawned. This little fellow really couldn't take a joke. If it had been any slower to react, Jiang Wuque could have chatted with it a bit longer. But now, Jiang Wuque instantly materialized before the tiger demon, staring directly into its blood-red eyes. After all, our positions are different. Consider yourself unlucky. The words hung like a final death sentence. The ferocious tiger demon struck first. A colossal paw, as large as a house, surged forward with immense force, slicing through the rain curtain as it slammed toward Jiang Wuque. Boom! Jiang Wuque extended a finger and tapped lightly. The moment the palm met his finger, the great sage-level tiger demon flew backward like a bouncing ball, propelled with even greater force. A strike powerful enough to pulverize a Daoyan realm expert proved utterly insignificant before Jiang Wuque. The colossal tiger slammed into the mountain peak, sending countless tiny fragments of rock flying. Arg! The tiger let out a pained howl, blood spilling from the corners of its mouth. With just one strike, it understood this was a realm beyond its ability to contend with. Crack! A bolt of lightning illuminated the sky. It also illuminated the bear demon's dazed and bewildered face. Run! That was the only thought in its mind. But before it could take half a step, its body began to dissolve like dust, slowly fading away in midair. Twisting its body, the bear demon's eyes filled with despair. After cultivating for 1,000 years, it remained nothing more than an insect. Facing these powerful beings, it didn't even have the right to resist. In less than 10 breaths, Jiang Wuque flicked the warm blood from his hands, staring expressionlessly at the giant tiger's corpse. The great sage tiger demon that had threatened Wang Luyuan for over a century had fallen here. Jiang Wuque raised his right hand and examined it. Good. The clothes Ziyan made for me aren't stained. A faint smile touched the corner of Jiang Wuque's lips. He did not linger, instead continuing his flight deeper into the demon-sealing mountains. A trail of blood and carnage marked his path. After driving back enemies for 300 li, Jiang Wuque encountered a quasi-emperor-level crimson abyss giant python. After driving back enemies over 600 li, Jiang Wuque encountered a mid-stage quasi-emperor-level variegated vicious kite. After driving back enemies over 1,500 li, a peak quasi-emperor-level 6-eyed mang elephant emerged. Each of these demonic beasts was slain by Jiang Wuque with a single strike, offering no resistance whatsoever. Until Jiang Wuque halted in his tracks, staring at the utterly enchanting woman before him. Human, stop. Shape-shifting? Interesting. A dangerous glint flashed in Hua Zimei's phoenix-like eyes. Gazing at the trail of blood trailing behind Jiang Wuque, a boundless rage ignited within her heart. Slaughtering the demon-suppressing mountains so ruthlessly, it seems you hold me, the ruler of these mountains, in utter contempt. As she spoke, crimson mist surged from Hua Zimei's body, causing all vegetation in its path to wither instantly. The blood mist halted before Jiang Wuque. Cross this line, and die. A fox at the Great Emperor Realm? This was the second Emperor Realm being Jiang Wuque had encountered, and the fox demon before him was even one realm higher than him. Third layer of Emperor Realm. It must have taken ages to accumulate that power. Jiang Wuque felt his blood begin to boil. Since breaking through to the Great Emperor Realm, he had never clashed with another powerhouse of equal standing. Battle intent surged in his eyes. Chapter 34, Clash of the Emperor Realm. Hua Jimei could clearly sense the battle intent in Jiang Wuque's eyes. She sneered coldly. Seems you're itching for a lesson, human. Hua Jimei had cultivated within the demon-suppressing mountains for over 10,000 years and had never encountered anyone so brazenly intruding. Jiang Wuque was the first. From the instant he struck, she had sensed it. She had assumed this human merely hunted a few great saints or quasi-emperors for trivial amusement. But now it seemed he intended to exterminate every major demon within a 1,000-mile radius. This had undeniably crossed Hua Zimei's line. The sudden emergence of such an emperor caught Jiang Wuque off guard, though it was merely a surprise. Jiang Wuque, eager for a fight, declared, "Then let me see what you're made of." Ha! Hua Jimei let out a coquettish laugh as crimson mist instantly enveloped Jiang Wuque. Yet it inflicted not a single scratch. Is that all you've got? Jiang Wuque bowed slightly, the force beneath his feet blasting a gaping hole in the ground. In less than a breath's time, Jiang Wuque stood before Hua Zimei. He could clearly see the shock in her eyes.
Infusing his fist with mixed primordial energy, a simple uppercut sent Hua Jimei flying thousands of meters into the sky.
Jiang Wuque pursued her directly, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat mid-air. Punch and kick, they fought fiercely, neither yielding. Just as Jiang Wuque seized her opening, poised to finish Hua Jimei,
a piercing, excruciating pain erupted from his abdomen.
Jiang Wuque's eyes widened in shock.
Hua Jimei, whom he had held captive in his grasp, had vanished. The scene abruptly shifted. He realized he hadn't moved a step from the start. Hua Jimei revealed her fox-like head, her sharp claws already piercing his abdomen.
Jiang Wuque exhaled a breath of stale air and spoke slowly. An illusion? Your combat experience seems rather inexperienced, doesn't it?
Extending her blood-stained claws, Hua Jimei delivered a mocking remark before retreating to her original position. A few drops of blood trickled from Jiang Wuque's abdomen. Within 3 seconds, the wound had completely healed. It wasn't that Hua Jimei didn't want to strike Jiang Wuque's vital points, it was that after reaching the level of a great emperor, the concept of vital points no longer applied to the body.
Attacking any point yielded identical results. The only way to kill an emperor was to instantly obliterate their entire body or exhaust their power completely. Hua Jimei's earlier strike had merely been a warning.
She could have continued her assault, but considering the countless demonic creatures lurking behind the demon-suppressing mountains, she refrained from further attack.
You have reservations?
Of course. As the ruler of these mountains, they may perish by natural calamity, but not by human hand.
Then Hua Jimei added, besides, you're no match for me.
I advise you to leave immediately before I lose my temper. Engaging in battle with a human emperor at the second layer of the emperor realm held little benefit for her. Even if she killed Jiang Wuque, it would merely add a few points to her reputation.
But Jiang Wuque didn't see it that way.
A smirk curved his lips.
He hadn't actually seen through the illusion just now. Yet that didn't mean she could defeat him. He hadn't unleashed his full power yet.
That earlier exchange had merely been a minor test.
Jiang Wuque pointed toward the sky. Then let's take the fight up there.
Hua Jimei narrowed her eyes, a dangerous gleam flashing within them.
If they were so stubborn, she wouldn't hold back. Fine, bring it on. Wang Luyuan shook the raindrops from his straw hat and hurriedly took shelter under the eaves of the bamboo hut.
His hand reached for the bundle of firewood strapped to his back, disappointment flickering in his eyes.
What a shame. All this firewood, and it's gotten soaked.
Wang Luyuan shook his head and glanced at the gloomy sky. As he pushed open the door, his gaze sharpened.
Someone's inside. They actually bypassed my formation.
Only one person had ascended the mountain today, the young man he'd encountered that morning. Wang Luyuan rushed into the bamboo hut at top speed.
Phew. Thankfully, the toe bone is still intact. But a conspicuous letter now lay on the table. Out of old affection, you're demanding the withdrawal of forces 3,000 li from the demon sealing mountains? Wang Luyuan's expression turned grave.
His first reaction was sheer absurdity. So absurd, in fact, that he couldn't immediately determine whether the letter was genuine or forged. He truly couldn't gauge the young man's cultivation level. But that was no excuse for such arrogance. To think that a little power would give him the audacity to cause trouble in the demon-suppressing mountains? This place housed demonic beasts of the great emperor realm. That great demon who struck terror into several surrounding realms, the legendary illusion demon emperor, Hua Jimei. Even though Wang Luyuan had never laid eyes on it, the mere mention of its name was enough to convey its terrifying might. This enigmatic great emperor had ruled the demon-sealing mountains for over 10,000 years. The demon-sealing mountains not only held numerous secret realms and spirit mines but also countless demon-beast resources. Yet, no major sect had ever dared to exploit these resources within these mountains. The reason was simple: Hua Jimei's reputation for ferocity was legendary. She even held the bloodstained battle record of the bloodstained emperor, and the number of quasi-emperors who had fallen to her blade was beyond count. Absurd! Utterly absurd! Wang Luyuan immediately dashed out of the bamboo hut. He first activated the aura of the quasi-emperor's toe bone to guard against the mountain lord. Then he pulled his robes from his spatial spirit ring.
Perhaps the young man hadn't gone far yet.
Maybe, before it was too late, he could still be persuaded to return.
Robe, spirit artifact, elixir.
Wang Luyuan's expression grew dazed, his hands moving more slowly.
Was he truly about to venture deep into the mountains? To battle those vicious demonic beasts?
All to save a young man who was arrogant and self-important. And he was already old, long past his prime for combat.
If he were to die, what would become of the small town he left behind? A whirlwind of thoughts swirled through Wang Luyuan's mind.
He fell silent for a moment. Though his hands moved more slowly, they never stopped.
Ah, Yaoqi sect. Zi Qianmeng. I truly owe you.
Recalling the one he could never have in his youth, Wang Luyuan sighed deeply. She had long since turned to dust in the river of time, yet in his heart, she remained vividly alive.
Even in death, Zi Qianmeng continued to influence him.
From intervening multiple times to avert crises for the Yaoqi sect, to now journeying to the demon-suppressing mountains to save that young man.
Wang Luyuan gave a bitter smile. What could he do? He was just this kind of indecisive, overly compassionate fool. Countless opportunities had presented themselves before him. Had he steeled his resolve, he might have long since broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. After confirming everything was in order, Wang Luyuan pushed open the bamboo hut door. The sky remained overcast and the rain showed no sign of letting up. Perhaps this was his final exit from this bamboo hut. Boom! 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 Wang Luyuan whipped his head around, his piercing black and white pupils reflecting the collision of boundless surging spiritual energy. The shockwaves from the collision cleared the rain from this patch of sky. For thousands of miles around, the sky was crystal clear, while the surrounding leaves fluttered wildly as if battered by a violent storm. Rain once again pelted Wang Luyuan's face. At that moment, even his breathing had ceased. He looked up at the two blazing sun-like orbs and murmured to himself. What is that? Chapter 35, Sea of Corpse Spirits and Blood. At 10, he stepped into the realm of subtlety. At 13, he attained innate cultivation. Now, at over 3,000 years old, he stood at the late stage of great sage. From childhood to adulthood, he had always walked amidst the envious gazes of others. Everyone called him a prodigy. But even the most brilliant prodigy would pale in comparison to such an assault. A clash between Emperor Realm cultivators. In this scene, he felt like a tiny boat adrift in boundless, raging waves. The slightest misstep would mean capsizing. A chill shot up his spine, sending a shiver through his brain and making his scalp tingle. Demon Emperor? The Demon Emperor has appeared. The bamboo hat slipped from his grasp and fell beneath the eaves. Wang Luyuan felt his legs grow weak beneath him. The Demon Emperor's reappearance was news capable of shaking several great realms. Even after dwelling here for a millennium, Wang Luyuan had never laid eyes on this enigmatic figure. He had only heard of her in legends. The crimson demonic energy surging skyward in the distance unmistakably revealed its master's identity. But what shocked Wang Luyuan most was the human cultivator facing the Demon Emperor. One who could stand against the Demon Emperor. That person must be a great emperor of the human race. So, who was battling the Demon Emperor? Beneath the rain curtain, Jiang Wuque and Huajime clashed fiercely. Each collision of spiritual energy tore apart the surrounding space. Huajime's seductive laughter permeated every pore, its sonic waves relentlessly eroding Jiang Wuque's consciousness. Even an emperor found such an eerie assault impossible to guard against. How utterly annoying. Heh, I told you you're no match for me. The crimson in Huajime's eyes deepened. After another clash, several drops of blood trickled from her palm. This was not injury, but the harbinger of unleashing a divine power. Blood sea of corpse spirits. The drops of blood spread like thick ink, instantly staining the surrounding space crimson. Even the faint outline of the sun on the horizon was obscured. A blood moon, resembling a crimson fox's head, replaced the sun, emitting an eerie glow. Jiang Wuque's expression grew grave. Huajime had vanished. He felt as though he'd been transported to an unknown realm. Everything before his eyes grew hazy and indistinct, as if he'd fallen into a pitch-black quagmire. All he could hear were low, muffled whispers. What a bizarre supernatural power! As he pondered, Jiang Wuque felt countless flesh-like tentacles wrap around his body, spewing forth a corrosive, foul-smelling blood. Even his great emperor cultivation and near-peak emperor-level physical refinement couldn't withstand such corrosion. From the outside, Jiang Wuque appeared to be trapped within a sphere formed by an endless web of fleshly tendrils. Huajime's eyes flashed with sharpness. With a slight lift of her right hand, more thick, fleshy tentacles surged toward Jiang Wuque. The sphere grew larger and larger, eventually forming a colossal mass over 100 meters in diameter. Poof! So full of confidence, I thought you had some trick up your sleeve. Turns out that's all you've got? Huajime sneered disdainfully, feeling a wave of boredom wash over her. Until, within the layered blood sphere, countless brilliant lights burst forth. Waves of Sanskrit chanted incessantly in her ears. Under the chanting, the blood spheres began to shift and transform. Crack! Under immense force, the blood spheres completely transformed into irregular ellipsoids, finally stretched to their absolute limit. Boom! A torrent of blood gushed forth, simultaneously erupting with blinding golden light. A six-armed, wrathful Vajrapani, towering over 1,000 meters, soared skyward. Jiang Wuque crossed his arms over his chest, coldly observing Huajime. The latter grinned, her mouth stretching into an unnatural, inhuman smile. Her once alluringly seductive face began to contort, and her proud figure sprouted orange-red fur. Huajime's body rapidly swelled as she unleashed her nine-tailed true form. Before long, she reached the same height as the wrathful Vajra. Beneath her feet, a surging sea of blood bore her up as she stood facing Jiang Wuque across the void. Neither uttered a word. Jiang Wuque concentrated all his spiritual energy, causing blinding golden light to erupt from each of the six-armed wrathful Vajra's six palms. Huajime was not to be outdone. Beneath her feet, the sea of blood swirled like a vortex, gathering at her lips before erupting with blinding crimson light. In the next instant, the golden palm collided head-on with the crimson surge. The explosive force shattered the surrounding void. The void shattered like a spiderweb, cold void turbulence surging from the fractures into this world.
Beneath the demon-suppressing mountains, every sentient beast watched this world-shattering spectacle with bated breath. Even though the battle raged tens of thousands of meters above, its residual force still reached down. Towering trees swayed as if battered by a storm. Branches, rocks, streams, and even some smaller demon beasts were swept far away by the collision. Wang Luyuan watched the scene from the mountaintop, utterly stunned. Two distinct glows reflected on his face, causing him to squint slightly, unable to look directly at the spectacle. At this moment, rescuing Jiang Wuque was the last thing on his mind. Venturing into the demon-suppressing mountains now was nothing but a death sentence, utterly pointless. The mere aftereffects of their battle were beyond what ordinary cultivators or demonic beasts could endure. But what could he possibly do now? Wang Luyuan felt utterly lost. Faced with this cataclysmic battle, any action seemed utterly futile. High above, the collision of spiritual energy raged on. The fury in the golden Buddha's eyes burned ever brighter. The Buddha's realm in his palm obscured the sky and blocked out the sun. From afar, it seemed as though he was about to crush Hua Zime in his palm. Yet Hua Zime showed no sign of panic. The 9 tails behind her swelled and grew larger, their tips suddenly erupting with surging spiritual light. The spiritual light from the 9 tails merged with Hua Jime's attack, instantly piercing through the Buddha's realm in her palm. Along with it, Jiang Wuque's 6-armed, wrathful-eyed Vajra was pierced through as well. Boom! The explosive shockwave spread outward in a circular blast, tearing a gaping hole in the dark clouds at the horizon. Sunlight streamed through the gap, illuminating the trajectory of Jiang Wuque as he was sent flying backward. Jiang Wuque's body smashed through several mountain peaks before coming to an unfortunate halt on the very peak where Wang Luyuan stood. Rock fragments flew everywhere as Jiang Wuque became embedded in the mountain's flesh. The entire peak swayed violently from the impact at its summit. Wang Luyuan's eyes widened in shock, his long stooped frame straightening abruptly. The great emperor had fallen right here. What should he do? Flee, or? Amidst his deliberation, Jiang Wuque's booming laughter echoed. Ha! You sly fox, you're really getting into this. Jiang Wuque leapt out from within the mountain, his toes lightly touching the mountaintop. Not a trace of disarray marred his form. His fighting spirit remained undiminished. As if sensing a gaze, Jiang Wuque turned his head to look at Wang Luyuan. Well, old master, back already? His tone was identical to when they first met, casual and familiar. Wang Luyuan stared blankly at Jiang Wuque's face, feeling as if he were in a dream. Shock alone couldn't begin to describe his state of mind. You're the final syllable seemed stuck in his throat, impossible to utter. At the same time, Hua Zime resumed her human form, glaring at Jiang Wuque with a face as cold as ice. Did you just call me a stinking fox? Jiang Wuque smiled faintly and said to Wang Luyuan, we'll talk later. I need to deal with her first. Clank, clank, clank. As he spoke, a terrifying straight blade slowly materialized from the void. Chapter 36, The Laurel Branch. Wang Luyuan recalled that letter, the one that had made him sneer with contempt. At first glance, it seemed filled with arrogant nonsense like the claim to repel demons 3,000 li from the demon-sealing mountains. He had dismissed it as the ramblings of a fool, but now he realized his own narrow-mindedness. The sender truly possessed the power to make it happen. While Wang Luyuan was stunned, the battle between Jiang Wuque and Hua Jime raged on. Black-red lightning erupted from the blade's surface. The sheer aura radiating from it alone revealed the weapon's extraordinary nature. Even Hua Jime, whose face was as cold as frost, narrowed her eyes. An imperial weapon of the ultimate path. Her tone betrayed a lack of indifference, unlike her expression, clearly indicating that the appearance of this artifact had also made her feel troubled. An extreme path imperial weapon was no ordinary armament. Extremely rare in the world, it required materials of unparalleled value and needed constant nurturing from a weapon spirit. Only after enduring countless ages could it potentially transform into an extreme path imperial weapon. Thus, when an extreme path imperial weapon manifested in the world, even a seasoned emperor like Hua Zime had to tread with caution. Jiang Wuque gripped the swallowing heaven and devouring moon in his hand, his aura rising to a whole new level. Continue? Hua Zime heard the question and, without hesitation, uttered a single word, come. Their figures vanished in an instant, as if they had never been there at all. Only Wang Luyuan remained behind. His Adam's apple bobbed as he lifted his gaze toward the sky. High above, Jiang Wuque and Hua Jime faced each other across the battlefield. Unlike last time, Jiang Wuque now held an ancient, straight blade in his hand. With a mere downward slash, a crescent-shaped blade aura sliced through the sky, hurtling toward Hua Zime with unmatched, frenzied force. Her pupils contracted sharply. She could feel this strike locking onto her with pinpoint accuracy. No evasion possible. Hua Jime raised her right hand, and a silver moon spear materialized in her grasp. Undoubtedly, this too was a weapon of supreme power. Fear did not cloud her face. She channeled her entire spiritual energy into the spear shaft. The silver dragon engraved upon it seemed to come alive, swiftly coiling around the spearhead. With a furious roar, it broke free from the spear, transforming into a 100-foot silver dragon that charged toward the blade energy. Unlike the previous collision of spiritual energy, this attack caused not the slightest ripple.
The blade energy sliced through the 100-foot silver dragon as easily as a hot knife through butter. Without slowing, it sliced through the airborne Hua Jimei, cleaving her in two. The blade energy severed several mountains and rivers before finally vanishing into the horizon. Jiang Wuque watched the halved Hua Jimei with bated breath, yet his heart held no triumphant joy. Her opponent's aura remained potent. The previous strike had only inflicted a minor wound. Hua Jimei's imperial body recovered completely within mere breaths. But strike while the iron is hot. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her expression turning grim. Before Hua Jimei could fully gather her counterattack, Jiang Wuque's techniques descended like a violent storm. Black and red lightning coiled around the extreme path imperial weapon, each strike carrying the might of thunder. Boom! Another clash erupted, clearing the surrounding rainwater in an instant. Empowered by the extreme path imperial weapon, Jiang Wuque firmly held the upper hand. Even when Hua Jimei unleashed the corpse spirit blood sea once more, Jiang Wuque cleaved it apart with a single stroke. That strike was far too overwhelming. That was Hua Jimei's final thought as she was sent crashing into the earth. Towering trees within a 100-meter radius collapsed under the impact, sending black mud spraying high into the air. Hua Jimei felt a slight dizziness in her head. She let out a pained whimper, for Jiang Wuque's strike had inflicted minor wounds upon her. Now, she revealed her true form of 5-meter-tall fox. Jiang Wuque descended at breakneck speed, planting one foot on her abdomen and the other just below it. This position was particularly devastating for a female fox. "Get out of my way. Jiang Wuque?" The tone in her voice was entirely different from before. Anger seemed tinged with a hint of coyness. "Didn't you hear me? Get off me now." Jiang Wuque scratched his head and jumped off Hua Jimei's back. There was no animosity between them. Jiang Wuque merely wished to test the strength of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Now that she showed no intent to attack, he saw no need to press his advantage. Under Jiang Wuque's puzzled gaze, Hua Jimei transformed back into human form. This time, however, her cheeks were flushed with an intoxicating crimson, her expression betraying no emotion. With her back turned to Jiang Wuque, her curvaceous pear-shaped figure was utterly captivating. Hua Jimei took several deep breaths, suppressing the shame and irritation welling within her. She twirled her spear in a flourish before sheathing the silver moonspear. Her crimson lips parted slightly, revealing full, supple curves. "With my second-tier Emperor Realm cultivation and the Supreme Emperor weapon, I am no match for you." Hua Jimei shook her head slightly, graciously conceding defeat. Though the outcome remained uncertain until the very end. Given the Emperor's vast reserves of spiritual energy, even 10 days or half a month of fighting would struggle to determine superiority. But such a battle held no meaning. She had more important things to protect and could not waste her spiritual energy on fighting others. After careful consideration, Hua Jimei stated, "I can consider sharing one branch of the Moon Laurel Divine Branch with you." Jiang Wuque? Hua Jimei turned her back, gazing into the depths of the Demon Sealing Mountains, once again displaying her perfectly rounded figure before Jiang Wuque. She sighed softly. "Though I know not where you obtained this information, you must never share it with a third party." "What is the Moon Laurel Divine Branch?" Hearing this, Hua Jimei spun around abruptly, her face etched with utter disbelief. "You're not here for the Moon Divine Branch?" No. "Then why the hell did you invade the Demon Sealing Mountains?" Hua Jimei's face flushed crimson. She swiftly closed the distance between them, her lips nearly touching Jiang Wuque's face. "Don't tell me it was on a whim, or some ridiculously melodramatic reason. My friend was being tormented by a demon beast in the Demon Sealing Mountains, so I..." "Then you must have killed it, right? And then what? Keep killing?" Fuming with rage, Hua Jimei pressed two enormous Dao fruit directly against Jiang Wuque's chest. Feeling the astonishing softness against his skin, Jiang Wuque froze in surprise. He turned his head and abruptly changed the subject. "So, is there still a share of that laurel branch for me?" Hua Jimei sighed deeply, feeling utterly foolish. The other party hadn't said a word, yet he'd blurted out the underwear. No, she couldn't think that way. The problem clearly lay with Jiang Wuque. As a second-tier Emperor Realm cultivator, he had nothing better to do than come to the demon-suppressing mountains to slaughter indiscriminately. Hua Jimei had assumed he was targeting her. And now, at this very moment, it was the time when the divine laurel branch sprouted once every 10,000 years. Thus, Hua Jimei mistakenly believed he had come to seize the sacred laurel branch. Hua Jimei pulled back, creating distance between herself and Jiang Wuque. "You deceived me. You may have the divine laurel branch now, but only if you join my clan." Chapter 37, Mediation? "What do you mean by joining your clan?" Jiang Wuque asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Hua Jimei didn't respond immediately. Fresh blood dripped once more from her pale, delicate palm. A thick, pungent scent of blood flooded the air, instantly sealing off the space within a 5-meter radius. "Someone was spying on us just now," Hua Jimei explained indifferently. This was hardly surprising. The battle between two great emperors was bound to draw attention. "My kin, the great clan of 9-tailed jade foxes residing in the Demon Sealing Mountains." "Meaning your descendants?" At this, Hua Jimei immediately shook her head. "Not my descendants.
It's the clan my sisters and brothers founded. I was born with extraordinary talent, so my father never assigned me to the breeding mission.
So then, what does it mean to join your clan? Hua Jime tilted her head inside.
The demon-sealing mountains border several major realms.
These demonic beasts are constantly clashing with your humans.
I know these clashes are unavoidable, but I detest trouble and pointless fighting.
That's why I want you to join my clan as a mediator.
She added, you needn't intervene in ordinary skirmishes, but battles involving quasi-emperors or higher must be stopped by you. Having attained the rank of Great Emperor, you must hold considerable renown among human cultivators.
Ah, well. How could Jiang Wuque tell her that hardly anyone even knew who he was?
And this sounded like nothing but trouble. If he handled it poorly, he'd end up offending both sides. His mind raced, desperately searching for a reason to refuse Hua Jime.
I don't think I can do it.
I have no standing, in other words, I hold no renown among your demonic beasts. They certainly won't heed my commands.
After much deliberation, Jiang Wuque finally came up with this excuse.
To his surprise, Hua Jime didn't seem to care at all.
That's simple. Just become my husband.
Jiang Wuque's eyes widened at her words. He looked at Hua Jime again. She's got a curvy, voluptuous figure and stunningly alluring looks. Her delicate, fair collarbone is exposed, and most importantly, this woman packs an insane punch.
Without the imperial weapon of the underworld, Jiang Wuque probably couldn't defeat her.
But this has absolutely nothing to do with being a husband.
Who just jumps into being someone's husband like that? Do you even know what you're saying?
Hearing this, Hua Jime's bright, large eyes showed confusion.
Of course I do. Don't you humans call each other husband or spouse? And that kind of relationship allows for mutual copulation. Jiang Wuque?
Thankfully, he hadn't been drinking water, otherwise, he might have spit it out in shock.
But Hua Jime looked perfectly nonchalant.
As a demon emperor, she had no qualms about such matters. Besides, her primary goal wasn't about offspring, she valued Jiang Wuque's status as the human emperor. All these years, dealing with conflicts between the demonic beasts under her command and humans had been nothing short of a headache.
Of course, if Jiang Wuque desired it, she wouldn't refuse. Jiang Wuque pondered for a moment, not rushing to refuse.
Before making a decision, he needed to see what this laurel fairy branch actually was. After all, one must see the item before making an offer. I must see the divine laurel branch first before considering your terms.
Hua Jime's lips curved into a faint smile.
Her full, rosy mouth parted slightly as her almond-shaped eyes narrowed. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye added an extra touch of allure. These subtle shifts in expression signaled her favorable mood. But before that, I need that mountain peak as the baseline to push back the boundaries of the demon-suppressing mountains by 3,000 li.
With that, Jiang Wuque pointed toward the mountain peak where Wang Luyuan stood. This is a minor matter. Afterward, I will dispatch demonic beasts to redraw the boundaries.
Hua Jime waved dismissively, unconcerned. For her, it was hardly a challenge.
The demon-sealing mountains covered an immense area. If measured by landmass, the combined territories of several major realms still couldn't match its size. A mere 3,000 li? Granting Jiang Wuque this favor was the least she could do. With her consent secured, Jiang Wuque no longer worried about breaking his promise.
After all, they had agreed beforehand failing to deliver would be rather embarrassing. Before departure, Luo Xian shared many tales about Wang Luyuan. In his youth, he had harbored deep affection for Luo Xian's master, Zi Qianmeng. Driven by this bond, Wang Luyuan had repeatedly intervened to aid the sacred land of Yaoqi in overcoming crises.
Moreover, he was a man who often acted out of kindness. To be honest, Jiang Wuque didn't entirely agree, but he expressed his respect.
In this treacherous cultivation world, someone like Wang Luyuan was bound to face countless trials and tribulations. What truly earned Jiang Wuque's admiration, however, was that he never once regretted or turned back on this path.
Such unwavering consistency commanded respect. This was precisely why Jiang Wuque spared no effort in aiding him.
It wasn't about his own prestige, but rather his appreciation for the other's character.
Then let's go. Hua Jime nodded and withdrew her divine abilities. Yet the prying gazes did not vanish.
Hua Jime could sense them after all, her specialty lay in psychic perception and similar arts. Hua Jime couldn't be bothered with these petty troublemakers, nothing more than powerful figures from the neighboring major realms bordering the demon-sealing mountains. They'd come to see what had happened when the demon emperor appeared.
Within a few breaths, Jiang Wuque reappeared beside Wang Luyuan.
Seeing Jiang Wuque again, Wang Luyuan shed his former demeanor, replaced by a palpable sense of trepidation.
Shock and helplessness churned within him. When did the Yaoqi sect acquire such an ancient ancestor? It feels like a dream.
Though Jiang Wuque was a man, he had his reasons for claiming to be the Yaoqi sect's ancestor. There was no reason for him to deceive Wang Luyuan. After all, this was a living, breathing great emperor.
Greetings, Emperor.
Wang Luyuan bowed, his movements slightly stiff. No need for such formalities.
Just be yourself.
Hearing this, Wang Luyuan grew even more alarmed.
He was merely a great sage, how could he dare to address an emperor as an equal? especially since Jiang Wuque had previously referred to him as an elder. Now, it felt like a grave lack of respect. I wouldn't dare. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Wuque couldn't force the issue. You saw the letter I left behind, right? Wang Luyuan lifted his head, his eyes flickering with an inexplicable emotion. Yes, I've seen it. Thank you, Lord Emperor, for being willing to stand up for someone like me, a mere nobody. Having made this promise, I shall see it through. No. Your Majesty, the sacrifice you're making is too great. To fight the Demon Emperor for my sake I'm unworthy. Besides, the Demon Emperor will never agree to cede these 3,000 li. I only need a small corner to live out my twilight years in peace. At that moment, a sinister crimson mist erupted from Jiang Wuque's side. Hua Jimei's mesmerizing voice echoed from within. Who said I'm unwilling? Chapter 38, The Fortress Husband? At these words, Wang Luyuan jumped in fright. He swallowed hard, his expression tense as he stared at the sudden crimson mist. What does that mean? Could it be? From within the crimson mist, Hua Jimei slowly materialized. She had been present all along, merely concealed until now. It's merely a mere 3,000 li. I am not one to be petty. For his sake, I shall grant it to you. Wang Luyuan stammered, unable to speak, his eyes pleading desperately for help from Jiang Wuque. He is the Demon Emperor you mentioned earlier. Now that she has spoken, you should have no further reservations. Jiang Wuque, completely oblivious to Wang Luyuan's expression, continued speaking to himself. Demon Emperor. I didn't mean to. The issue at hand was hardly about 3,000 li, was it? This was the Demon Emperor of the mysterious and ruthlessly brutal demon-suppressing mountains. Legend had it that whenever she acted, rivers of blood would flow. The moment she appeared, Wang Luyuan nearly scared himself half to death. Had Jiang Wuque not been standing beside him, who knows what embarrassing spectacle he might have made of himself. Hua Jimei couldn't care less about this lowly human. Her sole focus was to get Jiang Wuque into her tribe as her husband. She didn't spare Wang Luyuan a single glance, instead urging Jiang Wuque relentlessly. Now that matters are settled, let's depart at once. The Laurel Fairy branch had reached maturity and couldn't remain unattended for long, which was why she was in such a hurry. Jiang Wuque nodded to Hua Jimei. Elder, since matters are settled, I shall take my leave. Your Excellency, take your time. Wang Luyuan hurriedly bowed in respect. Though he couldn't fathom why these two had clashed only to unite in the end, the outcome was undeniably favorable. With the demonic beasts driven back 3,000 li, the common folk in the town behind him now had more space to live. Moreover, they no longer had to fear attacks from powerful demon beasts appearing out of nowhere. But Wang Luyuan stared at the two vanished figures, his head spinning as if in a dream more surreal than reality itself. Two great emperors had actually appeared before him, one of whom was the Demon Emperor of the demon-suppressing mountains. Such an event, even if spun into a storybook, would likely be met with disbelief. Yet it had unfolded before his very eyes. He knew full well that all this was thanks to Jiang Wuque. Without Jiang Wuque stepping forward, the Demon Emperor wouldn't have given him a second glance. Much less granted him this much breathing room. Zi Qianmeng, it seems my assistance back then wasn't entirely wasted. In my twilight years, I'll finally be free from constant turmoil and the daily anxiety of living on edge. A single night of peaceful sleep, that was his greatest wish. Shortly after the two departed, the skies cleared. Wang Luyuan removed the straw hat from his back. He sat motionless beneath the eaves. After a while, he returned inside, retrieved the copper kettle from the corner, and boiled a pot of water for himself. Wang Luyuan glanced at the toe bone on the wall and smiled knowingly. The secret technique had sustained itself for so long, it was time for a rest. Deep within the demon-suppressing mountains, a colossal peak towering 10,000 meters high. At its base gathered numerous colossal demonic beasts, each possessing varying levels of cultivation. Any demon beast with even a shred of intelligence had fled to Linghu Mountain the moment fighting broke out. Only here could they find safety. Quiet. A snow-white fox appeared above the heads of the demons. Her aura was only at the Daoyan realm, yet the moment she spoke, even the seasoned quasi-emperor beasts fell silent. This was the most favored offspring of the phantom demon emperor, treated like a little princess among the entire fox clan. The snow-white fox observed the scene, revealing a distinctly human-like expression of satisfaction. The battle is over. The demon ancestor has informed me that our clan is about to welcome a distinguished guest. Everyone, please depart now. The little fox's voice was sweet and soft, yet her tone carried an air of mature authority, creating a striking contrast. The demons exchanged nervous glances, reluctant to leave. For the sake of their own lives, they knew they should at least wait for the phantom demon emperor's return to confirm their safety. After all, even a quasi-emperor was nothing more than a slightly larger ant in the presence of a true great emperor. Hey! Why aren't you leaving yet? The little fox was getting annoyed. How could these creatures doubt her words? She had first-hand information from the demon ancestor. If the demon ancestor said it was safe, then it was safe. Just as she prepared to scold these ugly demon beasts again, a voice reached her ears. Stop it, you are. The little fox's face lit up instantly. She hopped lightly and turned around. Demon ancestor? You're back.
The crowd of demons perked up, turning their gaze toward the source of Hua Haiu's voice.
The peerlessly elegant Hua Jime was approaching.
Though she had only taken a single step, it felt as though she had traversed hundreds of meters.
An old fox from Linghu Peak poked its head out, the shrinking ground divine ability. The demon ancestor has truly returned. Unlike the little fox's earlier display of borrowing authority, upon seeing Hua Zime's arrival, the demons all knelt and bowed their heads. Greetings, Phantom Demon Emperor.
Hua Zime's voice was cold. Rise. Only then did the demons dare to raise their heads. Meanwhile, Jiang Wuque arrived slowly. Unlike Hua Jime, who possessed the divine step technique, he could only tear through the void to reach them.
Jiang Wuque's sudden appearance sent shockwaves through the demon horde. A human cultivator. How could there be a human cultivator behind the demon emperor?
After the initial shock, many powerful demons assumed battle stances.
Some demonic beasts recognized Jiang Wuque. Wasn't this the human emperor who had slaughtered countless demonic beasts just half a day ago?
And he had just been battling the phantom demon emperor.
Silence. Shut your mouths.
Hua Jime's gaze was sharp and piercing. With just those two words, she sent several restless great demons reeling, spitting blood.
Witnessing this scene, Jiang Wuque sighed inwardly.
It seemed Hua Zime's mastery of divine consciousness had reached a terrifyingly high level. Otherwise, how could mere words carry such devastating power? Seems you didn't give it your all when fighting me, Jiang Wuque thought inwardly. Though temporarily cowed by Hua Zime's display, some great demons still glared at her with guarded hostility. Jiang Wuque seriously doubted whether Hua Zime's so-called husband plan would actually work. He suspected that if these creatures weren't outmatched by him, they would have already charged forward to devour him alive.
All listen to me. I have an announcement. As their demon emperor spoke, all the demonic beasts focused intently on Hua Zime.
On Linghu Peak, over 1,000 fox demons craned their necks to see, among them several near-peak demon emperors and even 2 half-step great demon emperors.
From this day forward, this human emperor shall be my husband. Silence.
The scene hung heavy as stagnant water.
For over 10 seconds, every demonic beast stared blankly, processing the unbelievable news. Jiang Wuque felt a bit awkward.
This scene had indeed backfired.
Woo! Roar! Roar! Roar!
In an instant, Linghu Peak erupted with a deafening clamor of drums and gongs.
Holy crap! The demon emperor really is something else, capturing a human emperor to be his husband.
The peak grew even more chaotic, with shouts erupting everywhere.
The demon ancestor is mighty! The demon ancestor is mighty!
The demon ancestor reigns supreme throughout the ages. To think he could capture a human emperor for breeding.
Jiang Wuque? What the hell is going on here? Chapter 39, Queuing to Present Gifts.
Faced with the suddenly frenzied crowd of demons, Jiang Wuque was at a loss.
What does this mean? How did I become the one captured by Hua Jime? Just as he was utterly bewildered, a pure white little fox leaped out from the crowd of demons.
She circled Jiang Wuque twice before leaping into Hua Zime's arms. Her voice was soft and sweet, tinged with a touch of cloying adoration. Demon ancestor is so amazing.
Yu'er admires you the most. Someday, Yu'er will capture a great human emperor to be my husband.
When Hua Zime first appeared, her expression had been aloof and cold, as if nothing could affect her. But now, Jiang Wuque clearly saw the faint curve of a smile tugging at her lips. Evidently, she was thoroughly enjoying the flattery. Jiang Wuque immediately sent her a mental message. Hey, what's going on here? How did I become the one you captured?
Hua Jime said nothing, merely stepping before Jiang Wuque. What's this all about now?
Before he could process his confusion, Hua Zime had already drawn close to him, her hand resting on his shoulder.
Then, under Jiang Wuque's stunned gaze, Hua Jime's face drew closer and closer until their noses touched.
He could clearly see the mesmerizing eyes that captivated all who met them. This allure wasn't forced, it flowed naturally, drawing one in without resistance.
Gulp! Jiang Wuque's Adam's apple bobbed.
At that moment, Hua Jime narrowed her eyes slightly. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye lent her expression a tantalizingly seductive quality.
Her moist, glossy tongue slowly extended, finally touching Jiang Wuque's face with a lick. Roar! Roar! Roar!
The great demons witnessing this scene were all stirred with excitement, for among the demonic hordes, this act signified a male marking a female with the definitive stamp of ownership. In their eyes, Hua Jime's action conveyed only one meaning.
This human cultivator belongs to me. No other female demons dare lay a finger on him.
Only the strongest among the demons dared to perform such an act in front of the others, and Hua Zime was the mightiest of them all. Indeed, this was a privilege reserved solely for the mighty.
As the exhilarating demonic roars echoed in his ears, Jiang Wuque's mind went blank. All he felt was a soft, damp touch on his face and Hua Jime's warm breath right beside his ear. Why does this fox demon smell so good?
Jiang Wuque felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He immediately turned his head, intending to push Hua Jime away, but he had completely underestimated the strength with which she gripped his shoulders.
He couldn't budge her. Don't move. Just hold on a little longer.
Hua Jime whispered into Jiang Wuque's ear, her face pressed close to his.
Wait, this is bizarre. I haven't agreed to anything yet, and since when did I become your captive? Jiang Wuque whispered back. I'll explain later. Just play along with this charade, and I'll pick out a better laurel branch for you. After weighing his options, Jiang Wuque reluctantly agreed. After all, things had already come to this. He couldn't very well refuse Hua Jime's request in this situation. If she got angry, all his efforts would be for naught. Fine, Jiang Wuque sighed telepathically. A faint smile curved Hua Jime's lips. She giggled softly before releasing Jiang Wuque. The demon ancestor is truly formidable, capturing an emperor to use as a tool for procreation. If the human sex hostile to us ever found out, they'd be furious beyond belief. Indeed. The moment these words left her lips, they were met with unanimous agreement from the assembled demons. In their minds, Jiang Wuque was like a princess from an enemy nation, captured by their demon emperor and forced to bear his offspring. The mere thought of such a thing filled the demons with pride, causing them to involuntarily puff out their chests. Hearing this, Hua Jime, who had only been wearing a faint smile before, now wore a completely unrestrained, triumphant expression. That sly fox her earlier act was all pretense after all, Jiang Wuque thought to himself. Just then, Jiang Wuque felt someone tugging at his pant leg. He looked down to find a pure white little fox gazing up at him with envious eyes. Your Excellency, the consort of the demon ancestor. The moment it spoke, Jiang Wuque nearly lost his composure. I'd like to ask, how did the demon ancestor conquer you? Was it through overwhelming martial prowess, or the demon ancestor's noble character? Jiang Wuque. He desperately wanted to tell this little fox, your venerable ancestor coerced me into this charade through threats and bribes. But Hua Jime's gaze remained fixed on him, clearly eager for his response. Jiang Wuque forced a smile. Your demon ancestor is indeed very powerful. Before he could finish, the little fox burst into excited cheers. Waka-ka! Our ancestor truly conquered the human emperor with overwhelming power. Our ancestor is so mighty. At that moment, Hua Jime picked up the excited Hua Haiwe. Alright, little you, no more fussing. At her words, the little fox indeed quieted down, though she still gazed at Hua Jime with sparkling eyes. The latter smiled faintly, then turned to address the assembled demons. The matter is settled. You may all return now. Hua Jime waved her hand, signaling their departure. Some of the larger demons had just taken a step when a voice rang out from the crowd. The demon emperor has found a husband. This is truly cause for great celebration. As seasoned veterans who've roamed the demon-suppressing mountains for years, how could we not offer our congratulations? The demons turned their gaze inward, where a great ape demon of quasi-emperor realm stepped forward. Your Majesty, the demon emperor has taken a consort. Congratulations. With that, this veteran among the demon beasts produced 2 golden fruits. These are 100 treasures blood fruits, offered to the 2 emperors. As the offering appeared, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, drawing the keen attention of discerning demonic beasts. 8th grade 100 treasures blood fruit. If consumed directly, it could elevate a great sage at least 1 tier higher. If refined into pills by human cultivators, its effects would be even more potent. Undoubtedly, this item was exceedingly precious. A fox from Linghu Peak tactfully accepted the 2 blood fruits, temporarily storing them for Hua Jime and Jiang Wuque. The remaining great demons exchanged glances, each seeing the frustration in the other's eyes. Damn monkey. We could have just left together, but he had to pull this stunt, some of the great demons cursed under their breath. Since the old ape had presented gifts, they naturally had to reciprocate. Otherwise, what if the demon emperor took note of their failure to do so? Perhaps the demon emperor wouldn't remember those who had given gifts, but what if he remembered those who hadn't? After all, they still had to survive in the demon-suppressing mountains, and Hua Jime was an unavoidable mountain looming over their heads. Even if they weren't entirely willing, these powerful demons lined up one by one, presenting precious celestial treasures and rare herbs. Jiang Wuque rubbed his hands together gleefully nearby. He'd been so eager to cooperate with Hua Jime, if not for merit, then at least for effort. Getting half of these offerings wasn't unreasonable. According to the Floating Cloud Pill Classic, these items were all extremely valuable. The medicinal herbs and sacred fruits within were rarely seen outside these mountains. When the queue reached 1/3 complete, a rat demon leaped forward. Though small in stature, its voice boomed loudly, presenting celestial iron for the 2 emperors. With that, it produced a rust-covered iron ingot. Jiang Wuque's gaze sharpened as the swallowing heaven, devouring moon within him stirred with unusual agitation. This had never happened before. Chapter 40, Fragments of the Imperial Weapon. Hey! That treasure rat is really pulling a fast one on the demons, isn't he? Just giving them a lump of iron? Among the demon horde, a beast at odds with the treasure rat spoke up. Stinking black snake, what do you know? This is a precious treasure that makes my bloodline stir. If you don't understand, don't speak recklessly. With that, Treasure Rat shot a fawning glance at Hua Jime and Jiang Wuque. Not bad. Jiang Wuque strode forward and swiftly stowed the item away. This was the first time Jiang Wuque had spoken, instantly sparking whispers among the demons. Hearing this, the treasure rat's tiny eyes narrowed into slits. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. I am Duobao the rat. Jiang Wuque acknowledged with a grunt before returning to stand behind Hua Jime. The moment he touched it, Jiang Wuque knew exactly what this object was. It was a fragment of an imperial weapon, still carrying the unique aura of an emperor. The strange fluctuations of the swallowing heaven and devouring moon artifact stemmed precisely from this fragment. It kept sending signals to Jiang Wuque. I want it. I want it. Give it to me. Every supreme imperial weapon possessed its own unique trait, and swallowing heaven and devouring moons was consumption. Devouring weapons of the same tier could enhance its own quality. This meant that with enough supreme emperor weapons, swallowing heaven and devouring moon could grow infinitely, even transforming into a higher tier weapon. What a treasure! Jiang Wuque's eyes lit up as he immediately fed the imperial weapon fragment to swallowing heaven devouring moon. The minor disturbance caused no significant ripples, and the gift-giving process concluded swiftly. After seeing off the last great demon, Hua Jime exhaled deeply. Judging by her appearance, she had clearly been holding it in for far too long. Let's go inside. Hua Jime entered the cave without looking back, Jiang Wuque following closely behind. Once inside, they discovered a hidden world of grandeur. Misty waters swirled around pavilions and towers, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. Most of the fox demons here had fox heads and human bodies. Upon seeing Hua Jime, they all bowed in greeting. Their final destination was a magnificent golden hall. Yuer, why are you still here? Hua Hiwei, who had been skipping along behind them, halted abruptly, her expression stiffening. Demon ancestor, Yuer wishes to speak with you. Usually, her coquettish pleas would win the demon ancestor over, but the tactic that had always worked flawlessly failed today. Leave, Heimuyu. I have matters to discuss with him. Business? Hua Hiue's large, expressive eyes darted about. Could it be that the ancestor intends to do that thing to this human? The more Hua Hiue thought about it, the more sense it made. After all, capturing this human emperor was all about procreation. Then I shan't disturb the ancestor, haha. A sly gleam flashed in Hua Hiue's eyes. As she departed, Hua Hiue deliberately transformed into human form, a clever, adorable little loli, and helped her demon ancestor close the palace doors. But she didn't leave immediately. Instead, her cheeks flushed crimson as she hid by the temple entrance, pressing her ear against the door. She strained to catch the shy, delicate sounds her demon ancestor made, sounds she'd never heard before. You are. This time, Hua Jime's voice carried a hint of sternness. This startled Hua Hiue. Yuer is leaving now, demon ancestor, please don't be angry. After sensing the girl had finally departed, Hua Jime sighed. Now it's just the two of us. Hearing this, Jiang Wuque took a step back, his voice guarded. What are you up to? Hua Jime laughed, covering her mouth with one hand. You're a grown man, yet you're afraid of a little female demon like me? Ahem, just taking necessary precautions. About their share of the money. Before he could finish, Hua Jime tossed him a storage ring. It's all yours. As the ruler of the demon-suppressing mountains, Hua Jime had seen every kind of spiritual treasure and medicinal herb imaginable in this resource-rich land. She simply had no shortage of them. Jiang Wuque, however, was a different story. He had an entire family to support. With this batch of herbs, he could certainly refine quite a few high-grade pills. Thanks. Since it's just the two of us now, let's go see the Moon Divine Branch. With that, spiritual energy rippled around Hua Jime. The scene at the center of the Grand Hall began to twist and spin. A massive bronze gate materialized before Jiang Wuque's eyes. Let's go. Jiang Wuque followed closely behind Hua Jime, heading toward the bronze gate. White Jade City Spring Rain Tower. Upon the highest tower in White Jade City, a breathtakingly beautiful woman lay on a couch, gazing thoughtfully at the distant scenery. Mistress, news has arrived. Speak. The man calling himself the Patriarch of the Sacred Pool of Yaoqi left the Western Realm 2 days ago. He was last seen in the Barrenwood Realm, after which his trail vanished completely. After a moment of silence, Nyoa closed her eyes. Come here. Hearing this, the woman in black, kneeling on one knee, raised her head fearfully. Master, I said come here. Yes. Despair flashed in the black-clad woman's eyes as she crawled slowly toward Chen Mier. Chen Mier's eyes narrowed as she licked her dry lips. Another useless piece of news. Hearing it just made me even angrier. She rose from the soft couch, towering over the pitiable figure on the floor. Look up. Yes. The black-clad woman raised her head, already anticipating her fate. This punishment felt like being trapped between black rock walls and a blood-red abyss. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What use are you to me? You should know exactly what to do. Chen Mier's gaze was sharp as she spoke coldly. Yes, this servant understands. With that, the black-clad woman straightened her back and began her punishment. This punishment inflicted excruciating pain upon her tongue. After that ordeal, the root of her tongue ached, making even speech difficult. An hour later, Chen Mier still lay lazily sprawled on the soft couch. As for the black-clad woman, her top was soaked through, and she lay on the floor with a vacant stare. Continue the search until you uncover his whereabouts. If I can't account for this to the higher-ups, don't expect to get off lightly yourselves. The black-clad woman replied weakly, understood. I'll withdraw now. Chen Mier nodded. After the black-clad woman departed, Chen Mier took out a map.
This map encompassed all 195 major realms across the world, though certain forbidden lands and territories beyond the realms were not marked. Starting from the Western Realm, passing through the Barrenwood Realm.
Wait. This route? His destination can't possibly be Central Continent. Chen Mier's eyes narrowed as a terrifying suspicion took root in her mind. Could he be heading for Central Continent? Countless clues flashed through her mind.
He might not fear the Union sect at all, he might even be seeking revenge.
He's either a half-step emperor or an emperor himself. No, he can't be an emperor. The emperors of the world are few and far between. How could one appear out of thin air?
So he's most likely a half-step emperor.
With this realization, Chen Mier hurriedly sent a telepathic message summoning the black-clad woman back. Tap tap. The black-clad woman stood at the pavilion entrance, her expression bitter. Was she being summoned back because the punishment earlier hadn't satisfied the pavilion master? With a heavy heart, she stepped inside. To her surprise, Chen Mier was in a terrible hurry, shoving a letter into her hands. This is an urgent matter. Deliver this letter to the sect master immediately. Speed is of the essence. Chapter 41, The Life Path Seed.
This place resembled a secluded paradise, where countless unnamed fluorescent creatures fluttered through the air. Most of the plants on the ground emitted a violet-blue glow. All the creatures here have been imbued by the laurel fairy tree, hence their appearance. Hua Jime, who was walking ahead, explained to Jiang Wuque. We've arrived. This is the laurel fairy tree, passed down through our clan for tens of thousands of years. Jiang Wuque stared intently, struck by the sheer grandeur of the sight before him. Visually, the tree soared over 1,000 meters tall. Its form resembled a willow, its entire body a golden hue, while its leaves displayed a purple-blue color, giving it an inexplicably elegant and noble appearance. The moon laurel divine tree is a 10th-grade spirit plant. Every 5,000 years, it sprouts new branches and leaves. Only up to 7 branches can be harvested, taking more would hinder the tree's growth. Hua Zime slowly approached the tree trunk, gently caressing it with a serene expression. This tree had accompanied her for far too long. Since she began her cultivation, she had spent nearly all her time beneath the moon laurel divine tree. What purpose do the branches of the immortal laurel serve? Jiang Wuque asked in confusion. Using this branch allows one to comprehend the way of life. The way of life? Hua Zime looked at Jiang Wuque, a hint of confusion in her tone. You don't understand the way of life? Don't human cultivators need to comprehend the Dao seed to ascend to emperor? 2 questions in succession left Jiang Wuque feeling bewildered. Having relied on the system for his ascension, he seemed genuinely unaware of the specifics regarding Dao seeds. Faced with this situation, Jiang Wuque made up an excuse on the spot. Oh, I ascended through the heavenly Dao core. At this, Hua Zime sneered with disdain. You lot are such opportunists. Advancing through that method comes at a price. A true great emperor seeking advancement must first comprehend the Dao seed, then cultivate relentlessly until it blossoms and bears fruit, transforming into a Dao path. Only then can one ultimately metamorphose into the Dao laws that all great emperors pursue. As she spoke, Hua Zime climbed the laurel divine tree and plucked a golden branch less than a meter long. Here. The moment he held it, he felt a surging vitality. He sensed that if he planted this branch in the ground, it would grow into a towering tree within days. So you've already grasped the life Dao seed? Hua Zime crossed her arms, a hint of pride in her voice. Not just that. I'm exceptionally gifted. Using the path of life, I've also grasped the path of death. The corpse spirit blood sea is a divine ability I developed myself. When we fought, I only used the path of death. I didn't even deploy my most proficient path of life. Otherwise, who knows who would have won? Seeing her smug expression, Jiang Wuque couldn't help but argue, then why didn't you use it? Are you stupid? Didn't I tell you someone was spying on us? How could I reveal all my trump cards? Hearing this, Jiang Wuque felt a bit embarrassed. It did make sense. You clearly didn't have to give me the laurel branch. Like you said, I might not have been able to defeat you. Jiang Wuque still couldn't quite grasp it. Oh, you're such a pain. I just wanted you to mediate between the demon-suppressing mountains and the human cultivators. Enough of this. Use the laurel branch now. Once separated from the tree, its life energy will fade. Oh. Jiang Wuque responded weakly. Hua Zime finished speaking and turned to leave immediately. Upon reaching the bronze gates, Hua Zime paused, a faint smile playing on her lips. She stole a glance back at Jiang Wuque, who had already begun his cultivation. What a gullible little fool. Their clan had always been fiercely loyal to their partners, so they took choosing a mate very seriously. After all, from birth, their spiritual perception far surpassed that of other clans, a natural advantage. Thus, their ability to perceive human hearts was quite formidable. The moment Hua Zime laid eyes on Jiang Wuque, she sensed an extraordinary purity within him. Unlike other great emperors, whose hearts harbored countless shadows and struggles, despite his long cultivation, he still seemed like a man in his 40s.
This purity didn't mean Jiang Wuque was inherently good, but rather that he was singular, untainted, and possessed the ability to discern right from wrong.
Hua Zimei sensed similarities between him and herself, yet also distinct differences. He was purer than she was, devoid of any trace of world weariness, like a vibrant young sapling. In her eyes, Jiang Wuque resembled a soft, sweet little cake, irresistibly tempting to devour in one bite.
Did he really think she'd just hand over the laurel fairy branch like that? As if
that privilege was reserved solely for her husband. Hiding so deeply, yet telling him so many lies, but I suppose he couldn't possibly see through it. Hua Zimei's eyes brimmed with spring water as she bit her cherry lips, glancing back at Jiang Wuque once more.
Practice diligently, my dear husband.
With that, Hua Zimei stepped through the bronze gates. Without several decades or even centuries, her little husband would be unable to comprehend the life Dao seed. Such a high-tier Dao seed was profoundly mysterious. It was far more difficult than cultivating common Dao seeds like water or fire. Moreover, the longer Jiang Wuque cultivated, the harder it would be for him to abandon it. Should he halt midway, all his prior efforts would be lost. What was this called? Sunk costs. And during this time, she could stay by Jiang Wuque's side for over a century. With such a long period, it was only natural for sparks to fly between a man and a woman. I'm truly myself full of strength and resourcefulness. Only Jiang Wuque remained here. He sat beneath the divine laurel tree, eyes closed in meditation. A golden branch lay clutched in his palm.
This immortal branch contained immense life essence.
As he absorbed it, his cultivation realm began to shift.
But that wasn't the most crucial aspect.
The most vital discovery was the life Dao seed he had comprehended from it. The deeper his comprehension delved, the more profound it became. Within the depths of the divine laurel branch, golden life essence light surged ceaselessly, gathering within Jiang Wuque's spiritual consciousness space. Ultimately, within his spiritual consciousness, it crystallized into an ancient, withered tree. The divine laurel branch had materialized his very process of comprehension. The withered tree trunk was dry, desolate, and lifeless. The death energy within it steadily eroded the golden light of life Jiang Wuque had infused. Jiang Wuque sensed that if he could revive it, he would truly grasp the essence of the life Dao seed. Yet this proved exceedingly difficult. The golden light of life seemed omnipresent, yet elusive and slippery, making it troublesome to grasp. Even with the most optimistic estimate, it would take him decades to achieve enlightenment here. During this time, if he paused even once, the dead energy within the tree would regain its dominance, rendering all his previous efforts futile. After a full day and night, Jiang Wuque had barely made 1% progress.
He sighed inwardly. Regardless, he would check in first. Check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining a 10th grade treasure, the Bodhi Path fruit.
Chapter 42, The Seed of Creation. Bodhi Path fruit.
Jiang Wuque's jaw dropped wide open before he manually pushed his lower jaw back into place. His shock stemmed solely from how incredibly high level this thing sounded, but he had no idea what its actual use was. With a thought, Jiang Wuque extracted the Bodhi Path fruit. The fruit was uniformly grayish-green, with chaotic spiritual energy of a mysterious yellow-brown hue swirling across its surface. Even from a distance, it appeared extraordinarily remarkable. A 10th grade treasure. A spirit object of this caliber is likely unparalleled in the world. Without hesitation, Jiang Wuque swallowed it whole. The instant it passed his lips, clarity flooded his mind. His brain felt as though submerged in ice water, his body and spirit becoming crystalline and transparent. A peculiar energy surged forth from his dantian. The effects of this fruit were entirely different from the sudden enlightenment or cultivation technique derivations granted by the system. The Bodhi fruit bestowed a transformation in the comprehension of the Dao seed. Within his spiritual sense space, Jiang Wuque's fingertips brushed against the withered ancient tree. The cracked bark suddenly glowed with a jade-like luster. Milky sap oozed from the broken branches, swiftly sprouting buds, unfurling leaves, and blooming flowers. At this moment, his heart remained utterly still. He felt like an outsider, yet he was immersed within it. This profoundly mysterious sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. It's blooming. Amidst the clusters of golden stamens on the revitalized ancient branches, rice grain-sized spheres of light-pulse life Dao seeds crystallized from the laws themselves. It's complete. No, it hasn't stopped yet. Jiang Wuque held his breath, focusing intently as he continued to draw golden life energy from the laurel branches, channeling it into the ancient tree. The ancient tree grew taller and larger, its vitality reaching an astonishing peak. Yet at the very peak of its springtime splendor, the ancient tree suddenly withered. Grayish-yellow leaves drifted down, fluttering through the air. Before they could touch the ground, they dissolved into dust, vanishing mid-air. It withered again? Jiang Wuque remained impassive, as if he had foreseen this outcome. The power of the Tao fruit replaced the drained essence of the laurel branch. More power poured into the ancient tree. It bloomed once more. The ancient tree thus oscillated between vigorous growth and withering decay, finally settling into a state of half-withered, half-flourishing. The power of creation.
Jiang Wuque murmured softly. The divine consciousness space began to collapse, the ancient tree started to condense and compress, finally coalescing into a blue-gray seed. This is the Dao seed of creation in existence, even more profound than the Dao seed of life. It contained the power to cycle through birth and death, to reverse the heavens and earth. The moment the Dao seed descended, Emperor Jiang Wuque's second-tier cultivation realm began to shift. That barrier appeared fragile under the surging spiritual energy. The residual power of the Dao fruit aided Jiang Wuque in his breakthrough. Before long, Jiang Wuque exhaled deeply. Third tier of the Emperor realm. His cultivation had grown even deeper, but this was not the end of his gains. The crucial breakthrough was his comprehension of the Dao seed of creation. First, all the spiritual energy within his body had become imbued with the power of creation. Once the seed of creation ascended into a path, his spiritual energy would likely be directly transformed into the power of creation. After fully absorbing the power of the Bodhipath fruit, Jiang Wuque opened his eyes. He glanced at the time. Only 2 days had passed. Everything in this space remained unchanged. Huazimi had transformed into a petite fox, resting on the branches of the divine laurel tree. Sensing Jiang Wuque's awakening, Huazimi resumed human form. She yawned and rubbed her eyes. Why did you wake up so soon? Waking up midway means all your previous efforts were wasted, didn't they? Huazimi asked, puzzled. And why did the sacred laurel branch vanish? It's been drained. Huazimi froze at the words, her mind struggling to process it. What do you mean, consumed? The laurel fairy branch. Then Jiang Wuque noticed Huazimi adopting an expression that clearly said, do you really think I'll believe you? I have comprehended the life Dao seed. Jiang Wuque didn't mention that what he had truly grasped was the Dao seed of creation, for that was far too terrifying. Even if he told her, Huazimi wouldn't believe it. Have I slept for 100 years? Time flies. As an emperor who had lived for ages, Huazimi had grown less sensitive to the passage of time. No, it feels like only 2 days have passed. The words barely left her mouth before Huazimi lunged forward, grabbing Jiang Wuque by the collar, her face frozen in utter bewilderment. How is this possible? Do you have any idea how long I spent comprehending that? And now you tell me you figured it out in just 2 days? Huazimi looked utterly horrified, her voice dripping with disbelief. Jiang Wuque shook his head. A golden orb of life essence appeared in his palm, shimmering and wavering before finally settling onto the ground. In an instant, a pale purple blade of grass broke through the soil. It quickly shot up, unfurling stems and leaves before blooming into a pure white flower bud. Huazimi's grip on Jiang Wuque loosened. She murmured, it really is a life Dao seed. With tangible proof before her, she could no longer deny it. 2 days. Huazimi's plan had crumbled. She had anticipated every possible scenario, Jiang Wuque stubbornly refusing to comprehend and leaving, or him seeing through her scheme. But she never imagined this man would accomplish in 2 days what had taken her over a century to achieve. Her brows furrowed deeply as she bit her nails, her full, pear-shaped figure shifting restlessly. What do I do now? My entire plan is ruined. The love blossoms over time tactic is useless. Huazimi inwardly cursed her misfortune. Jiang Wuque spoke up, patting Huazimi's shoulder. Well, I've grasped it now. I suppose there's nothing left for me here. Huazimi turned to face him, meeting Jiang Wuque's gaze directly. So, actually, I still have unfinished business. But don't worry, I haven't forgotten about the mediation you asked me to handle. This is my spirit puppet. I'll leave it here. If anything comes up, you can contact me through it. Jiang Wuque was enthusiastically describing his quasi-emperor level spirit puppet, completely oblivious to the shift in Huazimi's expression. I see. So you just want to take what you came for and leave, right? Huazimi's voice carried a hint of sorrow, as if she were a wife abandoned by a heartless husband. Jiang Wuque saw this and hurriedly waved his hands. That's not what I meant. I left you something, didn't I? You can use this to contact me. What good would that do? Even if I did contact you, whether you come or not is still entirely up to you. Sigh. Seeing Huazimi on the verge of tears, Jiang Wuque felt a headache coming on. How could he possibly explain this? And wasn't she the great emperor? Why was she crying so easily? Seeing Jiang Wuque's silence, Huazimi's voice trembled with tears. You're truly determined to leave? No, I genuinely have matters to attend to. I'm not deceiving you. Hoo-oo. Huazimi exhaled deeply, her earlier despondent expression vanishing completely. She was faking it. Jiang Wuque heard this voice echo in his mind. Thud. The sound of someone hitting the ground echoed. Huazimi suddenly pounced on the completely unprepared Jiang Wuque, her massive Dao fruit crushing against his chest. Her exquisitely alluring face was mere inches from his. As their noses touched, Huazimi's domineering voice rang in Jiang Wuque's ear. Do you think you can escape my grasp? Chapter 43, Huazimi's Feast. Jiang Wuque had never imagined he would be pinned down by a woman. No, to be precise, this was a female demon. Huazimi's eyes transformed into demonically crimson vertical pupils. Had any of her kind been present, they would have recognized this as a trait unique to fox demons, manifesting only during spring.
Her delicate fingers traced Jiang Wuque's face repeatedly, her expression twisting into something feral.
You fox! What are you doing? Get up! Feeling Jiang Wuque's faint struggle, Hua Zimei sneered with disdain. You're the emperor now. Don't you know what I want?
With that, a rustling sound filled the air. Jiang Wuque stared wide-eyed at the scene, utterly incredulous. A piece of cloth was draped over his face. Jiang Wuque shook his head violently, flinging the thing off. Just let me go. I truly have matters to attend to. Besides, my family and business are vast, I can't stay here long. These words seemed to strike a nerve with Hua Zimei. She leaned in close, her voice sharp and commanding.
Why must you leave? Stay with me. Is that not acceptable?
Though phrased as a question, to Jiang Wuque it sounded like an order that brooked no refusal. His vision plunged into darkness. Her overwhelming power, like two towering mountains, pressed down on him with suffocating intensity. Jiang Wuque strained slightly, attempting to push Hua Zimei away. In this situation, he couldn't hold out much longer. For he had never been one to easily resist temptation. He had assumed Hua Zimei would back down upon encountering resistance, but instead, he received an even stronger push in response. Feeling the unusual movement beneath her, Hua Zimei let out a cold laugh. Your words say no, but your body tells a different story.
The situation plunged Jiang Wuque into a dilemma. He could clearly feel his willpower steadily crumbling. No, what exactly do you want from me? Let you go? You took what I offered and now expect to walk away? That's not how it works. And don't forget what the demon clan said when I brought you back.
After all, procreation is the most vital matter for any species. Hearing this voice, Jiang Wuque made one final struggle. But he failed. It was unclear whether he had been defeated by the demoness or by his own will. Or perhaps both. Jiang Wuque turned his head away in self-abandonment and closed his eyes.
You silly fool, have you finally accepted your fate?
Seeing this, Hua Zimei's lips curved into a faint smile. At that moment, within the sacred grounds of the Yaoqi.
That night, Lu Yanan leaned against the window, gazing at the bright moon on the horizon.
Beside her hand lay a brightly burning candle, while at the center of the boudoir hung a vivid ink painting.
It was none other than Jiang Wuque's portrait.
The portrait was so lifelike that it was clearly the work of an artist deeply immersed in this craft for many years. At that moment, Lu Yanan felt a pang of loneliness. She gazed first at the portrait in the room, then lifted her eyes to the bright moon hanging low in the sky.
Ancestor, when will you return? Your lure misses you.
While you've been away, I've trained diligently. When you come back, I'll surely surprise you. Lu Yanran propped her chin with one hand, her thoughts drifting inward. Though the days without seeing the ancestor were difficult, the thought of her own progress in cultivation brought a happy smile to her face. For she knew the ancestor would surely praise her then.
Lost in thought.
Suddenly, the candle flame flickered and died.
For some reason, Lu Yanran's heart skipped a beat.
She pressed her palm against her chest, and her fingers immediately sank into the soft flesh beneath.
What's happening? Is the ancestor missing me? Lu Yanran couldn't fathom the reason, so she could only speculate thus. The next day,
Hua Zimei stepped out from behind the bronze gates.
The scene before her eyes twisted and distorted, finally settling back into the spirit foxhole. Demon ancestor. You've returned.
The delighted voice of Hua Haimi rang in her ears.
I'm feeling a bit thirsty. Go prepare some nourishing soup for the ancestor.
Hua Haiyue felt puzzled. She sensed the demon ancestor was unusually joyful today, as if a flower parched by drought had finally been nourished.
The entire demon's spirit and vitality seemed transformed. How peculiar, how peculiar. The demon ancestor never seemed fond of nourishing soups before.
Before she could ponder further, Hua Zimei delivered a sharp smack to her head.
What are you thinking about? You're just a little fox with a big mouth. Hua Haiyue flashed a sweet smile.
Even getting scolded was a privilege unique to her in the demon ancestor's presence, something other little foxes could only dream of. Then, her sharp eyes spotted something else.
A crimson mark adorned the demon ancestor's neck.
By all logic, the demon ancestor, who commanded the way of life, should be able to instantly heal almost any injury.
Unless she willingly allowed it, how could a red mark remain?
Hua Haiyue shook her head, choosing not to dwell on it. Instead, she skipped off to prepare a restorative broth for her demon ancestor. Oh, and add extra precious ingredients.
Hua Zimei's voice sounded from behind her. Understood, demon ancestor.
Hua Zimei then began handling the clan's affairs for the coming days.
Until the little fox brought over a pot of rich, nourishing soup. Demon ancestor, Haiyue is back.
The little fox respectfully presented the carefully simmered medicinal broth, hoping the demon ancestor would praise her efforts after tasting it. To her surprise, Hua Zimei did not drink it but set it aside. She lowered her head in thought, as if something had occurred to her. Haiyue, fetch me a set of clothes worn by human male cultivators.
Recalling the incident, Hua Zimei felt a touch of embarrassment.
She had been rather rough back then. Within the space of the Kasha immortal tree, Jiang Wuque sat cross-legged beneath the tree, head bowed. Ah, this is clothing Xian made for me with her own hands.
It'd be such a waste to just throw it away. I should keep it. Tap tap. Footsteps echoed. Jiang Wuque turned to see Hua Zimei approaching, carrying a jar. Jiang Wuque remarked with a hint of irritation, I thought you'd just leave without a second thought. So you did come back after all. Oh, silly boy, how could I leave? Look, I made this nourishing soup for you myself. With that, Hua Zimei lifted the pot in her hand as if to show it off. She swiftly produced a jade bowl and spoon, filled it to the brim, then parted her crimson lips to blow away the steam rising from the bowl. Here, drink it while it's hot. Watching Hua Zimei's attentive manner, Jiang Wuque felt both amused and exasperated. Since things had already happened, he would certainly take responsibility. Jiang Wuque accepted the restorative soup Hua Zimei offered, but did not drink it. Under the other person's puzzled gaze, Jiang Wuque asked, Do you have a comb? This unexpected question left Hua Zimei utterly baffled. Never mind, I'll do it myself. Golden life force surged through Jiang Wuque's hands. In moments, a delicate wooden comb sprouted from the ground beneath his touch. Jiang Wuque moved behind Hua Zimei and gently combed through her hair with the wooden comb. Last night had lasted far too long, leaving Hua Zimei's hair still tangled and messy. Jiang Wuque's fingers glided through the smooth, glossy strands. A tingling sensation like an electric shock spread from her scalp, leaving Hua Zimei momentarily flustered. The tender touch gradually made her lower her head. A sweetness like melting honey filled her heart, and 2 patches of crimson flushed across her cheeks. Hua Zimei let out a soft moan, feeling an intense heat wash over her face. Sometimes, the blush of a young maiden speaks louder than any sweet words. But this truth held equally true for an innocent female demon. Chapter 44, Thunder Patterns. Why are you suddenly so kind to me? You were so resistant back then. Hua Zimei murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, her words tinged with coy shyness. Jiang Wuque didn't pause his movements as he replied with a sigh, Didn't you tell me your kind only chooses one partner in a lifetime? If I don't treat you well, who else will? This exchange felt utterly unfair to Hua Zimei, making her heart pound wildly. Why do you keep saying things that make me blush? It makes me. Overwhelmed by happiness, a strange urge welled up inside her. If only time could freeze right here. Years of cultivation had led Hua Zimei to believe her heart had long since hardened like steel, ensuring she'd never suffer defeat in matters of the heart. Even when she first laid eyes on Jiang Wuque, it had been physical desire outweighing emotional stirrings. Only now did she realize how utterly wrong she had been. She could handle a fight, but when it came to matters of the heart, Hua Zimei was like a young girl fresh out of her maiden's chamber, easily swept off her feet by Jiang Wuque's few words. Last night, she had been the dominant one between them, but now the tables had turned. Hua Zimei's body slowly tilted backward until she lay nestled in Jiang Wuque's embrace. Jiang Wuque paused his movements, gently cupping Hua Zimei's small face. There they were, locked in a gaze within this tranquil space. Husband. Truly, she was a fox demon. That single word, husband, was spoken with such enchanting charm it sent a shiver down Jiang Wuque's spine. What is it? If only I could comprehend the time Dao seed, she murmured, then I could freeze the time we share together. Like this, forever nestled in your embrace. Jiang Wuque chuckled wryly, it's not that simple. Even the realm of an emperor wouldn't be enough to achieve something like that. Hua Zimei fell silent for a moment. When do you plan to leave? Though her heart resisted his departure, reason told her Jiang Wuque still had duties to fulfill and couldn't stay by her side forever. Tomorrow. Delaying risks unforeseen complications. You're right. Once our fox clan produces another great emperor, I'll roam the world with you. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Jiang Wuque smiled and remarked, that little fox, Haiyu, shows remarkable talent. She's likely the most promising candidate among your kind to achieve breakthrough. This was indeed true. At just over 30 years old, Hua Haiyu was already nearing the great sage realm. Beyond the substantial resources channeled by Hua Zimei, her innate talent played a crucial role. That little troublemaker has the best talent. Plus, she's willing to endure hardship, that's why I have high hopes for her. Then, Hua Zimei burrowed deeper into Jiang Wuque's embrace, pressing herself tightly against him. Finish that nourishing soup quickly. I still want to. As she spoke, Hua Zimei's small hands began to wander. Jiang Wuque looked down to see her eyes had turned that same crimson vertical pupil color as yesterday. The following 10,000 words omitted. After expending considerable effort, he finally managed to settle Hua Zimei. Jiang Wuque clutched his lower back, his face twisted in discomfort. That female demon is terrifying. Had Jiang Wuque not comprehended the Dao seed of creation yesterday, greatly enhancing his vitality, he likely would not have been able to subdue her. System, check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Supreme Dao Imperial Weapon, Dragon Sovereign. Oh. Another Supreme Imperial Weapon. Jiang Wuque vanished into the void and retrieved this new Supreme Imperial Weapon. It was a sword, its surface radiating a purple-gold radiance. Compared to the rustic swallowing heaven, devouring moon he started with, this weapon possessed an undeniably extraordinary appearance. It's good, but it lacks growth potential. Jiang Wuque shook his head.
In terms of raw attack power alone, this weapon surpassed the swallowing heaven-devouring moon. It also possessed a unique special attack summoning the illusory form of an imperial dragon. But the same problem remained, its potential was capped. Feed it to swallowing heaven-devouring moon. With that thought, Jiang Wuque retrieved the imperial weapon that had lain dormant for so long. The last time he'd discovered an emperor weapon fragment, he'd fed it to the blade. By now, the fragment had been nearly consumed. Additionally, Jiang Wuque noticed a new, half-formed black and red thunder pattern had appeared on the blade's hilt. Could it be due to devouring that fragment? Jiang Wuque couldn't be certain, but he happened to have a test subject at hand. He pressed the dragon's sovereign blade against the swallowing heaven and devouring moon blade. The swallowing heaven, devouring moon seemed to have discovered a delicious prey, its entire blade trembling. Black-red mist relentlessly eroded the dragon's sovereign. As if comprehending its fate, the blade emitted a piercing shrieking sound. The corrosion intensified, and the half-broken thunder pattern visibly began to mend itself. The swallowing heaven and devouring moon's might was rising. Originally, Jiang Wuque at the second layer of the Emperor realm wielding swallowing heaven and devouring moon could defeat Hua Zime without her life path. The swallowing moon and devouring sky had elevated his strength by an entire tier. This meant that if two emperors were of comparable skill, the one wielding swallowing heaven devouring moon would hold a significant advantage. Such amplification was truly extraordinary, for the gap between emperor realms was like an unbridgeable chasm. The accumulation required to ascend from the first to the second layer of the emperor realm could even rival a cultivator's journey from scratch to the great sage realm. Once the swallowing heaven and devouring moon devours the dragon sovereign, its power will increase further. Combined with the newly comprehended Dao seed of creation, Jiang Wuque's current strength could rival that of a fourth-tier emperor. Even against an ordinary fifth-tier emperor who ascended using a Dao seed like waterfire, Jiang Wuque was not without a fighting chance. Of course, this was merely an optimistic assessment. To truly gauge his strength, further combat experience was needed. After stowing away the two entangled supreme imperial weapons, Jiang Wuque emerged from the void. Hua Zime was nowhere to be seen beneath the laurel divine tree. She must have gone out. Jiang Wuque paid it little mind, instead closing his eyes to consolidate his power. The Dao seed of creation held myriad wondrous applications, yet it was up to him to unlock them. For now, the creation Dao seed had granted Jiang Wuque an incredibly robust vitality. In other words, he was now a cockroach that was extremely difficult to kill. Even those vastly superior in power might not be able to kill him. What a profound sense of security. Jiang Wuque mused. It wasn't until the next day that Hua Zime returned to the foot of the moon immortal tree. Her face was somewhat pale, yet her expression radiated joy. Wuque? Wuque has awakened. She whispered softly, her eyes clearly filled with anticipation. Why are you so happy? What happened? Jiang Wuque inquired. Hua Zime shook her head. You haven't forgotten our last battle, have you? Your divine soul is still a bit fragile, so I made a little gift. Ta-da! A dazzlingly luminous treasure sphere appeared in Hua Zime's hand. Wear this, and no soul attack below the fifth layer of the Emperor realm will affect you, my lord. You? Jiang Wuque was momentarily speechless. Her face was pale, her aura noticeably weakened. Clearly, she had drawn upon some primal power. All for the sake of crafting this very artifact. Hua Zime continued her relentless explanation of the jewel in her hand. I named it Jianghua, combining our surnames. Before she could finish, Jiang Wuque silenced her with a kiss. Facing Jiang Wuque's sudden advance, Hua Zime responded with even greater intensity. Chapter 45, Journey to Central Plains. Beneath the laurel tree, Hua Zime wore a plain white brocade robe. Beneath the smooth, lustrous fabric lay hidden, astonishing waves. She was adjusting Jiang Wuque's collar like a wife preparing to see her husband off on a long journey. After you've dealt with that Hawan sect, remember to come back and see me. Yes, I promise to complete the mission. This solemn and dignified demeanor actually made Hua Zime chuckle. Where did you pick up all these smooth lines? Hua Zime pouted playfully, then stepped back a few paces. Hands clasped behind her back, her expression grew calm as she surveyed her masterpiece. Let's go. Jiang Wuque waved his hand, but received no response from Hua Zime. She turned her back, her eyes slightly reddened, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Stop staring, you jerk. Just leave already. Jiang Wuque turned silently, but halted after barely 2 meters. He turned back, drew her slender frame into his embrace, and held her for a long time. Oh, young master, you have no idea. That White Jade City is known as a paradise on earth. Many influential figures from Central Plains love to go there for pleasure. White Jade City has everything you can imagine. Nothing is beyond their reach. Jiang Wuque's gaze swept over the clear lake surface, a look of keen interest playing across his face. Is it really as wonderful as you describe? The boatman, wearing a conical hat, exerted force with his arm. The gray, refined metal ore immediately stirred up ripples on the lake's surface. The boatman was no old man, but a muscular middle-aged giant whose cultivation had even reached the cavern realm. Such cultivation would make him an elder or steward in smaller places. It was hard to believe he was merely a boatman wielding a pole.
I'm not lying to you. White Jade City is a treasure trove. Everyone who's traveled here raves about it. The boatman continued his enthusiastic pitch. Here, you'll find every delicacy, every fine wine, and every beauty imaginable. Whether it's clinking cups in toast or composing poetry in verse, it's nothing short of extraordinary. And what's more? The boatman's expression grew slightly excited.
Recently, word broke that the holy son of the Qingshu sect from Central Plains is coming to propose marriage to the patriarch of the Huan sect. If this goes through, White Jade City will surely rise to new heights.
The holy son of Qingshu sect? Interesting. What's the background of this Qingshu sect? The boatman replied as he rowed, the Qingshu sect is a major force.
It's led by the world-renowned Sword Emperor Haoqian, and this holy son is none other than the Sword Emperor's grandson. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuque closed the folding fan in his hand.
So there's an emperor behind him.
Jiang Wuque pondered for a moment, surprised by how complicated things had become. This so-called holy son's marriage proposal was backed by an emperor.
His current mission was to intimidate the Union sect.
If necessary, he would show no mercy. But with an emperor of unknown depth entering the fray, things had grown troublesome.
Best to keep a low profile for now. We'll assess the situation first. Jiang Wuque swiftly formulated his next course of action. Before long, the small boat docked.
After paying 50 spirit stones, Jiang Wuque stepped onto the artificial lake island.
What a ripoff! Jiang Wuque muttered under his breath.
Just a short paddle, and they charged him 50 spirit stones.
But what could he do? They held a monopoly. Everyone wishing to set foot in White Jade City had to take these exclusive boats provided by the Union sect.
The boats varied in quality. Some were lavishly decorated, reserved for wealthy dignitaries. Jiang Wuque didn't choose those instead, he picked the cheapest one.
But even the cheapest wasn't exactly cheap. Ah well, these spirit stones were stolen anyway. Jiang Wuque didn't dwell on it.
A quick scan revealed the lake island's astonishing size.
A rough estimate suggested it could accommodate millions. Gazing into the distance, the White Jade City truly lived up to its reputation of unparalleled prosperity. Exquisite aerial pavilions dotted the skyline everywhere, while towering into the clouds at the city's center stood a pagoda. Rumor had it this was the Huan sect's most lucrative venture, the Spring Rain Pavilion.
The headquarters of the Union sect lies behind Spring Rain Tower.
Truly magnificent.
Jiang Wuque murmured in admiration, silently resolving that once he returned to the sacred land of Yaoqi, he too would build a magnificent tower. After all, he couldn't keep fighting with Luo Xian over seats every day. But the moment Jiang Wuque lifted his right foot to take a step, he halted abruptly. Whoosh! The sound of wind cutting through the air reached his ears. In less than 2 seconds, dozens of women clad in black, form-fitting garments appeared beside him. Only their eyes were visible, their faces concealed. A chilling, murderous aura instantly filled the air. Ladies, I'm merely a visitor here on a sightseeing trip. What exactly is the meaning of this? Jiang Wuque spoke with feigned innocence. As soon as he finished speaking, a sweet, girlish voice rang out from among the women. Young master, there's no need to pretend. The Union of Bliss is renowned throughout the land for its intelligence work. We already know your identity. The speaker was a strikingly alluring woman clad in a pale pink, narrow-sleeved short robe with a low neckline. Her skin glowed like red jade, a delicate pink tinge against her fair complexion. Her features were sharp and defined, framed by a clean, cropped hairstyle that lent her an air of formidable strength. My name is Chen Mier, mistress of the Spring Rain Pavilion. Might you accompany me there for a chat? Jiang Wuque hadn't expected her to identify herself so directly. Judging by her demeanor, she had clearly been waiting for him for quite some time. He had heard rumors that the Union sect excelled at gathering intelligence, and today he saw it proven true. He had underestimated this organization. Inviting me inside? We have no small amount of grudges between us. Are you certain you wish to invite a wolf into your home? Jiang Wuque carried no visible aura, yet his mere words exerted immense pressure on Chen Mier. It was a crushing force at the level of life itself. Since comprehending the Tao seed of creation, this aura had become increasingly pronounced. Chen Mier remained expressionless, utterly unfazed. As the head of the Huan sect's intelligence network, her combat prowess might not be extraordinary, but her mental fortitude was undeniably formidable. Perhaps we are not enemies. What do you mean? Chen Mier plucked a white silk scarf from between two Dao fruit, its movement causing the fruits to leap and surge violently, drawing an unbreakable gaze. Please observe, young master. Chen Mier twirled her slender waist as she glided toward Jiang Wuque, finally placing the silk scarf into his hands. The scarf felt warm and smooth, carrying a faint scent of moon roses. Jiang Wuque's gaze was filled with confusion, utterly baffled by this woman's intentions. Unfolding the scarf revealed densely packed regular script characters crisscrossing its surface. It detailed every action he had taken since his arrival at the sacred land of Yaoqi, extracting spiritual veins, reforming cultivation techniques, distributing spirit stones, and even his original identity within the sacred land 10,000 years ago. Jiang Wuque slowly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade as it fixed on Chen Mier. Hoof. Hoof. In an instant, Chen Mi'er's slender, snow-white neck was seized in Jiang Wuque's grasp, her feet clad in pink silk stockings slowly lifting off the ground.
Are you provoking me? A dozen bodyguards didn't even have time to react.
Just as they were about to intervene, Chen Mi'er raised her hand to halt them.
No need to intervene. I cough.
Then, Chen Mi'er forced her eyes wide open. The pressure from being held had flushed her small face bright red.
5,000 years ago, who stole the sacred techniques from the immortal pool sanctuary, triggering the subsequent chain of events? Don't you want to know, young master?
Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuque weighed his options for a moment before loosening his grip, releasing Chen Mi'er. Her gaze held not a trace of anger or any other emotion. The very first thing Chen Mi'er did upon standing was to cup the hands that had just held her. Under his stunned gaze, she parted her cherry-red lips, warm breath escaping.
She actually began licking Jiang Wuque's fingers.
Thank you, young master, for sparing my life.
I am unclean, so I shall cleanse you. Jiang Wuque? Chapter 46, The Head of Intelligence's Temptation. Jiang Wuque felt the smooth, warm, and moist sensation on his palm, overwhelmed by disbelief. Is it that the world has gone mad, or that he's just ignorant? He really wanted to ask, hey, sis, who messed you up like this?
Only after soaking every inch of her palm did Chen Mi'er stop.
Pop.
A crisp sound echoed as her lips parted. Then Chen Mi'er took out a clean silk handkerchief and carefully wiped her palms dry.
My apologies. Chen Mi'er bowed slightly. Seeming to notice Jiang Wuque's puzzled gaze, she added apologetically.
Sir, there's no need for concern. I've only done this for you, and it's solely to express our apologies from the Union Sect and our resolve to avoid further conflict with you. Nor need you fear any action against the sacred land of Yaoqi.
Thus, shall we consider the grievance between you and Elder Xia Zhangyang settled? If it can be settled, that would be most welcome.
Jiang Wuque had come specifically to warn the Union Sect against further trouble.
Now that they promised to dissolve the enmity, it saved him the trouble of taking action. Then how do you explain what's written here?
Jiang Wuque raised the silk scarf still warm from his touch.
Facing the accusation, Chen Mi'er didn't panic.
Instead, she replied with a hint of pride, you killed 3 of our sect's elders. Naturally, we had to investigate you thoroughly. It's just that our intelligence-gathering capabilities are a bit more advanced. Hearing this explanation, Jiang Wuque thought to himself, this isn't an investigation, it's practically laying bare my underwear.
Everything here, except for the intelligence on the demon-suppressing mountains, is laid out for all to see. Your silence speaks volumes, it shows you recognize our capabilities.
As I said, we are not enemies.
Come to Spring Rain Pavilion for a discussion. Our sect has a matter we wish to entrust to you.
Chen Mi'er's eyes narrowed seductively as she swayed her serpentine waist around behind Jiang Wuque, pressing her entire body against his.
Our Union Sect understands men best.
After your long journey, how about letting our sisters attend to you first?
It sounded tempting, but Jiang Wuque was no novice.
A few sweet words wouldn't sway his resolve.
A request? If it's something important, why not tell me now?
He understood this woman's intentions. All this talk of not being enemies and resolving conflicts was just a cover for encountering even greater difficulties.
And then, conveniently, Jiang Wuque showed up.
Seeing his formidable combat prowess, the Haoan sect had come up with this idea on the spot. Chen Mi'er remained silent for a moment before tilting her head slightly, giving her bodyguards a meaningful glance.
They immediately understood and vanished from the spot.
Only Jiang Wuque and Chen Mi'er remained in the room.
Our request is simple, our sect leader remains unmarried. Come and marry her.
Jiang Wuque closed his eyes and scratched his scalp.
What a mess this had turned into. Right now, Jiang Wuque was nothing but utterly bewildered. Give me a reason.
Chen Mi'er considered for a moment before speaking, because the holy son of the Qingshu sect wishes to marry our sect leader. Our suggestion is for you to challenge him to a duel and compete for her hand. Those 2 short sentences revealed a great deal. It seemed the saint's son wanted to marry, but the patriarch of the Union sect didn't want to marry him, so they devised this scheme.
Yet, fearing the consequences of outright refusal, they'd resorted to this diversionary tactic, shifting the saint's son's resentment onto Jiang Wuque. Judging by your expression, you've probably guessed something. Since that's the case, I'll be blunt. Qingshu sect's target is our Haoan sect.
They covet our intelligence-gathering capabilities, hence this scheme. We'll arrange for you to assume the identity of a legitimate heir to a reclusive immortal clan, guaranteeing absolute security. Jiang Wuque scoffed coldly with disdain. Sounds pretty good, but we still have 2 irreconcilable differences. First, why should I help you challenge that so-called holy son? Second, what reason do I have to trust you?
If they couldn't resolve these 2 points, cooperation between the 2 sides would remain impossible.
To his surprise, Chen Mi'er only shook her head and smiled gently. Young master, you're overcomplicating things. This issue is easily resolved. With that, Chen Mi'er placed her hand over her chest. A vivid crimson hue filled Jiang Wuque's vision. A blood-red mark appeared on her hand. Her eyes grew weary as she gently took Jiang Wuque's hand and placed the mark into his palm. Huff, puff. After completing all this, Chen Mi'er lay exhausted in Jiang Wuque's embrace, panting heavily.
This is my slave mark. With it, you may control my life and death at will for 3 years. I cannot resist, but must submit to your every whim. Chen Nier's face was slightly pale. She tilted her head slightly, gazing directly into Jiang Wuque's face, and said pitifully, "Young master, I have entrusted myself entirely to you. Now, can you trust me?" That look in her eyes, those subtle gestures, any man would be utterly captivated. And that line was just awful. What did she mean? Play with me at will. How could she be that kind of? Well, it was hard to say. They'd only just met, yet she dared hand over her slave mark to Jiang Wuque. Where did she get the nerve? Wasn't she afraid he'd take advantage of her and run off? Do you know the art of judging character, young master? Before Jiang Wuque could answer, Chen Nier explained on her own, it's about judging a person's character based on clues and deeds. After analyzing you, we concluded you're a pure-hearted man who values loyalty and righteousness. That's why we dared to gain your trust this way. Aren't you afraid I'll take everything and run? At this remark, Chen Nier instead broke into a delighted smile. With your formidable strength and striking good looks, even if I did that, it would be Miaoer who came out ahead. By the way, let me inform you, young master. Chen Nier gradually slid her hand up Jiang Wuque's neck, whispering close to his ear, this humble servant still possesses the Yuan Yin. Her warm breath tickled Jiang Wuque's neck, carrying the rich scent of flowers and the allure of a mature woman, yet he remained unmoved. Instead, Jiang Wuque grabbed her hand and narrowed his eyes. Stop pretending. You're not actually exhausted at all. As the head of a spy network, Jiang Wuque dared not trust her words entirely, even if she had indeed surrendered the slave mark. You're squeezing me so hard it hurts, young master. You really are clueless about romance. Chen Maro pouted, her tone laced with feigned petulance. Give me 3 pieces of intelligence, and I'll take this job. Deal. Chen Nier immediately rose from Jiang Wuque's embrace, her earlier delicate demeanor completely gone. Tell me what to do. Well, I've already planned it out for young Master Jiang. Step 1, build momentum. Chapter 47, Love Triangle? Spring Rain Pavilion, first floor lobby. It could only be said that this place truly lived up to its reputation as the most luxurious building in White Jade City. The floor was entirely laid with smooth white spirit jade, its grout lines inlaid with finger-width strands of flowing golden thread. A kaleidoscopic blue canopy hung overhead. Along the entrance corridor, glazed eternal lamps stood every 5 meters, flanked by fist-sized night pearls. Even the carpets beneath their feet were woven from the hides of high-grade demon beasts, soft as silk and gleaming with a lustrous sheen. The grand hall was bustling with activity, filled with many young nobles dressed in luxurious attire, gathered together discussing today's main event. Today was a significant day. Shang Yixue, the newly initiated direct disciple of the Union sect, was coming to Spring Rain Pavilion to seek a noble young master to spend the night with. I hear Shang Yixue is breathtakingly beautiful. I wonder if it's true. Of course it's true. To rise through the ranks in a place like the Union sect, she must be a woman of extraordinary beauty. A young nobleman in fine attire propped his folding fan against his chin, his face brimming with anticipation. Rumor has it her promotion to direct disciple was only possible because of Inwood Peak's downfall. Otherwise, her advancement would have been uncertain. Oh, I heard that too. That guy must have been a failure. Founding a sect in such a backwater, only to get wiped out by local forces. Enough about the dead, it's bad luck. Let's focus on how to win Shang's favor later. These words immediately drew agreement from those around them. Young Master Zhao speaks wisely. Master Shang is the true focus. But with you here, the others likely stand no chance. One of them said to Zhao Wuji, who stood in the center of the crowd, with a fawning tone. Exactly. With young Master Zhao here, what chance do we have? Zhao Wuji appeared calm on the surface, but the slight curve of his lips betrayed his inner satisfaction. Ah, gentlemen, you speak too highly of yourselves. Everyone has an equal chance. Young Master Zhao is truly magnanimous. A crowd gathered around Zhao Wuji, showering him with flattery. A pot-bellied, well-fed man observed the scene and sneered with disdain. His father is merely a quasi-emperor sect master. What's there to be so proud about? As if Lady Shan would ever take notice of him. After all, Xian Xian's father was one of the 5 great masters of the Shangyun Merchants Guild, the largest merchant organization in Central Plains. He hadn't even made a grand entrance yet, and Zhao Wuji dared to step forward so boldly. He clearly didn't hold him in any regard. Xian Xian beckoned a servant and ordered, "Go tell Manager Li to cut the Yunlan sect's pill supply by 30%. Let that brat learn what it means to be too conspicuous." The servant bowed respectfully before hurrying off. Lost in the praise, Zhao Wuji remained oblivious to the trouble he had inadvertently brought upon his sect. Discussions continued throughout the Grand Hall. With over 200 people present, they largely divided into 5 factions. Most were determined to secure Shang Yixue at any cost. This might be the only chance in their lives to experience the grace of an peerless immortal maiden at the great sage realm. How could they not be maddened by it? Moreover, Shang Yixue was a master of the art of yin-yang union. Spending a night with her would greatly benefit one's cultivation.
From the rooftop, Jiang Wuque gazed down at the chaotic bustle below through a treasure mirror, unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation as he pressed his hand to his forehead. Here he was, a mighty emperor, reduced to competing for her affections with this bunch of reckless fools. How utterly humiliating. It's fine, young Master Wuque. It'll be over soon. Here, have a grape to calm your nerves. Shang Yixue, standing nearby, offered a peeled grape to Jiang Wuque's lips. Jiang Wuque shot the enchantress a resigned glance. She was undeniably beautiful, curves in all the right places, exuding an otherworldly allure. The sheer pink gauze draped over her body only amplified her seductive charm. Where the hell did your master go? It's been half a day, and we still haven't seen her. Lady Chen went to prepare your betrothal gifts. She said it would be too fake if there weren't even any gifts. Shang Yixue tapped her index finger against her bright red lipstick, her brows slightly furrowed in a pensive yet adorable expression. This man before her was her most important benefactor. Without Jiang Wuque, she would never have stood a chance against Duan Mufeng. She had to serve him well. Wait, why make this so real? I'm not actually marrying your sect leader. But if it's not real, we won't be able to fool the holy son of Qingshu sect. Jiang Wuque sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead in exasperation. Fine, let's just do it this way. What should I do later? Shang Yixue circled behind Jiang Wuque, gently massaging his temples. Everyone in Baiyu City knows Shuer has a particular fondness for poetry and literature. So all you need to do, young Master Jiang, is recite a fine poem. And I've already prepared one for you. That's all? Shang Yixue's hands remained steady as she giggled coyly, of course not. The second round tests strength, whichever side has the higher cultivation level wins. Naturally, you can hire mercenaries for this stage. I understand, Jiang Wuque replied. To build hype for him, Chen Mier really went to great lengths, even bringing in the newly promoted direct disciples. She claimed it would make him famous throughout the city. Just get it over with. Jiang Wuque sighed inwardly. Clang! Clang! Two chimes from the bell atop Spring Rain Pavilion drew everyone's attention. It's about to begin. The fairy Shang Yixue is about to arrive. The sky had grown dim by now. Yet throughout White Jade City, its inns, brothels, and every household warm white spirit lamps glowed. From afar, the entire lake island glowed white, living up to the city's name, White Jade City. The streets and eateries bustled with people, creating a lively atmosphere. But the liveliest spot was undoubtedly the city's tallest tower, Spring Rain Pavilion. At this hour, every door and window of Spring Rain Tower stood wide open. Visitors arriving here could peer through the openings and glimpse the scene within the tower's grand hall. Countless men, both inside and outside the tower, craned their necks in eager anticipation. All for one glimpse of Shang Yixue's peerless beauty. Oh! She's coming out. Amidst the crowd's gasps, Shang Yixue gracefully descended the stairs from the second floor. In that instant, countless hearts were stolen. Her legendary beauty truly lived up to its reputation, truly breathtaking. Whether it was Zhao Wuji, Qian Xian, or any of the other young masters, their eyes gleamed with anticipation, their hearts filled with boundless expectation. Such beauty, coupled with a perfect figure, and most importantly, extraordinary skill, a woman who possesses all three is surely rare in this world. Your humble servant greets you all. On this auspicious occasion, why not compose a verse? Choose any theme, and will the one with the most evocative imagery shall prevail. Shang Yixue took her seat upon the jade throne on the second floor, explaining the rules to the assembled crowd below. Those below handed their prepared poems to the maidservants beside them, who respectfully curtsied before ascending to the second floor to present the thick stacks of verses to Shang Yixue. The rule was that Shang Yixue would select 20 winning pieces from among them. Time ticked by second. Shang Yixue furrowed her brow, her expression shifting between joy and sorrow as if truly immersed in the poem's essence. Half an hour later, Shang Yixue finally lifted her head. As countless people waited anxiously for the results, Shang Yixue spoke, her expression tinged with urgency. She turned to the maid beside her and demanded, "Why are there no poems from young Master Jiang?" Her words instantly sent a ripple of shock through the crowd below. Chapter 48, The Raven. Young Master Jiang? Who is young Master Jiang? Why would Lady Shang mention him personally? Confusion swirled in the minds of those below. Qian Xian frowned deeply and immediately summoned a servant from his entourage. Find out what is this Jiang young master's background that even Shang Yixue would mention him personally? Shang Yixue's anxious expression above did not seem feigned. Because she truly was anxious. She had clearly given Jiang Wuque a poem, yet after flipping through the pages for ages, she couldn't find his work anywhere. Her plan had been completely disrupted. The scene descended into utter chaos, with even the maidservants scrambling to locate Jiang Wuque. My apologies, Shuer. Have I arrived too late? Just then, a young man in brocade robes stepped through the doorway. His appearance was handsome and ethereal, his gaze gentle. His otherworldly aura was particularly striking, 3 parts detached from earthly concerns, yet 7 parts devilishly charming, making it impossible for women to look away. His bright golden hair stood out vividly amidst the crowd. Who is this man? Does he know Lady Shang? No idea.
Never seen a young master from any major Jiang clan before.
The surrounding crowd immediately erupted into a buzz of whispers, pointing and gesturing at Jiang Wuque.
The reason was simple, the guy was just too damn handsome. Like my readers.
Even Yaoqi Holy Land felt her heart skip a beat at the sight.
Jiang Wuque had made some alterations to his appearance, but that alone couldn't account for such an extraordinary aura.
He had released a trace of the Emperor's aura he'd always concealed, which was why the effect was so striking.
As for that yellow-haired guy, he just thought it fit the occasion.
After all, he was about to challenge that holy son for a bride. This yellow hair was perfect.
Every man present felt utterly inadequate.
A man as handsome as Jiang Wuque was truly a rarity in this world.
Damn it! Being this handsome and still competing with us ugly bastards for food? He's got no shame at all.
Xian muttered under his breath. Standing next to this guy, people would probably mistake him for some pig that had wandered out of nowhere. By now, Yaoqi Holy Land had composed herself. With a hint of playfulness, she said, "How could young Master Jiang be late? Schwer has been eagerly awaiting your poetry." Jiang Wuque heard what sounded like flirtatious words and nearly gnashed his teeth to dust.
Put. He's probably all show and no substance. So what if he's handsome? In this world, real power is what matters.
It was plain for all to see now that Yaoqi Holy Land held a special regard for Jiang Wuque. As the maid presented him with paper and ink, Jiang Wuque smiled lightly. A maiden like Lady Shang, whose smile captivates all who see it, whose beauty puts the 6 palaces to shame, she deserves nothing less than a fine poem.
A glance and a smile, 100 charms come alive.
Yaoqi Holy Land's eyes widened slightly as she savored the words. She never imagined Jiang Wuque possessed genuine literary talent. 2 lines spoken offhand surpassed this stack of mediocre verses. As she savored the lines, her eyes grew dreamy and her cheeks flushed crimson.
Schwer is nowhere near as perfect as the gentleman describes.
The moment these lines were spoken, every person present was struck with astonishment.
Such literary brilliance, born purely of improvisation. He was already handsome enough, now he had such literary talent too?
How were others supposed to live? Jiang Wuque paid no heed to the envious stares around him. Instead, he swiftly penned several lines of elegant calligraphy on the paper. The moment the maid took the paper, she couldn't help but read aloud. "A crimson bud, dew-kissed and fragrant, makes the clouds and rain of Wu Mountain seem a waste of heartache. Who in the palace could compare? Alas, the flying swallow, adorned in fresh makeup." Comparing a dew-kissed peony to a woman's beauty, then using the flying swallow as a foil, truly a fine poem. The moment the maid recited it, many eyes darkened with despair. Their own trite verses couldn't hold a candle to this.
It was like comparing a minor sorcerer to a master. Yaoqi Holy Land's eyes flickered.
In her estimation, this was likely a rare gem of a poem. It surpassed the one she decomposed for Jiang Wuque by tenfold. After all, they weren't even in the same league. The task the host had given her would likely be accomplished with flying colors. Judging by how quickly this fine poem was spreading, by tonight, young Master Zhang's name would surely echo throughout White Jade City.
Yaoqi Holy Land arose slowly, warm jade-like radiance illuminating her face.
Her graceful, slender figure was even more captivating at that moment.
"I hereby declare that young Master Zhang's poem advances first." The assembled crowd couldn't help but sigh in disappointment.
Though they had anticipated this outcome, the moment the news was announced, a wave of dismay washed over them. After all, the first to advance held the greatest promise.
Spring Rain Pavilion Union of Bliss Sect.
A glance over her shoulder, a smile that captivates all the 6 palaces' beauties pale in comparison. As Chen Mier's voice filled the hall, a deathly silence descended.
Was this done by Jiang Wuque?
Yes, sect leader. Bai Wenye sighed softly, skillfully concealing the jealousy she felt toward Yaoqi Holy Land. Why has no man ever spoken these words to me? Chen Mier held her breath, hesitating whether to speak further. Speak. What news do you have? Chen Mier bowed slightly and recited the verse Jiang Wuque had just composed.
Another silence fell.
Creak, creak.
Master, what's wrong? I'm fine. Tell Jiang Wuque to compose a poem praising me.
His reward will be another free intelligence gathering mission. Hearing this, Chen Mier's face fell with concern. Master, gathering intelligence takes time and effort, and often requires sacrificing many sisters. To waste it like this. Before she could finish, a graceful shadow glided before Chen Mier. Bai Wenye, expressionless, reached out and grabbed Chen Mier's Dao fruit, then yanked her forcefully before her. Their eyes locked. Bai Wenye stared at her coldly.
Who founded the Raven sect?
It was the sect master. It was you, sect master.
Who does the Raven serve?
The sect.
I'm the leader of the Huan sect. What I command you to do is none of your business.
Bai Wenye's voice was as cold as ice. Hearing these words, a chill shot up Chen Mier's spine straight to her brain.
Mierer knows her crime. Mierer knows her crime.
Please punish me, sect leader. But the expected punishment never came. Bai Wenye tossed her aside, sending Chen Miao away crashing to the ground.
I'll let this slide. You now belong to Jiang Wuque. This sect leader cannot arbitrarily punish you. What if it displeases him?
Chen Mier, scrambling to her feet, immediately knelt on one knee, head bowed, daring not to speak further.
Go. Convey my earlier request to Jiang Wuque. Yes, sect leader. Chen Nier walked out of the main hall.
Her chest heaved violently, her eyes turning bloodshot.
Damn it! The sect leader didn't punish me. He didn't whip me. Why?
Her tone then turned despondent.
Without the sect leader's punishment, how am I supposed to get through today? Sigh. It was all Jiang Wuque's fault. As if struck by an idea, Chen Nier's eyes lit up, her body trembling with excitement. Wait, Jiang Wuque. Should we let him come? Chapter 49, The Three Saints Assault.
Once the thought took root, it swirled relentlessly in Chen Nier's mind. For so long, she had endured the sect master's punishment, never experiencing such things from anyone else.
Chen Nier's delicate body trembled, as if lost in some fantasy.
In her imagination, Jiang Wuque would treat her roughly.
No, I have important matters to attend to. I must stop fantasizing. Though the fantasy was delightful, Jiang Wuque probably wouldn't treat her that way in reality. After all, he was a decent person. Chen Miao's cheeks flushed crimson as she thought to herself. If he knew about this hidden side of Miao, would he be utterly shocked? How intriguing. Spring Rain Pavilion. 20 poems were selected by Shang Yishu as some richly ornate, others profoundly evocative. Each possessed its own distinct charm. As for whether these were truly the original works of the young masters present, that remained unknown. After the literary contest, it was time for the martial arts competition. Many present fixed unfriendly stares upon Jiang Wuque. After all, he was their greatest rival in this contest. Xian glanced at the elderly man beside him, clad in a jet-black robe, his eyes betraying a hint of respect. Elderly, decide whether to take the stage based on the situation. Hold nothing back, especially when facing that young fellow. Whether he steps forward or not, make him lose face. The elder in black robes nodded. Though as a master martial artist, he didn't approve of his young master's actions, he was bound by gratitude and obligation. When the time came to exert himself, he would do so. This is interesting. Jiang Wuque scanned the crowd, noticing that the vast majority of eyes were fixed on him. Seems everyone sees me as a thorn in their side. Since that was the case, Jiang Wuque saw no need to hold back. After all, this identity was merely a facade. He leapt onto the vast martial arts platform, his eyes brimming with contempt. Forget the rules. Anyone who wants to challenge me, come on up. Or come at me all at once. His words plunged the arena into an eerie silence. This was arrogance, utter contempt for everyone present. Zhao Wuji, standing closest to Jiang Wuque, flashed a savage glint in his eyes. He had thought that if Jiang Wuque played the coward, he'd be in a bind. But now, he was provoking everyone in this manner. The silence was shattered by an uproar. Insolent! How dare you, you brat! Even those who hadn't secured combat qualifications found Jiang Wuque's behavior intolerable. He was utterly arrogant. He actually dared to challenge so many people alone. What did this show? That he didn't give a damn about them. I'll take him. Zhao Wuji charged forward first, leaping directly onto the martial arts platform. Kid, a pretty face and a bit of literary flair won't cut it. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Jiang Wuque frowned at Zhao Wuji's bragging. How dare such a weakling step forward? With only mid-stage Daoyan realm cultivation, relying solely on physical training, Jiang Wuque could beat him senseless. Look at you, are you scared? Zhao Wuji snorted coldly, completely oblivious that Jiang Wuque's frown stemmed from his utter incompetence. Fear is exactly what you should feel. I'll show you. Zhao Wuji's pupils contracted sharply as his body instinctively lurched backward. Jiang Wuque, who had been far away moments before, now stood directly before him. You! Jiang Wuque planted his right foot, delivering nothing more than an ordinary lunge punch. Boom! A boundless wave of force surged through Zhao Wuji's body, tearing a gaping hole in his once lavish brocade robe. A droplet of saliva trickled down Zhao Wuji's arm and fell to the ground. As for Zhao Wuji, his eyes rolled back and he instantly lost consciousness, frozen in the position of being struck. Jiang Wuque withdrew his fist and Zhao Wuji collapsed to the ground. Clunk! Zhao Wuji's henchmen stared blankly at the scene, unable even to muster a rallying cry for their leader. It's over like that. Many young masters who had earlier railed against Jiang Wuque's arrogance now gulped nervously, too afraid to show their faces. The battle had been far too abrupt, nothing like the dazzling clash of spiritual energies they'd imagined. Yet some masters instantly grasped the core issue. The overwhelming disparity in strength had resulted in a complete. Master Li, what do you think? Xian turned his head to glance at the elderly man in black robes beside him. The old man no longer wore the relaxed, composed expression he had moments before. Jiang Wuque was strong. Extremely strong. He couldn't gauge the opponent's true strength, but it was undoubtedly on par with his own. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge him? Jiang Wuque's gaze swept across the crowd. Many had already lost their fighting spirit. Even Zhao Wuji, a Daoyan realm cultivator, had fallen on the stage. Wouldn't stepping forward be like offering themselves up as fodder? Young friend, you mentioned earlier that multiple opponents could challenge together, correct? Jiang Wuque fixed his gaze on the elder clad in black robes. Of course. My word is my bond. you may attack together. Very well. Then we shall take our leave. With that, 3 great sage-level powerhouses simultaneously ascended the stage, having already exchanged knowing glances below. The overwhelming aura of the 3 great saints erupted without restraint. Those seated near the viewing platform felt their breathing grow labored. They're actually great sage realm. And 3 of them at that. No wonder the crowd below was stunned. In past years when Spring Rain Tower hosted such events, great sage realm cultivators were nowhere to be seen. Even if present, most wouldn't dare step onto the stage to bully juniors. Now, to deal with this arrogant brat, they'd mobilize 3 at once. Many eyes turned toward Jiang Wuque, eagerly anticipating his mortified expression. Facing 3 great sage realm experts, could he still remain so carefree? Fear? Regret? Or perhaps just swallow his pride and step down? After all, avoiding a brutal beating was hardly a bad deal. But to everyone's surprise, Jiang Wuque's expression didn't waver. In his eyes, these 3 great saints seemed no different from Jiang Wuque moments ago. Through the defensive array on the stage, Jiang Wuque looked up at Yaoqi on the 2nd floor. She smiled and nodded back. She had already heard about Jiang Wuque's strength from Chen Mir. As a half-step great emperor, he was more than capable of handling the current situation. Come. A single word, yet it radiated Jiang Wuque's unshakable confidence. The ink-robed elder turned to the 2 beside him. Attack together. Hold nothing back. The other 2 instantly charged forward. The elder in black robes narrowed his eyes, spiritual energy surging from his hands. His plan was to use the distraction created by the 2 attackers to prepare a technique that required considerable time to activate but possessed immense power. I only need 20 breaths. Hold him off. With that thought, the elder swiftly activated his technique, channeling all his spiritual energy into his hands. Vishnu's divine seal. With this technique, he had even defeated peak great sage-level experts. Boom! Boom! After the dull thuds, the 2 great saints who had charged forward to delay Jiang Wuque were sent flying backward at an even greater speed. The elder in black robes gazed at the 2 figures behind him, now covered in blood and lying motionless on the ground. A wave of terror mixed with utter shock rapidly spread through his mind. The Vishnu divine seal in his hand was nearly fully charged. But just then, a faint voice echoed in his ear. What are you staring at, old man? Chapter 50, The Stone of Remembrance. The ink-robed elder's throat rolled as he turned his head away. Jiang Wuque was already right before him. Vishnu's divine seal. Though terror gripped the old man in black robes, his attack was already fully charged. At such close range, he no longer needed to aim. Ha! A massive palm of earth-colored spiritual energy erupted from the old man's hands. Jiang Wuque, standing closest, bore the brunt of the entire assault. It hit. The elder in black robes clearly saw that Jiang Wuque hadn't dodged. Instead, he stood rooted to the spot, absorbing every strike. What's the outcome? Spectators craned their necks, desperate to see how Jiang Wuque fared. But the ink-robed elder's face darkened. Standing directly before Jiang Wuque, he knew exactly how the other fared. Not a scratch. This was no different from seeing a ghost. He had delivered his most powerful strike. As the dust settled, Jiang Wuque's figure emerged. Jiang Wuque brushed the dust from his robe, his expression serene. Whether he was injured or not was beside the point, he'd certainly pulled off the act. Jiang Wuque raised his right index finger, summoning a wispy finger formed from the essence of creation. Though he had exerted every effort to weaken the strike's force, the ink-robed elder still collided with it like an ant shaking a tree. He was hurled onto the array, covered in blood, and lost consciousness. Countless spectators gasped in shock. These were 3 great saints, not mere nobodies. Defeated so easily? What terrifying realm did Jiang Wuque, standing on that platform, truly possess? The victor is this young Master Jiang. Yaoqi's tone was calm, clearly having anticipated this outcome all along. She floated down from the 2nd floor, wrapped her arms around Jiang Wuque's, and whispered softly, Young Master Jiang, I shall spend this night with you. I promise I won't disappoint you. Those words made countless young masters' hearts ache with envy so intense it was unbearable. Yet they soon resigned themselves to it. He was so handsome and powerful it was only natural. Yet the next words she spoke left everyone utterly stunned. No, Fairy Shang, you are not my true objective. With that, Jiang Wuque shook off Yaoqi's arm. Yaoqi stared blankly at Jiang Wuque, who had added this unexpected twist, utterly bewildered. This was different from the original plan. He was supposed to spend the night with her right now. Then the next day, the Union Sect would arrange for someone to build up his reputation, leak his fabricated background, and he would then propose to marry the sect leader. Now everything was in disarray. What exactly was Jiang Wuque trying to do? Jiang Wuque tilted his head slightly, his 2 tufts of blonde hair bouncing as he declared with deep emotion. My deepest affection belongs to Bai Wenya, the sect master of the Union Sect. My purpose in coming here is precisely to marry her. The moment Jiang Wuque uttered Bai Wenya's name, a sudden, prying gaze pierced the void. Jiang Wuque's mind was as clear as a mirror. He paid it little mind. What? The guests below erupted into a frenzy of discussion. What does this mean? Isn't having immortal Shang enough for him? Now he wants sect leader by 2.
Shang Yixue and Bai Wenyu were worlds apart. The former was merely a direct disciple, recently promoted at that, while the latter was the sovereign of the entire Huan sect. Not only was that woman breathtakingly beautiful, captivating enough to topple kingdoms, but she was also a half-step great emperor, mere steps away from true great emperor status, needing only to condense her Dao seed.
Young Master Jiang, are you truly abandoning me? Shang Yixue's pitifully vulnerable expression would break countless men's hearts. With such a captivating beauty before him, could his heart truly remain unmoved? I'm sorry, Fairy Shang. My heart belongs only to Palace Mistress Bai. Our paths were meant to cross, but not to stay together. Jiang Wuque stood with his hands behind his back, speaking with heartless resolve. With that, he strode directly toward the entrance of Spring Rain Pavilion. Those present parted to make way for him.
Only Shang Yixue remained, standing alone on the stage, her heart aching in silence. This starkly contrasting outcome was truly striking, even more dramatic than Jiang Wuque defeating the 3 saints.
Just then, the servant Xian had sent earlier returned in a hurry. Young master, I've made inquiries.
Xian, impatient, grabbed the servant's shoulders and shook him forcefully.
What news? Speak quickly.
Word is that young Master Jiang is the eldest son of a reclusive immortal clan.
They even have an ancient emperor ancestor within their lineage. What?
Xian was stunned speechless.
He never imagined this man's background could be so formidable.
After all, any faction bearing the title emperor was never one to be trifled with. The servant hadn't lowered his voice, and with guests all around, the news spread to others.
Young Master Jiang is the eldest son of an imperial clan. What? A reclusive immortal clan? No wonder. So he actually has such a high status. No wonder his strength is so formidable. An imperial clan member has emerged?
That makes him equal in status to the holy son of the Qingshu sect. The news crashed like a boulder into the tranquil waters, sending ripples of shock throughout the gathering. Xian snapped back to his senses and immediately pulled the servant aside. Where did you hear this?
Is it even true?
Absolutely true, young master. I paid a hefty price for this intelligence from the Duxian Pavilion.
Duxian Pavilion. Duxian Pavilion.
Xian repeated the name twice, a look of gravity flashing in his eyes.
Right. News originating from there shouldn't be false.
It was another pillar industry of the Union sect, specializing in the sale of all manner of intelligence and information.
He quickly recalled the rumors circulating in White Jade City.
The holy son of the Qingshu sect was also set to marry Bai Wenyu.
A storm is brewing.
As heated discussions erupted below the Spring Rain Pavilion, Jiang Wuque had appeared on the rooftop without anyone noticing.
Well, now we're really famous exceeding the mission objectives. Jiang Wuque teased Chen Mir in a playful tone. Is that so?
This completely contradicts our plan.
Look at Shang Yixue's heartbroken expression, it doesn't seem like she's faking it.
Ah, well. Jiang Wuque scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward.
Never mind. The sect leader wants you to compose another poem, one praising her.
The reward is another chance to probe for intelligence.
At this, Jiang Wuque's eyes lit up. This was a surefire win-win deal. My apologies, elderly, may I borrow the power of your literary lineage once more?
Jiang Wuque immediately produced paper and brush, composing another poem for Bai Wenyu. Chen Mir, having received what she needed, dared not linger. She rose and headed straight for the Union sect.
In such a hurry? Master, Mir has arrived. Recite it for me. Clouds evoke thoughts of robes, flowers of beauty, spring breeze caresses the balustrade, dew glistens bright. Had we not met atop Mount Chuanyu, we would have encountered each other beneath the moon at Yaotai. Such praise made Bai Wenyu's eyes redden beneath the pink gauze canopy.
She immediately retrieved the recording stone and replayed Jiang Wuque's declaration from the Spring Rain Pavilion Hall.
Jiang Wuque's dashing face appeared on the screen, his voice echoing.
My greatest affection belongs to Bai Wenyu, the patriarch of the Union sect. My sole purpose here is to wed her. Bai Wenyu's eyes flushed crimson as her delicate white fingers unconsciously reached toward her intimate area. Biting her lower lip, her voice trembling, she commanded Chen Mir, keep reciting the poem.
Stop only when I tell you to stop.
Simultaneously, the content on the recording stone repeated endlessly. Bai Wenyu stared at Jiang Wuque's handsome face on the screen, her eyes glazed over with infatuation. Her hands moved ceaselessly, their pace only growing faster. My favorite is Bai Wenyu, the leader of the Hawan sect, clothes that evoke clouds, beauty that evokes flowers. It seemed to reach an extreme. Bai Wenyu grunted softly, and the grand hall fell silent once more. The beauty behind the gauze curtains rolled her eyes, her cheeks flushing crimson. She murmured, if only you were the emperor. Chapter 51, The Lonely Bai Wenyu. Bai Wenyu, returning from the clouds, breathed heavily. She straightened her body and tossed the damp silk cloth aside.
This news must be conveyed to Zhang Yan.
Yes, sect leader.
Chen Mir responded.
After Chen Mir left, Bai Wenyu gazed at Jiang Wuque's image in the stone tablet, then looked at the poem in her hand. The yin yang Dao seed is truly too arduous. Perhaps I should have let go of this obsession long ago. A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. Once she had pursued the Tao with unwavering devotion. Nor had her disposition been as harsh as it was now. But there was no other way. Having cultivated the techniques of the Union sect without truly practicing its path. With only intake and no release, no outlet for pent-up energy, it was indeed easy for one's character to become twisted. Her master had used not only her as an experiment back then, but other disciples as well. Most of those disciples couldn't endure it and secretly sought release elsewhere. Only Bai Wenya persevered. She never forgot her master's dying words. Wenya, you possess talent and perseverance. You must hold on. Without becoming an emperor, you'll remain a mere pawn on the chessboard. Remember the fates of those poor sisters. I entrust the Union sect to you. These words drove deep into Bai Wenya's heart like a nail, fueling her to persevere. Until now. Jiang Wuque's emergence seemed to slowly shatter her psychological defenses, even though Bai Wenya had never laid eyes on him. Yet his talent, appearance, character, and even power all marked him as a phoenix among men. A flutter of emotion stirred within her. Truthfully, she hadn't fallen in love with Jiang Wuque. She saw him more as an outlet for her pent-up emotions. He was like a fuse, igniting the powder keg of pent-up emotions within her. Within the gauze canopy, Bai Wenya gradually clenched her fists. Curled up. She buried her face into the plump, rounded fruit. Damn it! Damn it, why did you have to show up? The tone laced in her words wasn't hatred, but rather confusion and wavering. Her voice echoed through the empty hall as loneliness enveloped Bai Wenya. Even with her breathtaking beauty, even with her fiery, voluptuous figure, at this moment, she was nothing more than a little girl filled with loneliness, unnoticed by anyone. Huan Sect Drunken Moon Pavilion. Zhang Yan sat engrossed in a thick stack of scrolls. His hair was meticulously styled, and his attire was carefully chosen, a custom-made moon white Taoist robe. This was the symbol of the Holy Sun within the Qingxu sect. After a long while, he lifted his head to ease the soreness in his eyes. What's the situation over there? As the words fell, a stern-faced man materialized out of thin air in the courtyard. Reporting to the Holy Sun, we have applied full pressure on the Huan sect. They have suffered heavy losses in elixirs, weapons, and specialized beauty products, but their intelligence resources remain largely intact. Zhang Yan waves dismissively. That's to be expected. After all, the Huan sect excels in intelligence. For a woman like Bai Wenya to cultivate such an exceptional intelligence network, she has her merits. The stern-faced man clasped his fists in salute. Holy Sun, it seems a variable has emerged. What is it? Zhang Yan didn't even lift his eyelids, picking up the scroll from the jade table to continue reading. Last night, a certain Jiang young master publicly declared his intention to marry Bai Wenya. It said he hails from a secluded immortal clan, one guarded by an ancient emperor-level ancestor. At the mention of the word emperor, Zhang Yan's earlier nonchalance vanished. He set down the scroll he had just picked up, his expression turning grave. Is this information reliable? As the holy son of an emperor-level power, he did not immediately choose to believe it, instead maintaining a skeptical stance. At this critical juncture, this man's appearance likely targeted him directly. The stern-faced man fell silent for 2 seconds before shaking his head. Half-truths, half-lies. I've already dispatched men to the Star Valley domain to investigate this immortal clan. The findings confirm that such a person indeed exists. Zhang Yan's brow furrowed even deeper. His index finger tapped incessantly on the jade table. This matter demands serious attention. Report this news to the emperor. It would be best to summon his projection, perhaps that will keep certain petty troublemakers in line. As he spoke, a cold gleam flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes. He had expected Bai Wenya to show some sense, but instead, she continued her underhanded maneuvers. Regardless of whether she was truly behind this, Zhang Yan would pin it on her. After all, in this clash of two tigers, she stood to gain the most. Bai Wenya, I will claim your primordial lien. Your intelligence network will ultimately belong to the Qingxu sect. Zhang Yan radiated extraordinary confidence. Even if hidden immortal clans truly emerged to challenge him, he felt no fear. For his grandfather, the Sword Emperor of the Vast Sky, had recently completed his duty guarding the core of the Tao. From that day forward, he was a free man. A great emperor freed from all constraints was something the Huan sect could never hope to withstand. And the Huan sect likely remained unaware of this development. No matter how formidable their intelligence-gathering capabilities, tracking an emperor's movements in real time was beyond their reach. Then they would learn that before absolute power, all tricks were futile. Spring Rain Pavilion. Jiang Wuque crouched atop the building, tending to Chen Mier's flowers and plants. Last night, Shang Yixue had come looking for him again. But Jiang Wuque pretended not to be home and didn't open the door for her. And now. Jiang Wuque slowly turned his head, seeing Shang Yixue leaning against the doorframe, her complexion slightly haggard. Good morning, Yixue. Shang Yixue forced a cheerful smile. Young Master Jiang, you truly have such refined leisure. I'm quite skilled at flower arranging, shall I teach you? No thanks. I'll just watch for a bit. After he spoke, Shang Yixue offered no reply. An awkward silence spread between them. Well, I haven't had breakfast yet.
I'll be going now.
Jiang Wuque spoke and immediately shifted his feet, heading toward his own room. Shang Yixue watched his retreating figure, her arm already raised. She wanted to stop him, but she had no reason to. In the end, she could only let out a helpless sigh. Jiang Wuque was merely a passing figure in her life, ultimately beyond her reach.
Ah, if only I could taste a man like that.
Upon returning to his room, Jiang Wuque locked the door behind him and exhaled deeply. He touched the jade pendant hanging around his neck, feeling a sense of calm wash over him.
System, log me in.
Jiang Wuque issued the command. This was his daily ritual, never to be forgotten.
Check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained Creation of Heaven.
Creation of Heaven.
Just the name alone sounded incredibly powerful.
After the check-in, the item's information flooded into his mind. It's actually a sword technique. Channeling the power of creation, it obliterates everything beneath its blade's glow. Jiang Wuque's expression lit up with delight. He now possessed another trump card.
Simply put, this sword technique fused with the essence of creation, tailor-made for Jiang Wuque's current state. His nascent Dao seed of creation needed precisely such a technique to unleash its full potential.
Chapter 52, The Past is Hard to Forget. Thump, thump, thump.
A series of knocks sounded at the door. After knocking 3 times, Chen Mir actually pushed the door open and walked right in. Seeing this, Jiang Wuque frowned slightly but said nothing more. Young Master Jiang, your reputation has spread far enough. It's time to pick an auspicious day and go to the Union of Bliss sect to propose marriage. Chen Mir sat casually in a chair, lifting her pale blue pomegranate skirt as she crossed one leg over the other. Her exquisite figure was fully revealed, showcasing her slender, long legs. Zhang Yan, the Holy Sun, will certainly not let this rest during the process. However, our plan is still proceeding steadily. I hope you won't change it at the last minute like last time. Jiang Wuque sensed something peculiar in her tone and asked. Are you accusing me? At these words, Chen Mir's exquisite face swiftly turned cold. How could I dare to blame you? It was clearly you who changed the plan without authorization. What a sarcastic tone. Seeing Jiang Wuque's expression darken, Chen Mir showed no sign of backing down. By the way, of the 4 pieces of intelligence I promised you, I can only deliver 2 now. Gathering intelligence is simply too time-consuming and labor-intensive. This statement directly threatened Jiang Wuque's interests. Clearly, this woman had come here just to stir up trouble. Have you gotten too big for your britches? Jiang Wuque's voice carried a chill as he looked down at Chen Mir. So what if I am? Before she could finish, Chen Mir, seated in her chair, was lifted up by Jiang Wuque like a little chick. Ah! Just like last time, Jiang Wuque ripped Chen Mir's neck with no mercy whatsoever. I hold your slave mark now. What gives you the nerve to act so brazenly before me? As Jiang Wuque tightened his grip, Chen Mir's body convulsed violently. Her eyes rolled back, her eyes turned white, making her look utterly terrifying. Thud! When he felt it was enough, Jiang Wuque tossed her to the ground. Don't let this happen again. Is that all you've got? Just choking like a child. Their voices rang out almost simultaneously. Jiang Wuque's movements froze abruptly. He never expected Chen Mir to dare provoke him again. Chen Mir, sprawled on the floor, gasped for breath. Her face flushed crimson, partly from Jiang Wuque's earlier grip, partly from the surging anticipation within her. Young Master Jiang, if you were to punish me, then. Jiang Wuque narrowed his eyes. Under Chen Mir's repeated provocation, a flicker of anger flared within him. Madwoman, you asked for this. Jiang Wuque yanked Chen Mir up from the ground, forcing her to stand upright. Then he punched her in the stomach. The impact sent a sharp pain shooting through her, forcing her spine to straighten abruptly. Yet a peculiar ache blossomed within her heart. This was entirely different from the way her own sect leader, Bai Wenya, operated. This one was far more potent. Chen Mir clamped her hand over her mouth, refusing to let out a cry of pain. Yet inside, she screamed, keep going. Seeing her pitiful state, Jiang Wuque's anger subsided considerably. The power of creation surged through his hands, and in moments, Chen Mir's injuries were fully healed. Hey, how are you feeling? Jiang Wuque's eyes widened in shock. He'd only intended to check on her condition, but the scene before him stunned him. You woman, what have you done? Chen Mir slowly straightened her back, her inner self seemingly twisted. Ha, looks like I've been found out? Chen Mir laughed softly, then stood up straight and walked toward Jiang Wuque. She pulled out a handkerchief and gently began wiping Jiang Wuque's face. Young Master Jiang, please forget everything Miaoer said earlier. I was merely playing a little joke on you, don't dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuque dared not linger and rushed straight out the door. Left alone in Jiang Wuque's room, Chen Mir watched his retreating figure, her eyes darkening. He found out. It couldn't be helped. After all, I am just a rotten woman. Sooner or later, my true colors would show. But this was also a blessing. At least now she could be herself in front of Jiang Wuque. There was no need to constantly put on a facade of propriety and elegance. It simply wasn't in her bones, and she'd never learned to be that way. A flash of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. When exactly had she become this ugly version of herself? Was it when her father beat her bloody as a child?
Or when a demon beast attacked, leaving her covered in wounds from a dog demon during her wanderings?
Or when men seeking to ruin her honor tore at her hair until chunks were ripped out, only for her resistance to provoke even more brutal beatings?
She couldn't remember. Those memories remained nightmares to this day.
Gradually, pain ceased to be suffering for her. As if her body sought to shield her, it instead allowed her to sink deeper into this agony. Chen Mir, you're such a disgusting woman.
Chen Mir's eyes suddenly welled up with tears.
She slowly crawled onto Jiang Wuque's bed, where one of his outer garments still lay.
Her trembling hands brushed against Jiang Wuque's garment.
As if it were a sacred object, she longed to touch it yet feared defiling the garment.
Just to smell it, surely that's allowed?
Chen Mir brushed against the fabric, breathing in greedily. The painful memories weighed heavily on her soul, leaving her utterly exhausted. This garment offered her a small measure of solace.
Even as a great saint, can you still not escape it?
A bitter smile touched her lips. After the wry smile, she simply drifted into a deep sleep on Jiang Wuque's bed. A short while later,
Jiang Wuque entered the room.
He sighed deeply, his divine sense constantly enveloping this area.
Every subtle shift in Chen Mir's expression had been etched into his mind. Nothing more than a tragic past.
He couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead.
Sigh, really? I just wanted to earn some intel properly. Jiang Wuque removed the Jianghua pendant hanging around his neck. The dark-colored bead radiated a luminous quality. Any connoisseur who caught a glimpse would instantly recognize its extraordinary nature.
Jiang Wuque gave it a gentle push, and the Jianghua floated above Chen Mir's head.
Helping Chen Mir rid herself of certain things proved surprisingly easy.
It wasn't about erasing her memories outright, but rather adding a blurred boundary between those painful recollections and her conscious mind, preventing them from overwhelming her. At dusk, Chen Mir slowly opened her eyes. Her jet-black pupils now held a radiance they hadn't possessed before. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and this signified that Chen Mir had broken free from her past.
My body feels so light now.
Chen Mir looked down at the clothes in her arms. After a moment, a moist sheen spread across her eyes.
Did he come? He didn't reject me, he didn't. Her delicate, slender fingers tightened their grip on Jiang Wuque's clothes. How am I supposed to face him after this? Chapter 53, The Emperor's Phantom. As the incident unfolded, the name of young Master Jiang grew ever more prominent throughout White Jade City.
His goal was to marry the White Sect Master, while Zhang Yan, the holy son of the Qingshu sect, also sought her hand. A clash between the two was inevitable. This was the topic on most people's lips throughout White Jade City. Wanhuan sect leaders' hall. Her plan had proceeded smoothly thus far.
Bai Wenya's strategy was straightforward, make Zhang Yan hesitate to act. The Qingshu sect patriarch was stationed at the Demon's Edge River and couldn't return for the time being.
Qingshu sect possessed only one half-step great emperor, so on paper, the disparity in strength between the two sides was negligible. With the added factor of an unknown imperial clan, Qingshu sect would surely think twice before attempting to swallow up the Hahuan sect. Her eyes flashed with resolve. The intelligence network she had spent half her life cultivating would not be sacrificed so easily to serve another's agenda.
Holy Son Zhang, you cannot proceed.
You have not received the sect master's permission.
Get out of my way. The chaos at the hall's entrance snapped Bai Wenya back to reality.
This man, who had always prided himself on being a gentleman, had finally revealed his true nature. Behind Zhang Yan strode a stern-faced man, striding boldly into the main hall.
At the same time, several elders and revered masters of the Union sect appeared from behind Bai Wenya. Without exception, every one of them possessed the quasi-emperor realm. Your Holiness, why such urgency today? Has our Huan sect failed to accommodate you properly? A hint of coldness tinged Bai Wenya's voice.
She had nothing to say to this hypocrite. He spoke of marriage alliances and peace, yet behind the scenes, he relentlessly crushed the Hahuan sect's enterprises, pressuring her relentlessly. Just looking at his face made Bai Wenya want to vomit. Hypocrites were the very thing she detested most in life. Zhang Yan swept his gaze around the room, then reined in the arrogant expression on his face.
Master Bai, have you heard of that young Master Jiang who's been stirring up quite a storm in White Jade City lately? Oh, young Master Jiang, is it? I hear he's quite talented. I have a favorable impression of him. Impressed? Zhang Yan's expression instantly twisted into a grimace.
Since arriving in White Jade City, he had been carefully cultivating an image of a gentleman, all to make a favorable impression on Bai Wenya. Yet she showed him no gratitude whatsoever. Since that was the case, he might as well drop the act. He was the holy son of the Qingshu sect. Raised in luxury and privilege, merely putting on a show was already giving Bai Wenya immense face.
Zhang Yan offered a forced smile.
I suspect this is one of your little schemes behind the scenes. Then you've misunderstood me.
Zhang Yan quickly cut Bai Wenya off.
No need to deny it.
I'm only here to share some news. My grandfather, the Sword Emperor of the Heavens, has returned from the Demon Abyss River. The moment these words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the entire hall froze. The elders and revered masters behind Bai Wenya paled visibly. Surprised by this news? Even with your exceptional intelligence network, you couldn't possibly have real-time intelligence on an emperor-level figure. Zhang Yan chuckled twice, his face twisted into a look of utter scorn. Now, have you decided what to do, sect leader by? Rise by intelligence, fall by intelligence. Perhaps this very scene epitomized that saying. Then bring it on. With those 4 words spoken, Zhang Yan understood this woman's stance. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Very well, then. A prismatic spirit energy core materialized in Zhang Yan's hand. He addressed it respectfully, grandfather. As if in response to Zhang Yan, an ancient, echoing voice descended from the heavens. Within White Jade City, countless heads turned upward. In the sky, 100-meter-tall giant phantom materialized. A spiritual energy tide rippled around the phantom like waves on water. This overwhelming presence instantly plunged the entire city into panic. Many knowledgeable individuals recognized the figure at once. The Sword Emperor of the vast sky, Zhang Yuan. Humming. Invisible force ripples radiated outward, causing many of lower cultivation to struggle for breath. Jiang Wuque leaned against the railing of Spring Rain Tower, gazing at the scene unfolding on the horizon. An emperor's phantom? And a second-tier emperor realm at that. Not too shabby. He then glanced toward Spring Rain Tower and shook his head slightly. This figure's appearance signaled that Chen Miao and Bai Wenya's schemes had come to naught. The emperor's phantom turned mid-air, its gaze like a blazing torch, fixed directly upon the main hall of the Union sect. Zhang Yan stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the woman whose beauty was unmatched under heaven. The thought that she would soon belong to him brought a satisfied smile to his face. Now, tell me, what is your choice? Bai Wenya did not respond to Zhang Yan. Instead, she lifted her gaze toward the emperor's phantom in the distant sky. Great emperor, if only I could, ah. Indeed, all scheming proved futile in the face of true power. Master, perhaps we should back down. An old crone stepped forward from behind Bai Wenya, unable to hold back her words. In an instant, an icy chill froze the old woman solid in place. Before she could utter another word, her life force was extinguished. Without turning back, Bai Wenya's icy voice echoed through the hall. You two hold them off. I'll take on Zhang Yuan. With that, Bai Wenya's figure shot skyward. Young Master Jiang? Chen Miaorui leaned against the doorframe, her face pale and anxious. I assume you're aware of the current situation. I'll make this brief. Chen Miaor never imagined she'd see Jiang Wuque again under such circumstances. This spatial spirit ring contains clues about the stolen inheritance techniques from the sacred land of Yaoqi, along with other intelligence. I've carefully selected what I believe will be most useful to you. With that, Chen Miaorui took Jiang Wuque's broad palm and solemnly placed it in his own. She would most likely perish in this affair, perhaps forced to her death, perhaps by her own hand. As a pivotal figure within the Raven faction, the covert orders for all their undercover agents across the land were stored within her divine consciousness. Such an outcome was inevitable. She felt no anger or other emotions. Chen Miaor had long anticipated this day. She had merely not anticipated it arriving so swiftly, so abruptly. She had only just touched that faint ray of gentle sunlight, yet after today, it would likely be beyond her reach forever. After all, regret has always been one of life's fundamental hues. Chen Miaorui took 2 steps back. At this moment of farewell, she wished to do something meaningful. Her waist curved slightly as she lowered her chin, her gaze falling to the other's shoes. As she moved, her skirt brushed the floor lightly, the jade ornaments on her hairpin tinkling softly. When she bowed her head, the tassels at her temples drifted down. It was a perfectly executed curtsy, performed solely for Jiang Wuque. Her gaze seemed to drift back over 1,000 years. A little girl, her clothes patched and tattered, gazed with wide-eyed wonder at the elegant noble women strolling the streets. Their garments were so richly adorned, their features so beautiful, their bows so graceful and dignified. That day, upon returning home, she mimicked those noble ladies as if seeking praise, performing a comical curtsy for her father. For the little girl thought her father might praise her. Smack! A sharp crack echoed as her cheek instantly swelled. You little brat! Learning such nonsense! Don't you want to live anymore? In 2 more years, I'll find you a husband so you stop eating my food. Chen Miaor slowly rose to her feet, unable to meet Jiang Wuque's gaze. She forced a bitter smile. Did I not imitate it well enough? No, it's beautiful. Chapter 54, Let's cultivate together. Chen Miaor's long lashes fluttered, her eyes brightening. Thank you. Then I'll be going. The sect leader still needs me. Chen Miaor turned and walked away, not daring to linger. After feeling the warmth of the sun, she still had to return to the shadows. What's the rush? Her delicate hand was suddenly seized by Jiang Wuque. Ah! Chen Miaor's face flushed crimson. She didn't understand why Jiang Wuque had stopped her. But this feeling was rather pleasant. What's going on in your head? Thinking about killing yourself? If you die, all my efforts last night would have been for nothing. Jiang Wuque sighed in exasperation. It was just a minor issue, he could handle it himself. Originally, he'd refused to help the Union sect, but now he'd changed his mind. Given his current strength, dealing with a mere second-layer Emperor Realm cultivator wouldn't be difficult. Just as the two were talking, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the horizon.
A hurricane-force wind swept in, followed by a sky filled with ice-blue snowflakes. Chen Mi'er murmured in disbelief, the sect master has activated the long-accumulated spirit vein. The great emperor's illusory form that had stood tall on the horizon vanished. Before the spiritual vein formation, cultivated over 1,000 years, even an emperor's illusory projection could not withstand it. Cough cough. A slender figure appeared atop the spring rain pavilion. It was Bai Wenya, the sect master of the Union sect. She was covered in blood, her clothes disheveled, and even her snow-white thighs bore several bloody scrapes.
Master, how are you?
Chen Mi'er was filled with anxiety as she hurried forward to support her. Since following Bai Wenya, she had never seen her in such a disheveled state.
This is our first meeting, isn't it?
Bai Wenya offered a gentle smile, her dimples faintly visible. Though undeniably a mature, sophisticated woman, she still carried a hint of endearing charm. Even with her cleavage partially exposed before Jiang Wuque, she showed no concern. Indeed, it is our first meeting.
I'd like to ask you to help me with something. It might be a bit presumptuous. What is it? Let's practice dual cultivation. Bai Wenya's expression remained calm, as if she were discussing something as mundane as eating or drinking.
She explained, the yin-yang Dao seed is too difficult to condense.
I've already considered giving up. The path to emperorhood feels too distant. It's better to transform my years of accumulated essence into raw power.
I'll entrust you with the primordial yin I've cultivated over the years.
Will you agree? It benefits us both.
Bai Wenya drew close to Jiang Wuque, her warm breath brushing against his chest. Though Bai Wenya was smiling, Jiang Wuque saw profound sorrow in her eyes. The failure to attain the Tao had likely become her inner demon.
Jiang Wuque shook his head, gently cupping her delicate shoulder. You won't agree? Bai Wenya's voice trembled with fear. She had already cast aside all dignity. Like a dog, begging for mercy. Every shred of dignity lay shattered on the ground, beyond retrieval. The result was the man before her refusing without a moment's hesitation. Bai Wenya suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. All those years of effort, all those years of endurance had seemed to have been for nothing. Perhaps she had been wrong from the very beginning? Ah, I see. That's fine too. That's fine.
Bai Wenya's arms fell limply to her sides, her eyes brimming with desolation.
In that case, young Master Jiang, you should leave quickly. Bai Wenya knew full well that the Sword Emperor Haotian would arrive soon.
That phantom form possessed less than 1% of his true power, yet even so, she had gambled everything she had. Only then had she barely managed to destroy it.
Jiang Wuque said nothing.
He simply wiped the blood from the corner of Bai Wenya's eye and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. A face of unparalleled beauty was revealed. Even Jiang Wuque had to admit that Bai Wenya was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. He could also see how fiercely proud she was. For her to say such things to him, she must have been driven to it.
Much prettier now, don't you think? Jiang Wuque addressed Chen Mi'er.
Yes, the sect leader is the most beautiful. In Miaoer's eyes, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Feeling Jiang Wuque's touch and overhearing their exchange, Bai Wenya paused, as if realizing that even in the depths of despair, things weren't so bad after all. A touch of absurdity, a hint of warmth, and a heart slowly mending. Then, Jiang Wuque fixed his gaze on the horizon. He's coming. Clang! An overwhelmingly intense sword intent surged relentlessly toward them. In less than 3 breaths, the ringing of blades echoed throughout the entire White Jade City. The Sword Emperor of the Heavens Zhang Yuan. Jiang Wuque merely glanced at him briefly before turning to the two women. Wait here for me. I'll be back soon. What do you mean? What are you going to do? The two women stared wide-eyed, utterly baffled by Jiang Wuque's intentions. A faint smile touched the corners of Jiang Wuque's lips. Forgot to tell you, I'm an emperor too. As the words fell, an earth-shattering aura erupted from Spring Rain Tower, instantly spreading across the entire lake island. Jiang Wuque slowly ascended from Spring Rain Pavilion into the air. With each step he took, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the void beneath his feet. Bai Wenya was so stunned she went blank. Her right hand reached out slightly, only to grasp at thin air. Miaoer, am I still in a dream? The name Chen Mi'er brought Bai Wenya abruptly back to her senses. She steadied Bai Wenya's arm, her voice a mix of tears and laughter. It seems real. Young Master Jiang is an emperor. It wasn't just the two women who saw Jiang Wuque's figure, everyone in the entire White Jade City witnessed it. That Jiang young master is actually an emperor. Good heavens, is this real? Many who witnessed Jiang Wuque's appearance forgot to flee, utterly stunned by the revelation. The Heavenly Sword Emperor's expression was grave as 9 flying swords, radiating spiritual light, circled ceaselessly around him. He could sense that the man before him was incredibly powerful. Jiang Wuque stood with his hands behind his back, the spiderweb-like cracks behind him slowly dissipating. Zhang Yuan and Jiang Wuque stared at each other across the distance. Are you here to aid the Haohuan sect? If not the Union sect, then who? This simple statement laid bare Jiang Wuque's allegiance. Zhang Yuan understood clearly. It seemed a showdown was inevitable today. He had stirred up quite a commotion this time.
If he returned empty-handed, his old face would have nowhere to hide. Then let's see if your strength truly justifies your arrogance. Jiang Yuan's gaze turned cold as a flying sword on his body rapidly expanded, soon transforming into a colossal blade over 100 meters long. With a flick of his finger, the 100-meter blade, enveloped in blinding spiritual light, shot toward Jiang Wuque. Mid-flight, the blade ignited with roaring spiritual flames, slicing through the sky with a terrifying black streak of light. Chapter 55. Still wanna throw your life away? The colossal sword possessed a speed beyond mortal comprehension. In the blink of an eye, it closed to within 10 meters of Jiang Wuque. At that very moment, a golden palm, swirling with countless spiritual energy storms, burst forth from behind Jiang Wuque. The flying sword, still burning with spiritual flames, was seized by the palm and clenched into its palm. Snap, crackle, pop. Under Jiang Yuan's horrified gaze, the sky-piercing giant sword shattered into countless fragments. Though the earlier attack had been a test, the flying sword was no mere trial. It was a weapon of the highest caliber, second only to an imperial artifact. Yet it had been crushed to dust by the divine power unleashed from across the battlefield. Even the most vicious and brutal demons of the Demon Abyss River possessed no such terrifying power. Jiang Yuan's gaze grew grave. Probing was now utterly pointless. Every strike from here on out must be delivered with full force. Jiang Wuque tossed the shattered fragments directly to the swallowing heaven, devouring moon. Feeling the weapon he had nurtured for so long sever its connection with him, Jiang Yuan's hair stood on end with fury. You bastard! He held nothing back. The Dao seed within him erupted with boundless sword intent, causing the 8 flying swords behind him to blaze with intense light. Sword array, activate! As the words fell, a sword array cage materialized beneath Jiang Wuque's feet. The 8 flying swords darted back and forth according to intricate patterns, effectively sealing off the entire space. Jiang Yuan wasted no words. With a heavy swing of his arm, a terrifying sword beam shot straight toward Jiang Wuque. Amplified by the sword formation's power, the blade's momentum grew ever more colossal as it flew through the air. Jiang Wuque remained calm. My good brother, it's time to come out for a stroll after your fill. As if answering Jiang Wuque's words, a terrifying crimson-black thunderbolt pierced the void, striking the colossal sword beam. 1, 2, 3. The thunderbolts seemed endless, completely dissipating the strike. Jiang Yuan frowned as if foreseeing something, his gaze fixed on the expanding spatial fissure spreading from Jiang Wuque's upper right. A terrifying black blade, shrouded in thunder and lightning, slowly emerged from the void. At the sight of it, Jiang Yuan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He blurted out, an imperial weapon of the ultimate path. Jiang Wuque held the ancient black blade horizontally before his chest. Upon its surface, 2 profound thunder markings emitted an eerie, menacing glow. Gripping the hilt tightly, Jiang Wuque turned his gaze toward Jiang Yuan. His eyes darkened as a hazy gray force of creation surged skyward. Jiang Yuan, who had previously been unable to discern Jiang Wuque's cultivation level, finally saw clearly. Still at the 3rd layer of the Emperor Realm. He knew well that above the Emperor Realm, each tier represented a chasm-like gap. Fear began to stir within him, but he swiftly suppressed it. As an emperor, he could never show such emotion. Jiang Yuan drew a deep breath. The intent of the Haotian sword surged outward like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the entire White Jade City, the Lake Island, and spreading even further. What's happening? My sword is trembling. Mine too. My spirit sword seems to have lost control. Countless faces froze in terror, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of streaks of light shot up from the horizon, all of them spirit swords wielded by sword cultivators. More spiritual swords flew in from the distance. All the spirit swords converged into a river of sword energy, swirling around Jiang Yuan. His eyes flickered with uncertain light, clearly having expended an immense amount of spiritual energy. This was the divine sword technique Jiang Yuan had honed through countless days and nights. Even Jiang Wuque felt a hint of pressure from this technique. But it mattered little, his preparations were complete. The Dao seed of creation now burst forth with radiant brilliance. Jiang Wuque raised swallowing heaven and devouring moon with both hands, then brought it down with a mighty strike. Creation cleaves the heavens. In an instant, Jiang Yuan's vision was completely consumed by the terrifying blade light. His vital energy was firmly locked in place. Only by blocking this strike could he grasp a sliver of hope. Tens of thousands of spirit swords hummed in unison at that moment. The combined sword intent they unleashed sent shockwaves rippling across the entire lake surface. Block it for me. Jiang Yuan's eyes blazed crimson as he channeled all his spiritual energy into the tens of thousands of spirit swords. Guided by his 8 life-bound flying swords, they collided head-on with Jiang Wuque's terrifying thunderous blade light. Boom! The 2 assaults clashed midair, grinding against each other. The shockwaves from the collision pushed aside the lake water beneath their feet, exposing the dark, wet lake bed. Wenya gripped the wooden railing at the top of Spring Rain Pavilion so tightly her fingertips turned white. Anxious tension flickered in her gentle eyes as her heart raced wildly. She couldn't help but lick her dry lips as her heart pounded relentlessly. Why was she so unsettled? Even she couldn't explain it clearly. At this crucial moment, Jiang Wuque had stepped forward for her.
She should be cheering him on, shouting encouragement, praying he could overpower his opponent.
That's what she should have been thinking. Yet she couldn't control herself.
Images from the memory stone kept flashing through her mind.
That spirited youth had declared he would marry her, clearly just acting, yet she. Especially those words he whispered over his shoulder just now. I forgot to tell you, I am also an emperor.
Recalling that voice once more, Bai Wenya's heart still trembled wildly, her face flushing crimson.
If Jiang Wuque was also an emperor, then that meant he was the one destined for her. Practice dual cultivation with him, condense the yin-yang Dao seed, and devour him.
Bai Wenya felt utterly corrupted, this thought spiraling relentlessly through her mind.
Am I truly a wanton woman? To crave a man so intensely? No, that can't be right.
I only feel this way for young Master Jiang. Bai Wenya began to question herself.
Amidst Bai Wenya's chaotic thoughts, the collision of the two attacks was drawing to a close. Countless spirit swords shattered, plummeting into the lake.
The residual force from the clash vaporized vast amounts of lake water, forming a thick fog.
Cough cough.
Jiang Yuan stared at Jiang Wuque ahead, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as his body hunched slightly. He tilted his head slightly. In his line of sight, the lower half of his body had vanished entirely, vaporized into dust by Jiang Wuque's single strike.
Huff, huff.
Jiang Yuan gasped for breath, offering no words of surrender.
Defeat was defeat. There was nothing more to say. Jiang Wuque waved his hand slightly.
On the rooftop of Spring Rain Pavilion, Chen Mier, still in a daze, flew toward them at incredible speed. He caught her securely in his arms. Jiang Wuque turned his head, observing Chen Mier, who was huddled against him like a frightened little bird. He found it rather amusing. Who would have thought that just 2 days ago, she had been a seductive and elegant spy leader, capable of captivating countless men with the slightest gesture?
Young Master Jiang, I.
Jiang Wuque pressed his index finger against her warm, crimson lips.
Don't speak. Just tell me now, do you still intend to throw yourself into death? Chen Miao's face flushed crimson instantly.
No, I won't kill myself.
Louder. I can't hear you.
Chen Miao bit her lip lightly, leaning close to Jiang Wuque's ear.
Please stop teasing me, Miao was wrong. As the words faded, Jiang Wuque felt a gentle suck on his earlobe. The warm, wet sensation sent a jolt through his entire body.
His face flushed crimson, and he hastily released Chen Miao. He'd only meant to tease the girl, but his cultivation was still too shallow.
Chapter 56, The Great Emperor's Bloodbath. Young Master Jiang, how could you have such an adorable side? Chen Miao was instantly smitten.
Just moments ago, he was an overbearing emperor, capable of deciding the fate of an entire city single-handedly. Yet this very man had been defeated by her teasing and sucking. An indescribable, unparalleled sense of accomplishment instantly filled Chen Miao's mind. 2 blushes flushed across her charming face, and waves of dizziness washed over her. This sensation was more intense than even when she'd been punished by the sect master.
Simply put, it's mind-blowing. Ahem.
Jiang Wuque cleared his throat awkwardly twice before regaining his serious expression. His gaze fixed on Jiang Yuan as he spoke. You tell me, how should this man be dealt with?
Chen Miao just snapped back to her senses. Hearing this, her wide eyes filled with utter bewilderment. I dare not, Miss Miao. It should be up to you, young Master Jiang, to decide. She was merely a great sage, how could she decide the life or death of an emperor? You insolent brat.
Jiang Yuan's eyes turned red at the sight. He had been defeated, but he was not dead. Allowing a mere great sage-level girl to decide his fate felt like having his face stomped into the ground, trampled underfoot.
Did I give you permission to speak?
Jiang Wuque's gaze sharpened as the power of creation surged into the imperial weapon in his hand.
His right hand flickered upward, unleashing another terrifying blade of light.
Jiang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply as he hastily summoned his life-bound flying sword, which emitted a faint spiritual glow. With a buzzing hum, the makeshift sword formation of 8 blades couldn't even hold for 2 seconds before being repelled.
Rip!
His right arm, barely healed, was severed once more, obliterated beneath the black blade's light.
Damn it! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in fury. He could feel the spiritual essence of his soul-bound flying swords dissipating, and he was suffering backlash.
In that moment, the flying swords had strained every ounce of their power to shield him, but their own spiritual essence was now nearly extinguished.
Miao believes the young master should kill him.
Jiang Yuan looked up in disbelief at the woman who had spoken.
Chen Miao also dropped her playful demeanor.
She had never been a soft-hearted woman. Truth be told, few in the Union sect could match her cruelty.
Raised from childhood amidst endless malice, she was no saint.
As for why she acted so coy and even a little insecure around Jiang Wuque, well, that was simply because work was work, and feelings were feelings. She had only exposed her most vulnerable side to Jiang Wuque. When Jiang Wuque had asked her earlier, her refusal had merely been a test to gauge his sincerity. In truth, the moment Jiang Wuque spoke those words, murderous intent had already begun to seep into her heart.
With Jiang Yuan dead, Qingshu's sect would inevitably descend into chaos. Countless factions would immediately descend upon this colossal entity, tearing it apart to devour its flesh. As the first to learn this news, the Huanhuan sect would undoubtedly tear the most succulent flesh from Qingshu sect's body. Jiang Wuque found nothing peculiar in Chen Mier's words. After all, when the Qingshu sect's emperor came knocking on their door, they had to allow the Huanhuan sect some retribution, right? It was just that this retribution was slightly heavy. Then kill them. Jiang Wuque's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. As the words fell, the swallowing heaven and devouring moon blade erupted with a savage, devouring light. A thunder dragon, black with crimson hues, coalesced upon the blade's surface. Two intricate patterns of thunder merged into the dragon, which then opened its eyes, unleashing a terrifying aura. Kill me? Ha! Having guarded the Demon's Edge River for years, Zheng Yuan would have perished long ago without the courage to fight to the death. With a single thought, his 8 flying swords instantly merged into one. With the swords united, Zheng Yuan's aura surged dramatically. His precious emperor's origin, once treasured, now burned as if it cost nothing. This overwhelming might approach the third layer of the emperor realm. If you wish to fight, then come. Zheng Yuan raised the golden glowing Dao weapon in his hand, his eyes reignited with battle intent. In this state, he could sustain himself for at least a day. Jiang Wuque was not invincible. You think I've used my full strength? Such an ordinary statement sent Zheng Yuan plunging into an icy abyss, his spirit trembling. Was it a bluff, or had he truly not unleashed his full power? The answer came when the thunder dragon on Jiang Wuque's blade suddenly solidified. He truly hasn't unleashed his full power. A complex mix of shame, anger, fear, and resentment filled Zheng Yuan's chest. Yet, in the face of the terrifying thunder dragon, these emotions slowly dissipated. No matter how strong his emotions were, they held no meaning now. After devouring the dragon sovereign, the swallowing heaven and devouring moon had inherited some of its abilities. Zheng Yuan drew a deep breath, closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the radiance of his Dao weapon retracted inward. All the sword light condensed into a single point at the tip. Break! Without the slightest flinch, Zheng Yuan met the strike head-on. Having taken up this sword, he could not retreat. The sky above the entire lake island was illuminated by crimson-black lightning. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Chaotic void currents surged into the mortal realm, whipping the lake's surface into boundless, terrifying waves. After cleaving the thunder dragon in half, Zheng Yuan was utterly consumed by this assault. A charred corpse, billowing black smoke, fell into the lake, creating tiny ripples on the surface. Compared to the devastation wrought by the void turbulence, these ripples were insignificant. Zheng Yuan's soul remaining eye struggled to open. Surrounded by chaotic currents, he drifted along with the turbulent waves. His mindset had grown inflated, no longer the calm, rational state he possessed as a youth practicing sword techniques. The moment he regained his freedom, he had rushed headlong into expanding his sect. Then he had suffered a crushing blow, paying with his life. Above the lake surface, Jiang Wuque panted slightly. That single strike had drained at least a third of his spiritual energy. Such a massive expenditure of transformative spiritual energy had damaged his meridians. Boom! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Centered on the island in the lake's heart, an endless rain of blood fell from the sky. This scene drew the gaze of countless onlookers. The great emperor is bleeding. An emperor has fallen. Who? Who has fallen? Weaker cultivators hastily withdrew their focus, terrified out of their wits. Powerful cultivators rushed toward the area, eager to witness who could possibly have slain an emperor. Within White Jade City, shock gripped every eye. They had witnessed the fall of an emperor with their own eyes. Inside the inn, Jian Xian stared at the distant scene in utter disbelief, unable to recover for a long time. Who could have imagined that the figure fighting alongside them had been an emperor? Should he feel fear or honor? He couldn't tell. Oldly, we should get out of here fast. The old man in black robes swallowed hard. He had been waiting for this moment. He was the one who should be most afraid. Outside the main hall of the Union Hall, blood rained down on Bai Wenya's face. Her fingers clenched tightly, still clutching fragments of torn flesh. Zhang Yan lay at her feet, wailing incessantly, his face ashen. Ever since Jiang Wuque and Chen Mier had done what they did, she had fled the rooftop of Spring Rain Pavilion. Bai Wenya's heaving chest betrayed her turmoil. A heavy wave of bitterness flooded her mind. She lifted her head, as if sneering coldly at herself. Bai Wenya, you jealous fool, you're disgusting. To actually envy your own loyal subordinate, you're beyond hope. Chapter 57, Chen Mier's mental preparation. Only after berating herself did she belatedly glance toward the blood rain falling from the sky. What is this? Outside Baiyiqing, the battle on the lake had subsided, while Jiang Wuque stood atop the clouds. Which meant Zheng Yuan was dead. A great emperor who had nearly driven the Haohuan sect to the brink of annihilation slaughtered so easily by Jiang Wuque? Shock could barely describe Bai Wenya's current state of mind. Instead, an overwhelming sense of unreality had taken root within her. The events unfolding now felt like something straight out of a comic book. A look of bewilderment flashed in Bai Wenya's eyes as she stared blankly at the distant figure on the horizon. He was an emperor, radiating heroic vigor, who had single-handedly saved the Union sect from annihilation. And what of herself?
Though blessed with beauty and a fine figure, she was an old maid, twisted inside, consumed by jealousy, and possessed a rather foul temper.
Could someone like him truly take an interest in me?
Bai Wenya asked herself, feeling like a dark and unworthy creature, utterly unfit for Jiang Wuque.
Perhaps I should step aside for Miaoqi? No, I can't. If Miaoqi can do it, why can't I?
I am the sect leader of the Union sect. I should be the most seductive vixen in the world. Bai Wenya shook her head vigorously, her eyes regaining their confident gleam. They could absolutely carve out their own place in this world. Bai Wenya lowered her head slightly, unable to see her own toes.
Excellent.
I refuse to believe that something this large and this white could leave young Master Jiang unmoved.
Jiang Wuque hovered above the lake surface, sensing the rapidly approaching auras converging from all directions.
His brow furrowed as he flung the swallowing heaven, devouring moon into the air. The swallowing heaven, devouring moon swiftly transformed back into the thunderous dragon it had been moments before, sinking into the clouds and drifting through the heavens. Anyone approaching this area could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the swallowing heaven, devouring moon.
This display served to intimidate petty thieves.
Many cultivators who had rushed to this spot stared in horror as a thunderous dragon, radiating an unmatched aura of power, flickered in and out of view amidst the clouds.
This was the Emperor's warning to them.
Do not approach this place any further. 4 pairs of eyes in the void fixed upon the swallowing heaven devouring moon, their gazes tinged with apprehension before vanishing.
The battle had ended.
They knew full well which emperor had perished. There was no need to provoke that one's wrath any further. Young master, you are truly formidable.
Miaoqi is in awe. Chen Miaoqi's eyes nearly sparkled with admiration, her face radiating awe toward Jiang Wuque. The affairs within the city shall be left to your sect to handle. I shall retire for some rest. Jiang Wuque departed, vanishing from Chen Miaoqi's sight.
Her gaze shifted toward the rooftop of Spring Rain Pavilion, and the smile that had lit up her face slowly faded. When Jiang Wuque stepped out of Spring Rain Tower earlier, Chen Miaoqi had seen her sect leader's expression clearly. Jiang Wuque's arrival was a reward for her sect leader's years of endurance. As the core of the Raven sect, she practiced cultivation techniques not of the Union sect, and thus could endure the usual loneliness. But her sect leader was different. Practicing the Union cultivation techniques while maintaining the purity of a maiden was an immense torment for a woman. Bai Wenya had endured it for thousands of years.
Without her, how could the Union sect have achieved its current glory? How could the prosperous White Jade City have been built?
No, I must help the sect master capture young Master Jiang. Chen Miaoqi seemed to be talking to herself, then her eyes flashed with determination. Forgive me, but blame yourself for being too tempting, young master. Jiang Wuque, resting in his chamber, remained unaware that he had already been targeted. His eyes closed, he focused on restoring the transformative spiritual energy within his body. This battle had yielded significant gains, though it had also exhausted his trump cards. The creation-shattering heaven technique had truly surprised him with its power. Paired with devouring heaven and moon and his own creation Dao Seed, a single strike had nearly cost Zheng Yuan half his life.
He was no longer the newly emerged novice he once was.
He possessed formidable cultivation, yet lacked the corresponding strength and experience. The supreme Dao Imperial weapon, the Dao Seed, the divine ability, and the creation-opening heaven technique, these had greatly enriched his foundation. As time passed, Jiang Wuque's strength would only grow stronger. Within the grand hall of the Union sect, Bai Wenya stood at the center of the hall, clad in a black and gold Taoist robe that hugged her curvaceous figure, exuding an air of authority and solemnity. Before her stood 6 senior elders clad in purple robes, flanked by over 100 female disciples, each possessing unique and striking features. Such a major incident within the Union sect naturally brought numerous troubles requiring resolution. Foremost among them was the threat posed by the Qingshu sect.
With their sect's emperor slain, they were likely to descend into chaos.
Whether they would come seeking revenge or retreat in terror remained uncertain for the Huan sect, but vigilance was paramount. Within White Jade City, many had witnessed the battle. Those who needed reassurance must be calmed, and information that needed to be sealed off must be contained. After delegating these matters, Bai Wenya felt utterly exhausted. Suddenly, 2 slender fingers pressed against her temples, massaging them gently. Her tense body gradually relaxed, her full, supple form nestling against Chen Miaoqi's abdomen.
The sect leader must be tired. Let Miaoqi give you a massage. What are you doing here?
I told you, you belong to Jiang Wuque now. The moment the words left her mouth, Bai Wenya regretted them. Using such a tone only made her sound like a jealous little wife.
Chen Miaoqi smiled.
She understood Bai Wenya well, a strong, independent woman with dignity. These qualities were admirable, yet they became obstacles when it came to Jiang Wuque. Deep down, she surely liked Jiang Wuque too. But if she had to make her move herself, the time it took just to psych herself up would likely be enough for him to run away. Therefore, Chen Miaoqi planned to shatter these useless barriers, urging Bai Wenya to set aside her pride and reveal her true self to Jiang Wuque.
Is the sect leader jealous of Miaoqi?
Hearing this, Bai Wenya, who had been closing her eyes in blissful relaxation, abruptly sat up straight. Her expression darkened, her tone stiffening.
What on earth would I be jealous of? Jealous that young Master Jiang embraced me?
Just moments ago, suspended mid-air, he gently traced my lips while I whispered sweet nothings into his ear.
Enough. Shut your mouth. Bai Wenya's face darkened.
The scene seemed to materialize vividly in her mind, causing a sharp pang of pain in her heart.
So, does the sect master want young Master Jiang to do such things to you? Chen Mier didn't stop speaking. Just as Bai Wenya had said, she now belonged to Jiang Wuque.
Chen Mier's words whispered like a devil's murmur, stirring turbulent waves in Bai Wenya's already unsettled heart.
I don't want that. Get out.
Bai Wenya forced a stern tone, hoping to scare Chen Mier away.
Master, you've endured this for so long. It's time to release it. Think about it, young Master John's face. Young Master John's face? Jiang Wuque's handsome features instantly flashed through Bai Wenya's mind. I.
Chen Mier didn't stop, continuing, he reached out his palm, from here to here. As she spoke, her gaze swept over Bai Wenya's exquisite face, then down to the towering peaks, across the gentle slopes, and finally settled on two thighs as white and serpentine as pythons.
Master, tell me now, do you want it? I want it. Chapter 58, the sect leader can't do it, let me take over.
Bai Wenya's head spun, feverish and dazed. She seemed to imagine the Chen Mier before her as Jiang Wuque. Her gaze felt like a feather, tickling her very soul. Bai Wenya's crystal-clear cherry lips curved upward as she unconsciously extended her pink tongue to lick her dry lips. Seeing her sect leader in this state, Chen Mier's lips curved into a smile. She knew she was halfway to success.
Master, now tell me, once you're inside young Master Zheng's room, what should you do? The abrupt question snapped Bai Wenya back to reality. Room? What room? Why would I go into his room?
Bai Wenya turned her head away, cheeks flushed pink, her voice barely above a whisper.
What for? To practice dual cultivation, of course, to condense the yin-yang Dao seed. After all, you don't want our poor sisters in the sect to remain without an emperor's protection forever, do you? You do have a point. Then I suppose I'll practice dual cultivation with him.
Bai Wenya's voice grew fainter, her confidence waning. She buried her chin in the plump Dao fruit, her gaze shifting evasively.
But what if young Master Jiang refuses you again?
Chen Mier didn't give Bai Wenya a moment to breathe, pressing her with the question.
The question sparked a sudden surge of emotion in Bai Wenya. So what if he refuses? I'll get by just fine without him. The moment those words left her mouth, Chen Mier suddenly flipped over, straddling Bai Wenya. She pinned her arms to the bed and forced her legs apart, spreading Bai Wenya's two perfect jade-like legs wide. Now spread wide like the Chinese character for big, Bai Wenya's eyes burned with shame and fury. Before she could speak, Chen Mier sealed her lips with her own, then slid downward until her mouth reached Bai Wenya's ear. Your own, sect leader. The more he rejects you, the closer you should get to him, just like I am doing now. Chen Mier directly demonstrated through action how the sect leader should proceed. Men are all like that, saying one thing but meaning another. Trust me, sect leader, let's take him tonight, okay? Bai Wenya's hair spilled across the bed as she tilted her head slightly. Faced with Chen Mier's advances, her face flushed with embarrassment. Bai Wenya gave a soft hum. Despite possessing beauty unmatched under heaven, she still carried this charmingly bashful contrast. I understand, Mier. Chen Mier's lips curved upward, her expression tinged with excitement. She had never seen the sect leader display such a look before. This was pure bliss. Like dragging a chaste fairy into a muddy swamp, then defiling her, staining her. Don't worry, sect master. When the time comes, Miaoer will accompany you. At that moment, Jiang Wuque remained unaware of the impending disaster looming over him. He was flipping through some intelligence reports and files Chen Mier had handed him earlier. Kanglan Immortal Dynasty. The more he read, the deeper his frown grew. The information contained too many disjointed elements. There was even mention of some apocalyptic legend. The gist was that tens of thousands of years ago, the imperial sage of the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty, a great emperor who had grasped the way of destiny, had prophesied that one day in the future, the world would be destroyed. Unbelievable. Jiang Wuque muttered under his breath before continuing to read. Later, the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty gathered cultivation techniques from myriad sects, seeking to pool the wisdom of hundreds of great realms to create a cultivation technique that would astound the world, a technique surpassing even the emperor grade. Thus, the original cultivation techniques of the sacred land of Yaoqi were borrowed away. At that time, the sacred land of Yaoqi was in decline and could not withstand the powerful forces dispatched by the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty. Moreover, it wasn't just cultivation techniques, even innate divine abilities were seized by the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty. These innate divine abilities were powers some individuals possessed from birth. Once stolen, their lives were inevitably forfeited. Moreover, this intelligence also predicted the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty's subsequent actions. They might direct their forces towards certain weaker imperial-level powers. The Kanglan Immortal Dynasty openly boasts 5 great emperors stationed at its borders, commanding over 50 major realms with abundant martial virtue. Thus, they held no fear for those weaker imperial-level powers. So this is the true culprit behind the decline of the sacred land of Yaoqi. Jiang Wuque's gaze sharpened, his mood growing somber. After burying this matter in his heart, Jiang Wuque retrieved another piece of special intelligence.
Indeed, ever since obtaining the Floating Cloud Alchemy Classic last time, he had never forgotten his quest to find an alchemist or rebuild the Yaoqi Sacred Land's alchemy system. Chen Mier also took it seriously and swiftly secured a suitable candidate for Jiang Wuque. Staring at the portrait, Jiang Wuque found himself momentarily lost in thought.
This person was actually blind.
Alchemy was an extraordinarily difficult endeavor to begin with, let alone for someone born with a disability. Yet this individual was an 8th-grade alchemist. The portrait depicted a frail woman with her eyes wrapped in gauze. She appeared to hold a branch of osmanthus blossoms in her hand, gazing thoughtfully into the distance.
Pei Wanqing?
Jiang Wuque murmured her name, his fingers tracing the portrait as if trying to glimpse the extraordinary woman beyond the image. Born with a defect, yet an 8th-grade alchemist, the combination of these two labels allowed Jiang Wuque to imagine the hardships she must have endured. Ah, another soul adrift like a floating duckweed. Putting the portrait away, Jiang Wuque poured himself a bowl of wine. Outside the window, a light drizzle began to fall, not blood rain, but ordinary rain. Zhang Yuan's body had already been taken away by the Qingshu sect. Jiang Wuque made no attempt to stop them, their opposing stances had simply placed them on opposing sides. There was no need to attack them over something as mundane as retrieving a body.
Seems being too powerful isn't always a blessing, can't even get drunk anymore.
Jiang Wuque traced his fingertips along the rim of the porcelain bowl, a bitter smile playing on his lips. Then, he lowered his gaze to the treasure bead around his neck, a hint of longing flickering in his eyes.
Thump, thump, thump.
A series of knocks sounded at the door.
Young master, may Meower come in? Come in. Are you drinking alone, young master? Would you like Meower to keep you company?
Jiang Wuque had been calmly sipping from his porcelain bowl. But when he looked up at Chen Miao, his eyes widened in shock.
Put.
The warm wine that had just touched his lips spurted out before reaching his stomach.
WH, what on earth are you wearing? Chen Miao slowly approached Jiang Wuque, her expression innocent as she countered, it's just an ordinary gauze robe. What's so strange about that? Jiang Wuque was so exasperated he laughed. Sheer robe? Are you even listening to yourself? You dare wear something made of this material? Chen Miao didn't answer the question, her frivolous expression fading. You tampered with my memories, didn't you, young master?
Yes, it was me. I just couldn't bear seeing you suffer so much, so I...
He trailed off abruptly. Wait, what are you doing?
Before Jiang Wuque could finish speaking, he watched Chen Miao kneel down. He froze in place, half a hand covering his eyes, having seen both what he should and shouldn't have. She lifted her small face, tears streaming down like rain on pear blossoms. She threw herself into Jiang Wuque's arms. Thank you, truly thank you. You may not even realize how much your actions mean to me. Jiang Wuque spread his arms wide, hovering in midair at first as he listened to her tender words. Then, slowly, he drew her close.
Chapter 59, Let me join you.
Jiang Wuque had always considered himself a man of clear-cut principles. Why did he care so deeply about the development of the sacred land of Yaoqi? Beyond it being his home, both Luo Zian and the other elders and disciples had always been grateful to him, recognizing his sacrifices. Helping Chen Miao was no different. Even as she believed death was imminent, she aided him in gathering intelligence until her final breath. The give and take might not be equal, but Jiang Wuque was willing. All he sought was a gesture of appreciation. Jiang Wuque could see that Chen Miao was genuinely grateful to him, without any pretense. Beyond shielding him from soul attacks, the manhwa also granted him a certain ability to see into people's hearts. Feeling better? Jiang Wuque lifted Chen Miao's chin, gently smoothing her bangs and wiping away the tear streaks on her face. Feeling Jiang Wuque's gentle hands brush across her face, Chen Miao's heart nearly melted. She genuinely felt that Jiang Wuque didn't resemble an emperor at all, but rather a young man newly entered into the cultivation world so pure. Compared to her own tainted heart, he was a pure white ray of sunlight so warm it drew her irresistibly closer. With your comfort, young master, I truly feel much better. Jiang Wuque swallowed hard, forcing himself to keep his gaze fixed on Chen Miao's face. Witnessing this, Chen Miao couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle softly. Young master, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. Chen Miao spun once in place, her sheer veil fluttering as a wave of fragrant breeze swept by. Am I beautiful? Jiang Wuque felt his mind grow fuzzy, sensing the room's atmosphere slipping beyond his grasp. The last time he'd felt this way was when Hua Jimei had pinned him beneath her. Why aren't you answering, young master? Or could it be that you're shy? Chen Miao moved closer, taking Jiang Wuque's hand and pressing it against her cheek. My skills are lacking, and I have little to offer in return. How about this instead? I'm not helping you for this. Meower knows, it's actually because Meower wants to devour you, young master. I've been craving you for so long. You'll grant me this wish, won't you? A heavy silence fell over Jiang Wuque's room. Chen Miao smiled blissfully. Silence meant consent, didn't it? Master, come out. Jiang Wuque, ? As the words fell, the door swung open. Bai Wenya, dressed in the same sheer gown as Chen Miao, stepped inside. This scene left Jiang Wuque utterly speechless. The reason was simple, Bai Wenya was breathtakingly beautiful. She was a peerless beauty in this world, her face and figure both rare gems among 10,000. Jiang Wuque knew Bai Wenyao was in the building, but he hadn't considered the possibility of her being here. Standing at the doorway, Bai Wenyao's face was flushed with embarrassment, as if her skin were burning. Wearing such an outfit, she had no idea how to face Jiang Wuque. She could only lower her head, bite her silver teeth lightly, and hide like an ostrich between the two Dao fruit.
Jiang! Young Master Jiang, I want to join you too.
It took every ounce of her strength to utter those words, and she was tempted to turn and run away immediately. This was simply too much to bear. Chen Mia appeared behind Jiang Wuque at just the right moment.
Young Master Jiang, surely you can allow it? The sect master is a pitiful soul.
For her sake, pleading with you so earnestly, won't you grant her request?
Chen Mia's eyes sparkled as she pleaded with Jiang Wuque in a pitifully helpless manner.
Seeing Jiang Wuque grappling with the difficult decision, Chen Mia immediately added, "The sect leader is my master, after all.
What if she obstructs me in the future when you need to gather intelligence?"
Chen Mia blinking at Bai Wenyao, signaling her to add her 2 cents.
Young Master Jiang, I.
At this critical moment, Bai Wenyao's mind seemed to freeze, unable to utter a single word. As if pushed to her limit, Bai Wenyao's chest heaved violently, creating a scene of surging waves. She snapped her head up, her face flushed crimson.
Damn it, I want you. Forget what Mr. Jiang means. From this moment on, you're mine. With that, she lunged at Jiang Wuque like a fierce young lioness, knocking him flat onto the ground. This utterly unexpected scene left Chen Mia stunned. So this is the side of the sect leader when pushed to the limit, Chen Mia thought, a smile playing in her eyes as she found the whole situation utterly amusing. She walked straight past the two of them, reached the door, and locked it. Now it was time to savor the fruits of victory. Only now did Bai Wenyao truly grasp the hardship she had endured before. No wonder her fellow disciples had all given up, acting like greedy little girls. The techniques of the Union sect circulated unconsciously within her body. This time, Bai Wenyao did not emit piercing cold as she had during previous practices. A gentle energy entered her body, gradually merging with the accumulated cold qi within her. The great emperor realm that had troubled her for 1,000 years now showed signs of yielding as the embryonic form of her Dao seed slowly coalesced. Bai Wenyao had never imagined it could happen so swiftly, so smoothly. Jiang Wuque sensed Bai Wenyao's condition, his eyes widening in astonishment. She's about to break through to the great emperor realm. As the words fell, boundless spiritual energy surged in from all directions, absorbed into Bai Wenyao's body without a single drop wasted. You're about to break through? Do you need? Before Jiang Wuque could finish his sentence, his mouth was covered. Young master, there's no need to worry. Just follow Wenyao's rhythm, hee. Jiang Wuque, MMMPH. The next morning,
Jiang Wuque stared blankly out the window.
What are you thinking about, young master? Could it be you're reminiscing?
Chen Mia brought in a plate of spirit fruits and clear wine, teasing playfully. Her cheeks were rosy, and she was in an exceptionally good mood. Though she'd played a support role yesterday rather than a combat one, she'd still made a significant contribution to the team's damage output.
You had this plan from the start, didn't you?
The two of you teaming up against me, Jiang Wuque said with a hint of resignation.
He'd truly fallen for this enchantress's tricks, first lulling him into complacency, then delivering the fatal blow.
What nonsense, young master. I admit I am a bit greedy, but it's all your fault, not mine.
Never mind. I won't argue with you.
Jiang Wuque picked up a spirit fruit and popped it into his mouth, surprised by its sweetness. Chen Mia sat quietly in her chair, watching Jiang Wuque like a newlywed wife gazing sweetly at her husband.
Young master, I wish to speak of something. Please do not take offense. Go ahead.
Tomorrow, I must leave White Jade City to conduct business at the Qingshu sect.
I won't be able to stay with you.
Jiang Wuque's expression froze as he set down the spirit fruit.
So soon? There's no choice. The sect master has entered seclusion.
As the caretaker of the Raven, I must shoulder more responsibilities.
This brief moment is all the time I could scrape together. Is it dangerous? Hearing this, Chen Mia's heart warmed.
It seemed the young master had always been concerned about her safety. How fortunate she was.
Perhaps, but I can handle it. Then let me give you a spirit puppet.
Jiang Wuque produced a spirit ring and placed it in Chen Mia's palm.
A peak quasi-emperor level spirit puppet should be sufficient to handle most dangers. This is far too precious.
Chen Mia instinctively opened her mouth to refuse, but Jiang Wuque's index finger pressed against her lips once more.
Please accept it. Don't make me worry.
Gazing into Jiang Wuque's clear eyes, Chen Mia's heart felt as though it might melt.
Could I truly be this happy? Chapter 60, The Heavenly Abyss Uprising. Another cultivation breakthrough notification? The system prompt sounded, and Jiang Wuque recalled.
So far, Jiang Wuque had drawn cultivation levels the most times. He was now within sight of the threshold of the 4th layer of the Emperor Realm. With roughly 2 more draws, he could break through to the 4th layer of the Great Emperor Realm.
This pace is simply too fast. He couldn't help but marvel.
Once matters with the Huan sect were settled, Jiang Wuque planned to first lure over that 8th grade alchemist, then pay a visit to Hua Jimei on the way. That was his plan for the near future.
Young Master Jiang? May I come in? Shang Yishua's voice sounded outside, tinged with a hint of urgency. Come in. What happened to make you so flustered?
It's intelligence concerning the Western Realm, the Barren Realm, and the Divine Wind Realm.
Lord Qin instructed me to relay it to you immediately. The Western Realm? Jiang Wuque hastily took the intelligence Shang Yishua handed him.
The more he read, the deeper his frown grew.
How peculiar.
I've only been gone a few days, how could such a strange creature suddenly appear? The intelligence revealed that last night, a bizarre creature known as a corpse demon had suddenly appeared in the Western Realm. This entity feared neither death nor reason, attacking nearly anyone it encountered. Initially, the undead demons were of low cultivation levels.
Yet this morning, a Daodian realm undead demon had appeared, and the trend was escalating.
Buzz, buzz. A jade token vibrated incessantly, the communication token Ji Langyue had given him.
It bore only a few urgent words: Tianyuan uprising. Urgently request Brother Zhang's rescue.
Reward assured afterward. The events had indeed collided. The emergence of these corpse demons was highly likely connected to the so-called Tianyuan uprising.
What on earth is happening? Why is this happening?
Jiang Wuque's primary concern now was the state of the sacred land of Yaoqi. He immediately sent a message to Luo Xian. Soon, he received a reply. Luo Xian had already restricted the movement of the sacred land's disciples.
With the quasi-emperor level spirit golem Jiang Wuque had left behind, they were safe for now.
He had intended to wait until Bai Wenya broke through to the great emperor realm before departing, but now it seemed that would be impossible. Tell Chen Mier and Bai Wenya that I must depart first. Should any urgent matters arise, they can contact me directly through the spirit puppet.
This servant understands. Tianyuan.
Ji Langyue stared solemnly at the dark and unstable ceiling demon array beneath her feet, from which black demonic energy continuously seeped out.
Damn it! Why must chaos erupt during my tenure?
She felt utterly helpless, on the verge of tears. Since the formation's establishment, such an incident had never occurred, yet it had happened on her watch. Ji Langyue had already notified the Ji family's elder patriarch and Jiang Wuque, the only person she had any rapport with, to come assist her. Yet she remained uncertain whether they could resolve the situation. The corpse demon was gradually awakening, likely triggered by demonic energy seeping in from elsewhere. Though Ji Langyue had never personally fought these great demons, she had some understanding from historical records. Such great demons could not be slain by conventional means.
Only by unleashing the power of the Dao seed could the demonic energy be extinguished. Otherwise, even if killed, they would continually resurrect. Hurry, ancestor. Jiang Wuque. If this goes wrong, the heavenly Dao will likely lock me away here forever. Sacred land of the Jade Pool.
Lu Yanan was locked in combat with a Law Realm corpse demon.
Though she handled it with ease, this corpse demon was no ordinary foe.
This formless, shapeless creature constantly emitted billowing black mist. After defeating it, it would leave behind an ordinary corpse, yet the black mist persisted. Before long, it would return to wreak havoc once more.
Yao, how's the evacuation going? Lu Yanran called out while continuing her fight.
A plump, adorable female cultivator shouted back, all clear, senior sister.
Everyone's evacuated. We should head out soon too. Good. Lu Yanan felt reassured.
She channeled her mixed energy into the sword blade, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword chi strike forward. The Law Realm corpse demon's eyes blazed crimson. With a blood-curdling roar, it charged head-on, taking the blow head-on.
Though its demonic aura had faded considerably, it had already closed in on Lu Yanran's face.
Watch out, senior sister. Without a trace of fear on her face, Lu Yanan struck out with another palm strike across the air, sending it reeling backward. After 2 blows, the corpse demon ceased all movement, reduced to the lifeless form of an ordinary old man.
Ah, even in death they find no peace.
Truly pitiful. Yes. These corpse demons even devour human souls, truly terrifying, Yao said fearfully. The scene Yao described was unfolding across 4 major realms. Countless mortal villages and counties had fallen to the corpse demons, turning into domains of death. Moreover, they were spreading at an alarming speed toward other major realms.
Countless factions were on high alert, tightening their mountain gates. Even some top-tier powers were included.
The leaders of these great factions had all received summons from Ji Langyue, gathering together above the abyss. The so-called abyss was a bottomless, pitch-black fissure.
Even an emperor's divine sense couldn't penetrate the array formations to discern the situation below.
The ancient patriarch of the Ji clan had arrived and was now discussing countermeasures with Ji Langyue.
Ancestor, how on earth do we resolve this? Am I really trapped here by the way of heaven? Ji Hongwen rolled his eyes. Look at yourself, do you even resemble an emperor?
When trouble strikes, don't panic.
Keep your cool. I never wanted to be an emperor in the first place.
All I do is cultivate, no time for fun at all.
After thousands of years of cultivation, once I finally become one, I'm stuck guarding this godforsaken place. You. Ji Hongwen was so exasperated he couldn't speak. How could anyone say such things? Countless beings were trapped on the path to godhood, wasting their lives without breaking through. If Ji Longyue hadn't possessed extraordinary talent, she'd never have had this chance. Enough. Let's not dwell on that now. The urgent matter at hand is resolving this problem. Ancestor, what's your take? Ji Hongwen frowned in thought. Before you came to guard this place, I reviewed numerous records. This situation strongly suggests a heavenly demon has emerged. A heavenly demon? Ji Longyue's pretty face scrunched up in confusion. The term was utterly unfamiliar to her. Exactly. A heavenly demon rivals the power of an emperor. Defeating such a fiend is exceedingly difficult. It would require at least 2 emperors working together. Well then, we happen to have 2 here, don't we? No, we need 1 more to maintain the demon sealing array. If the array shatters, this entire 4 directions domain will truly become a playground for demons. Ji Hongwen's expression turned grave. He swiftly retrieved his communication jade tablet, preparing to summon reinforcements. This matter demanded immediate resolution. Otherwise, it might truly happen as Ji Longyue had said. She would be trapped here forever, repaying her debt. The Ji clan absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. To that end, he was prepared to swallow his pride and beg his group of troublemaking friends. Ah, Longyue, do you have any idea what a price your ancestor is paying to clean up your mess? Ji Longyue puckered her lips and scoffed. Then, as if sensing something, her eyes lit up and she hurriedly looked toward the horizon. Ancestor, the person I summoned has arrived. Chapter 61, Descending the Abyss. Dozens of major faction leaders lifted their heads, gazing at the distant streak of light. A youthful figure suddenly materialized before them. He had just returned to the sacred land of Yaoqi, casually dispatching 2 corpse demons along the way. During this process, he discovered a fascinating phenomenon. This formless, intangible demonic energy was, in essence, remarkably similar to his own power of creation. Both were transformed from the realm between life and death. The difference lay in their orientation. Jiang Wuque's power of creation leaned toward life, while the demonic energy gravitated toward death. After Jiang Wuque crushed the demonic energy with his creation force, he could actually absorb it into his body. Influenced by this absorption, the color of his creation force deepened. No drawbacks were immediately apparent, but the benefits were undeniable. The Dao seed of creation had grown. Perhaps once Jiang Wuque had absorbed enough demonic energy, the Dao seed could ascend to a Dao path. If it truly ascended to a Dao path, Jiang Wuque's strength would undergo a dramatic transformation. A Dao seed crystallizes from a cultivator's comprehension of certain laws, enabling it to transform spiritual energy into energy imbued with those specific laws. Therefore, this demonic energy represented an immense opportunity for him. That's why Jiang Wuque came to the abyss first, because Ji Longyue had once helped him, and second, because this demonic energy served his purpose. You little rascal, you finally showed up. I knew you wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Ji Longyue immediately stepped forward, playfully punching Jiang Wuque's chest. Ji Hongwen, watching from the side, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. What on earth was this? Such intimate gestures and terms of endearment. Was this girl out of her mind? As far as he knew, Ji Longyue didn't have a partner. This is my family's patriarch, Ji Hongwen. Jiang Wuque nodded in greeting. Everyone present was at the Great Emperor realm. Seniority didn't matter much. Which faction's Great Emperor are you? I don't recall meeting you before. Ji Hongwen scrutinized Jiang Wuque with a probing gaze. The sacred land of Yaoqi. Never heard of it. Ji Longyue quickly stepped between them. Hey, ancestor, what are you doing? It's like you're interrogating someone. This is my friend, someone I brought along for help. No, I was just asking casually. You little brat, now you're scolding me. Dozens of masters of great influence, most of them elderly men with the ethereal demeanor of immortals. Witnessing this scene, they all turned their heads away. After all, it was best to pry less and know less about the affairs of an emperor. Seeing the girl still intent on arguing with him, Ji Hongwen felt a headache coming on. He quickly cut her off. Hold on. We're here to solve problems, not argue. Let's focus on devising a strategy. Jiang Wuque stepped forward and said calmly, Old Ji is right. Let's resolve the issue first. As they spoke, the heavenly abyss trembled violently once more. A crack appeared at the center of the demon sealing array. What is this? Ji Hongwen's expression turned grave. We can't delay any longer. We must resolve this immediately. One person maintains the formation. 2 go down to eliminate the heavenly demon. What is the heavenly demon's strength? Jiang Wuque inquired. The heavenly demon was born recently. Its power should be inferior to ours. Otherwise, it would have broken the seal long ago. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Jiang Wuque's gaze burned intensely as he looked at the 2. This expression startled Ji Hongwen. Clearly, maintaining the formation was the easier task, while descending to eliminate the demon carried many unpredictable dangers. What he hadn't anticipated was Jiang Wuque taking on this heavy burden without a moment's hesitation. Very well. I'll accompany you down.
Ancestor, you remain above to maintain the formation. Ji Longyue calmly assigned the tasks, ignoring the displeased look on her ancestor's face. You stay above to maintain the formation.
Wuque and I will go down to eliminate the demons. On what grounds?
Before she could finish, Ji Hongwen shot her a glare that silenced her instantly.
She muttered weakly, fine, fine. I'll maintain the formation.
Ji Longyue nodded in satisfaction, then turned her gaze to the remaining dozens of sect masters. Not a single one of them was below the quasi-emperor realm. All were renowned figures from the major realms nearby. You will accompany us two down below to deal with those weaker demons.
Yes, Emperor. A vast sea of black sand engulfed Jiang Wuque's entire field of vision.
Behind him, a sect master stared in horror, murmuring to himself at the sight, is this the abyss below heaven?
His astonishment was understandable. This place was utterly unlike the mortal realm. Countless unknown substances, resembling liquid petroleum, seeped from the ground and slowly rose into the sky.
Such a scene defied all human understanding. Or perhaps, they were suspended upside down in the sky?
Chaos, disorder, darkness, these words aptly described the environment.
After Jiang Wuque and the others arrived, an unknown demon wind suddenly swept in, forming a massive tornado within the already chaotic sea of black sand.
Thud! Thud! Thud!
Jiang Wuque stood atop the foremost sand dune, hands clasped behind his back.
Facing the tornado mere inches away, his expression remained utterly unflinching.
His deep eyes pierced through the whirlwind, spotting the demon lurking behind the sand dunes. Such concealment techniques are no simple feat, and to understand ambush tactics it possesses intelligence.
Clearly, it intended to ambush them while the tornado distracted the group.
Jiang Wuque raised his right hand. Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, a dazzling burst of golden light erupted. Before this palm strike, the towering black tornado, hundreds of meters high, was insignificant, instantly shattered into nothingness.
That palm strike! Ji Hongwen's eyes widened in shock.
A master's skill reveals their true caliber, and clearly, Jiang Wuque was formidable.
At least far stronger than him. Still not coming out?
Ji Hongwen's face twisted with scorn as the power of creation surged from his hands, binding both the great demon and the sand dune firmly in place.
Everyone except Ji Hongwen couldn't understand why Jiang Wuque was still attacking. Hadn't the tornado already been shattered?
The next instant, a thunderous roar shook the heavens. Weaker quasi-emperors felt their ears ringing, their minds filled with heavy, eerie murmurs, while visions utterly different from reality flooded their eyes. Even Jiang Wuque found himself among those bewitched. He distinctly sensed the demonic energy he had bound flickering with an unstable black light. In an instant, its form stretched and twisted, shifting through countless shapes. In a flash, the demonic energy before him transformed into Hua Jimei. Her eyes seemed to hold autumn water, and two soft white fox ears perched atop her head.
She gazed at Jiang Wuque with such pitiful vulnerability.
Then, she cast a sorrowful glance at Jiang Wuque, her eyes seeming to speak volumes, as if questioning why he treated her this way.
Oomph! You're asking for death. Jiang Wuque remained utterly impassive, not the slightest bit shaken. Accompanied by his cold snort, colossal transformative power surged directly toward the imprisoned demon.
The demonic clouds before him, which had been releasing countless whispers and illusions, instantly exploded, shattering mid-air.
Chapter 62, Demon Cloud. The demon seemed to finally grasp the vast chasm between them as wide as heaven and earth.
It ceased attempting to shapeshift into any human form, revealing instead its true face, bloodless, twisted, and chaotic. Only after the demon cloud suffered such devastating damage did the quasi-emperors snap back to reality, their expressions turning grim. Without Jiang Wuque's strike, they likely wouldn't have escaped this illusion so easily.
You possess wisdom, don't you?
Tell me what truly happened beneath the abyss of heaven.
Don't pretend you don't understand.
Jiang Wuque dragged it before him, locking eyes with that pair of deep, dark orbs.
You will all die. You, and everyone behind you. Every last one of you, ha 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 ha. This quasi-emperor level demon had no intention of answering Jiang Wuque's question.
For he knew that sooner or later, every living being in this world would face utter destruction.
Shut up!
Jiang Wuque's entire arm, enveloped in the power of creation, pierced through the demon's chest like a meat grinder.
I shall not perish. We are formless and shapeless.
Even if my body is shattered, I shall resurrect after 1,000 years.
The twisted visage erupted in maniacal laughter, seemingly mocking Jiang Wuque's audacity. Even if this human cultivator had reached the heavenly demon realm, what difference did it make?
He remained powerless against it. At worst, it would be destroyed once more, only to be reborn and return after 1,000 years. Hearing this, the quasi-emperors felt a chill run down their spines, their expressions turning grim with worry.
Indeed, this demon could not be destroyed and would resurrect. Its ability to strike unexpectedly would make anyone feel sickened. Young Jiang, this. Ji Hongwen stepped forward, intending to discuss countermeasures with Jiang Wuque. At that moment, a bone-chilling sound echoed through the air.
The demon, which had been cackling wildly moments before, now let out a wail of agony that pierced the marrow.
Did you really think I couldn't handle you? The demonic energy in its chest was crushed to dust by Jiang Wuque's transformative power, then sucked into his body as if absorbing spiritual energy. Throughout this process, terrifying demonic patterns flickered across Jiang Wuque's skin, their intensity fluctuating with each wave of absorption. This spectacle sent chills down the spines of the quasi-emperors behind him, including Ji Hongwen. How could he have turned into this? Had Jiang Wuque been possessed by this demon? It resembled the corpse demons outside, yet the demon's expression seemed different. You! My primordial essence? You damned thief? The demon's voice grew increasingly weak, struggling helplessly until Jiang Wuque drained it to transparency, where it slowly dissipated into the air. Strands of black demonic energy seeped from Jiang Wuque's body, his eyes now bloodshot and crimson. Young Jiang, how are you? Ji Hongwen's face was etched with caution, utterly baffled by the current situation. Relieved. Jiang Wuque took a deep breath as the demonic patterns on his skin gradually faded. This quasi-emperor level demon was truly exceptional, offering significant enhancement to his Dao seed of creation. If he could encounter a few hundred more, his Dao seed might undergo a profound transformation. Jiang Wuque turned to face the others. All clear. Let's continue. Hearing Jiang Wuque's words, the others breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they hadn't been possessed by the demonic energy, it was fine. Young Jiang, what exactly happened just now? The Dao seed I've cultivated holds a natural counter to this demonic entity. Jiang Wuque offered only a brief explanation. Counteracting effect? Hearing this, the crowd was utterly shocked. This demon was formless and intangible, extremely difficult to kill, yet Jiang Wuque possessed a means to counter it. This was undoubtedly excellent news. Let's go. Jiang Wuque said. After their initial shock, the others quickly responded and followed closely behind Jiang Wuque and Ji Hongwen. The further they advanced, the more bizarre the area became. An unknown liquid, black as oil, hung inverted at the horizon. Space itself seemed distorted. Though they were clearly moving forward, it felt more like ascending upward. Lonely, eerie, and wild. An intangible, formless demonic energy filled the air, like a gauze shrouding their heads, obscuring vision and muffling sound. Something is terribly wrong here. Ji Hongwen halted in his tracks as his divine sense kept sending him warnings. They're gathering. Jiang Wuque also halted, his voice calm. He could already sense that the demonic energy here was growing increasingly dense. If cultivators below the Daoyan realm were to come here, they would likely be corrupted and demonized within an hour. They're here. Coming? What's coming? The others were puzzled. But in the next instant, a boundless demonic cloud erupted from the towering, pitch-black stone pillar. So it was waiting for us all along. Jiang Wuque sneered, having grasped the enemy's intent. The colossal demon cloud descended slowly from the sky. From afar, it appeared gentle and ethereal, yet as it crashed onto the barren earth, it kicked up dust columns hundreds of meters high. Boom! The demon cloud gradually disintegrated, releasing countless bizarre and chaotic demons. These little creatures varied greatly in power. Some were barely formed, mere beginners, while others radiated overwhelming demonic energy, their faces twisted in fury, already reaching the quasi-emperor level. Faced with this scene, all eyes turned to Jiang Wuque. Even Ji Hongwen was no exception. Follow the strongest, no question about it. Prepare for battle. Jiang Wuque stated calmly. But before that, a faint smile curved his lips. Standing so densely packed, it seems you're trying to lure me into unleashing my full power. Jiang Wuque stomped his right foot forward with force, clasping his hands together. The Dao seed of creation surged to its fullest capacity at that moment, channeling countless currents of transformative power into his palms. Amidst an earth-shaking commotion, a hideous, six-armed, wrathful Vajra materialized from behind Jiang Wuque. Unlike the earlier golden-hued version, this six-armed, wrathful-eyed Vajra was now a deep, ancient gold. Upon closer inspection, one could discern several strands of profound, mystical demonic patterns etched upon its form. This. The quasi-emperors stared in stunned silence. Witnessing such a spectacle alone made their hearts race. These quasi-emperors had never witnessed battles between true emperors. Now, facing this overwhelming might up close, their legs trembled violently. If Jiang Wuque stood on the opposing side, they doubted they'd even have the courage to fight. The wrathful Vajra rose slowly. As its eyes gradually opened, its six palms came together, brewing an attack that sent shivers down the spine. Boom! A torrent of blindingly brilliant dark gold crashed into the heart of the demon horde, vaporizing countless demons and creating a momentary vacuum at the center of the swarm. The demonic energy, already raging with frenzied screams, now filled the air with wails of agony. This single strike had wiped out at least a third of the horde. Rolling demonic energy rose into the sky, the primordial essence escaping from the fallen demons. Think you can escape? Jiang Wuque stood with hands behind his back, ascending through the air. Raising his right hand, the power of creation formed a vortex of suction, drawing the boundless essence of demonic energy into his body. Those scattered, fleeing demonic essence particles seemed to have encountered their natural enemy. They tried to flee, yet could not evade Jiang Wuque's vortex of creation, being pulled into his body one after another. Upon entering his body, the demonic energies were instantly crushed by the transformative spiritual energy, transforming into pure demonic power essence. From afar, Jiang Wuque appeared to be devouring the demonic energy like a whale swallowing its prey. The aura radiating from his body grew ever more intense. The demonic patterns that had flickered uncertainly before now blazed with a fierce, unnatural light, saturated with an aura of bloodshed and corruption. Chapter 63, Lu Yanran's Bedchamber. Nothing bad will happen, right? Watching Jiang Wuque devouring the air like a whale drinking the sea, Ji Hongwen's face betrayed his concern. The scene was simply too terrifying. Normally, when demonic energy entered a person's body, they would become mindless zombie demons. But Jiang Wuque was actively absorbing it into his body, and those bizarre patterns were appearing on his skin. Then he shook his head. Never mind. Let's deal with this demon cloud first. Sacred grounds of the Jade Pool. On the cloud-stepped path leading to the 10,000 Splendors Hall, a figure dashed at breakneck speed. Her taut waistline and well-proportioned limbs radiated a healthy, mature beauty with every leap and landing. Wind swept through her silky hair, revealing her exquisitely beautiful face, while her full, rounded curves bounced rhythmically with each step up and down the staircase. Senior Sister Lu, slow down. Wait for me. Yao chased desperately behind Lu Yanan, yet could never catch up. Ever since hearing news of Jiang Wuque's return, the usually dignified and composed Lu Yanan had vanished. Her expression now visibly radiated longing and fervor. Oh dear, this little belly of mine. I really should lose weight. Due to the corpse demon attack, the sacred land of the Jade Pool had activated its protective sect formation, which prohibited flight within its boundaries. This forced Yao to chase after her senior sister on her own two short legs. Thud! Lu Yanan pushed open the doors of the Manhwa palace without a second thought, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. Ancestor, Lure is here. As soon as the words left her lips, she glanced around and found only Luo Xian and Hong Wanfeng present. Seeing this, Hong Wanfeng frowned. Such a flustered state was unlike her usual composed self. Ancestor? But didn't the ancestor return? Where is she? Even she hadn't noticed the hint of melancholy in her own tone. The ancestor had urgent matters to attend to. She left after giving a few instructions. Hong Wanfeng explained to her beloved disciple. Though outwardly calm, a sudden wave of caution surged within her heart. Didn't this girl promise me that she wouldn't dwell on that matter? What's with this behavior now? Something's off. Not only Hong Wanfeng, but even Luo Xian sensed something amiss. She's gone again? What a pity Lure hasn't even met the ancestor yet. Lu Yanan's previously radiant face suddenly clouded over, darkening like stormy skies. With that, Lu Yanan turned and walked away without a word. Wanfeng, what? Luo Xian turned to Hong Wanfeng, seeking an explanation. Hong Wanfeng crossed her arms, tucking her two massive peaks beneath them. A flicker of panic flickered across her mature, alluring face, but she quickly concealed it. She must be missing the ancestor too much, or perhaps she's been in a bad mood these past few days. I'll go check on the child. Luo Xian nodded upon hearing this. Lu Yanan was now the hope of the entire sect, the most gifted disciple of the younger generation. Since her breakthrough in mastering the cultivation technique last time, her progress had been astonishingly rapid, nearly catching up to some of the elders. She couldn't afford any mishaps. Hong Wanfeng turned and left the hall, her face etched with worry. She bit her nails with her silver teeth as a sense of foreboding gradually took root in her heart. After leaving the hall, Lu Yanan walked with a gloomy expression, as if her spirit had been stolen. Senior sister, Yao has finally caught up to you. You, Meichem, senior sister knows. Go play on your own. Senior sister has matters to attend to. Don't follow me. Watching Lu Yanran's solitary retreating figure, Yao was utterly baffled. As she walked, Lu Yanran arrived at the very spot where she had first encountered Jiang Wuque. Memories flooded back vividly. Back then, she faced an agonizing choice. Confronting the demon son's threat meant safeguarding the sect's safety, yet risking her own purity. Her mind had gone blank then. She couldn't bear to see the sect she'd grown up with suffer such humiliation. After a long and agonizing period of mental preparation, she was about to take that brave step forward. But Jiang Wuque appeared, turning the tide and saving her. It was just like the little storybook her master had told her when she was a child. That day, he didn't just save her body, he captured her heart. Gazing at the fiery sunset tinged with dark clouds on the horizon, a look of helplessness and bitterness spread across Lu Yanan's face. Ancestor, Lure misses you so much. After descending the mountain, Hong Wanfeng did not continue following Lu Yanan. Instead, she slipped secretly into her disciple's cave dwelling. She had to confirm whether Lu Yanan had truly abandoned that matter. She was certain to find some clues within Lu Yanan's cave dwelling. Hong Wanfeng felt ashamed for her actions. How could a master do such a thing to her disciple? Yet her gaze quickly steadied. Since it was done, there was no point in regret. As a great sage cultivator, infiltrating Lu Yanran's quarters proved remarkably straightforward for Hong Wanfeng. Pushing open the door to Lu Yanran's boudoir, Hong Wanfeng was utterly stunned by the scene before her. What on earth is this? Everywhere she looked were portraits of the patriarch, captured in every conceivable pose and posture. The table held clay figurines and fired porcelain pieces, every single one an exact replica of Jiang Wuque. She even spotted a life-sized statue of Jiang Wuque. This? Hong Wanfeng's voluptuous body trembled uncontrollably.
Her jade-like thighs clamped tightly together in sheer shock, and her glistening tongue flicked across her parched lips. The deeper she ventured, the more her heart pounded. There was even a portrait of Jiang Wuque bare-chested. Her willow-leaf brows furrowed in unease. The scene before her was utterly staggering. This had long since crossed the line of mere fantasy. This was completely, utterly perverse. What should I do? Report this to the sect leader? Or should I try to persuade her myself? Hong Wanfeng was momentarily at a loss, frozen in place as she pondered. Inside her delicate cloth boots, the toes wrapped in pink silk socks curled repeatedly, betraying the anxiety of their jade-like owner. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed through the room, and Hong Wanfeng's expression visibly betrayed panic. Lure is back. If she finds me here, what authority would I have left as her master? No, I must hide. Hong Wanfeng's throat convulsed as she immediately cast a concealment spell, slipping into hiding within Lu Yanen's boudoir. Her crystal-clear lips pressed tightly together, she forced herself not to look at Lu Yanen. Lu Yanen stepped into the boudoir, her expression initially desolate. But upon seeing the portraits and sculptures within, her mood lifted slightly. Swaying her slender waist, Lu Yanran walked over to the life-sized sculpture of Jiang Wuque. Whenever I see the ancestor, it always brings joy to Lure. Hearing these words, the hidden Hong Wanfeng lowered her brows, trying her best not to make a sound. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, Hong Wanfeng saw Lu Yanran's hand gently touch the chin of the Jiang Wuque sculpture. She rose slightly on her toes, her alluring vermilion lips slowly drawing near the mouth of the Jiang Wuque statue. Hong Wanfeng's eyes widened. She pressed down hard on her wildly beating heart, completely ignoring the distance between her palm and her heart caused by her ample bosom. Just a finger's breadth away, Lu Yanran did not kiss him. Instead, she turned her head, gazing directly at the spot where Hong Wanfeng was hiding. Master, come out. Lure knows you're here. Chapter 64, Luring Hong Wanfeng. How did she discover me? Logically, Lu Yanen shouldn't be able to see through her concealment spell. Little Lu knows this room like the back of her hand. Master, there's no need to hide. With the matter laid out so plainly, Hong Wanfeng took a deep breath and dissolved her concealment spell. A tall, mature woman instantly materialized from the shadows. So you were here after all, Master. Lu Yanran's expression remained calm, showing no panic. She was no longer the little girl she once was. Without some mental preparation, how could she have dared to paint these portraits or carve this statue? The two stood facing each other. Hong Wanfeng's expression grew colder as she demanded. Lure, how did you promise your master before? Why now? Her gaze swept over the room filled with Jiang Wuque figures. The implication was clear, Lu Yanen had gone too far. Master, have you misunderstood something? What has Lure done to provoke such anger from you? Misunderstanding. These portraits, this statue, you call this a misunderstanding? Lu Yanen gently stroked the statue beside her, her eyes brimming with tears. Little Lu only created these things out of admiration for the ancestor. Absurd. You call this admiration? This is nothing short of perversion. The word hung heavy in the air, instantly thickening the tension in the room. Lu Yanen's arms fell limp at her sides, her face etched with sorrow and bitterness. So this is how Master truly sees me. It's truly heartbreaking. Seeing her beloved disciple's expression, Hong Wanfeng couldn't bear it for a moment. Alas, Lure, heed your master's advice, it's best to give up sooner rather than later. Give up early, so I can make room for you? Lu Yanen appeared heartbroken, yet her words carried not a hint of hesitation. Her words fell, and Hong Wanfeng stared in disbelief, her eyes widening as if she'd misheard. Lure, what did you just say? Lu Yanen shook her head and walked over to the wall, removing a lifelike portrait. In the portrait, Jiang Wuque's lips curved into a faint smile. His high, straight nose stood out sharply against the shadows of the lines. His eyes were handsome and full of vitality, as if they contained crushed light. Though it doesn't capture even 1/10,000th of the patriarch's true smile, I've done my utmost to recreate it. Every time I see it, my heart still trembles. Having said this, Lu Yanen shifted her gaze to the corner, where her master, mature, exquisite, and the one who had raised her since childhood, stood. Master, tell Lure, have you truly never been moved by a man like this? Hong Wanfeng was about to utter a firm denial without hesitation, but when her gaze swept over the portrait, the words on the tip of her tongue stuck to her crystal clear, rosy lips like sticky candy. After 2 seconds of silence, Hong Wanfeng finally spoke. I could never have feelings for the patriarch. I am an elder of the sacred land of Yaoqi. I would never do something so absurd. Lu Yanran smiled, as if she had finally received the answer she had long sought. Her master's temperament was always fiery and direct, yet she had remained unusually silent for 2 seconds when confronted with her question. That silence itself was an answer. As for her flimsy, full of holes, evasive answer, Lu Yanran could easily ignore it. Master truly speaks with a forked tongue. What's with that look? I already said it's impossible. Facing Lu Yanran's amused, scrutinizing gaze, Hong Wanfeng felt an inexplicable flicker of unease.
She had come to correct her disciple, yet why had she now found herself on the defensive? Where exactly had things gone wrong? Could it be that she truly harbored such thoughts? As if sensing Hong Wanfeng's wavering resolve, Lu Yanan pressed her advantage. The so-called ancestor is merely a title imposed upon him by the sect master and elders. At his core, the ancestor is just a man with no blood ties to us whatsoever. And now, Lu Yanan shifted her tone, a sickening madness flickering in her eyes. Yet you demand I let this title imprison my heart's emotions? Why? Is that fair? You've gone mad. A flicker of genuine fear crossed the face of this seductive woman for the first time. Lu Yanran's words pierced her heart like nails. It felt like some untouchable taboo reason screamed it was forbidden, yet it held an irresistible allure, tempting one to succumb. No. Master, Lure is not mad. Lure knows exactly what she is doing. The truly mad would never utter such words. Lu Yanan's voice grew increasingly calm and deep. She slowly approached Hong Wanfeng, her gaze fixed intently on her master. Master, the patriarch has been so kind to you, helping refine your cultivation techniques, teaching you divine arts. Who else in our sacred Yao pool enjoys such favor? So, the patriarch has been exceptionally kind to you, unmatched throughout the entire sect. How do you intend to repay him? Lu Yanran leaned close to Hong Wanfeng's ear and whispered softly. Repay? The patriarch said he wants me to help him conquer the 4 directions and protect the sect. Poof. The patriarch possesses extraordinary power and vast supernatural abilities. Does he truly need you? What he seeks to protect is your pride, yet you remain oblivious. Hearing this, the enchantingly mature beauty stood frozen in place, her pupils slightly contracting as her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her robe. It seems the master agrees with my words. A bright smile spread across Lu Yanran's face. The plan was already half accomplished. For the master had already wavered. Repaying the patriarch is actually quite simple. Dedicate everything you have to him. Imagine that life, being able to stay by his side day and night in an even closer capacity. How blissful that would be. Gulp. Hong Wanfeng seemed to envision that scene, swallowing unconsciously. Like a devil, Lu Yanran whispered seductively into her ear, trying to drag her master into that person's embrace. What do you think, my most beloved master? Hong Wanfeng's eyes darted nervously. She abruptly shoved Lu Yanan away. No, I won't agree with you. I am the 3rd elder of the sacred land of Yaoqi. I cannot do such a thing. With that, Hong Wanfeng slowly turned to leave. She admitted it. Lu Yanran's description had stirred something within her. Or rather, it had stirred thoughts she had long and fiercely suppressed. Yuran, say no more. I have matters to attend to. I must depart now. With that, Hong Wanfeng fled the chamber of her beloved disciple, a room saturated with Jiang Wuque's essence. Lu Yanan's smile remained unchanged as her voice echoed behind Hong Wanfeng. Consider it quickly, master. For it seems the sect leader shares our thoughts. Hong Wanfeng stumbled slightly. The sect leader? How could that be? Chapter 65, Soul Capturing Mantra. The patriarch? The patriarch? How could this be possible? Hong Wanfeng walked along the path as if her soul had been stolen. She paid no heed to her disciples' greetings. Having worked alongside Luo Xian for years, Hong Wanfeng knew her character well. Luo Xian had long ago told her to follow the path of her own master, Zi Qianmeng, to dedicate her entire life to the sacred land of Yaoqi and never seek a Dao companion. Yet now, Lu Yanan's words echoed incessantly in her ears, leaving her confused and unable to make sense of it all. The tangled threads of her thoughts only grew more chaotic, filling her mind with complex emotions. What about me? What do I truly feel? The sudden outburst of her inner voice left her frozen in place. Do I truly feel nothing for the patriarch, as I've claimed? Hong Wanfeng admitted to herself that in this moment, she was being somewhat hypocritical. If she truly felt nothing, why would she constantly think of Jiang Wuque in the dead of night? Recalling his features, remembering his words to her, then treating him as a spell ingredient. She had naively believed her actions were perfectly normal as long as she buried them deep within, no one would ever know. But now. Tian Yuan. The demonic clouds dispersed and all returned to stillness. Jiang Wuque's figure descended slowly from midair, the terrifying demonic patterns beneath his skin fading away. Everyone gazed at Jiang Wuque with awe, the battle still vivid in their minds. Of the tens of thousands of demonic beings here, Jiang Wuque had single-handedly eliminated at least half. They had merely provided support from the sidelines. Young Jiang, should we pause for a moment to tend to your wounds and recover? Ji Hongwen asked, not even realizing the trace of reverence in his own voice. Ji Hongwen scanned the surroundings and nodded. Let's rest up. This demon cloud might just be the appetizer. The heavenly abyss uprising could never be this straightforward. That heavenly demon, comparable to an emperor, had yet to reveal itself. Jiang Wuque sat cross-legged, quietly examining the state within his body. His Dao seed had expanded considerably, its gray-hued transformative spiritual energy deepening into a richer shade. Having absorbed such vast quantities of demonic energy, Jiang Wuque's cultivation had reached the threshold of the 4th layer of the Great Emperor Realm.
Absorbing one more wave of demonic energy of comparable scale or expending his cultivation once more would allow him to break through into the fourth layer. Just as everyone rested, a demonic pillar stretching straight to the heavens in the distance suddenly opened a pair of narrow, ferocious eyes. Two human great emperors, they truly hold us in high regard. A voice echoed faintly through the void. A realm of utter chaos and desolation. This place resembled a dead zone, where chaotic laws intertwined and tangled, and thick, pitch-black demonic energies saturated the space. This was the most perilous place beneath the abyss, the demon cavern. At the center of the demon's den, a demonic source crystal nucleus over 1,000 zhang tall slowly rotated in midair, emitting an eerie purple glow. An ancient, desolate aura emanated from within the crystal core, an essence that seemed to span timeless ages. It stood in stark contrast to the surrounding demonic energy, representing a higher, purer form of power. Below the crystal core stood dozens of towering demonic figures. The two central figures, in particular, radiated an aura as deep and boundless as an ocean. Had Ji Hongwen been present, he would have recognized these two figures as celestial demons. Their demonic energy had nearly solidified into tangible form, their bodies stretching dozens of zhang tall, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. These were two of the 32 heavenly demons existing in the world. Their presence proved more troublesome than that of a human emperor. They shifted between form and void, formless and intangible, capable of transforming into any object under heaven, making them utterly unpredictable. Yet these abilities paled in comparison to their most terrifying skill, soul-piercing attacks. Their assaults struck directly at a cultivator's spirit core. Those with insufficient mental fortitude risked having their minds eroded by a single glance, plunging them into the demonic path. Woohoo, heavenly demon, the demonic source beacon has successfully bypassed this world's heavenly Dao and transmitted our location back to the ancestral domain. One of the quasi-emperor demonic shadows knelt on one knee, speaking with utmost reverence. What did the ancestral lands say? They have already set forth. Led by a true demon, they shall descend upon this continent once more in 2 years' time. As the words fell, Woohoo emitted a low, eerie chuckle. As the vanguard of the dead demon realm's expansion, he had descended upon this continent 10,000 years ago alongside over 30 heavenly demons, unleashing an endless tide of demonic chaos. His original plan was to swiftly devour the primordial essence of this world's Dao before its heavenly Dao could take shape. Yet they encountered unprecedented resistance, indirectly precipitating the birth of the heavenly Dao itself. Ultimately, they faced the heavenly Dao's suppression without question. With the blood of over 60 great emperors on their hands, they were sealed within the world's most perilous realms, severing even their connection to the realm of death. But 10 days ago, Jiang Wuque seized the opportunity during the shift at the Demon Edge River and escaped. He joined forces with him, and together they forged this demon source beacon. What about those two great emperors? Jiang Wu's voice was hoarse and low, as if laced with grit. Kill them, of course. As our first battle in the counterattack against this world. Woohoo's voice was arrogant, showing no regard for Jiang Wuque and his companion. But one of the human emperors is quite formidable. Though he possesses less than a tenth of our peak strength, our own power remains depleted. Dealing with him may prove difficult. That's simple enough. Send some great demons to wear him down first. Then, when he's weakened, we'll finish him off. With that, a black orb materialized in Woohoo's hand, radiating an eerily sinister glow. This object is his most prized possession, a demon crystal from a true demon that has perished. Without it, he and Jiang Wuque would never have been able to forge such an immense demonic source beacon in such a short time. The demonic energy contained within this crystal could briefly manifest a great demon rivaling a human cultivator at the threshold of great emperor. These great demons would then consume the spiritual energy of both men. After all, beneath the abyss, there was nowhere for them to replenish their spiritual energy, only demonic energy, no spiritual energy. Though this method would doom these great demons to futility, draining their innate talents, who cared? Where the demon cloud fell. A bonfire blazed on the ground, spitting sparks with a crackle. How long have we been resting? Jiang Wuque asked. About 7 or 8 hours. Everyone's spiritual energy is nearly restored. We can depart at any moment. Ji Hongwen replied. Though they couldn't replenish their spiritual energy here, they carried ample elixirs and spiritual materials. As long as they weren't fighting for 10 days or half a month, it shouldn't be a problem. 7 or 8 hours already? Jiang Wuque propped his chin on his hand. This much time had already passed since his last check-in. He thought to himself, system, check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the soul-capturing mantra. A soul-attacking technique? Not bad. This was the first time Jiang Wuque had ever received a reward related to divine souls. Resonate with the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, combine with the true mantra, and unleash the ultimate strike that shakes the soul to its core. Chapter 66, a gift delivered to your doorstep. Are you leaving, Emperor? Dozens of quasi-emperors turned their gaze toward Jiang Wuque, awaiting his command. We've rested long enough. Let's go. Jiang Wuque nodded. Boom. 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 10 strands of pitch black, profound aura erupted from the already dim horizon. The crowd stared in shock as 10 colossal demonic shadows, dark enough to blot out the sun, hurtled toward them at breakneck speed. Each shadow towered dozens of Zhanghai size never seen in the previous battles. Could these be 10 heavenly demons? A near emperor gasped in horror, for the overwhelming aura emanating from these 10 demonic figures far surpassed any of the lesser demons that had previously surged forth from the demonic clouds. No, they are not heavenly demons. Yet their might rivals that of a half-step great emperor. Ji Hongwen stepped forward, his expression grave. Demons of this caliber could exchange blows with him. Coupled with the great demon's terrifying regenerative abilities and shape-shifting tactics, they were extremely troublesome. His gaze drifted to Jiang Wuque beside him, only to find the other man's expression unchanged, his eyes even holding a hint of excitement. Ji Hongwen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, feeling considerably more at ease. With such a formidable ally by his side, he needn't fear the demon lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. Battle fervor danced in Jiang Wuque's eyes. To him, this was nothing short of a gift from heaven. He'd been lamenting the scarcity of demonic energy. Rolling waves of demonic energy roared toward them. 10 pairs of blood-red eyes fixed their gaze unwaveringly on the two figures at the front, their expressions filled with savagery and hatred. If not for these two human cultivators, how could they have ended up like this, merely cannon fodder? Human cultivators, I'll tear you to shreds. Die. Die for me. The shrieking voices of the 10 great demons pierced the ears of all present like sharp metal clangs, their sound carrying a psychic assault. Several quasi-emperors felt dizzy and disoriented, their minds shaken to the core merely by the sound. Is it about who can shout the loudest? Jiang Wuque's mocking voice rang out. After speaking, he swiftly ascended into the air, every bone and tendon in his body resonating. His internal organs began to tremble in accordance with a specific rhythm. Kill him. Attack. 10 great demons, their eyes devoid of fear, unleashed a tangible surge of demonic energy that crashed toward Jiang Wuque's front. Command. A deep, ancient syllable erupted from Jiang Wuque's mouth. This was Jiang Wuque's new divine ability, the soul-capturing mantra. Even though Jiang Wuque's divine soul power wasn't as formidable as Hua Jimei's, relying on his great emperor-level divine soul combined with the enhancement of Zhanghua, it was already terrifying enough for 10 great demons. The force of this strike was beyond description. Merely a trace of its aftereffect caused a nearby quasi-emperor to bleed from all 7 orifices. The combined attack of the 10 great demons flickered like a tiny flame before the soul-capturing mantra, shattered the moment it made contact. The mantra's residual might continued unabated, crashing directly into the great demons. Their towering forms twisted violently, their demonic energy seeming to tear itself from their bodies. But do not forget this strike targeted their divine souls. As the mantra dissipated, the 10 great demons plummeted from the sky, crashing violently into the ground and kicking up massive clouds of dust. Upon landing, the demonic energy surrounding them became transparent and faint, like a candle flame in a fierce wind. Though their bodies remained, their demonic souls had been utterly shattered. In essence, they were no different from the dead. They're all dead just like that? A quasi-emperor stared blankly at the scene. What difference was this from slaughtering chickens? These were half-step great emperors, yet they couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Wuque. Ji Hongwen forced himself to suppress his inner shock. If he hadn't misread it, this strike was a soul attack directly targeting one's consciousness, utterly unpredictable and cunningly devious. He had previously thought the gap between Jiang Wuque and himself was merely a few fold. Now it seemed likely to be dozens of times greater. This soul attack alone was enough to give him a run for his money. But it wasn't over. Deep grey creation energy surged from Jiang Wuque's hands, forming a vortex of spiritual energy that directly sucked the scattered primordial demonic energy from the area into his body. Any great demon absorbed by Jiang Wuque could scarcely hope to revive. Very good. Quite impressive. Jiang Wuque's face lit up with satisfaction. The demonic energy essence from these 10 great demons equaled that of hundreds or even thousands of lesser demons earlier, and its quality was exceptionally high. He could sense that it contained power of a higher tier. Now, the progress of the Dao seed of creation had reached 2/5. Within the demon's lair. Feeling the aura of the 10 great demons vanish, Wang Wu frowned. How could it be so fast? His bewilderment was not unfounded. Even if they were 10 pigs, wouldn't it take the human cultivators a while to capture them? Wu Hu continuously toyed with the demon crystal in his hand. Though it pained him deeply, he immediately infused the 10 great demons. Now it's your turn. Make those 2 human great emperors expend as much spiritual energy as possible. Yes, Lord Heavenly Demon. Another one dead. And so quickly. The magic crystal in Wu Hu's hand was already significantly depleted, and his expression darkened. This was already the 4th wave he had dispatched. Shall I go check the battle site? Wang Wu suggested. No. You were only able to spy on them in the chaos of the demonic clouds. If you go now, you'll be discovered. Then they'll be able to track our positions by our aura. Wu Hu stared at the massive beacon, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. He wasn't some mindless demon lord who only knew how to fight and kill. If they couldn't defeat the 2 great emperors, the demon source beacon would inevitably be destroyed.
Though the message had already been sent, its destruction would undoubtedly disrupt future communications. Then what should we do? Keep wearing them down. Their supplies are limited. I refuse to believe he can sustain this indefinitely. This time, Wu Hu channeled the power of 20 great demons directly. This should keep us going for a long time. At the site where the demon cloud had fallen, dozens of quasi-emperors, including Ji Hongwen, stood together, engaged in lively discussion. Most of their words were praise for Jiang Wuque. No wonder they had time to spare. They'd tried to intervene earlier, only to be firmly rebuffed by Jiang Wuque. He'd said something like, "Conserve your spiritual energy for now. Rest up. Leave this trifling matter to me." Emperor Jiang is truly magnanimous, a model for us all. Not only that, but the emperor is dashing and handsome. I bet many female cultivators are fond of him. Yeah, the emperor is truly formidable. Anyway, I feel the same way. Jiang Wuque once again annihilated the great demon that had come to attack. A delighted smile spread across his face. This is truly filling me to the brim. Though I can't fathom what possessed these heavenly demons to keep launching suicide attacks, it's a blessing in disguise. The progress of the Dao seed of creation had reached 3/5. Though the later stages demanded ever greater quantities of demonic energy, the relentless stream of enemies kept supplying it. If he could ascend directly to the Dao path, all his spiritual energy would be truly transformed into creation spirit energy, allowing him to absorb the creation power of the heavens and earth directly. No longer would he need the complex transformations required by the Dao seed. Keep it up, Demon Lord. Send more great demons to amuse me. Jiang Wuque murmured with a smile. Chapter 67, Breaking Through to the Fourth Layer of the Emperor Realm. Huang Wu, what's the situation? Wu Hu crouched beside the demon source beacon, asking with a hint of tension. Hearing this, Huang Wu opened his eyes. His voice was hoarse, yet a hint of joy was impossible to hide. These 20 great demons aren't dead yet. We've held them off for quite a while. This time it's working. Excellent, excellent. Keep wearing them down like this. Once these 20 great demons are dead, we'll strike. Focus our fire on one first, then take out another. Their plan had indeed worked. The previous rapid kills must have been the demons giving it their all. This time, facing the simultaneous assault of 20 great demons, their spiritual energy was nearly depleted, slowing their pace considerably. Now we just need patience. We'll wipe them all out. Meanwhile, Jiang Wuque remained inactive. After eliminating the previous wave of great demons, he sensed he was on the brink of the fourth layer of the Emperor Realm. His breakthrough was imminent. After consulting with Ji Hongwen, they decided he would lead the charge, with the other quasi-emperors providing support against these 20+ great demons. This heavenly demon truly embodies righteousness. Jiang Wuque remarked with admiration. This breakthrough was truly his own, achieved without relying on the system. He could feel his Dantian meridians swelling unbearably. If he didn't break through now, his Dantian would burst. Jiang Wuque hesitated no longer, initiating the breakthrough immediately. Time was tight and the task weighty. Every ounce of strength gained meant an extra measure of assurance. Having absorbed an immense amount of demonic energy essence, Jiang Wuque could skip the most time-consuming step of breaking through, accumulating spiritual energy. The creation seed had already transformed all that primordial demonic energy into creation spirit Qi, and a portion of the remaining energy was still queued up, waiting to be converted. Closing his eyes and focusing his mind, Jiang Wuque launched a full-force assault on the fourth layer of the Emperor Realm barrier. The creation spirit energy within his Dantian provided an unceasing surge of power for his breakthrough. Under such favorable conditions, the formidable barrier of the fourth layer of the Emperor Realm crumbled like paper, easily breached with a single thrust. Meanwhile, Ji Hongwen was locked in a fierce battle with a group of quasi-emperors and great demons. He had already slain 5 great demons of the half-step Emperor Realm. Only when he truly engaged did he grasp the difficulty. Not only did he have to watch over his own allies, but he also had to constantly guard against the soul attacks of the great demons. At this moment, he couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Wuque's formidable strength. He was vastly more powerful than Ji Hongwen, who was only at the first layer of the Emperor Realm. Indeed, there were gaps even among emperors. Just as he was lost in thought, a staggering aura surged skyward. Endless black light coiled around Jiang Wuque, making him appear as if he were the true heavenly demon. Crack! 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 The surrounding void shattered under the shockwaves of this breakthrough, rippling all the way to the battlefield where Ji Hongwen and the great demons fought. Has he already broken through? Ji Hongwen stared blankly at Jiang Wuque. To achieve such a breakthrough in such a short time, wasn't that a kind of innate talent? As Ji Hongwen stood frozen, a whistling sound split the air beside him. A great demon had closed the distance, its hands transformed into tangible demonic light reflecting its blood-red, savage gaze. Even in death, to leave a wound upon a human emperor was an honor. Boom! A boundless shockwave surged like rolling waves, capturing everyone's attention. Senior Ji, losing focus during battle is not a good habit. Jiang Wuque's palm met the demon's fist. This fist, radiating demonic energy, was larger than Jiang Wuque's entire body. Yet, his palm held firm like a reef in a raging storm, halting the full-force strike of the 9th-tier demon in its tracks. He turned his head to address Ji Hongwen beside him. Ji Hongwen retorted irritably, "It's because your breakthrough made too much noise. Besides, he can't do me any harm anyway." True enough. With that, Jiang Wuque clenched his fist. A colossal palm, enveloped in the essence of creation, descended from the heavens, flattening the celestial demon into a paper-thin fragment. Tang Ji was devoured by that human cultivator? The great demons clearly witnessed the scattered source of demonic energy being directly absorbed into Jiang Wuque's body. This meant they could never be resurrected. Faced with this situation, the remaining great demons wavered. They weren't afraid of death itself, but they dreaded this kind of meaningless demise. Their orders were to consume two great emperors, but this terrifying being could absorb their power. He fought while draining them, like a glutton. This was an utterly impossible mission. Jiang Wuque turned his head, gazing at the remaining archfiends. He let out a soft snort, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet to the ninth-rank great demons, that faint snort sounded like the death knell. The moment the words left his lips, Jiang Wuque's figure vanished. "Where are you? You cowardly human, hiding your head and showing your tail." "Ah! No!" As Jiang Wuque struck, cries of agony echoed relentlessly. Within a quarter of an hour, not a single trace of the great demons remained on the battlefield. Time rewound to 15 minutes earlier, as two heavenly demons sped toward the battlefield. Suddenly, a colossal surge of energy shot skyward, even knocking the demonic pillars on the horizon askew. Someone has broken through. What's happening? How could someone break through? Huang Wu and Wu Hu exchanged glances, both seeing utter bewilderment on each other's faces. The aura of this breakthrough seemed tinged with a trace of demonic energy, yet it wasn't demonic. If it wasn't demonic, the only possibility was that a human cultivator had broken through. This was utterly absurd. Hadn't they dispatched ninth-rank great demons specifically to wear down the human cultivators? How could someone break through in the midst of battle? Was this right? "Woohoo, what should we do now?" Huang Wu asked anxiously, already sensing the rapidly diminishing aura of the great demons. That human cultivator who broke through was slaughtering the great demons. "Don't panic. Huang Wu, proceed according to the original plan." "But..." Wu Hu glared at Huang Wu coldly. "Are you afraid?" "No, I am not afraid. Warriors of the dead demon realm do not fear. I simply do not wish to hinder the great demon lord's progress. Do not forget what he told us when we descended upon this world." Wu Hu shook his head. "We cannot die. The demon crystals provide us with endless power. As long as we aren't instantly killed, we are invincible." After a moment of silence, Huang Wu sighed and said, "I hope reality truly matches your words. Rest assured. The intensity of battling 20 great demons far surpassed yesterday's demon horde. These great demons, hovering at the threshold of emperor-level power, possessed extraordinary might. Any near-emperor struck by their attacks faced certain death or severe injury. The patriarch of Panyun sect and the sect master of Shangxiao Gate have perished. Beyond that, 12 sustained minor injuries and 2 suffered severe wounds." "Very well. The severely injured quasi-emperors shall return by the same route. Those with minor injuries may rest and recuperate. The remainder shall advance with me." Just as Jiang Wuque finished issuing orders, a sudden change erupted at the horizon's edge. A colossal tide of demonic energy surged into view, as if the demonic qi within a 100-mile radius had begun churning and rolling. Within the swirling darkness, 2 pairs of blood-red eyes slowly materialized. Among the quasi-emperors, one man suffered severe soul damage merely from a single glance. Blood poured from his 7 orifices, his eyes rolled back, leaving him a soulless, flesh-and-bone puppet. Ji Hongwen roared in fury, "Don't look into their eyes. The heavenly demons have arrived." Chapter 68, 1 against 2. Why invade our domain? Boom! As the words fell, the demonic energy surging around the 2 heavenly demons erupted violently, as if the entire heavens and earth roared in fury. 2 colossal demonic figures loomed like war gods across the horizon, facing off against Jiang Wuque and his companions. "Your territory?" Jiang Wuque sneered with disdain. Clearly, they were nothing but prisoners suppressed here, yet they had the audacity to claim this as their domain? Wu Hu crossed his arms, his expression unreadable, and spoke softly. Just as everyone thought he was about to say something, a piercing shriek erupted from his mouth. The sheer power of the attack shattered the void along its path, blasting open a gaping hole stretching dozens of kilometers. Turbulent currents swept through, engulfing all the demonic energy in the vicinity. Faced with such a vast-scale assault, every quasi-emperor's face paled. It was clear none could withstand this attack. At that very moment, Jiang Wuque stepped forward, advancing before everyone. His bones and sinews resonated, his internal organs vibrated in unison, and a colossal surge of divine soul power erupted with a deep, ancient syllable. "Command!" The soul-capturing mantra collided violently in midair with Wu Hu's piercing demonic screech. The intangible, formless spiritual soul sound waves engaged in a fierce collision. Seizing this moment, all the quasi-emperors hastily retreated. This battle was far beyond their capabilities. Had Jiang Wuque not intervened, they would have perished under that attack. Now, creating distance and ensuring Jiang Wuque and Ji Hongwen remained focused was their best course of action. As Jiang Wuque fought Wu Hu with all his might, the hidden demonic thoughts of Huang Wu surged within the void. A demonic spear, condensed from boundless demonic energy, shot forth from his grasp. A piercing sonic boom heralded the ferocity of this strike. The spear shimmered like purple crystal. Though forged from chaotic, disordered demonic energy, once fully coalesced, it shed all savagery and disorder, sublimating into an attack of overwhelming power. The spear traced a brilliant purple arc across the sky, carrying the ultimate aura of death, hurtling straight toward Jiang Wuque. Emperor! Watch out! Everyone's hearts were in their throats. If Jiang Wuque lost this battle, they wouldn't survive. Ji Hongwen unleashed the full power of his Yang Yan Daozhong, sending a streak of blazing light hurtling toward the spear in an attempt to alter its trajectory. But the spear was too fast. Ji Hongwen's attack couldn't keep up. The force at the spearhead was compressed to its absolute limit. The slightest contact would unleash power akin to a tsunami. The death spear reached Jiang Wuque faster than the voices of the quasi-emperors could reach him. At the critical moment, an ancient, eerily beautiful straight blade instantly pierced the void, colliding with the spear with lightning speed. The collision between the spear and the swallowing heaven and devouring moon was far more violent than a clash of divine souls, instantly shattering the surrounding space. An imperial weapon of the ultimate path. Ji Hongwen's eyes widened in horrified shock. Imperial weapons were rare. Even a veteran emperor like him had never possessed one. Yet the weapon's appearance also brought him a measure of relief. Jiang Wuque's combat prowess had risen to a new level. Another troublesome weapon. Huang Wu seethed with fury, his crimson eyes growing ever more terrifying. Many of the heavenly demons had perished at the hands of such weapons in the past, which was why Huang Wu harbored such deep hatred for them. Clang! Mysterious thunder patterns flared violently, and crimson lightning instantly cleaved the great spear in two. Without slowing, the crimson-black thunderbolt hurtled straight toward Huang Wu, who hadn't managed to conceal himself again. The latter scrambled to evade the assault, refusing to meet it head-on. All of this unfolded within the span of 2 breaths. Such a colossal clash left every quasi-emperor utterly stunned. They had expected Jiang Wuque to be injured by the ambush, yet he was single-handedly holding his own against 2 opponents and even gaining the upper hand. Such combat prowess left not only them, but even Ji Hongwen far in the dust. Senior Ji, I'll handle that sneaky rat hiding in the shadows. I'll take care of one of them first. Hearing this, Huang Wu, still fleeing through the void, gritted his teeth in fury. Damned human! Once I drain every last drop of your spiritual energy, I'll tear you limb from limb. Wu Hu, however, remained calm. Since his demonic shrieking attack had failed, he would simply switch tactics and continue the fight. So it was brute force? In his prime, Wu Hu believed he could match anyone in this world. With a flick of his thoughts, the demon crystal fused into his body. A colossal surge of power instantly flooded his being, an exquisite sensation that intoxicated Wu Hu. A desolate, ancient power gradually awoke within him, the primordial essence of a true demon from hundreds of thousands of years ago. He looked down on Jiang Wuque with disdain, mockingly declaring, "Now, the second round begins." During this period, 2 major events unfolded. The first was the terrifying zombie demon crisis erupting in the Western Expedition, Wangmu, and 2 other major realms. This crisis claimed countless mortal lives, prompting enlightened individuals to immediately journey to these realms to eradicate the undead demons. The other major event was by Wenya, the patriarch of the Central Plains Halwan sect, breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. This event signaled the official dawn of a new era for the Huan sect. The Huan sect was formally elevated to an emperor-level power. On the day of the breakthrough, the entire White Jade City was enveloped in a solemn and austere silence. The sect's protective array, rarely activated under normal circumstances, operated at maximum capacity. Its sole purpose, to ensure Bai Wenya's breakthrough remained undisturbed. Within White Jade City, hundreds of brothels simultaneously closed their doors. Disciples and elders gathered together at the entrance of the sect master's hall. They stood there in silent vigil. Is it snowing? A few snowflakes drifted down from the sky, landing on the heads of the assembled courtesans. Snow at this time of year? The disciples were puzzled, but the elders' eyes gleamed with sharp insight. After a brief flurry, the air outside the hall suddenly grew stifling hot. The space seemed to transform into a giant steamer, swiftly melting and evaporating the snowflakes. The disciples found the heat unbearable, and some wearing thick robes found their clothes drenched in sweat. Just then, a massive vortex of spiritual energy abruptly appeared above the hall, instantly sweeping away all the surrounding spiritual energy. Quickly, replenish the sect master's spiritual energy. The elders swiftly ascended into the air, scattering precious spiritual elixirs into the vortex. This process lasted a full half-day, consuming enough elixir to sustain a top-tier sect for a decade. Within the hall, Bai Wenya's aura surged layer upon layer, finally reaching what seemed like an ultimate peak. The Yin-Yang Dao seed successfully condensed, and Bai Wenya formally ascended to become an emperor. A streak of light shot out from the hall in an instant, moving so fast that no one could discern its form. Its destination lay directly toward Spring Rain Tower. Moments later, a delicate, pink jade foot touched down upon the golden spire of Spring Rain Tower. Having ascended to emperorhood, Bai Wenya's beauty reached a new level, radiating an ethereal aura. Her beauty could no longer be described as merely captivating or enchanting. Had she existed in the mortal realm, she would undoubtedly have been a calamitous beauty destined to stir up strife. Meower. Master, Meower is here. Chen Meower stepped out of the darkness, still as elegant as ever, though the aura of a young girl had faded from her, replaced by the full-figured grace of a mature woman. Has he departed? A zombie demon crisis erupted in the Western realm. The young master has returned. Is that so? The peerlessly beautiful Meower furrowed her brows slightly, her spring-filled eyes now tinged with sorrow. I wanted to be the first to share my joy with him, but he's gone. Bai Wenya retrieved a piece of white silk from her spatial ring, its surface still dotted with irregular crimson plum blossoms. Her fingers traced the fabric lightly, memories drifting back to that night. Since you've taken my heart and my most precious possession, Wenya will cling to you for a lifetime, no matter how far apart we may be. Chapter 69, Letters and the Treasure Box. What are you laughing at, Meower? After Bai Wenya had spoken her vows of eternal devotion, Chen Meower couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle softly. It's not as serious as the sect master makes it sound, wanting to cling to him forever. Truth be told, he already has the sect master in his heart. Bai Wenya flickered in place, a trace of confusion flickering across her ethereal, enchanting face. Did he tell you something? Chen Meower playfully folded her arms behind her back, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Guess, sect master. Bai Wenya. If it were the previous sect master, he'd be punishing Meower by now. The moment the words left her lips, Chen Meower felt her scalp tingle under the gaze of her sect leader's eyes filled with longing and melancholy. It felt like the sect master was even more addicted than she was. Sorry, sect leader. I won't tease you anymore. Here's what the young master left for you. A letter with the subtle fragrance of ink and an exquisitely ornate treasure box. Bai Wenya ignored the treasure box, her gaze immediately fixated on the letter. Wenya, by the time you read this, you must have broken through to the great emperor realm. Congratulations. Reading the first line, an indescribable emotion surged through Bai Wenya's heart, a joy that had twisted and turned, finally reaching its peak. The earlier sorrow of not being able to share her joy immediately vanished like smoke. Young master. Bai Wenya's hands trembled slightly as she continued reading. After our meeting that day, I often noticed your brows furrowed, as if a heavy burden weighed upon your shoulders. It pained me deeply. I felt compelled to do something for you. I hope you understand that our connection was never a fleeting affair, a one-night union. I cannot know your past, but I can be part of your present. Therefore, I have left you a 9th grade pill formula, the soul coalescing, youth-preserving pill. This item not only nourishes beauty but also strengthens spiritual power and alleviates pressure. You may use it yourself or employ it in managing your sect. It should prove useful to you. In short, I only wish for your well-being. I long to see you again soon, to watch the morning dew and evening glow together. Jiang Wuque. Clatter, clatter. Crystal clear tears fell onto the envelope, startling the beauty reading the letter. She hastily pulled it away, afraid of dampening it further. When did I start crying? Bai Wenya murmured to herself. Then, tears streamed down like beads from a broken string. She couldn't recall the last time she'd shed tears. It had been so long she'd lost count. But today, she wept for a man. You bastard, you're such a bastard. She bit her crystal clear pink lips, feeling both sorrowful and blissful, her fingernails digging into flesh until they drew blood. All the grievances she had endured poured out onto this straightforward, unadorned letter. Jiang Wuque was utterly wicked. Every word he spoke pierced her heart, making her soul tremble. Why does he understand me so well? Why is he so gentle? Why is he so good to me? Right now, she wanted nothing more than to throw herself into that bad man's arms, pry open his mouth, and kiss him until he passed out. Then she'd fight him, devouring him completely. Master. Meower's eyes betrayed concern. Was this letter really that devastating? How had things come to this? As soon as the words left her lips, Chen Meower was swept into Bai Wenya's embrace. Her entire head was enveloped in the softest softness, and an intoxicating fragrance filled her nostrils. Meower, I'm going mad. I need to see him. I need to. Beneath the abyss. The battle raged on. Round 2? I don't think so. As he spoke, Jiang Wuque soared high into the air. Thunder coiled around the blade of his swallowing heaven and devouring moon sword, channeling vast quantities of primordial spiritual energy as he unleashed his most powerful strike yet. Creation cleaves the heavens. A blade light of extreme ferocity erupted from Jiang Wuque. Even Wu Hu's demonic shadow, stretching dozens of zhang, seemed utterly insignificant before such an assault. Wu Hu's pupils contracted sharply, not from shock at Jiang Wuque's strike, but from awe at the sheer spiritual energy channeled into it. Creation. Such a high-tier rule-level power had been comprehended by someone from a marginal, barren region. Now everything made sense. No wonder this human cultivator grew stronger with each battle, even achieving breakthroughs. He must have assimilated those primordial demonic energies. Damn it! The thought flashed through Wu Hu's mind. He cursed furiously as a ghostly demonic light erupted from his hands, summoning 3 massive ghost gates that rose from the ground. Hell's boundless realm. The heaven-splitting creation technique instantly struck these massive ghost gates. The first gate shattered without hesitation, disintegrating into countless strands of demonic energy. The second gate held slightly longer before also shattering. The third gate, weakened layer by layer, held firm for 3 breaths. Boom! Wu narrowly dodged the strike, yet his nerves remained jangled. Had his defenses, honed over countless years, truly been cleaved apart by a single stroke? But now was no time for reflection. When he turned back, he found Jiang Wuque had vanished. Look behind you! Swish! Jiang Wuque cleaved through Wu's right arm, taking half his head with it. But the heavenly fiend possessed no form or shape, no weaknesses. Even with half his body severed, it was not a fatal wound. Wu hurriedly backed away. Turning his head, he witnessed the most horrifying sight of his life. Jiang Wuque swiftly picked up the severed half-body from the ground, enveloping it in his creation spirit Qi to grind and erode it into a dense core of demonic energy. Then he simply popped it into his mouth and began crunching away. His demonic body was actually being consumed. This scene sent a chill down Wu's spine. He felt this man was even more savage than the heavenly demons. Since Wu's heavenly demon body had solidified into a tangible form, it couldn't be absorbed directly through his palms like demonic energy. Thus, Jiang Wuque stuffed it straight into his mouth. With that single bite, Jiang Wuque's eyes flashed with brilliance. This was far superior to any great demon. Not only was the quantity immense, but the quality of the power was terrifyingly high. Wu's body rapidly regenerated. Rolling demonic energy surged from his wounds, swiftly coalescing into form. With the aid of the demon crystal, he soon returned to full health. Though his body was restored, his spirit felt as though plunged into an ice cave. How could he fight like this? The original plan to drain his spiritual energy was now utterly impossible. 4/5. 4/5. What does 4/5 mean? Is he undergoing some sort of transformation? Wu's eyes flashed with ferocity. The arrow was on the string, he had no choice but to shoot. Having chosen battle, there was no room for retreat. Had he not been suppressed for so many long years, his power completely dissipated, how could he have ended up in such a state at the hands of a 4th-layer Emperor Realm cultivator? Damn it, why didn't they give me more time? Bitter resentment festered within Wu's heart, transforming entirely into seething fury directed at Jiang Wuque. Chapter 70, Transformation of the Dao Seed. As Wu's thoughts swirled, he saw Huangwu being held back by Ji Hongwen. He cursed under his breath, what a useless piece of trash. As a heavenly demon, being held back by a human emperor of the same tier was nothing short of disgraceful. Wu once again focused all his attention on Jiang Wuque, knowing his teammates were utterly useless. Given the situation, he could no longer afford to be stingy. His rich combat experience quickly made him realize his advantage. With the true demon crystal in hand, he no longer needed to worry about demonic energy depletion. Celestial demon illusory body true art. Wu roared, and 5 dense, pitch-black masses of demonic energy split from his body, instantly transforming into 5 demonic shadows radiating identical aura. Each shadow stood dozens of zhang tall, wielding different weapons in their hands. Each possessed the power of a heavenly demon. Is this an illusion, or is it real? Jiang Wuque's gaze grew intense, momentarily unable to discern the true nature of this technique. In the blink of an eye, the 5 demonic shadows attacked simultaneously. One shadow erupted with surging demonic energy, swiftly coalescing mid-air into a massive, oppressive seal. Like a mountain, it crashed down toward Jiang Wuque. Jiang Wuque was about to dodge when another demonic shadow erupted with a piercing demonic shriek, shattering layer upon layer of the void and shaking the soul to its core. With both attacks converging simultaneously, Jiang Wuque instantly made his decision. He would counter the demon sound screech with the soul-capturing mantra. But by then, it was too late to evade the heavenly demon seal descending from above. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled violently. The ground shattered, sending countless black sands skyward. Jiang Wuque took the full brunt of the strike. Cough! Blood trickled from the corner of Jiang Wuque's mouth, his form slightly disheveled, yet his gaze grew even more fierce. This is rather interesting. 5 demonic shadows spoke in unison. Human, stop talking tough. Just go quietly and die. Jiang Wuque ignored them, fixing his gaze on the closest demonic shadow. His blade raised, he channeled the essence of creation into its blade. Another creation-cleaving heaven strike erupted, its surging blade energy slicing through the void. In the blink of an eye, it reached the demonic shadow before him. Boom! 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 3 ghost gates instantly shot up from the ground, blocking the demonic shadow's path. Jiang Wuque's gaze shifted. It was the 3rd demonic shadow striking the very defensive technique Wu had just unleashed. So that's how it is. Each demonic shadow inherits some ability from its original form. As he pondered, the 5 demonic shadows launched another coordinated assault, this time augmented by a square-headed halberd and black flames that consumed everything around them. Jiang Wuque once again chose the soul-capturing mantra to counter the demonic screech, absorbing a full 3 attacks. He absolutely could not be struck by the demonic screech.
If his soul were shaken, he would likely be overwhelmed by wave after wave of concentrated attacks.
Half an arm was severed by the halberd, yet Jiang Wuque picked it up expressionlessly and pressed it against the wound. In less than 2 breaths, the wound had completely healed. The power of the creation spirit Qi was far more than just immense strength, it also endowed Jiang Wuque with extraordinary vitality. For the creation spirit Qi itself was a higher order force of law, evolved from the essence of life-giving spirit energy. Even creation has its limits. The 5 Wuhu spoke in unison, their voices dripping with cold indifference. Hearing this, Jiang Wuque let out a cold laugh, straightening his spine as a madness never before seen flickered in his eyes. His figure shot skyward in an instant. The swallowing heaven and devouring moon in his hand erupted with a grey radiance, then he hurled it forward, aiming directly at the Wuhu, emitting the demonic shrieks. As expected, 3 ghost gates erupted from the earth. Swallowing heaven and devouring moon charged ahead, effortlessly shattering the first 2 gates. Only the 3rd gate offered resistance. But Jiang Wuque, following close behind the swallowing heaven and devouring moon, had already flown up. The Buddha's realm in his palm erupted with blinding golden light, instantly shattering the final ghost gate. Mid-air, Jiang Wuque caught swallowing heaven, devouring moon. The chill in his gaze seemed capable of freezing Wuhu solid. The remaining 4 Wuhu reacted swiftly, unleashing 4 attacks in rapid succession. Boom! 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 But by then, Jiang Wuque had already seized the Wuhu that had emitted the demonic shrieks. Roar! Wuhu was slammed into the black sand sea by Jiang Wuque. Sand and dust erupted, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Yet the demonic shrieks shattered layer upon layer of void, sucking the dust back into spatial turbulence. Jiang Wuque, closest to the attack, bore the full brunt of it. The powerful soul assault left his mind blank. A deafening roar echoed through his brain as blood gushed from his 7 orifices, as if he had severed all ties with this world. The pitch-black thunder of swallowing heaven and devouring moon instantly engulfed Wuhu, pinned to the ground, dragging Jiang Wuque into the terrifying, dense thunderous plasma as well. It was a tactic that wounded the enemy 1,000-fold while inflicting 800 wounds upon himself, but to eliminate this greatest threat, Jiang Wuque had no choice but to act thus. Ah! Wuhu screamed in agony as the thunder struck him. Just as he prepared to unleash another attack, Jiang Wuque regained his senses. Scum! Jiang Wuque's fist, wrapped in tangible, formative power, resonated with every bone and tendon in his body as it slammed viciously into Wuhu's face. The demonic shrieking sound he was about to unleash was abruptly cut off. With each punch he threw, the surrounding ground trembled violently, the earth's crust cracking layer by layer. One could only imagine the immense force behind this strike. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Even as the remaining 4 Wuhu unleashed relentless attacks, Jiang Wuque's fists never ceased. Soon, the dust cleared, revealing Jiang Wuque standing in the center of the battlefield. Not a single inch of his flesh remained intact, yet his eyes burned with an unnerving intensity. Snap! Crackle! The bone-chilling sound echoed repeatedly. Under the terrified stares of the remaining 4 Wuhu, the one pinned beneath Jiang Wuque was swallowed alive. Moments later, Jiang Wuque steadied himself against swallowing heaven devouring moon, still spewing wisps of demonic energy from his mouth. His eyes had transformed into the same blood-red hue as the heavenly demons. The remaining 4 Wuhu had all suffered severe injuries, meaning 1/5 of his demonic power source had vanished completely. Next up was that scum who released the turtle shell. Jiang Wuque strode forward relentlessly, his speed accelerating with each step. With every stride, his wounds healed further. By the time he reached the Wuhu who had unleashed the Ghost Gate, all his injuries were fully healed. Jiang Wuque repeated the same method, shattering the turtle shell, pinning the clone beneath him, beating it to death, then condensing it into a mass to consume. Each step embodied the pinnacle of brutal aesthetics. Under this utterly reckless assault, the Wuhu's numbers rapidly dwindled. With only 2 remaining, one Wuhu could no longer endure and flew directly toward Huangwu. Even if he possessed genuine demon crystals, replenishing his magical essence would still require time he no longer had to match Jiang Wuque's consumption. After dispatching the penultimate Wuhu, Jiang Wuque stood panting in place, the crimson in his eyes slowly fading. He made no move to pursue the last one. After digesting the one before him, his Dao seed finally began its transformation. The Dao seed of creation was about to ascend to the Dao path of creation. Chapter 71, the second prince of the Kanglin immortal dynasty. In an instant, earth-shattering changes erupted within Jiang Wuque's body. The Dao of creation's spiritual energy was continuously purified, the previously modeled energy completely transformed. He could now absorb the Dao of creation's spiritual energy directly from the void, no longer needing the Dao seed's conversion. Jiang Wuque's endurance and the destructive power of each technique surged to unimaginable heights. Before long, Jiang Wuque opened his eyes. Wuhu had already approached Huangwu. Let's go. We shouldn't engage in prolonged combat with him. Wuhu's demonic body felt a wave of exhaustion, a state of collapse caused by depleting too much of his demonic energy source. Ji Hongwen, locked in combat with Huangwu, grew fiercer with every passing moment, showing no sign of stopping. Huangwu's eyes had long since turned bloodshot. He paid no heed to Wuhu's pleas. Leave? Leave? Not until I've killed these 2 human cultivators. I'm going nowhere. You fool! Wu Hu was furious yet helpless. He could see that Huang Wu had activated some form of demonic cultivation technique, abandoning reason in exchange for greater combat power. Meanwhile, the seasoned human opponent fought while retreating, keeping Huang Wu spinning in circles. Seeing Jiang Wuque approaching, Wu Hu had no choice but to abandon Huang Wu for the moment. Huang Wu spotted Jiang Wuque approaching and charged forward with a howl. Burning with unchecked rage, Jiang Wuque's arrival was perfect timing. Damned human! Die! Jiang Wuque advanced with his blade raised, cleaving the demon in two with a single strike of creation cleaving heaven. Then, with a grasp through the air, he channeled colossal creation energy, swiftly twisting the demon's still warm corpse into a twisted mass. This time, it truly couldn't be any more dead. Young Jiang, you're truly formidable. I spent ages trying to escape without inflicting any damage, yet you disposed of it with a single strike. Ji Hongwen marveled from the sidelines. Let's quickly deal with the remaining one. Demon's Lair. Wu Hu's demonic form was growing unstable, a sign of severe injury among demons, but he had no time to spare for such concerns. He knew that Huang Wu was dead, and escape was impossible. That human cultivator would find this place soon. Wu Hu channeled pure demonic energy into the demonic source beacon. Then, a distant, ancient aura washed over him. Wu Hu! Hearing the voice, Wu Hu immediately knelt on one knee. True Demon Lord. What business brings you to me? We require but 2 years to reach your realm. Wu Hu's face twisted into a bitter smile. I know, True Demon Lord. I am dying. 2 human cultivators have attacked our doorstep. This is their aura. I implore you, Lord, to avenge us. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, followed by a roar of fury. Even with a demon crystal in hand, it still wasn't enough? I was too hasty. I erected the demonic source beacon before fully restoring my power, drawing their attention. Wu Hu's voice carried a bitter tone. I entrust my vengeance to you, uncle. I understand. The clan will remember the glory of your death in battle. Whoosh! The true demon's words had barely faded when a straight blade shot out of the void, piercing through Wu Hu's demonic form and pinning him to the cliff wall of this demonic lair. Without hesitation, Wu Hu, despite his grievous wounds, immediately reached for the demon crystal, intending to detonate it. But Jiang Wuque would never let him succeed. Swallowing heaven, devouring moon unleashed a black-red thunderbolt, interrupting Wu Hu's action. In the next instant, his head was severed cleanly, and the demon crystal fell into Jiang Wuque's grasp. So that's how it is. Jiang Wuque turned his gaze to the colossal demonic source beacon, his mind now clear. He had overheard every word of their earlier exchange. This artifact was likely what had destabilized the Heavenly Abyss's demon sealing array. Human, I remember your scent. In 2 years' time, you shall meet your end. Boom! With a single slash, the colossal beacon was utterly destroyed in the blade's radiance. Jiang Wuque had no patience for others trying to threaten him. At his current rate of cultivation advancement, who would meet their end 2 years hence was anyone's guess. Of course, this battle served as a wake-up call for Jiang Wuque. A demon 2 tiers below him had managed to hold his own in combat, while his lack of combat experience played a role relying solely on brute force to overwhelm opponents. Now Jiang Wuque understood his shortcomings, but he had no intention of changing. With matters settled here, he planned to seclude himself for 2 or 3 months, first elevating his strength to the 7th or 8th layer of the Great Emperor realm. Jiang Wuque possessed genuine confidence in this. After all, it had taken him less than a month to ascend from awakening to the 4th layer of Great Emperor. Reaching the 7th or 8th layer surely wouldn't be difficult. He would adhere to his principle of overwhelming opponents with sheer force to the very end. Though Jiang Wuque remained composed, Ji Hongwen was thrown into a panic. Young Jiang, did you hear what he just said? I heard. A true demon is about to descend upon our world. Seeing the utter calm on Jiang Wuque's face, Ji Hongwen felt like he'd punched a pillow. At this point, how could he not understand? This is a true demon. It seems different from the heavenly demons. Could it be equivalent to our peak emperor level powerhouses? Jiang Wuque shot him a glance. How naive this old man was. Based on the memories I've uncovered within those demonic souls, true demons exist beyond the realm of great emperors. Above the great emperor? Ji Hongwen froze in shock. What kind of existence lay beyond the great emperor realm? He was merely a lowly great emperor of the 1st tier. How could he possibly handle something of such immense power? Then what should we do? Jiang Wuque shrugged his shoulders. I don't know either. Let's go. We should leave this place. Ji Hongwen sighed and hurried after Jiang Wuque. He resolved to research the matter thoroughly upon returning, hoping to find a solution. Jiang Wuque located a group of quasi-emperors hiding in a concealed spot and led them back to the demon-sealing great array. Ah, you're back? Ji Longyue's voice brimmed with delight as she hurried over. How are you, Jiang Wuque? You're not hurt, are you? I'm fine, but your ancestor seems to have sustained a minor injury. Only then did Ji Longyue glance at Ji Hongwen behind Jiang Wuque. She saw him staring straight at her, his face darkening. Hearing this, Ji Longyue scurried over to Ji Hongwen's side. Ancestor, are you all right? Of course I'm not fine. You nearly drove me to my grave. Never mind that for now. The second prince has come to support me.
Ji Longyue didn't need to say more. Jiang Wuque had already noticed the figure seated in the corner.
And the other party was staring straight at him. Jiang Wuque, long time no see.
Noticing the tension between them, Ji Longyue frowned, about to speak, but was pulled back by Ji Hongwen.
Kanglan Immortal Dynasty?
The man clad in black robes nodded.
I am the second prince of the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty.
Longyue knows me, no need for such caution. I must thank you for resolving the corpse demon crisis this time.
No need for thanks.
The man shrugged it off with a dismissive smile before stepping closer to Jiang Wuque. He slapped him on the shoulder and said, from now on, stay out of anything concerning the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty.
Don't forget the sacred land of Yaoqi behind you.
His tone carried a heavy threat, yet his expression remained unchanged.
The demon sealing mountains, the lake island, I'm watching you. Chapter 72, A Woman's Warning Shot. So that prying gaze came from you. Jiang Wuque understood. Back in the demon sealing mountains, Hua Zimei had mentioned eyes watching them, and now he knew whose. The second prince waved his hand dismissively. Don't look at me like that.
When a great emperor suddenly appears, the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty naturally has to investigate. By the way, since you've descended into the abyss, you must have learned certain things. Remember not to spread rumors carelessly.
With that, the second prince let out a cold laugh. If I catch wind of any rumors, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Consequences at your own risk? Jiang Wuque remarked with interest. The second prince offered no reply. After glancing at Jiang Wuque, he turned and walked away. Jiang Wuque, could it be that you two have some kind of conflict? Seeing the second prince depart, Ji Longyue hurried over to ask. Nothing.
Oh, and congratulations, you're free now.
Freedom? Ji Longyue's small face was filled with confusion, unable to grasp Jiang Wuque's meaning. Jiang Wuque shook his head. Your ancestor knows. Let him explain it to you. I'll be heading back now.
At that moment, the sacred land of Yaoqi welcomed a special guest. Her arrival had sent ripples of tension throughout the entire sacred grounds.
None other than the newly crowned Empress Baiwenya, whose influence was rapidly expanding. In a side chamber of the 10,000 Splendors Hall, Lu Yanran pulled Luo Zian aside and asked in confusion, what on earth is going on?
Why is she here?
Luo Zian was equally perplexed.
She claims to have come to the Western Realm to help eradicate the corpse demons.
She shouldn't have ill intentions, right? Lu Yanran frowned deeply. This can't be right. Our ancestor just killed 3 elders of the Union sect last time. Could she be here seeking revenge? Luo Zian pondered, it's not impossible. Could she be waiting for our patriarch?
After all, she just asked about his whereabouts, though I didn't tell her.
Hearing this, Lu Yanan felt a wave of panic wash over her.
It wasn't surprising after all, this was an emperor-level being, a realm she dared not even dream of reaching. No matter how powerful the patriarch was, it was unlikely she could surpass an emperor.
Compared to Lu Yanan's panic, Luo Zian remained much calmer. She knew the ancestor's true capabilities.
When she had previously deduced the existence of a 10th grade emperor-level cultivation technique, she had already formed certain suspicions. She simply hadn't shared this suspicion with the others. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. All we need to do is entertain this guest properly. We'll resolve matters once the ancestor returns.
Lu Yanran sighed helplessly.
At this point, it seems we have no other choice. Within the Manhwa Hall, Baiwenya reclined lazily on a bed specially prepared for her in the sacred grounds of the Yaoqi pool. Her devilishly curvaceous figure was fully exposed.
Meower, what did they say?
Reporting to the sect leader, they are unaware of your purpose here, but they have 2 theories. 1, you came seeking revenge. 2, you came looking for the young master.
That's not what I asked you to find out. What I want to know is whether any of our enemies are here?
Chen Miaoyi pondered for a moment before replying, there are 3 highly suspicious targets.
Tell me. The first is Luo Zian, the sect leader of the sacred land of Yaoqi.
The moment I mentioned the young master, she became highly alert and her eyes changed.
There's a 30% chance. The second is the third elder, Hong Wanfeng.
She doesn't hide it deeply, but her heartbeat quickens whenever I mention the young master. The third is the holy maiden of the sacred pool, Lu Yanan. She's the most obvious. A trace of worry appeared between Baiwenya's brows.
3? How does this villain have so many beautiful women devoted to him? I was hoping to be the main one. Given the sect leader's cultivation, he's definitely the biggest threat.
Baiwenya turned to look at Chen Mier, who had been lowering her legs for her. Since that last time she'd been, well, nourished, the girl's figure had grown fuller, and her demeanor increasingly resembled that of a mature young woman.
Why aren't you worried, Mia-er?
A flicker of embarrassment crossed Chen Mier's face at the question. My slave mark remains with the young master.
We are forever bound.
No matter who becomes dominant or submissive, I will always hold a place in his heart.
You sly little thing, so this is your scheme.
Chen Miaowei covered her mouth and giggled softly.
How else could I snatch the master's prize from his jaws without such little tricks? You're now as beautiful as a heavenly maiden. I bet even the young master wouldn't recognize you when he sees you.
Bai Wenye touched her own smooth, fair cheek, a flicker of anticipation lighting her eyes.
Indeed, when the young master returns, will he be astonished?
Her beauty was already that of a femme fatale, and with her alluring figure, who knows how many men's hearts she has captured. Now that she had broken through to the great emperor realm, she had grown even more beautiful. Her figure had reached the perfect golden ratio, not an ounce more, not an ounce less, truly flawless.
Their playful banter went unnoticed outside.
Bai Wenye casually cast a confusion array, making it appear to outsiders that she was seated in meditation. Tap tap tap. Luo Xian entered the 10,000 Splendors Hall with the Crimson Phoenix and a group of elders.
Your Imperial Majesty, forgive our inadequate hospitality.
Our sect possesses a unique feature called the Golden Thread Pool, renowned for its beautifying properties and ability to accelerate cultivation.
Might your Imperial Majesty be interested?
Bai Wenye opened her eyes, radiating grace and poise.
She replied with dignified composure, "Then I thank sect leader Luo for your kind offer."
Your Majesty jests.
There's no need for thanks. Please.
Bai Wenye nodded, then drew back the gauze curtain and gracefully descended from the bed.
Upon seeing the Empress, whose fame was at its zenith, Luo Xian couldn't help but widen her eyes.
She was breathtakingly beautiful, beyond words. Clad in a delicate moon-white gauze gown that accentuated her graceful figure, her shoulders slightly exposed and her jade-like neck radiantly fair, she exuded both boldness and a hint of innocence. Her aura was both ethereal and alluring, captivating even another woman like herself.
Luo Xian felt her throat go dry, unable to meet those eyes brimming with alluring charm. Seeing Luo Xian's reaction, Bai Wenye felt a surge of satisfaction. Then, as if deliberately, she glided toward Luo Xian with graceful steps before accidentally brushing against her.
The latter parted her crystal-clear lips slightly, her expression one of stunned disbelief. Luo Xian quickly turned her head to look. The other woman's shoulder was at least a hand's width away, yet Bai Wenye had touched her.
Feeling that astonishing softness, Luo Xian was utterly shocked.
As a woman herself, she knew exactly what scale this represented. It could rival Hanluanfeng's.
Let's go, sect leader Luo. I've no time left to experience the wonders of the sacred pool.
Bai Wenye's little maneuver had been observed the entire time by Chen Mior. She stole a sly smile before transmitting her voice to her own sect leader. Your Majesty's welcome is truly formidable. No wonder you're the woman I admire most.
Soon, Bai Wenye replied, "Humph, that's nothing yet.
I hear the golden thread Yaoqi requires shedding one's garments. That's when the real show begins."
Chapter 73, Why are you wearing the ancestor's clothes?
So this is the golden thread pool. Bai Wenye lifted her head to admire the magnificent domed structure.
Indeed, Emperor. This was personally constructed by our sect's ancestor.
It draws spiritual energy from multiple high-grade spiritual veins, and the pool water is condensed using unique formulas incorporating various spiritual fruits and herbs.
Luo Xian's face glowed with pride as she explained.
Though the sacred pool sanctuary had yet to produce a quasi-emperor cultivator, such top-tier cultivation resources were rare even among major powers.
The founder you mentioned, was his surname Jian? Luo Xian and Nangong Waner exchanged a glance, unsure of the emperor's intentions, but she could only answer truthfully. Yes, our ancestor's surname is Jiang.
Young master truly has refined taste, establishing such a marvelous realm for your disciples to cultivate in, Bai Wenye said, her eyes brimming with admiration. Yet her words revealed a great deal.
Hearing the intimate tone, Luo Xian and the others couldn't help but frown. Young master? Could she be referring to our patriarch? What's her relationship with the patriarch? Why is she addressing him so familiarly? But these questions were impossible to probe.
They could only temporarily suppress the doubts in their hearts. Entering the golden thread pool, they surveyed the space divided into 3 tiers, each with separate compartments.
Bai Wenye glided in with graceful steps and asked Luo Xian, "Does your patriarch have a private cultivation compartment?" Luo Xian froze, unsure why she was asking this. "Well, yes, he does. But our patriarch dislikes others entering his compartment. We hope the emperor will forgive us."
"Master, she's lying." Chen Mier, who had been observing Luo Xian, reached her conclusion and immediately transmitted her thoughts to Bai Wenye.
Upon receiving the message, Bai Wenye's lips curved upward.
So this little brat had been deceiving her. Well, that only made her more determined to go. The more he refused, the more excited she became.
"It's nothing, I just wanted to take a look. I won't do anything. Master Luo shouldn't refuse me, right?"
Having said that, Bai Wenye fixed her gaze directly on Luo Xian's eyes. Those eyes, full of alluring charm, drew one in irresistibly, causing even Luo Xian herself to feel a momentary flicker of unease. Your Imperial Majesty, this isn't a matter of refusal or acceptance.
It's. But what? As she spoke, Bai Wenye drew closer to Luo Xian.
A wave of sweet gardenia fragrance washed over her, causing Luo Xian, already hesitant, to feel as if her mind had frozen. She quickly turned her head away, but Bai Wenye had no intention of letting her escape. She gently cupped Luo Xian's chin, turning her beautiful face back toward her. Why would she do this? But it smells so good. Staring at the divine features mere inches away, Luo Xian felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. Yet she quickly regained her composure.
What are you doing?
Luo Xian, she's a woman, and you're a woman too, you can't let her lead you around by the nose. Luo Xian pinched her thigh hard, using the pain to snap herself back to reality.
Since the emperor has spoken, I suppose we shall take a look. Very well.
Bai Wenya chuckled softly, withdrawing her hand. What she wanted wasn't merely to observe, but to experience, to soak thoroughly in the Yaoqi pool Jiang Wuque had used. After all, it held the young master's essence. Jiang Wuque's private compartment occupied the highest level of space specially reserved for him by Hong Luanfeng during the palace's construction. The space was vast, comparable to a medium-sized swimming pool. Misty spiritual energy permeated the air, and a small, ornate fountain stood at its center.
Not bad, not bad. Bai Wenya praised. With that, before the assembled crowd, Bai Wenya's silk robe fell to the floor. In the blink of an eye, she was draped in a white bath towel. A long, flawless leg slowly dipped into the water, followed by her abdomen, neck, until Bai Wenya was fully submerged.
This. Luo Xian looked utterly flustered, but dared not speak up due to the others' overwhelming power. She could only sigh and lead the others out. They now confirmed Bai Wenya harbored no ill will. She had come solely to find Jiang Wuque. The reasons behind it remained unclear. Lu Yanin stood behind the elders, her expression calm, yet her fists clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white. Even she never enjoyed the ancestor's private quarters, yet this woman who appeared out of nowhere. Faced with this capricious great emperor, Luo Xian and the others could do nothing but let her have her way.
Ah, well. We'll just have to wait for the emperor. About an hour later. The sound of splashing water echoed from within the compartment, followed by the rustling of clothes being put on. Before long, Bai Wenya emerged from Jiang Wuque's private compartment. This golden thread pool truly lived up to its reputation. Soaking in it had been utterly blissful. But when Bai Wenya emerged, everyone froze in shock, even Chen Mier. She never imagined her sect leader would be so daring she'd even put on the young master's clothes.
Indeed, Bai Wenya wore a jet-black python-patterned robe, the very garment Jiang Wuque had once worn.
My apologies, sect leader Luo. I didn't bring any extra clothes, so I had to borrow the inner garments for now. It should be fine, right? Hearing this, Luo Xian forced a smile. If the emperor has any needs, I can lend you some clothes to wear. No need. This outfit fits quite well. Most importantly, I adore the scent lingering on it. It gives me a profound sense of peace. It must be said that Bai Wenya, clad in this robe, exuded an aura of heroic vigor. Just as Bai Wenya was about to show off to Miaoer, she seemed to sense a presence. Her face lit up with delight. Forgetting all about showing off, she spun around and vanished from the golden thread pool, leaving behind a perplexed crowd. The young master has returned. Chen Mier's lips curved into a smile. The only one who could stir such excitement in their sect leader was likely Jiang Wuque. You mean, the patriarch has returned? Luo Xian asked incredulously. Chen Mier nodded. This news left Luo Xian and the others unable to sit still. They hurriedly exited the golden thread pool and flew toward the 10,000 Splendors Hall. Meanwhile, Jiang Wuque remained puzzled. Strange, not a soul in sight. Xian's gone, and Wanner's gone too. Young master. Hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Wuque had just turned around when a dark figure collided into his arms. Wenya? What brings you here? Looking up at him again, Bai Wenya lost all playful thoughts upon seeing the one she longed for. Her eyes turned red, revealing her true, tender nature. Young master, Wenya truly missed you. I missed you too. How much? Just really, really much. Bai Wenya clearly wasn't satisfied with this answer. She playfully pounded Jiang Wuque's chest. You're such a rascal. This scene happened to be witnessed by Luo Xian and her group, who had just entered the hall. Chapter 74, Bai Wenya's Plan. How Lu Yanin wished everything she saw was a lie. An indelible wave of sorrow surged within her heart. She wanted to flee this place, unwilling to witness this scene, yet feared her sudden movement would embarrass the ancestor. It's okay, Lu Yanin. It's okay. She bit down hard on her tongue, trying to distract herself with the pain. Until Jiang Wuque spoke his first words, his tone not accusatory but rather indulgent. Everyone's watching. Xinya, get up quickly. But Bai Wenya refused to budge from Jiang Wuque's embrace. Such hard-won happiness couldn't be relinquished so easily. No way. After so long apart, you owe me. Jiang Wuque smiled helplessly and addressed Luo Xian and the others, sorry for the spectacle. This is Bai Wenya, the sect leader of the Union sect, my Dao companion whom I met in Central Plains. The moment the words Dao companion left his lips, Bai Wenya felt as if honey had melted in her heart. It was so sweet. Her talent for choosing men was truly remarkable. She'd found such a perfect match on her very first try. The news came as such a shock that the others couldn't accept it. Especially Luo Xian, Hong Luanfeng, and Lu Yanin. Thump! Thump! Upon hearing the news, Luo Xian turned her gaze back to that woman. Her eyes widened in shock, her heart pounding uncontrollably, this time from rage and heartbreak. She even cursed herself inwardly. Why had she been so soft and subdued before, suppressing her feelings and daring not to express them, only to let someone else reap the rewards? Of course, every single one of these emotions was caught in by Wenya's gaze. Her arms locked around Jiang Wuque's neck, yet she kept one eye open, observing the varied expressions on everyone's faces. Especially that sophisticated, elegant woman Luo Xian. Her expression was utterly delightful, eyes brimming with fury directed at Bai Wenyu, yet tinged with helpless regret. Master, please stop teasing them. If the young master finds out, he'll be furious. Chen Mier's timely voice snapped Bai Wenya back to reality. Miaoer is right. We absolutely cannot put young master in a difficult position. After all, I'm not some wicked woman. Bai Wenya thought to herself. She had long since devised a plan. As the sect master of the Union sect, she couldn't remain at the sacred grounds of the Jade Pool indefinitely. Certain matters had to be handled openly. She couldn't let them secretly gang up on her. That would only trap her in a passive position. Congratulations, ancestor. Congratulations, ancestor. Luo Xian forced herself to speak, unwilling to dampen Jiang Wuque's enthusiasm. She could only offer insincere congratulations. The pain of watching others reap the fruits of her victory was unbearable. Compared to Luo Xian, Lu Yanen's reaction was far more intense. As a young person, she couldn't suppress all her emotions like a seasoned veteran. If she tried to do that, she truly would explode. She quickly lowered her head, hiding her dark expression. As Luo Xian led the elders in congratulations, Lu Yanen felt her stomach churn. She simply couldn't bear it. Bai Wenya's flawlessly beautiful face twisted and distorted in her eyes, especially that feigned, delicate pose as she lay in the ancestor's embrace. It filled her with both fury and an overwhelming envy. Why couldn't it be me? Why this outsider, this wild woman? It's utterly disgusting. But even if it disgusted her, what could she do? She was powerless to stop any of this. Her cultivation was too low. She couldn't even defeat Bai Wenya, the newly crowned empress, let alone the subordinate standing beside her. Her fists clenched tighter and tighter, but in the end, she could only release them helplessly. Is this all you can manage? Lu Yanen, you truly are a pathetic woman. Ancestor, Lure loved you so deeply, yet. Clack. Lost in thought, a delicate white hand suddenly rested on Lu Yanen's shoulder. Lu Yanen turned in surprise to find it was the subordinate of that woman. Her gaze was intense as she stared at Lu Yanen. Before she could process it, Chen Miaoer's telepathic voice echoed directly within Lu Yanran's mind. You're angry, aren't you? Lu Yanen forced a smile. What are you talking about, Minister Chen? I don't quite understand. Chen Miaoer's voice continued, no need to hide it from me or pretend to be calm. My eyes can see right through you. You're suffering, blaming yourself, furious that my clan leader stole the one you cherished most. Am I right? So what if I am? Lu Yanen murmured with her head bowed, her face frozen in icy silence. Already consumed by agony, she hadn't expected this woman to come and twist the knife in her heart. Don't be angry. Would you like to join us as sisters? At these words, Lu Yanen froze in place. What did becoming sisters mean? But Chen Mier had no intention of explaining further to Lu Yanen. Instead, she whispered to Bai Wenya, Master, we can begin. Upon receiving the message, Bai Wenya's lips curved into a faint smile. Young master, now that I have ascended to the throne, may I ask you a few questions? Jiang Wuque understood the subtext. She essentially wanted him to dismiss everyone. He had intended to give Luo Xian some instructions, but since Bai Wenya had spoken, he could hardly refuse. You may depart first. Wenya and I need to discuss matters privately. Upon hearing this, the others could only take their leave from the manhwa hall. Once everyone had dispersed, Bai Wenya finally emerged. Seeing her state, Jiang Wuque couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you wearing my clothes? I didn't bring any spare clothes, so I just put on the young master's. With that, Bai Wenya turned her head and loosened the tight collar. Then, a mischievous glint flashed in her eyes as she asked, Do you like it, young master? Jiang Wuque felt a twinge of embarrassment, like a child caught doing something naughty. He could only clear his throat twice in response to her slyness. It looks quite nice. Good. As if hearing the answer she'd hoped for, Bai Wenya's tense mood relaxed. Truthfully, she wasn't as composed as she'd imagined. Before arriving, she hadn't known how Jiang Wuque would introduce her. When she heard the word companion, beyond the sweetness, she felt even more deeply moved. You've become even more beautiful since breaking through to emperor level. Jiang Wuque stroked Bai Wenya's head as if petting a kitten. That's good. Will you always be kind to me, young master? I misspoke. Bai Wenya, ? You don't have to call me young master anymore. You can call me husband instead. Husband. Bai Wenya's eyes lit up. Though Jiang Wuque hadn't answered her previous question, that vague promise of a future held far less substance than this new title. Bai Wenya took a deep breath, forcing down her surging excitement. She spoke cautiously, Band, where were you earlier? I didn't see you while I was clearing the corpse demons over here. Jiang Wuque shook his head. I was merely handling some matters over at the abyss. Heavens. So that's how it was. Without Jiang Wuque needing to say more, Bai Wenyu knew he must have been through a fierce battle. Husband, please rest first. I wish to stay here for a few days. Is that alright? Seeing the hopeful look in Bai Wenya's eyes, how could Jiang Wuque possibly refuse? Alright, no problem. Stay as long as you wish. With his permission secured, Bai Wenya felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed her plan could finally be put into motion. Chapter 75, The main consort interrogates the secondary consort. Watching Bai Wenya's figure gradually recede into the distance, Jiang Wuque narrowed his eyes. I can't shake the feeling, she's hiding something from me? This wasn't Jiang Wuque overthinking, it was a reasonable assumption based on facts. He knew how clingy Bai Wenya had been that day at the Huan sect. Now she just hugged him and left? And what about the promised questions? Nothing came of that either. Should I follow her and see? Once the thought took root, it proved impossible to suppress. Curiosity gradually gained the upper hand. Stepping out of the main hall, Bai Wenya immediately sought out Miao. How are the preparations coming along? Rest assured, master. Everything is ready. What about the young master? No need to worry. Young master has just been in battle and needs proper rest. This is the perfect opportunity to execute our plan. 1 hour later, at the White Goose Pavilion in the sacred land of the Jade Pool. The small pavilion by the lake of the sacred ground of the Jade Pool offered beautiful scenery and was usually quite tranquil, perfect for a conversation. Before long, 3 figures arrived one after another. Master? Lure? Master? 3 strikingly beautiful figures, each uniquely captivating, stared at one another in disbelief, utterly unprepared to encounter each other in this place. Clan leader, what brings you here? Hong Wanfeng felt both uneasy and puzzled. She desperately wanted to turn tail and flee right then, but feared giving herself away. Thus, she steeled herself to speak with Luo Xian. Ah, well. I just finished handling some matters and decided to take a look around. Lu Yanran remained silent. After exchanging a few words with Luo Xian, Hong Wanfeng seemed unable to keep up the pretense any longer. She lowered her head and fell silent. A sense of foreboding had already begun to take root in their hearts. The 3 gathered together, each as if they had received some kind of message. Yet none dared reveal the nature of this message. My apologies, sect leader, master. Lure is unwell. I must take my leave. Unable to bear the current atmosphere, Lu Yanan paused in silence before rising to leave. Yet this proved no simple task. The moment she rose from her seat, a hand settled on her shoulder. Don't rush off, Lu Yanan. The most important matter hasn't been discussed yet. Just by the voice, Lu Yanan knew who it was. Lord Chen, I don't see what else there is to discuss. Earlier, it was clear that only I was speaking. Why bring my master and the sect leader into this? Therefore, I must excuse myself. Lu Yanan bowed slightly and prepared to leave. But Chen Mier was not about to let her go. Hold on a moment. Don't you want to know how our sect leader achieved it? At those words, Lu Yanan halted in her tracks. Even with her mind in turmoil, the mention of the ancestral patriarch stirred an unavoidable desire to learn the whole truth. The sect leader will be here shortly. She will resolve all your doubts. Please be patient, okay? As if to validate Chen Mier's words, Bai Wenyu's voice suddenly echoed through the air. My apologies, everyone. I hope I'm not late. In a flash before their eyes, she was already reclining in the pavilion. Seeing her appear, Hong Wanfeng's unease deepened. All she had received from Chen Mier was, concerning Jiang Wuque, come to the White Goose Pavilion to discuss. But now, everything was turning into utter chaos. She dared not look at Bai Wenya anymore. The patriarch had already acknowledged Bai Wenya as her Dao companion in front of everyone. It felt like being caught in the act of secretly pining for her husband in front of his lawful wife. It was utterly absurd. This feeling of utter chaos was unbearable. She was already beginning to regret coming here. She could have easily ignored Chen Mier's invitation, yet she'd foolishly allowed herself to be lured in. Ever since Lu Yanran exposed her feelings that day, she'd been restless, unable to clarify her true thoughts. Was it affection or aversion? Should she reveal her feelings or conceal them at all costs? She was a woman whose temperament burned like fire, yet why did she hesitate so much when it came to matters of the heart? This question, she herself did not understand. But Bai Wenya knew nothing of Hong Wanfeng's inner turmoil. Her task was to cut through the confusion swiftly and execute her plan without delay. Since you're all here, I assume you've already formed your suspicions. Therefore, I won't waste words. All 3 of you love Jiang Wuque, correct? The words hung heavy in the air, plunging the room into an eerie silence. Hong Wanfeng's eyes widened. The very thing she feared most had happened. A chill crept into her heart. Her first instinct was to deny it, but the words stuck in her throat, refusing to come out. Luo Xian's expression mirrored hers, a look never before seen on the face of this elegant, intelligent woman. First came shock, followed swiftly by panic and denial. Of the 3, Lu Yanran remained the most composed. She had long since confronted her own feelings. Her earlier desire to leave had merely been to shield Luo Xian from the truth. Luo Xian forced a smile. Your Holiness, you must be joking. We don't understand what you're saying. And this joke isn't funny. Even if you are the patriarch's consort, you shouldn't make such jokes.
Bai Wenya's lips curved upward, her face radiating the composed confidence of a primary consort suppressing a secondary one.
Denying it? That's fine. I was actually considering helping you capture the venerable ancestor you all revere. If you refuse to admit it, then sect leader Luo should leave. Gulp.
Luo Xian felt her throat go dry with pain. This woman before her, beautiful to a fault, had clearly lost her mind.
Help another woman capture her own Dao companion? Should she refute her? Hurl insults? Or admit it, as she suggested? What should she do? How could she choose? Why has the sect leader fallen silent? Is this your admission? Or do you find me absurd and intend to leave? Luo Xian had never been cornered like this before.
Not even when her senior sister had injured her did she feel this way. But what shocked Luo Xian most was why those two people beside her hadn't spoken a word. Could it be that they too? How could that be? Hong Wanfun was the elder she trusted most. They had sworn to remain unmarried for life, jointly safeguarding the towering tree that was the sacred land of Yaoqi. How could she? A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts flashed through her mind, ultimately settling into a bitter ache in her heart. At this point, what grounds did she have to judge others? Hadn't she herself harbored improper thoughts? Accompanied by two soft chuckles, Bai Wenya glided toward Luo Xian with an elegant, cat-like stride. One hand rested on her shoulder, the other gently lifted her chin. Their eyes locked. Bai Wenya's intensely aggressive gaze seemed poised to burn itself into Luo Xian's heart. Still denying it, sect leader Luo? Faced with this ultimate test of her conscience, Luo Xian closed her eyes in guilt. Bai Wenya's smile remained unchanged as she thought to herself, Miaoer's little tricks are indeed effective. Next time, I must have her train more interrogation specialists. The expressions of the 5 women present varied, but the 2 outsiders had already gained the upper hand. Only Jiang Wuque remained, secretly hiding in the void, utterly flustered. Am I still asleep? Chapter 76, Reaching an Agreement. What the hell just happened? Am I awake now? He had only intended to observe what Bai Wenya was up to, never expecting to stumble into this mess. Jiang Wuque strained to conceal his form, terrified of being discovered by Bai Wenya. Fortunately, after his Dao seed advanced, he had also grasped some of the heavenly demon's formless and featureless abilities. Concealing his presence was now effortless. Even Bai Wenya, who shared his great emperor realm, would struggle to detect him. But that wasn't something to dwell on now. The unfolding events sent shockwaves through Jiang Wuque's mind. Even those 3. Lu Yanan was a disciple he had always held in high regard. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her his half-disciple. Hong Wanfeng, in his eyes, was a dedicated and responsible elder. She was a promising junior who devoted herself wholeheartedly to the development of the Yaoqi sacred land, and Jiang Wuque had witnessed her efforts firsthand. Luo Xian, moreover, was an exceptional leader. Though burdened by immense pressure, she had persevered with remarkable resilience. To Jiang Wuque, she was more than just a disciple, she was a mentor and a trusted friend. He held her in deep admiration. But now, his disciples, juniors, and close friends, they all wanted to turn against him? Jiang Wuque shook his head, a peculiar expression flickering in his eyes. Perhaps they've only been temporarily swayed by Bai Wenya's words, and their true feelings aren't like that. I can't jump to conclusions and accuse them unfairly. Jiang Wuque could only console himself this way. Perhaps the full picture would only become clear if he continued listening. Very well. You finally acknowledged your true feelings. Bai Wenya smiled knowingly, thoroughly satisfied with Luo Xian's performance. This was precisely the scenario she had envisioned. Having managed the Union of Bliss sect for years, Bai Wenya was a shrewd operator. Her guiding principle had always been to cultivate more friendships and fewer enemies, believing this approach would best ensure the sect's growth. The prime example was when Jiang Wuque killed 3 of the Hahuan sect's elite fighters. Her first reaction was to thoroughly investigate the entire incident, the enemy's cultivation level and methods. Only then would she decide whether retaliation was warranted. Her current approach toward Jiang Wuque followed the same logic. As the head of the Hahuan sect, she presided over a vast organization with numerous responsibilities, making it impossible for her to remain constantly by Jiang Wuque's side. Therefore, she needed to cultivate allies who shared her goals, comrades in arms to collaborate and relay information. As for relinquishing Jiang Wuque, Bai Wenya didn't dwell on it. She understood that a man of Jiang Wuque's caliber would inevitably attract many women throwing themselves at him. She had no reason to, nor any desire to, stand in the way. After all, she came from the Union sect. For a powerful male cultivator to have multiple partners was nothing unusual to her. Before that, cultivating her own allies was where her energy was better spent. Since Sect Master Luo remained silent, that means tacit approval. Holy Maiden Lu, no need to say more. That leaves only you, Elder Hong. With that, Bai Wenya fixed her gaze upon the elder. A hint of admiration flickered in her eyes. This figure was more than a match for her own, a worthy opponent. Especially those alluring eyes and that ripe aura if placed within the Union sect. With just a little training, she'd be an excellent prospect.
Me? Hong Wanfeng's eyes darted nervously.
Her usual spirited demeanor faltered, and after a few seconds, she finally managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. I did have some improper thoughts, but it's all because the ancestor was too tempting. Her gaze darted guiltily toward her disciple and the sect master as her voluptuous frame trembled slightly. She added, "It's truly not my fault, really." Bai Wenya smiled faintly. She appreciated such honest women, unlike Luo Xian who stubbornly held her head high. Based on her years of experience within the Union sect, women like Luo Xian, those who appeared pure as jade and elegant as pearls on the surface, would inevitably become irresistibly addicted once they tasted the sweetness. In the end, they inevitably lost themselves in the embrace of pleasure, unable to extricate themselves. After all, extremes breed their opposites. The colder and more distant they were initially, the greater the contrast would be. Alright, since we're all on the same page, let me state my purpose. Bai Wenya continued without pause, it's simple. I've already told you, help me capture the venerable ancestor you all revere. In return, you must provide me with real-time intelligence on matters of my interest. Lu Yanan stepped forward, her voice calm. How exactly will you assist us? Simple. You handle winning his heart. I'll handle making him accept you physically. As she finished speaking, Miaoer appeared at the perfect moment, handing each of the three a piece of intelligence. It contains what you need to know and how to proceed. Leave the rest to me. This. Luo Xian stared at the contents, her mouth agape in utter shock. Lu Yanran, however, nodded in agreement, finding the intelligence quite convincing. What does it say? Jiang Wuque fidgeted nervously, itching to probe with his divine sense to see what Bai Wenya had provided. But doing so would likely alert her immediately. Ah, what a troublesome time. Jiang Wuque sighed before vanishing in a flash. After this incident, how was he supposed to face things? Jiang Wuque didn't eavesdrop on the rest of the conversation. His mind was already too cluttered to hold anymore. Evening. Seated solemnly within the 10,000 Splendors Hall, Jiang Wuque stared intently at the message Ji Hongwen had sent him. Young Jiang, after we emerged from the abyss, I consulted numerous texts within my Ji clan. Combined with the reopening of the Imperial Path, I gained inspiration. There may be a way to delay the true demon's assault. However, the reliability of this method hinges on the core of the heavenly Tao. I am still verifying it. I will inform you once I have news. Jiang Wuque frowned, tucking the message away in his mind. He understood Ji Hongwen's urgency. After all, a demonic being beyond the Emperor realm was approaching. Anyone would be restless in such a situation. 2 years hence, what realm would Jiang Wuque have attained? He himself did not know. Perhaps he would find a way to resist the true demon, or perhaps he would be defeated. 2 years, it still feels a bit short. As for Ji Hongwen's mention of the Imperial Path being reopened, Jiang Wuque had some clues. However, he was still unclear how this Imperial Path was connected to extending the time limit. At that very moment, Luo Xian entered the Manhwa hall with her hands clasped behind her back. Xian, coming so late, is there something you need? Jiang Wuque asked casually, his mind still immersed in his earlier thoughts. Ancestor. Jiang Wuque snapped his head up, but Luo Xian was already standing mere inches away. His gaze was instantly captured by the Dao fruit. Ancestor, working so late into the night, it truly pains Xian to see you like this. Luo Xian furrowed her brows slightly, her heartbroken expression evoking pity. Wait, you're not Luo Xian, you're Wenye. You figured me out. So, do you like today's disguise, ancestor? Luo Xian's eyes flashed crimson, her gaze entirely that of one who had spotted prey. Chapter 77. A woman's tears are not shed lightly, they simply haven't reached the point of heartbreak yet. Why did you transform into Luo Xian? Jiang Wuque asked. Could it be that what she meant earlier about letting her body adapt was this? When you just wanted to show off to the young master. This is a technique I practiced since childhood, the shapeshifting and bone shrinking art. After my modifications, I can transform into anyone's appearance at will. Pretty impressive, right? Bai Wenya wore an expression craving praise, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Wuque. It's remarkably similar, virtually indistinguishable from Xian. Jiang Wuque gave an awkward smile, ready to steer clear of the topic. You should change back. I'm really not used to this. But I'm not. I'm just practicing my technique, Bai Wenya said innocently. Find someone else to transform. Then, under Jiang Wuque's gaze, Bai Wenya transformed into the Red Phoenix once more, even replicating its physique down to the last detail. The problem was, her original clothes didn't fit properly, making her look puffed up and bulky. This sight was simply too much for Jiang Wuque to bear. Wenye, please spare me. Can you change back? Of course I can. But before that, you'd better watch me carefully. Bai Wenya's voice softened. Even this once confident, stunningly beautiful woman couldn't help but feel shy at this moment. This was her most genuine self, laid bare before the one she cherished, all burdens lifted. Bai Wenye lost all desire to play around, and the atmosphere grew still. The two simply gazed at each other. She was the first to break the gaze, looking away.
Already giving up?
Jiang Wuque gently turned Bai Wenya's face toward him, his tone tinged with amusement. Just moments ago, she'd been so assertive, teasing him playfully. Now, she'd grown quiet.
Who says? We'll see who cracks first.
The coquettish woman lay down beside Jiang Wuque's legs, her voice brimming with pride and defiance.
Don't even think about making her admit defeat easily. Who wins and who loses? Let's exchange a few blows first. With that thought, fierce determination flared in Bai Wenya's eyes.
While Jiang Wuque was engaged in battle, Lu Yinan sat alone in her empty chamber, her gaze drifting toward the direction of the 10,000 Splendors Hall. Her mind was in turmoil. The thought of her beloved patriarch being overwhelmed by sheer strength and battle caused her heart to ache. Yet she was utterly powerless to stop it, forced to watch as that woman acted as she pleased.
But what is this strange sense of excitement?
Whenever she imagined that scene, amidst the heartache, a peculiar emotion began to stir within her.
This thread of emotion gradually expanded, unsettling Lu Yinan's mind.
A vivid image formed in her mind. She stood outside the house while the woman lay within, her back turned to her, a sliver of the gauze curtain open, revealing everything before her eyes. She stood frozen, forced to watch from this vantage point as the woman acted as she pleased. This. Watching something I cherish being ruined right before my eyes is truly agonizing.
Pain? Lu Yanran's breathing faltered.
Her hair spilled across the bed, moonlight bathing her soft, beautiful face.
Yet this breathtakingly beautiful woman was now etched with anguish.
It was indescribable. She knew she shouldn't dwell on it, yet she couldn't control herself. First came agony, then numbness, and finally, a strange excitement began to stir within her. This excitement filled her with profound shame. Crystal clear tears fell from the corners of her enchanting eyes, plop plop, dampening the silk quilt beneath her.
Lu Yanran, oh Lu Yanran.
A woman like you, even if you had him, would only be an incompetent wife.
The next day. It was an ordinary day, as ordinary as could be.
The recent corpse demon rampage had been thoroughly resolved. The surrounding factions had each suffered losses, most now licking their wounds. The Yaoqi Holy Land had suffered minimal damage at most, a few disciples had sustained minor injuries, entirely within acceptable limits. Yet on this very ordinary day, over 100 luxurious carriages appeared before the gates of the sacred land of Yaoqi. Some were rare celestial vessels seldom seen in ordinary times, while others were golden carriages drawn by exotic beasts. The figures within these vehicles exuded extraordinary presence. The spectacle left the outer disciples guarding the gates utterly stunned. These individuals did not appear to be attacking the sacred land of Yaoqi. Such a large-scale display would be unnecessary for an assault.
If not an attack, then they must be visitors.
Yet the gate disciples had received no word of any such visitors. Honored immortal, I am a direct disciple of the Qianghai Pavilion, accompanying our sect master to pay respects to Emperor Jiang. Please announce our arrival and grant us passage. This simple statement sent ripples of astonishment through the gatekeeper's mind.
Qianghai Pavilion?
She had certainly heard of it, a dominant power from the neighboring great domain. And now, a direct disciple of such a mighty force was addressing her with such courtesy. Li Shuelian felt her head spin.
She even unconsciously ignored the mention of Emperor Jiang. I'll announce your arrival immediately. Please don't worry. No need for formalities, fairy. It is our duty to await you here.
With that, the Qianghai Pavilion disciple politely stepped aside to wait.
Just as Li Shuelian was feeling utterly bewildered, a soft, sweet voice rang out. What's going on? Shuelian, why are so many powerful cultivators gathered here?
Senior sister Yao Yao, I have no idea either, Li Shuelian replied, her voice tinged with anxiety.
Li Yuanyao asked with the air of a senior sister.
Though she was a junior to Lu Yinan, among these outer and inner sect disciples, she carried the weight of a leader.
Don't worry. I've already contacted the sect master. She'll be here shortly.
As a direct disciple who had seen her share of grand occasions, Li Yuanyao quickly regained her composure.
May I ask what brings you all here so suddenly?
Her voice was measured yet composed, carrying clearly to every ear present. This sudden visit is indeed rather abrupt. We have come to pay our respects to the Emperor Lord, to repay the debt of saving our lives in the abyss.
Someone from the group replied. The Emperor? Li Yuanyao was stunned. Who was this Emperor? And surely the title Emperor wasn't something to be used lightly, that would be a grave offense. Before Li Yuanyao could process it, Jiang Wuque shattered the void and materialized above the crowd. As the true figure materialized, every quasi-emperor present who had fought in the Abyss War flashed excitement in their eyes. Greetings, Emperor.
With a clatter, whether from top-tier factions or hegemonic powers, every single person present bowed their heads the moment Jiang Wuque appeared.
This sudden turn of events left Li Yuanyao's mind blank.
Before she could think, she found herself kneeling on one knee. I'm just an ordinary direct disciple, I can't bear such honor.
Senior sister. Senior sister. Look behind you.
Li Shuelian urged anxiously. Hearing this, Yao Yao whipped her head around and gasped in shock.
The ancestor? Yao Yao greets the ancestor. Jiang Wuque found the sight of his startled disciple rather amusing. Yao Yao, is it? I recognize you. Chapter 78, 8th Layer of the Emperor Realm. Wow, really? Ancestor. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanyao's expression instantly shifted from worry to excitement. This girl sure changes her expression fast, Jiang Wuque thought to himself. I do recognize you, but your cultivation seems to have made little progress. Looks like senior sister Lu will have to give you a proper lesson. At these words, Li Yuanyao's excited expression instantly froze on her face, her eyes brimming with tears. When senior sister got serious, she was downright terrifying. If things turned out as the patriarch had suggested, she'd likely have no time left for play. Alright, don't be scared. Just teasing you. Jiang Wuque ruffled her hair into a bird's nest before chuckling. The patriarch's words were a mix of truth and jest, leaving Li Yuanyao with nothing but an awkward smile. She pouted, daring not to make any sudden movements. After teasing Yao Yao, Jiang Wuque turned to the others still bowing and said, "Rise, all of you. Let Yao Yao lead you into the sect." He had notified Luo Xian beforehand, and she was making preparations in the 10,000 Splendors Hall. Truthfully, he hadn't expected these people to visit him after leaving the abyss, let alone gather in such a large crowd. Upon receiving Jiang Wuque's permission, the attendees' eyes lit up with excitement. This was an emperor. Normally, even catching a glimpse of him was exceedingly difficult, let alone having a conversation. After giving Li Yuanyao some instructions, Jiang Wuque departed. The subsequent arrangements were left to Luo Xian. It wasn't that Jiang Wuque was unwilling to host them personally, but the events of last night were still fresh in his mind. He simply couldn't face Luo Xian, Hong Wanfeng, and Lu Yanan just yet. Faced with Bai Wenya's alluring transformation proposal, he had inexplicably agreed last night. Now, looking back, he couldn't believe he'd done it. Especially after briefly encountering Luo Xian in the 10,000 Splendors Hall earlier, Jiang Wuque felt so mortified he could practically dig out a 3-bedroom apartment from his embarrassment. Ah, Jiang Wuque, your resolve still isn't strong enough. You're being played like a puppet by that enchantress. On the way. A large crowd followed behind Li Yuanyao, putting considerable pressure on her. Not to mention, many people approached her along the way, trying to get acquainted. They even pulled out piles of cultivation resources and amusing treasures to bribe her. Facing these temptations, Li Yuanyao tucked them away with a tear in her eye, mainly because she feared these treasures might catch a chill if left outside. Immortal Li, you must be quite familiar with the Emperor Lord. Could you be his disciple? Li Yuanyao scratched her head. Well, I certainly am not. But my senior sister and the patriarch share a sort of mentor-disciple bond, she told me so herself. Oh my, I knew it. Fairy Li truly has powerful connections. These are some specialties from our sect. I saw you drop yours earlier, so I'll put it back in your pouch right now. My apologies. Mine fell out too. Please take care of it, Fairy Li. Li Yuanyao felt completely dizzy. Resources were being shoved into her pockets recklessly, leaving her utterly confused. After being shoved along the entire way, Li Yuanyao finally led the group to the 10,000 Splendors Hall. Luo Xian and the elders were already waiting. The urgency of the situation had forced Luo Xian and the others to make hasty arrangements. Yet none of the elders and patriarchs from the major factions voiced any discontent. They had come to express gratitude, not to nitpick. You must be sect leader Luo. Truly remarkable. I recall even the emperor praised you highly. Master Luo, I'm Wang, the patriarch of Hongjian Cliff. Do you recall me? We crossed paths 300 years ago during that secret realm treasure hunt. Luo Xian gave an awkward smile. She certainly remembered that incident, though this quasi-emperor hadn't even deigned to look at her properly back then. She understood perfectly well why they were being so warm. It was all because of Jiang Wuque. She felt no disappointment, only delight. After all, these individuals had all presented their prepared tokens of gratitude. After receiving Jiang Wuque's permission, she accepted them all without hesitation. This is pure windfall. Compared to these, what Li Yuanyao had received earlier was but a drop in the bucket. These resources could swiftly elevate the cultivation levels of all disciples within the sect. After presenting their gifts, the representatives of the major factions rose to take their leave. Their purpose had been fulfilled. To meet Jiang Wuque face to face and make him aware of their gifts. That was sufficient. Yet, a thunderous revelation spread like wildfire throughout the sacred land of Yaoqi. Their venerable ancestor, Jiang Wuque, was actually an emperor. What did an emperor signify? A superpowered being capable of commanding an entire domain. Now they were told Jiang Wuque was such an existence. After the initial shock, countless disciples suddenly understood. No wonder the patriarch possessed such immense power, single-handedly drawing upon subterranean spirit veins and reforging the golden thread Yaoqi. It turned out he had attained such a realm. Even Li Yuanyao froze upon hearing the news. No wonder they addressed the patriarch as Emperor Venerable. No wonder they treated her with such fervor. It all made perfect sense now. Her eyes sparkling, she turned to her fellow disciples and exclaimed, "If our patriarch is an emperor, then doesn't that make our Yaoqi sacred land an imperial-level power?" Countless disciples developed a deep admiration for Jiang Wuque, and a wave of chance encounters with him even swept through the ranks of disciples.
Unfortunately, after a full 3 months, not a single one succeeded in achieving this feat. Bai Wenya and Chen Mier left the sacred grounds of the Jade Pool after staying for 5 days. It had been quite a feat for them to carve out time to meet with Jiang Wuque. After all, the Union sect still needed them. After that, Jiang Wuque remained secluded in his cultivation chamber. It wasn't that he deliberately distanced himself from Luo Zian and the others, but rather that he had drawn a physical refinement reward, which took him a long time to assimilate. Then, he drew numerous cultivation rewards in quick succession. To process the vast amounts of transformative spiritual energy already piling up in his meridians, he had no choice but to undergo a major breakthrough. 3 months was a short span, yet it was sufficient to alter many things. During this period, Jiang Wuque drew over 40 cultivation rewards, 12 supreme imperial weapons, keeping 2 practical ones for himself and feeding the rest to the swallowing heaven and devouring moon. Additionally, he obtained 2 physical cultivation rewards, 6 soul solidification rewards, 8 cultivation technique rewards, 2 divine ability rewards, 9 sudden enlightenment rewards, and various other spiritual fruits and treasures. Now, Jiang Wuque's cultivation had reached the 8th layer of the Emperor realm, with his physical refinement nearing the peak of the half-step Great Emperor stage, just a hair's breadth away from matching a true Great Emperor. He had also attained the ultimate mastery of the heavenly demon illusory body true art, the great carefree freedom technique, and transcended the Emperor grade level with the sun refining spirit transformation art. The thunder patterns on the swallowing heaven and devouring moon had increased to 6. Now, even a mere thread of the black-red thunder released by the swallowing heaven and devouring moon could severely wound an ordinary Emperor realm, first-layer cultivator. Within the secret chamber, Jiang Wuque had fully assimilated all of today's check-in rewards. He slowly opened his eyes. The mere aura emanating from his gaze warped the void before him beyond recognition. Refining the sun to cultivate divinity. Truly a technique transcending even the Emperor grade. Chapter 79, The Path to Ascension. This sensation was vastly more powerful than before. It was an entirely different tier. His current abilities were incomparable to his former self. His sword techniques, palm strikes, soul attacks, and footwork had all reached their present pinnacle. After carefully concealing his aura, Jiang Wuque retrieved an urgent sealed letter and began reading it intently. After reviewing numerous documents, Ji Hongwen proposed 2 methods to confront the true demon realm. However, neither seemed entirely reliable. Young Jiang, I have truly done my utmost. This sense of impending doom is unbearable. I wish to share this news with more people, but I fear provoking the Kanglin immortal dynasty and tarnishing my legacy. Alas, it is truly infuriating. The 2 solutions I painstakingly uncovered are concealed behind the jade tablet. It requires a trace of your essence to unlock it. I cannot guarantee its efficacy, but this represents my final effort. Jiang Wuque gave them a cursory glance, understanding their purpose. As an imperial clan with tens of thousands of years of lineage, the Ji family possessed an ocean of books and extraordinary records. These 2 methods were likely the absolute limit of what he could offer. The first was the imperial path. The second was the realm of chaotic death. In Ji Hongwen's conception, the first method involved communicating with the Tao of Heaven during its assistance in helping the victor condense a Tao seed, to see if the Tao of Heaven could devise a way to circumvent the invasion of the true demon. A lesser cultivator would naturally find this notion absurd. How could the Tao possibly be communicated with? But those who had ascended to emperorhood, like Jiang Wuque, understood deeply that the Tao possessed its own will. From dispatching figures like Ji Longyue to suppress perilous realms, it was evident that the Tao constantly maintained this world's stability. Perhaps it had been silently observing the myriad aspects of human life all along. The way of heaven? Does it possess true wisdom, or does it simply operate according to fixed laws? Jiang Wuque couldn't say, but this might indeed be a viable approach. The emergence of the emperor's path traced back to ancient times, when the entire world suddenly plunged into violent upheaval and emperors died in droves. The void fractured, unleashing countless chaotic void currents that swept across the land. A layer of black, malevolent aura enveloped the entire world. In hindsight, that was likely when celestial demons like Huangwu and Wuhu invaded this world. It was precisely when this black aura vanished that a path encircled by countless golden lights suddenly appeared on the ascension peak of Central Continent. It is said the first to ascend this divine path was merely a great sage. He claimed to have heard whispers in his ears, after which a Tao seed materialized within his dantian. Thus, he ascended to emperorhood in a single day. This astonished countless great realms. That path, entwined with golden light, came to be known as the path to ascension. The way of heaven gradually came into people's view. The heavenly Tao could aid one in spontaneously condensing a Tao seed, a feat even the current Jiang Wuque could not achieve. Thus, the Tao of Heaven might well be the ultimate power in this realm. Establishing communication with it might truly reveal a method to oppose the true demon. Jiang Wuque had already set this as a contingency plan. Ji Hongwen had mentioned that the most difficult part of the first method was persuading the victor of the imperial path to relinquish their Tao seed and communicate with the Tao of Heaven. It was unlikely any sane individual would agree. Even if informed of the true demon's threat, they might not possess the resolve for such sacrifice. Given this, Jiang Wuque resolved to ascend the imperial path himself, to experience this celestial road firsthand. Though an emperor could not ascend the imperial path, he need only not be an emperor. With that thought, Jiang Wuque extended his right hand. A black flesh bud began to sprout and swell. Before long, the rudimentary form of a human began to take shape. This was precisely the heavenly demon illusory body true art left behind by Wu Hu. Jiang Wuque had adapted it for his own use, enabling him to condense a duplicate form. He transferred his physical cultivation, along with the sun refining divine transformation talent and the great carefree freedom technique, into this clone. It's an exact replica. Jiang Wuque stared at his mirror image, shock evident in his eyes. This was his first time using this technique, and it proved remarkably versatile. He could sense a fragment of his divine soul had split into this body. It could think, remember, and make judgments just like him. In fact, this was Jiang Wuque himself. He could sense two distinct fields of vision. With a mere thought, his consciousness could freely shift between these two bodies. Jiang Wuque snapped his fingers. The face of the Jiang Wuque before him shifted, transforming back into the blonde-haired young Master Jiang from Bayou City. With a ready-made identity at hand, Jiang Wuque naturally intended to make full use of it. Let's call him Jiang Wuque. Jiang Wuque closed his eyes in deep concentration. His terrifying physical cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the half-step emperor realm. Combined with the sun refining divine transformation talent and the great carefree freedom technique, he might already be capable of clashing with a true emperor. As for the second method, Jiang Wuque had yet to explore it. But it didn't matter. Ji Hongwen's secret letter had included information about the so-called Chaos Death Domain. Simply put, it seemed to be a separate space, not belonging to this world. The Chaos Death Domain was extremely dangerous. Without at least 7th-tier Emperor level strength, one couldn't even enter it, as even its first barrier, the Chaos Domain Gale, was unbearable. Yet according to an emperor who narrowly escaped its perils, the Chaos Death Domain appeared to connect numerous different worlds, potentially harboring the secrets to attaining sainthood. This revelation drew several emperors above the 7th layer of the Emperor realm to explore it. Unfortunately, survival was nearly impossible. 3 peerless emperors perished without exception. Gradually, the Kanglan immortal dynasty sealed off information about this place. By now, few remain aware of its existence. After reading this, Jiang Wuque solemnly tucked away the secret letter. Whether to venture into the chaotic dead realm or wait until he broke through to the 9th layer of the Emperor realm and received further guidance from the Tao itself remained undecided. Though Jiang Wuque had already broken through to the 8th layer of the Emperor realm, the final barrier to the 9th layer felt more daunting than the previous 8. It wasn't merely a matter of accumulating spiritual energy to break through. Perhaps his Tao seed needed to undergo another transformation to achieve a smooth breakthrough. Afterward, Jiang Wuque split off another avatar, endowing it with his cultivation at the 3rd layer of Emperor realm and his divine ability Palm Buddha realm. Jiang Wuque solemnly placed an extreme Tao imperial weapon into the clone's hands. Named the Wind Rain Bell, it could shatter divine spirits and subdue souls alike. This imperial weapon, capable of pushing divine soul power to its absolute limit, perfectly complemented Hua Zimei's formidable divine soul. This Wind and Rain Bell was specifically reserved by Jiang Wuque for Hua Zimei. His main body was currently tied up and needed to consolidate his cultivation, so he sent the clone to deliver it to Hua Zimei. He had promised to visit her in the demon-suppressing mountains after resolving matters with the Union sect, but had broken that vow. This Wind Rain Bell would serve as compensation. He then instructed this avatar to journey to Central Plains to join forces with Jiang Wuque. It would be fitting for this peerless beauty to serve as his guardian of the way. After all, Jiang Wuque's identity was arranged by the Union sect itself, and his origins were rather mysterious. Assigning an emperor-level protector seemed entirely reasonable. Chapter 80, How did I become the target of a quest? After dispatching one avatar to Central Plains and the other to the Demon Sealing Mountains, Jiang Wuque secluded himself for 2 more days to consolidate his cultivation. Ancestor? Hearing the voice, Jiang Wuque opened his eyes. This was the first time anyone had sought him out in the past 3 months. And the one seeking him out was none other than Hong Luanfeng. This. Jiang Wuque hesitated. The scene of Bai Wenya's transformation 3 months ago was still vivid in his mind. Never mind. I'm a grown man, it's unbecoming to be so fussy. With that thought, Jiang Wuque quickly straightened his clothes and strode out with an air of dignity. Please forgive me, ancestor. As she spoke, Hong Luanfeng began to bow, but Jiang Wuque stopped her mid-motion. Hong Luanfeng, perhaps thinking she had disturbed him, spoke with a hint of apology in her voice. Forgiveness isn't necessary. What brings you here? Hong Luanfeng lifted her gaze slightly. Her large, watery eyes, paired with her peach blossom-hued lower eyelids, truly stunned Jiang Wuque. This seemed to be the first time Jiang Wuque had seen Hong Luanfeng so elaborately dressed. The vivid crimson lipstick on her lips resembled a resilient plum blossom blooming alone in winter's chill, pure yet icy, a stark contrast to her usual bold and voluptuous charm. What's this? A blush spread across Hong Luanfeng's cheeks. She hesitated, her expression reminiscent of a young girl experiencing springtime feelings for the first time, reserved and shy when facing someone she admired.
It was an expression utterly unbecoming of a woman of her seasoned maturity. Luanfeng wishes to ask the ancestor for assistance.
A peak great sage demon beast has invaded the soul-sweeping mountains. Luanfeng intends to hunt it alone to gain combat experience, but fears something might go wrong, so
you want me to watch your back? Yes. Is that possible?
Jiang Wuque replied with a peculiar expression, I could have the spirit puppet I left behind assist you.
At this remark, Hong Luanfeng felt a flush of embarrassment as if her lie had been exposed and her plan flawed.
Instantly, her face turned crimson, and even her jade-like neck took on a faint pink hue. Before arriving, she'd been so preoccupied with rehearsing her carefully prepared lines that she hadn't considered the spirit puppet at all. Now that Jiang Wuque had exposed her on the spot, she felt utterly mortified. The courage she had painstakingly mustered deflated like a punctured balloon.
I am truly sorry, ancestor. It was my oversight. I'm leaving right now. Hong Luanfeng's jade feet, encased in gauze socks, awkwardly curled together.
She took 2 long strides and turned to leave.
Wait.
Jiang Wuque swiftly grabbed Hong Luanfeng's arm, shifting his tone as he spoke.
But I heard Zi Yan is handling matters with that spirit puppet. Since that's the case, I'll escort you instead. Hearing this, Hong Luanfeng's heart tightened.
She understood the old ancestor was deliberately saying this to spare her embarrassment.
Never mind, ancestor,
Jiang Wuque quickly steadied Hong Luanfeng's body, meeting her eyes as he said.
Enough. Trust me. We depart immediately. Very well. Luanfeng thanks you, ancestor.
Hong Luanfeng straightened her chest, trying to project her voice, but to little effect. Before her disciples, she was the epitome of a heroic, decisive female lead, never hesitating or faltering. Yet, in Jiang Wuque's presence, she inevitably transformed into a bashful young woman.
Is sect leader Bai's plan really going to work?
The sensation of skin touching fabric directly feels so strange.
I feel like I'm about to lose it. As Hong Luanfeng's mind wandered, Jiang Wuque's gaze darted downward.
The scene he'd just witnessed had profoundly unsettled him. He realized he might have been wrong. Hong Luanfeng's cultivation level might actually surpass Bai Wenya's.
Terrifying indeed. Let's go. Hong Luanfeng nodded vigorously, following closely behind Jiang Wuque. After the two departed, within the manhwa hall, Lu Yanan's taut nerves finally relaxed. Who would have thought Elder Hong would be the first to take this step? Luo Xian's face bore a trace of melancholy and reflection.
Lu Yanan regarded the elegant, intelligent woman with a complex expression, as if she could see the retreat and reluctance in her eyes. 3 months ago, she might have felt the same way. But after that night, Lu Yanran's heart had twisted. She found herself craving once more to witness the scene of the patriarch being taken by another woman. To relive that agony, that numbness, that utter defeat, and then feel that surge of excitement and thrill welling up inside. She was probably sick, mentally ill. Lu Yanran knew it. Perhaps she was beyond cure. Perhaps the moment she fell for Jiang Wuque, she had already lost her sanity. It's all right, sect leader. Master will succeed, and so will you. I hope it turns out as you say. Luo Xian tightened her full, rounded frame, resting her face against the spot where Jiang Wuque often sat. Closing her eyes, she spoke with hopeful longing. Jiang Wuque and the Crimson Phoenix flew swiftly, reaching their destination in just 15 minutes. Had Jiang Wuque not imparted the imperial-grade footwork technique, the great carefree freedom skill, to Jiang Wuxiang, his speed could have been 5 times faster. The soul-shattering mountains had once been the stronghold of the Joyful Demon Sect, but after Jiang Wuque's purifying assault, the area lay utterly desolate. Though its spiritual veins had been stripped, its prime geographical location still drew numerous demonic beasts to gather here. The great sage-level demon beast mentioned by the Crimson Phoenix had emerged during this period. After slaughtering several mortal villages, it had been wounded by a major power nearby. It then fled to the soul-shattering mountains to recuperate. It was a crimson gold giant ape, possessing a mutated bloodline. Even wounded, it was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary great sage-level beasts. Are you certain you can handle this? Jiang Wuque asked Hong Luanfeng. No problem, ancestor. After consuming the spirit fruit you bestowed earlier, my cultivation has reached the late great sage stage. Combined with the divine technique you taught me, defeating the crimson gold giant ape won't be difficult. Jiang Wuque shook his head. The crimson gold giant ape possesses the bloodline of a strange beast. Dealing with it will be quite difficult. In any case, you must be extremely cautious. At that moment, Hong Luanfeng seemed to think of something. Her mature, alluring face flushed visibly. Gathering her courage, she declared. Let's make a wager, ancestor. I'll bet I can slay this crimson gold giant ape without a scratch. Hearing this, Jiang Wuque's interest was piqued. Are you certain it must be without injury? Yes, absolutely without injury. Jiang Wuque propped his chin up, nodding with keen interest. Alright, I'll take that wager. If you defeat the crimson gold giant ape without a scratch, I'll give you a treasure artifact. How about that? No, ancestor, I don't want your treasure. Jiang Wuque? Then what do you want? Hong Luanfeng took a deep breath to steady herself. She'd been building up to this carefully prepared line for quite some time.
If I win without a scratch, you'll let me kiss you once. How about that? Chapter 81, Kissing the Cheek, Not the Lips. As the words left her lips, Hong Wanfeng knew there was no turning back. Despite her heart pounding wildly, she bravely took this step. Before leaving, Bai Wenya had already instructed her on what to do. Hong Wanfeng remembered it clearly. Jiang Wuque is fundamentally a meticulous person. Once something happens, he weighs every angle before responding. So to win him over, you must be swift, precise, and decisive, leaving him no time to think. This was part of the plan Bai Wenya had given her, and it was precisely what she was executing now. I think this. Jiang Wuque stammered, searching for words. But Hong Wanfeng clearly had no intention of giving him that chance. Ancestor, you misunderstand. I wasn't referring to kissing on the lips, but on the cheek. Hearing this, Jiang Wuque froze again. The condition seemed lower, but wasn't the nature of the request still the same? Well, are you afraid to take the bet, Ancestor? Watching Jiang Wuque's hesitation, Hong Wanfeng sensed she was gradually gaining the upper hand in their standoff. To that end, she even resorted to goading him. Jiang Wuque wore a peculiar expression. Seeing her regain her confident demeanor, coupled with a hint of guilt Bai Wenya felt toward Hong Wanfeng after her transformation, he found himself unable to refuse this mature, alluring beauty before him. Silence means you agree, Ancestor. I'll proceed then. With that, Hong Wanfeng gave Jiang Wuque no chance to respond, charging forward with her 3-foot-long green sword raised. Ah! The words of refusal lingered on Jiang Wuque's lips, yet he couldn't bring himself to utter them. For he had indeed sensed that since his return from the abyss, Hong Wanfeng's temperament seemed to have shifted. Her once confident, radiant countenance now carried a hint of gloom. These changes were likely due to him, or perhaps the appearance of Bai Wenya. Compared to the somewhat subdued Hong Wanfeng, Jiang Wuque still preferred the fiery, spirited woman she once was. So he half-heartedly agreed to this request, which wasn't too excessive. If it's just the face, it should be fine. Hong Wanfeng, already diving headfirst, thought to herself, if it's just the face, how could that possibly satisfy me? The ambition in her eyes flared with growing intensity. Now that she'd laid her cards on the table, there was no need for timidity. The best outcome would be to devour that man whole. The crimson gold giant ape truly qualified as a rare beast. Compared to its kin, the crimson gold ape, these colossal creatures possessed not only immense size but also mastered a devastating offensive technique. Such rare beasts reached Daoyan realm strength upon maturity, and those with superior bloodlines could easily break through to the great sage realm. The crimson phoenix made no effort to conceal her presence, landing unabashedly before the crimson gold giant ape's cave. Such a commotion naturally roused the giant ape. Roar! The thunderous roar shook loose boulders from the surrounding cliffs, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Within the haze, a golden eye flashed, and the crimson gold giant ape's form gradually materialized. This colossal creature stood dozens of zhang tall, its body devoid of fur and instead covered in a layer of fine scales that shimmered brilliantly under the refracted light. Accompanying the ape's roar, a thick demonic aura mingled with a foul, blood-like stench swept toward them. Hong Wanfeng's gaze remained unflinching as she coldly stared at the demonic beast before her. Get out of my way. Human. The crimson gold giant ape, still wounded, had no desire to engage in a protracted battle with this human cultivator. Red Phoenix paid no heed, unleashing a sword chi strike directly at it. Clang! A clang of metal clashing against metal echoed. The strike, infused with primordial spiritual energy, shattered the crimson gold giant ape's scales, leaving a 1-meter-long gash across its body. The ape's pupils contracted sharply. Glancing at the wound on its shoulder, a trace of crimson flashed within its golden eyes. Then die. The crimson gold giant ape roared low, crouching as the rocks beneath its feet instantly shattered into dust. Its hind legs thrust off the ground, propelling it like an arrow released from a bow toward the red phoenix. Layers of black light erupted from its fist, causing the air itself to crackle with explosive sounds. The sword tip collided with the fist. The crimson phoenix before him wore a cold, icy expression. Though her body was forced back 100 meters, her slender, flawless arm ultimately blocked the blow. The crimson gold ape roared, its arm muscles bulging rapidly as a heavy hammer materialized in its grasp. Mid-air, Jiang Wuque frowned. Damn it, it even knows how to wield human weapons. It swung in a full arc, crashing down toward the crimson phoenix. Boom! This clash was far more intense than before. Countless bursts of spiritual energy exploded around them, sending ripples of power surging outward. Human and beast locked in a stalemate for 5 seconds. The crimson phoenix gradually faltered, the scales of victory seemingly tipping toward the crimson gold giant ape. A savage grin spread across the ape's face. It knew full well that a far more powerful human cultivator watched from above. With its cunning, it knew escape was impossible. If that was the case, it would sink its teeth into this female cultivator's flesh. It would crush the spirit of these human cultivators. It had merely slaughtered a few mortal villages and towns, yet wherever it went, it was hunted like a rat in the streets by this pack of humans. Frankly, it had had enough. Die. Accompanied by this deep, furious roar, the crimson gold giant ape swung its massive hammer faster and faster, already smashing the red phoenix dozens of meters underground. The crimson gold giant ape narrowed its eyes, glaring defiantly at Jiang Wuque on the horizon. Dare to lose focus? Hong Wanfeng's clear, piercing voice rang out abruptly, followed by an even more powerful surge of the primordial force erupting from her sword. With a thunderous clang, the blade deflected the hammer's blow. Hong Wanfeng immediately unleashed her signature sword technique. The primordial light transformed into countless sword shadows, slashing toward the crimson gold giant ape. What is that? Though he had clearly suppressed Hong Wanfeng, the sudden burst of power erupting from her left him momentarily caught off guard. Perhaps it would never realize that, as a mere great sage, it was battling a cultivator who had mastered an imperial grade technique. The crimson gold giant ape's eyes narrowed. This attack far surpassed anything before. This woman hadn't even unleashed her full strength. By this stage of the battle, the crimson gold giant ape knew that unless it brought out its ultimate trump card, it would die. Blood-red, demonic patterns emerged on its golden scales. Blood spirit, awaken. With the ape's thunderous roar, crimson streams of vital energy erupted from its back. The sword's edge touched the blood mist and immediately began to sizzle and corrode. After extinguishing all attacks, the blood mist swirled in midair, coalescing into a towering, 10-meter-tall blood demon ape. A thick, pulsing force of vital energy surged outward in all directions. Its body bristled with menacing blood thorns as it pounded its chest and roared in fury midair. The blood demon ape flickered and appeared before the crimson phoenix. Its speed was truly astonishing. From the crimson gold giant ape's perspective, the human cultivator had no time to raise his sword in defense. This strike would either kill the crimson phoenix or leave it gravely wounded. A dazzling flash of golden light erupted. Before anyone could grasp what had transpired, the blood demon ape collided head-on with a golden giant finger formed from primordial divine light. How could there be divine abilities too? Chapter 82, Significant Progress in the Strategy. As if to confirm the crimson ape's stunned expression, billowing black smoke erupted from the blood demon ape's body. As it clashed with the ethereal finger, its form steadily shrank. Like snow meeting the scorching sun, it melted rapidly. Within 3 seconds, a gaping hole pierced through the once fearsome blood demon ape. Then it dissolved into wisps of crimson blood mist, vanishing mid-air. The ethereal finger continued its relentless momentum, slamming viciously into the crimson gold giant ape's demonic form. The strike was blindingly fast. The crimson gold giant ape had barely raised its heavy hammer to shield its chest when the attack arrived before it. The golden light of the ethereal finger grew ever more intense. As the crimson gold giant ape struggled to resist, a chant of Buddhist sutras echoed in its ears. This sound steadily eroded its will to resist, hindering the flow of its spiritual energy. Put! A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spurted out as the crimson gold giant ape was slammed into a small mountain below. Countless rocks and dust rose as its massive body crashed into the mountain's core, forming a pitch-black cavern. PSSSH. Accompanied by the sound of flesh being sliced, a head with eyes bulging wide was kicked out by the crimson phoenix. Even gravely wounded, you still dare resist. Traces of blood smeared across the crimson phoenix's face, adding an eerie allure to her features. Though he had anticipated this outcome, Jiang Wuque hadn't expected Hong Wanfeng to finish it so swiftly. The entire battle lasted less than 10 minutes. Aside from the initial clash of strength, Hong Wanfeng had dominated her opponent throughout. Jiang Wuque let out a bitter laugh. Looks like I've been set up. Hong Wanfeng had likely been preparing to wager against him all along. From the very beginning, Jiang Wuque had been led by the nose. You're not hurt, are you? Jiang Wuque landed gently, looking at Hong Wanfeng as she approached with concern. I'm fine. It was badly injured, so it didn't take much effort to finish it off. Well done. Especially that ethereal finger technique, you wielded it with remarkable skill. As he spoke, Jiang Wuque extended his right hand and gently wiped the blood from Hong Wanfeng's forehead. At this single gesture alone, Hong Wanfeng flushed crimson, her neck tinged with pink. What about the wager? Hong Wanfeng pressed her lips together. She felt she should maintain some reserve, yet the very thought struck her as foolish. Winning a wager entitled her to claim her reward. It was only natural. After this self-persuasion, Hong Wanfeng finally steeled her resolve, her gaze burning as she looked at Jiang Wuque. Under that expectant gaze, Jiang Wuque glanced around nervously, his eyes darting about. Seeing him like this, Hong Wanfeng felt courage surge from somewhere within her. She stepped closer and pinned him against the rock wall. Even her voice carried newfound confidence. Ancestor, I won the bet. What about the promised reward? Jiang Wuque's chest suddenly took the force of 2 massive impacts. The astonishing softness and elasticity of the collision forced him to stumble backward. Facing Hong Wanfeng's aggressive stance, Jiang Wuque steadied her shoulders and forcefully switched their positions. A real man couldn't let himself be pinned against a wall by a woman. Now it was Jiang Wuque pinning Hong Wanfeng against the wall. A sweet yet awkward atmosphere rose between them. Jiang Wuque stared at the captivating woman before him, his heart beating wildly against his will. Hong Wanfeng's long lashes fluttered twice. Her ears were already flushed crimson, and the skin along her neck had taken on a faint pink hue. She desperately wanted to meet the gaze of the man she'd longed for, but within 2 seconds, she surrendered. Turning her face away, she lowered her enchanting eyes. Jiang Wuque's breath brushed Hong Wanfeng's face, entering her nostrils. This scent, uniquely his, intoxicated her completely. No more bets like this next time. I'll only honor this one. Jiang Wuque's words reached Hong Wanfeng's ears. Though clearly a refusal, she detected a hint of pride and expectation in his tone. A faint smile curved Hong Wanfeng's lips. So the patriarch was a man who spoke one thing but meant another. Jiang Wuque closed his eyes, his voice still carrying a warning, hurry up. Only kiss my face. This command struck at the very core of Hong Wanfeng's primal impulses. The patriarch closing his eyes? Wasn't this an invitation? With his eyes shut, Jiang Wuque felt a sensation like a bird's gentle peck on his cheek. That's it, done, huh? He exhaled in relief, just as he was about to open his eyes, only for Hong Wanfeng to cover them with one hand. His vision plunged abruptly into darkness. The ensuing assault came like a relentless downpour, a steady stream of blows, light and heavy, so persistent that the rain even drenched his face. Before long, the rain gradually subsided. Just as Jiang Wuque thought it was all over, a single raindrop suddenly splashed onto his mouth. The force of the impact shattered his defenses, allowing it to enter unimpeded. MMMPH. Jiang Wuque's muffled voice struggled to break free, but he was held fast. Amidst his frantic struggle, Jiang Wuque's eyes widened in utter shock. Empty. Hong Wanfeng had thrown caution to the wind. No matter how fiercely the enemy struggled, she refused to let go. With two powerful strikes, she pinned down one of the enemy's hands. A quarter of an hour later, feeling the enemy's violent struggles subside, Hong Wanfeng finally took the time to savor the reward she had earned. That's more like it. You two-faced old ancestor. Having lost the wager, the losers should accept their fate to be at the mercy of the victor. Lu Yanran waited anxiously for news from her master. During the 3 months Jiang Wuque had been in seclusion, she had successfully united with her master on a common front. It was her idea to invite Jiang Wuque under the pretext of hunting demonic beasts. What's the situation? Lu Yanran pressed the real-time communication talisman to her ear. A deafening crash echoed, followed by a wretched, agonized beastly roar. Rip! With such grievous wounds, you still dare resist? Hong Wanfeng's voice, brimming with confidence, echoed from the other end. Wonderful! Upon hearing this, Lu Yanran realized that her master had already slain the crimson gold giant ape of the soul-shattering mountains. Master truly lives up to his reputation. Lu Yanran's voice carried a cheerful tone, as if she were genuinely delighted for her master. Then, what comes next is... Her expression shifted from joy to gloom. She tossed the transmission talisman onto her bed, hesitation etched on her face. Hurry up, only a kiss on the cheek. Lu Yanran's face snapped toward the sound transmission talisman. It was the patriarch's voice. And saying such things. Lu Yanran quickly shifted her body, unwilling to listen any further. Lu Yanran. What on earth is master doing? Wasn't it just a simple touch? But what's with this voice? No, I can't keep listening. I can't, but What happened next? This question kept swirling in Lu Yanran's mind. Her rational mind told her she absolutely shouldn't listen, yet she couldn't resist. As if possessed, Lu Yanran picked up the transmission talisman she had tossed onto the bed once more. Chapter 83, The Wind and Rain Bell Arrives. Demon Suppressing Mountains. The little fox Hua Haiwe bounded toward her demon ancestor. She found her sitting on the pavilion, lost in thought once more. At this hour, she was usually either cultivating or tending to the immortal tree. Haiwe? What brings you here? Hua Jime spoke without moving a muscle, seemingly still lost in thought. Ancestor, I encountered a problem during my cultivation the day before yesterday and wish to seek your guidance. What kind of problem? Hua Haiwe's large eyes twinkled as she replied, the question is, how does one cheer up a demon who's always daydreaming? Cheer up a demon who's always daydreaming? Hua Jime didn't grasp it at first, repeating the question before understanding the little one's meaning. You little rascal, are you picking on me? Hua Jime turned around, scooped Hua Haiwe into her arms, and beamed with delight. Has the demon ancestor's sadness eased a bit? It's not sadness, it's longing. Oh, I see. The demon ancestor wants to continue procreating with that human cultivator, right? No sooner had Hua Haiwe finished speaking than she felt a sharp sting on her scalp. Ouch. Demon ancestor, please stop tugging my hair, I worked so hard to style it. Who taught you that? Caught off guard by the direct question, Hua Haiwe stammered, my great-grandmother told me. Oh? That little brat, huh? I'll give her a good scolding later. No, demon ancestor. My great-grandmother will beat me. After the playful banter, Hua Jime rose and stretched lazily, her exquisite figure displayed to full effect. Today marked yet another day of no contact. She began to feel puzzled. How could it take Jiang Wuque, a great emperor, so long to deal with the Union sect? Or was there something else going on? She had considered contacting him through the spirit puppet he left behind, but Hua Jime couldn't shake the feeling that doing so would feel like a betrayal of trust. Thus, her emotions were now tangled and knotted. Perhaps he was occupied with something important. It was best not to disturb him. Demon ancestor, what is that over there? Just as Hua Jime was about to leave, Hua Haiua's prompting drew her gaze toward the horizon. A colossal streak of light was hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. What is that? Hua Jime's eyes narrowed sharply. Could it be an enemy attack? Yet the streaking light showed no intent to strike, appearing instead to be transporting an object. Sure enough, as the streak of light drew near, its speed abruptly slowed. A bell? The object was enveloped in an enigmatic golden glow, its extraordinary nature evident even from its appearance alone. What is this? Just as confusion arose, a familiar voice echoed from within the wind and rain bell. Shimei, this is called the wind and rain bell, an imperial weapon of the ultimate path. I now bestow it upon you as compensation for breaking my promise recently. I've been entangled in various affairs and couldn't come find you, but don't worry, I'll make it up to you soon. An imperial weapon of the supreme path. Even though Hua Jime was a seasoned emperor, Jiang Wuque's audacious generosity still took her aback. This was no mere oversized toy, it was an extreme path imperial weapon. The conditions for its formation were extremely demanding, making it exceptionally rare to begin with. And this particular variant, neither sword nor blade, was even more extraordinary. Wait, why on earth are you giving me this out of the blue? Though Hua Jime feigned shock and confusion, her heart overflowed with sweetness. It wasn't because the item was precious or rare. Rather, it was because Jiang Wuque hadn't forgotten her, his thoughts constantly turning to her. Seeing him ramble on with explanations just now had genuinely soothed her little mood. Hua Jime took the wind rain bell. It felt slightly cool to the touch, yet she could sense the immense power contained within. It doesn't have a master's mark. She understood exactly what this meant. Jiang Wuque had genuinely gifted this item to her. Without a master's mark, once she imprinted her own, even the original owner Jiang Wuque himself could not reclaim it. And it's a soul-type weapon too. How thoughtful. After reviewing all the information Jiang Wuque had left behind, Hua Jime couldn't help but start giggling. Demon ancestor, why do you shift between melancholy and joy? Could it be? Could it be what? Hua Jime narrowed her eyes happily, gazing down at the pure white little fox at her feet. From what I've seen in those little storybooks, people call this losing one's mind. As the words fell, Hua Jime grabbed the little fox by the scruff of its neck and yanked it up. The fox's two fluffy ears flattened together, revealing a distinctly human-like sheepish grin. You little brat, looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson today. The tonic, demon ancestor. Haiwei was wrong. Jiang Wuque did not meet Hua Jime directly, instead leaving a message. This was because he had recalled all the avatars he had previously dispatched. The reason for their recall was that trouble had erupted again at Tianyuan. The incident had erupted suddenly, so Jiang Wuque immediately set off for Tianyuan with Hongwan Feng. Ancestor? These things carry an aura similar to that of the corpse demons. This was likely Hongwan Feng's first direct encounter with demonic energy. The savagery it carried instinctively made her feel uneasy. This is demonic energy, though it's impure. Jiang Wuque explained. Pure demonic energy wouldn't carry such an aura, it felt more like a force woven from the intertwining of life and death, infused with formless, intangible energies that had fused and evolved. Even ordinary demons could wield such power, which was precisely why they proved more troublesome than human cultivators of the same rank. Who are you? Without the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty's imperial decree, you have no right to trespass here. As the two spoke, a cold, sharp voice cut through the air. Jiang Wuque had already spotted the figure, initially assuming it was a guard left behind by the Ji family and thus ignoring them. Now it seemed that was not the case. Let's go. We'll head down and take a look. Jiang Wuque completely ignored the warning, addressing Hong Wanfeng. Hong Wanfeng glanced at the old man who had suddenly appeared, then turned her head and nodded. Hey! Did I give you permission to go down there? As the words fell, a colossal force instantly surged from all directions, bearing down upon Kanglan Lingshi. Crack! 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 A bone-chilling crack echoed through the air, Jiang Wuque's gaze as cold as ice. What kind of creature are you? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Did your second prince not teach you how to address an emperor? The venerable old man's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as waves of excruciating pain washed over him. He never imagined anyone would dare defy the imperial decree of the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty. Don't kill me. With a flick of Jiang Wuque's mind, a luminous pearl shot from the man's sleeve. Mid-air, the bead instantly dissolved into a shimmering phantom. Brother Jiang, you're quite the hothead. Just as Jiang Wuque had anticipated, it was that same utterly detestable face. Release Shang Lingshi. He was merely following orders. The second prince wore a phony smile, as if Jiang Wuque were an old friend he hadn't seen in years. The moment the second prince finished speaking. Crack! The so-called Zhang Lingshi was crushed to death in Jiang Wuque's hand. Witnessing this, the second prince's fake smile froze solid on his face. Chapter 84, Why bother explaining to me? Huang Fu Go likely hadn't anticipated Jiang Wuque being so utterly disrespectful. He should have been well aware of what the four characters Kanglan Immortal Dynasty truly signified. Yet even under such circumstances, he still killed someone right before his eyes. Huang Fu Ji's frozen expression quickly recovered. So that's why you possessed such confidence. You'd been concealing your strength all along. Hearing this, Jiang Wuque remarked with interest, you must be stationed beneath the abyss, right? Did you orchestrate this commotion? I suspect you have some ulterior motive. Then, Jiang Wuque waved dismissively, muttering to himself, it doesn't matter. Once I catch you myself, you'll have to spill everything you know. Huang Fuge narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in them. If you want war, then bring it on. I'll make you understand. With a crack, Jiang Wuque, too impatient for further words, crushed the beat underfoot. Beneath the heavenly abyss, Huang Fuji's face turned ashen. Staring at the nearly repaired demon source beacon before him, he muttered bitterly, so close. Damn it! His gaze then shifted to the black-robed figure floating nearby. The figure, shrouded in swirling demonic energy, appeared powerful and enigmatic. What are you doing? The human cultivators should be arriving soon. Preparing for battle. Yu Tan's voice was low and raspy, tinged with an unsettling sharpness. Fight? What fight? Let's go! Huang Fuji's expression betrayed a hint of urgency, a stark contrast to the composure he'd displayed earlier during his conversation with Jiang Wuque. Not fight? That would be running away. The glory of the heavenly demon forbids me from fleeing. Huang Fuge closed his eyes, overwhelmed by deep frustration and anger at his companion's foolishness. Fierce demonic patterns bloomed across his face, his voice hollow and unnatural. You fool! He's at the 8th layer of the Emperor realm. The two of us combined aren't enough to take on one of his fingers. If we don't run, are we just waiting to die? Even if he is at the 8th layer of the Emperor realm, the two of us might still be able to fight him. Contempt flashed across Tan Yu's face. Ever since the fusion with the second prince, his temperament bore not a shred of the celestial demon's former nature. But before he could finish, Huang Fuge had already charged toward the passageway. If you wish to die, go ahead. But don't delay my plans. After finally securing this position, I won't let it slip away here. Your lowly demon insect nature is an insult to the very name heavenly demon. Tan Yu muttered under his breath, his expression wavering, but ultimately he followed Huang Fuge. Wait for me. Don't run so fast. Above the abyss, Jiang Wuque shielded the crimson phoenix behind him. Ancestor, I wish to assist you. Hong Wanfeng raised her long sword, her face devoid of fear. The frivolity from her earlier deep kiss with Jiang Wuque had vanished, replaced by intense battle intent. As the dust settled, a formation of 500 heavily armed soldiers appeared before them. Their eyes held only cold, murderous intent. Even facing an emperor, they showed not the slightest retreat. The formation was arranged in precise step patterns, led by a 1,000-man captain at the peak of great sage cultivation. The Kanglan immortal dynasty does possess some depth. With Jiang Wuque's current discernment, he could readily recognize the extraordinary nature of this formation. The soldiers alone were all at the 5th layer of body tempering, matching the prowess of cultivators at the heart certification realm. Not a single piece of their armor or weaponry fell below the level of a treasure artifact. Moreover, the vital energy of every soldier was condensed together by the central banner, circulating above the command post according to a unique pattern. Faced with such formidable strength and organization, those so-called top-tier powers would likely be crushed within an hour. Seeing Han Luanfeng beside him itching for action, Jiang Wuque could only steady her by the shoulder. This is beyond your capabilities. Their qi is interconnected, and the power unleashed would overwhelm even a quasi-emperor. Upon hearing Jiang Wuque's words, Hong Wanfeng realized she was of no use here. Yet she was a mature and sensible woman who accepted his judgment without question, promptly preparing to step aside obediently. This obedient, docile demeanor stood in stark contrast to the passionate kiss she had shared with Jiang Wuque moments before. Jiang Wuque drew her into his embrace. Before she could fully register what was happening, he brushed aside the hair at her temple and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Ancestor. The sudden assault left Hong Wanfeng momentarily flustered. Just moments ago, he urged her to take the initiative, so why, now that she was within his grasp, did he suddenly become so proactive? What's wrong? Only you get to make the first move, but not me? Lying in Jiang Wuque's embrace, Hong Wanfeng's cheeks flushed faintly as her thighs entwined with his. She murmured softly, no, Wanfeng enjoys this very much. Please, ancestor, continue to cherish me. Jiang Wuque held the warm jade in his arms, the supple softness against his arm sending him into a momentary daze. Truly, she lived up to her reputation as the most exquisite figure in the sacred land of Yaoqi. The commotion on Jiang Wuque's side failed to stir the 1,000-man captain in the slightest. On the contrary, it presented a prime opportunity to strike. He swung his battle flag fiercely, and 500 soldiers charged forward with a thunderous shout. The dense aura of vital energy stained the sky above the general's formation crimson. A blood-red spear, over 100 zhang in length, rapidly coalesced in midair. Jiang Wuque lifted his eyelids, then gave the red phoenix a light scratch on its beak. Let's handle the important matters first. Hong Wanfeng tilted her head to the side and gave a soft nod. With that, Jiang Wuque stepped directly into the abyss with the crimson phoenix. The next instant, a blinding golden light descended from the heavens. The blood-red spear proved utterly useless against such an assault, dissolving before it could even make contact. Boom! 500 elite body-forged soldiers were obliterated, leaving not a single bone behind. Such an array might suffice against a quasi-emperor, but against a true emperor, it was laughably inadequate. Their brief pause here had merely been to observe the intricate workings of this military formation. From the very beginning, they posed no threat to Jiang Wuque. Not even an army of 50,000 could have succeeded. Ancestor, is that the army of the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty? Do you know about them? Somewhat. I've heard the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty controls over 50 major realms in the east. They're incredibly powerful. Jiang Wuque smiled faintly. If I were to face them in the future, what would you do? He had intended to tease Hong Wanfeng with a light-hearted jest, but she seemed to take no amusement in it. Hong Wanfeng wrapped around Jiang Wuque mid-flight like an octopus, her gaze hardening into unwavering resolve. If it truly comes to that, this phoenix would sacrifice her life for the ancestor without hesitation. Do you recall the oath I swore long ago? To eliminate all who stand in the way of the Yaoqi Sacred Land's revival, that shall be my lifelong pursuit. Even if the enemy is the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty, it remains so. Her words rang out with unwavering resolve, devoid of any trace of jest. Jiang Wuque fell silent, a pang of guilt rising within him. He shouldn't have tested Hong Wanfeng's loyalty with such flippant words. Jiang Wuque massaged his temples and said, "I'm sorry, Wanfeng." "Why apologize, ancestor?" "Because I." Before he could finish, Hong Wanfeng's delicate finger tapped his lips. She shook her head. "You need not explain. There's no need to explain to me." Jiang Wuque lowered his head and muttered gloomily, "After we return to the sect, I'll let you kiss me again." Hearing this, Hong Wanfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her pupils seemed to transform into heart shapes, and her smile stretched almost to her ears. "You're not lying?" "I'm not lying." Chapter 85, The Seven Gates of Heaven. With Jiang Wuque's promise secured, Hong Wanfeng beamed with delight. She knew it. The old ancestor was a man who said one thing but meant another. He had been so stubborn about not doing it before. Now he'd back down. After traveling for a quarter of an hour, Jiang Wuque descended upon the demon source beacon atop the Crimson Phoenix. There are signs of repair? He knew instantly who was responsible. Jiang Wuque closed his eyes to sense the area. All traces of life had vanished, yet he precisely detected a wisp of demonic energy. Tainted by the heavenly demon? It seems the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty is no haven of virtue. What puzzled him, however, was that the abyss clearly had only one exit. If Huan Fugo wanted to leave, he would inevitably have to cross paths with them. Yet throughout their flight, Jiang Wuque had seen no trace of the enemy. They must have taken the same path Huang Wu used when he came here. Jiang Wuque pondered briefly before reaching his conclusion. Logically, a perilous place should only hold one heavenly demon, yet back then, Jiang Wuque had faced both Huang Wu and Wu Hu. This meant Huang Wu had bypassed Ji Longyue's surveillance through an undiscovered passage, descending directly beneath the abyss. "Let's go. That guy's already escaped." Jiang Wuque called out to the Red Phoenix, which was looking around. He then smashed the nearly repaired demonic source beacon into countless fragments with a series of palm strikes. Unless another was forged, this artifact held no hope of restoration. This sudden incident disrupted Jiang Wuque's original plans. After escorting Hong Wanfeng back to the sacred land of Yaoqi, Jiang Wuque personally made his way to Central Plains. 2 days later, he arrived at Ascension Peak in Central Plains. This place was renowned for its majestic grandeur, stretching straight to the horizon, hence its name, Ascension Peak. It was also the starting point of the Imperial Path. Before his arrival, Jiang Wuque had already ascertained that the Imperial Path could only be opened in 2 ways. The first method involved patiently waiting 5,000 years. Every 5 millennia, the Imperial Path would open once, and the first person to reach the peak would receive a Dao seed condensed by the heavenly Dao. The second method was considerably more arduous. One had to single-handedly activate the Imperial Path, and the requirements were exceptionally stringent. One must pass the trials known as the 7 Gates of Heaven. Only by overcoming these trials can the Dao truly confirm whether one possesses extraordinary innate talent, after which it will individually condense a Dao seed for that individual. The 2 paths are distinctly different. The former is the common route, accessible to all who dare attempt it. The latter is a special passage, requiring stringent conditions to activate. To date, only a handful have successfully opened the Imperial Path through the second method. Throughout history, countless individuals have attempted to open it through their own strength, yet only 3 have truly succeeded. Passing the 7 Gates of Heaven is no easy feat. Over 4,700 years have passed since the last opening of the Imperial Path. In 300 years, it will open once more. But Jiang Wuque couldn't afford to wait another 200 years. Therefore, he had no choice but to attempt the second method. Of course, all this information was gleaned from ancient texts. Exactly how to proceed, or what secrets the 7 Gates of Heaven might hold, Jiang Wuque still needed to investigate thoroughly. With that thought, he took out a pure white jade raven. This had been given to him by Chen Mier. In any densely populated area, there were usually raven outposts. These intelligence agents possessed deep local knowledge, making them the perfect sources for Jiang Wuque's inquiries. After completing these preparations, Jiang Wuque stepped into the majestic city before him. This sprawling city far exceeded White Jade City in size. With the imperial paths opening drawing near, numerous renowned quasi-emperors had begun converging here. Each hoped to stand out among the multitude of quasi-emperors, seeking that elusive opportunity to break through to emperorhood. Jiang Wuque found a nearby luxury inn, booked a premium room, and gazed at the scenery below from the second-floor balcony. After observing for a while, Jiang Wuque yawned. Frankly, the city's entertainment scene was nowhere near as sophisticated as White Jade City's. The dancers performing below were certainly beautiful, but their professional skills left much to be desired. Having been spoiled by the refined tastes cultivated in White Jade City, Jiang Wuque found their performance utterly unimpressive. Are you dissatisfied, young master? Just then, a clear female voice came from behind Jiang Wuque. The dancing isn't very good. Jiang Wuque didn't turn around, merely responding indifferently. My own hand-trained dancers fail to meet your standards? The tone carried a hint of hurt, as if the guest's dissatisfaction had genuinely saddened her. Jiang Wuque turned to face the woman who had suddenly addressed him, speaking calmly. Have you heard of the Spring Rain Pavilion in White Jade City? I have. The woman blinked her beautiful eyes. I suggest sending her to that place for training. Her waist twists are a bit too stiff. Training? The woman found this novel term highly amusing, her eyebrows arching in amusement. You mean to go steal techniques? Jiang Wuque smiled faintly. Just learning at our own estate. Hardly stealing techniques. The young master has recognized me. In that case, please come this way. I hear the young master has arrived in Ascension City, and the tower master has personally come to meet you. The woman's expression turned solemn, as if facing an inspection by her superior. Jiang Wuque found the scene rather amusing. Why so serious? It's not like Lord Chen is standing right in front of you. Because young Master Jiang is before me, the woman replied without a trace of humor. Take me to Mir. Yes. The woman led Jiang Wuque straight up to the third floor. In truth, Xiaoyue had already crossed paths with Jiang Wuque several times. In fact, because of him, she had even been severely punished by her own sect leader. That punishment had left her tongue aching terribly. After all, her failure to uncover any leads on Jiang Wuque had caused Chen Mir to fly into a rage. Little did she know that later, her cold-faced, ruthless, and somewhat unsatisfied superior would be easily taken down by Jiang Wuque. When she first heard the news, Xiaoyue was utterly stunned. Now, after conversing with Jiang Wuque, she realized this man truly possessed a unique charm. But these thoughts had to stay buried deep within her. Compete with her own boss for a man? She wanted to live a few more years, thank you very much. Have you been stationed at the base in Ascension City all along? Reporting to the young master, I haven't been in Ascension City the entire time. Just a few days ago, I was investigating a case in Lingyin Domain. Then why did you suddenly come to Ascension City? This was a good question, one that made her scalp tingle. After all, Xiaoyue couldn't very well admit she was Chen Mir's most trusted operative. Recently, Jiang Wuque had departed from the sacred land of Yaoqi for Central Plains. So her control freak superior had dispatched her to assist Jiang Wuque along the way. If she revealed the truth, she'd likely face punishment from Chen Mir again. Though she hadn't been punished recently, leaving her somewhat unsettled, she certainly wasn't eager to invite punishment. After all, she wasn't a masochist. Chapter 86, Pulling That Red String. Facing Jiang Wuque's question, Xiaoyue hesitated slightly. To preserve the forum owner's dignity, she had no choice but to keep it from Jiang Wuque for now. Yes, all for the sake of the master. In reply to the young master, because this servant sustained a minor injury a few days ago, I came to do some lighter work. Jiang Wuque nodded. I see. I happen to have a potent restorative pill of decent grade. I'll give it to you as a token of my appreciation. No, young master, how could I possibly accept your gift? What's mine is mine, and Chen Mir is Chen Mir. This is purely my personal gesture. Jiang Wuque considered himself a fair employer. After all, she might work for him again someday, so he had to ensure her compensation was generous. Finally, under Jiang Wuque's persistent warmth, Xiaoyue accepted it. We're here, young master. Xiaoyue pushed open the door to find Chen Mir sitting inside, her eyes narrowed in a faint, ambiguous smile directed at her. Chen Mir sat with one leg crossed over the other, her jade-like legs stacked neatly. She wore a plain brocade top layered beneath a bright yellow robe adorned with tassels. The most striking feature, however, was the vivid red string tied between her prominent peaks. The cord threaded through the valley between her peaks, finally disappearing into the dark, deep ravine. This outfit stunned Xiaoyue completely. It was the first time she had ever seen the tower mistress dressed in such a bold and sensual manner. As for who she was dressing up for, that went without saying. Xiaoyue gaze swept across the room, landing on a raven-specific communication jade tablet resting on the table. Her expression froze, then she closed her eyes in anguish. The very thing she dreaded most had happened. The tower master must have overheard their earlier conversation. But instead of the expected fury, she saw a blissful smile unlike any she'd ever witnessed. Because Jiang Wuque stood behind Xiaoyue. Nour. He called her name softly.
She had intended to sit demurely, presenting her most graceful posture to welcome Jiang Wuque, but that single word shattered her composure. She hurriedly rose to her feet, but the movement was so abrupt that the conspicuous red cord vanished beneath the undulating waves. Please sit, young master. Chen Mier hurriedly took Jiang Wuque's arm and guided him back to the seat she had just vacated. During this, she didn't forget to glance back at Xiaoyue-chan, precisely demonstrating what a change of expression looked like. Chen Mier used the Raven's secret code to gesture, thank goodness you didn't say anything you shouldn't have. Otherwise, you'd be in for it. At that moment, Xiaoyue-chan desperately wished Jiang Wuque would glance back just to witness how this brutal superior was exploiting her subordinate. Seeing that the host of the building had no time to spare for her, Xiaoyue-chan didn't want to make a fool of herself. She quickly left this place of trouble. Young master, you must be weary after such a long journey. Please, have some tea. With that, Chen Mier respectfully offered him a cup of tea. Noticing the vivid red lipstick mark on the rim and Chen Miao's slightly expectant gaze, Jiang Wuque hesitated for a moment before finally taking a sip. What brings you to Ascension Peak, young master? Could it be that a junior is coming to participate in the Imperial Path 200 years hence? Jiang Wuque shook his head. I intend to participate myself. Seeing the puzzled expression on her face, Jiang Wuque knew she hadn't understood his words. So he proceeded to demonstrate it right there. Palm facing downward, Jiang Wuque let the black flesh bud emerge from his hand. Under Chen Mier's stunned gaze, it coalesced into another Jiang Wuque. After a brief display, Jiang Wuque withdrew his duplicate. Young master, was that just an illusion, or merely the ability of a cultivation technique? After weighing his words, Jiang Wuque continued, besides, I have no intention of participating in the Imperial Path 200 years hence. Instead, I plan to challenge the 7 gates of heaven. By this point, Chen Mier had grasped Jiang Wuque's true purpose. I see. So you intend to break through the 7 gates of heaven? What's wrong? Don't you believe in me? No, young master, Chen Mier's face bore a rare seriousness. To be perfectly honest, Mier, I don't advise you to participate in the 7 gates of heaven. Seeing the gravity in Chen Mier's expression, Jiang Wuque lost all inclination to joke. Why do you say that? As a realm capable of consistently producing great emperors, the emperor's path has long been monopolized by certain factions, namely, the 1 dynasty, the 3 sects, and the 5 clans. Though they haven't openly claimed the emperor's path as their own, they've secretly divided all the benefits among themselves long ago. Jiang Wuque frowned. Such things exist? Indeed, young master. The last individual to breach the 7 gates of heaven had his Dao seed seized by these factions, which then forged it into a counterfeit Dao seed. A fake Dao seed? They use secret techniques to sustain the Dao seed's energy. Then, one individual is selected from within each faction to inherit the power of this fake Dao seed. This method grants them an advantage on the path to heaven, ultimately forming an invisible monopoly. Chen Mier's words came in rapid succession, swiftly unraveling the intricate web of connections. Such secret knowledge, could the Union of Bliss really uncover it? Jiang Wuque asked, puzzled. Logically, such a scandalous affair should be tightly concealed by those factions. Hearing this, Chen Mier said with a hint of pride, young master, you underestimate the Raven clan. Besides, there's no such thing as a wall that never lets the wind through. With determination, one can always uncover some clues. My mistake. I shouldn't have underestimated you. Thank you for sharing this information. With that, Jiang Wuque placed his hand on Chen Mier's head, running his fingers through her hair a few times. No need for apologies, young master. This is all I owe you. Owe me? What could you possibly owe me? Jiang Wuque asked, puzzled. To his surprise, Chen Mier smiled faintly. I didn't want you to know, young master. Suffice it to say, I owe you a great deal. If I revealed the reasons, you'd surely comfort me, saying something like, let's forget about it. Jiang Wuque gave an awkward chuckle, realizing his inner thoughts had been read. Miaoer doesn't want to hear those words. Chen Miaoer blinked her eyes, filled with springtime allure, and deliberately shifted her body to reveal that conspicuous red string. In short, I owe you. And it's fine to owe you forever. Then I'll respect your wish. Then later, young master, will you listen to me one more time? As the words fell, Chen Miaoer twisted her body, her fair, delicate hands growing increasingly restless. What do you want me to listen to? Jiang Wuque felt his throat go dry. Chen Miaoer flashed a sly smile, leaning close to Jiang Wuque's ear and whispering softly, later, grab this red string and hit me. Jiang Wuque's eyes widened in disbelief. Hit you? That's right, hit me. Not too hard, not too soft, just as you like it, young master. That doesn't seem right. Chapter 87, The Young Master. The next day. Young master, you're still too gentle. The sect leader's blows were far stronger than yours. Jiang Wuque couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He truly didn't have that kind of preference. He respected but couldn't comprehend Chen Mier's rapturous expression. Mier, do you know what forces within this city could threaten me? Chen Mier turned her body, pressing close against him. The red cord tied around her neck yesterday had been torn off. It seems you haven't abandoned the 7 gates of heaven, young master. But Mior will support you.
Chen Mier immediately rose and draped herself in a plain blue gauze robe. She drew a golden jade token, closed her eyes to sense its energy, and retrieved core intelligence hidden within the Hahuan sect. This intelligence wasn't gathered by Chen Mier herself, but rather uncovered by the previous Tower Master, or perhaps the one before that, she wasn't entirely sure which. After all, the mortality rate for this position of Tower Master was alarmingly high. After swiftly scanning the data in her mind, Chen Miao delivered her answer. Young Master, there are at least 2 openly acknowledged great emperors. Additionally, the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty maintains 10,000 divine guardians, and over 30 quasi-emperors are permanently stationed here. What level of power do these 2 great emperors possess? Chen Mier continued her mental review, simultaneously cross-referencing other intelligence for contextual analysis. I haven't found their exact cultivation levels, but based on estimates, these 2 great emperors are likely within the range of the 1st to 4th layers. There are only a handful of recorded instances of them taking action. Jiang Wuque nodded. There's no time to waste. Let's begin today. Chen Mier put away the jade token, a look of concern fleeting across her face. Are you certain you can handle 2 great emperors? Perhaps the sect master could summon reinforcements for you. Her concern wasn't unfounded. While the 2 great emperors were visible forces, hidden powers might lurk in the shadows. She feared Jiang Wuque alone couldn't handle such a situation. To Chen Mier's concern, Jiang Wuque offered only 4 simple words: I can handle it. The weather today was rather gloomy. Endless threads of rain fell like silver needles onto the ground. Yet the base of Ascension Peak remained bustling with activity. Most people here merely sought to marvel at the majestic splendor of Ascension Peak and the 7 gates of heaven. Only a handful actually participate in the 7 gates of heaven. As a legendary realm promising instant ascension to heaven, and with 3 confirmed conquerors, the 7 gates of heaven attract countless challengers daily, most of them naturally gifted prodigies. Perhaps the 4th person to conquer it would be themselves? Though such fantasies lingered, 99% of challengers failed to pass even the 1st gate. It is widely known that between the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm and the Emperor realm lies a transitional stage known as the Half-Step Emperor. Before the 7 gates of heaven emerged, cultivation systems did not recognize such a classification. It was only after the 7 gates of heaven emerged that the concept of the Half-Step Emperor began to spread. Simply passing the 1st gate, the Realm Gate, would make one a true Half-Step Emperor. Only then would one truly separate themselves from the peak Quasi-Emperors. Thus, many sought the title of Half-Step Great Emperor specifically, coming to challenge the 7 gates of heaven. Jiang Wuque followed the 3 figures ahead to the entrance of the 7 gates of heaven. He looked up to see that the so-called 7 gates of heaven resembled a golden pagoda pressed against the mid-slope of Ascension Peak. This colossal pagoda stood over 1,000 meters tall, leaning against the mountain like a mountain itself. Its sheer size was indeed exaggerated, and the pagoda was clearly man-made. Rather than a trial gate, it resembled a formidable supreme imperial weapon. Seems these so-called 7 gates of heaven have their own hidden story behind them. Jiang Wuque mused inwardly. He gave a slight nod, gathered his focus, and waited for the 3 ahead of him to enter. In less than half an hour, it was Jiang Wuque's turn. He also noticed an intriguing phenomenon: the 3 individuals ahead of him had all entered with an air of arrogance and superiority. Yet, within less than a quarter of an hour, they emerged with heads bowed, looking utterly dejected and as if they had lost their souls. Jiang Wuque paid them no mind. He strode forward and produced the spirit stones he had prepared long ago. Yes, to pass through these 7 gates of Heaven's Gate, one must also pay spirit stones. These spirit stones, naturally, are offered up to the so-called 1 dynasty, 3 sects, and 5 imperial clans. They call it an administrative fee, but it's really just a toll. Jiang Wuque had no desire to provoke trouble with them just yet. The pot-bellied, stocky man before him suddenly lit up. His eyes gleamed as he strode toward Jiang Wuque. Jiang Wuque assumed he was here to collect his spirit stones and promptly handed them over. But to his surprise, the man brushed past him and headed straight for the figure behind him. Well, young Master Qian. What brings you here? Flattery aside, Elder Zhao. My cultivation has advanced somewhat recently, so I thought I'd challenge the 7 gates of heaven once more. Perhaps I can earn the title of Half-Step Great Emperor. The speaker was a stocky man clad in an exquisitely expensive Taoist robe. The garment stretched taut over his bulky frame, creating an awkwardly mismatched appearance. Most importantly, Jiang Wuque seemed to spot a familiar figure behind this man, the fat fellow who had challenged him to a duel at Spring Rain Pavilion back then. His name was something like Qian. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that this group seemed to be ignoring him. Elder Zhao wore a fawning smile as he hurriedly led the way for Qian Han. Behind Qian Han, Chen Xian was surrounded by several young men offering flattering words. They paid no attention whatsoever to Jiang Wuque standing nearby, striding directly toward the entrance of the 7 gates of heaven. The next moment, Jiang Wuque materialized before Elder Zhao, his fingers curling into a claw as he grabbed the elder's shoulder. Seems I got here first. Jiang Wuque's gaze was deep and calm. He simply stared at the fat old man whose face twisted in pain. My friend, resorting to violence over a mere disagreement, that's not quite right.
The burly man placed his hand on Jiang Wuque's arm and exerted force, causing the veins on his arm to bulge instantly. Then, Qian Han's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't managed to pull this guy away. Once, twice. This arm, not particularly thick, felt like it was forged from meteorite iron. Despite his repeated tugs, the other man didn't even budge his elbow. Qian Han now felt his pride was at stake. But to save face, he swallowed his anger. Brother, I am the young master of the Shangyun Merchants Guild. Do me a favor and let go. But Jiang Wuque continued to grip the plump old man. Facing the so-called young master, he offered only a curt reply, "Get back in line behind me." The words fell like a bomb, silencing the crowd instantly. Only Elder Zhao's agonized wails echoed through the air. After all, many spectators gathered to witness the seven gates of heaven had already witnessed the escalating conflict. Ever since Qian Han had appeared, they understood he was someone with powerful connections. When Qian Han revealed he was the young master of the Shangyun Merchants Guild, many were stunned. But what shocked them even more was that this man had dared to confront him head-on, even cursing Qian Han out. What a bold move! What guts! Doesn't he know what the Shangyun Merchants Guild represents? Chapter 88, Entering the Heavenly Gate. Their shock was understandable. The Shangyun Merchants Guild was the largest trading house in Central Continent. This guild was a veritable moneybag, raking in countless spirit stones daily. And behind such a guild stood two emperor-level sects and the backing of an imperial clan. The Shangyun Merchants Guild supplied them with resources, while they provided protection for the guild. Thus, provoking the Shangyun Merchants Guild meant simultaneously offending three emperor-level powers. That was why the surrounding crowd was so profoundly shocked. Some watched with cold smiles, while others admired Jiang Wuque's audacity. But without a doubt, they all held a pessimistic outlook on Jiang Wuque's fate. Seeing this man so utterly ungrateful, not only Qian Han but even Qian Xian behind him couldn't sit still. Qian Han was his cousin. If he lost face, wouldn't that mean he lost face too? With a cold sneer, he stepped forward, bellowing, "What audacity! To dare insult the Shangyun Merchants Guild!" Jiang Wuque had come to participate in the seven gates of heaven, undoubtedly aiming for the title of half-step emperor. And here was this nobody, not even a half-step great emperor, daring to publicly humiliate the Shangyun Merchants Guild. Such a fellow deserved a proper lesson. Qian Xian was quite clever. After his verbal sparring, he immediately pulled out a communication jade talisman and began summoning reinforcements. He stepped before Jiang Wuque, intending to brandish the jade token as a threat. "You bastard, the Upper Cloud Merchants' half-step great emperor is arriving any moment. And you still..." A savage grin spread across Qian Xian's face, but the moment he recognized that familiar face, all color drained from his cheeks. He turned as pale as a sheet of paper, drained of all life. Thud! 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 Qian Xian stumbled backward several steps, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. If he wasn't mistaken, wasn't this the very same Jian young master who had battled the Sword Emperor Haotian? That handsome face and the unmistakably bright yellow hair instantly revealed the nightmare figure haunting his mind. Having previously faced Jiang Wuque in the arena, he'd been constantly worried about retaliation ever since escaping from White Jade City. After all, this was an emperor, one who had slain an emperor like the Sword Emperor of the Heavens. The Sword Emperor of the Azure Sky had fallen right under his nose. That overwhelming impact had become a nightmare haunting him. After the battle on Lake Heart Island, Jiang Wuque had mysteriously vanished. Aside from a single appearance at the Union Sect, he had not been seen since. Consequently, Qian Xian lived in constant dread. If Jiang Wuque truly sought vengeance, the Shangyun Merchants Guild would likely sacrifice him without hesitation, paying Jiang Wuque a hefty compensation in spirit stones. After all, the Shangyun Merchants Guild was merely a vassal of an emperor-level power, far inferior to the true emperor-level forces themselves. "Young Master Qian. What's wrong? Are you upset?" Noticing Qian Xian's unsettled expression, the young men and women surrounding him immediately rushed over. "Young Master Qian, don't let this boorish man get to you. Such behavior only diminishes your stature." Yes. "Young Master Qian, don't get angry. I've summoned my clan elders to back you up." Hearing this, Qian Xian trembled with fear. His hand shook as he raised it, delivering a resounding slap to the face of the man who had called him uncouth. The slap rang out with a resounding crack. The remaining few stood utterly bewildered, completely baffled by what had transpired. Qian Xian addressed one of them, enunciating each word deliberately, "Get your damn clan elder to roll back home immediately." Qian Xian offered no further explanation. Instead, he forced an awkward smile at Jiang Wuque and asked, Are you young Master Jiang?" Qian Xian's voice grew shrill with sheer terror. Jiang Wuque glanced at Qian Xian but offered no reply. Instead, he applied slight pressure to his palm, sending Elder Zhao tumbling backward. In the process, he also shook off Qian Han, who was still clutching Jiang Wuque's arm. Qian Han was on the verge of losing his mind to rage. He glanced at his bewildered cousin, then lunged forward to confront Jiang Wuque. "No! Don't, big brother!" Qian Xian dragged his obese frame over and grabbed Qian Han by the arm. "What are you doing? When will our backup arrive?" Qianhan's hair stood on end with fury, but fearing he might injure his cousin, he held back for now.
Seizing the moment, Xian urgently whispered telepathically, "Sword Emperor Haotian." The 4 words poured out, and the rage that had surged through Qianhan's mind was instantly doused as if by a bucket of ice water. His previously ragged breathing abruptly slowed. He stared at Xian in disbelief, as if trying to confirm the truth of this matter through his eyes alone. He knew full well about the incident from months ago. The great emperor's bloodshed. The Qingshu sect, once an emperor-level powerhouse, teetered on the brink of collapse overnight. After Bai Wenya, the sect master of the Huanhuan sect, broke through to emperor level, she tore another substantial chunk of flesh from the Qingshu sect. With Bai Wenya having opened the floodgates, surrounding factions swarmed like sharks sensing blood, devouring Qingshu sect clean to the bone. Behind it all was an extremely mysterious man who called himself Young Master Jiang, heir to a hidden clan. The veracity of his identity remained uncertain, but his formidable power was truly terrifying. The memories remained vividly etched in his mind. Even now, recalling them sent a chill down Qianhan's spine. Explain clearly what exactly happened. The man before us looks exactly like that Jiang young master. It doesn't seem like some disguise technique or anything. What? Qianhan visibly panicked at the revelation. A crowd began gathering around them, many drawn by curiosity to see what fate awaited Jiang Wuque after provoking these 2 powerful brothers. But what unfolded next left them utterly stunned. First, Xian's expression darkened. Then, he turned on his own men, beating up his henchmen and restraining the enraged Qianhan. To any observant person, it was clear that this handsome young man must have some formidable connections of his own, and the Chen brothers had recognized him. Xian exchanged a glance with Qianhan, and then both bowed in unison. "Young Master Jiang, we brothers have offended you. We beg your magnanimity to spare us." With that, they immediately stripped off their spirit rings and even their magical robes, laying them before Jiang Wuque in supplication. Their groveling was remarkably swift. Such a surprising reversal stunned everyone present. How quickly these brothers changed their tune. Truly, they're born merchants, flexible and adaptable. Truth be told, Jiang Wuque had never taken this group seriously from the start. He'd only intervened to teach Qianhan a lesson for cutting in line. Jiang Wuque paid no attention to the 2 men, walking straight toward the already unconscious elder Zhao. He placed the spirit stones on the broken arm. Then, without looking back, he entered the 7 gates of heaven. Chapter 89, A Dream Wedding? Qianhan looked utterly perplexed. So what the hell is going on here? I have no idea. How could he just walk in? Xian was equally dumbfounded. The situation grew increasingly bizarre. Jiang Wuque had entered the 7 gates of heaven, which meant he wasn't the great emperor. Yet he looked exactly like young Master Jiang. Could this be some unknown disguise technique? What should we do now? Qianhan asked Xian. His cousin was usually the sharpest, so Qianhan intended to seek his counsel. Xian glanced around. Seeing many people watching them with amusement, his face turned pale and ashen. He picked up the robe from the ground and hurriedly stood up. He took several deep breaths to steady himself. After such a humiliating loss, all we can do now is wait. Wait? Yes, we must wait. If he's merely an imposter, he'll likely withdraw from the 7 gates of heaven soon enough. Then we'll gather reinforcements and take revenge. Qianhan still hesitated. But what if he passes several gates? Easy. If he truly clears several gates, it shows immense potential. Even if he's not the one we seek, we should prioritize harmony and prosperity. Apologize if necessary. That makes sense, Xian. I'll follow your lead this time. Still, it's a shame I lost face in front of so many people. What's regrettable about that? Face can't be eaten. Being shameless is the very essence of our merchant guild's legacy. Stepping into the 7th gate of heaven, Jiang Wuque felt as though he'd passed through a layer of light. The scene before him was utterly different from the outside world. Outside, the massive golden pagoda shimmered with translucent radiance, yet within, a profound darkness enveloped the space. I recall the first gate tests one's cultivation realm, right? Jiang Wuque murmured. Jiang Wuque had already thoroughly studied the intelligence on the first 3 gates. For the vast majority of people in the world, the 3rd gate was the furthest they could reach. Very few managed to enter the 4th gate. Perhaps only a handful of dozens had succeeded, so intelligence regarding the 4th stage and beyond was scarce, even deliberately suppressed by certain factions. Despite Raven's relentless inquiries, he had never obtained any concrete information. Despite the lack of information, he remained confident he could advance further. His current physique was forged by Jiang Wuque's body refinement cultivation, combined with the sun-refining spirit transformation talent, the soul-capturing mantra, the great carefree freedom technique, and his quasi-emperor-level cultivation realm. His cultivation level had approached that of an emperor to an astonishing degree. Jiang Wuque estimated that even if a true emperor arrived, this avatar could hold its own against them. Without pausing his stride, Jiang Wuque suppressed his inner thoughts and strode toward the lone source of light ahead. It was a doorway, no door, only a magnificent frame. I should step inside. Jiang Wuque thought to himself. With that thought, he slowly reached out his hand. Just as he was about to pass through the frame, a layer of golden membrane covered the entire doorway. The intelligence had mentioned this phenomenon. If one's strength was insufficient, the challenger would encounter immense obstacles, or even be flung back by the golden membrane itself. Let me see how it goes. His hand didn't pause, and his palm passed right through the membrane. To Jiang Wuque's senses, the membrane felt as fluid as water, offering not the slightest resistance. His palm could even pass back and forth through the golden membrane. Looks like the preparations I made beforehand won't be needed. Jiang Wuque still held a guide in his hand. It's just was this: when passing through the golden membrane, one must first insert the palm, then float the body upward, keeping the entire form compact and forcing entry with the smallest possible surface area. This would reduce the resistance slightly. This was likely the best solution those lacking sufficient strength could devise. Jiang Wuque shook his head and stepped directly through the membrane into the next stage. Outside Ascension Peak. Clang! A thunderous bell toll echoed throughout Ascension Peak. Within Ascension City, many were drawn by the thunderous toll. Some cultivators visiting for the first time were bewildered. But the locals immediately realized what had happened. Someone had breached the first gate of the 7 gates of heaven. Typically, the heavenly gate bell tolled only once every 5 or 6 years. This also signifies the emergence of a half-step great emperor, truly distancing himself from other quasi-emperor peak cultivators. Outside the 7 gates of heaven. Xian stared blankly at his cousin and said, "Brother Han, didn't you say that membrane was extremely difficult to penetrate? Each attempt takes 1 or 2 hours. How come he got through so quickly?" Faced with Xian's question, Xian Han had no intention of answering, for he was too stunned. How did he do it? How could he be so fast? Could he really be an emperor? But emperors can't possibly enter. Xian Han's mind was reeling. He couldn't fathom how Jiang Wuque managed it so effortlessly. Only those who had truly experienced it could comprehend the sheer difficulty. Though the earlier clash of power had already shown he was no match for Jiang Wuque, it now seemed the other had held back earlier. Just as the brothers stood dumbfounded, the tolling of the bell had already drawn the attention of many. Especially the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty's station general. His gaze seemed to pierce through the layers of buildings, fixing on the pagoda atop Ascension Peak. Go! Investigate! Which half-step emperor has appeared now? Duan Muyen commanded the heavily armored guard beside him. Yes, sir. Though Duan Muyen claimed to be investigating, he didn't truly care. The bell tolled once every 5 or 6 years. Having guarded this place for over a millennium, he had long since grown accustomed to it. This latest tolling was merely another routine inspection. Besides Duan Muyen, most of the other Imperial-level forces stationed here had also dispatched specialists to investigate. Before long, the area outside the 7 gates of heaven grew increasingly crowded, drawn by the sound of the bell. Jiang Wuque remained utterly unaware of the scene unfolding outside. After passing through that layer of golden membrane, the scene before his eyes was no longer deep darkness, but had become soft and bright. Jiang Wuque knew clearly that he had arrived at the 2nd gate of the 7 gates of heaven, the gate of mind. His mind drifted uncontrollably, as if something was being gradually pulled away. Everything before his eyes seemed to make perfect sense. Jiang Wuque forgot he was within the 7 gates of heaven, as if everything before him was real. That night, Jiang Wuque sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at the scene bathed in festive red. Marriage? Whose marriage? As the question surfaced in his mind, Jiang Wuque looked down and saw that his attire had transformed into that of a groom. Bang! The door burst open violently. Jiang Wuque looked up. Bai Wenya. She stood before him in a festive bridal gown, her jet-black hair cascading like a waterfall, adorned with a crimson gold hairpin inlaid with emeralds. The bright red, gold-embroidered phoenix-patterned wedding robe, with its cross-collar design, shimmered brilliantly under the glow of the blazing candles. Her eyes sparkled like emerald waves, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush. Her gait was slightly unsteady, as if she were drunk. These sect leaders are such a bother, insisting I drink so much. But this immortal's brew is truly extraordinary, even someone of my cultivation can get drunk from it. Bai Wenya's lips curved upward as she glanced at Jiang Wuque seated beside the bed. But it's all right. With you by my side, tonight is bound to be a sleepless one. Chapter 90, looks like I really have to punish you. Husband, are you ready? Wenya is coming. Bai Wenya smiled faintly, her face flushed with a delicate blush that made her appear radiantly captivating. Right before Jiang Wuque's eyes, she shed every item of clothing from her body. Then she suddenly lunged toward Jiang Wuque. Husband, why aren't you moving? Not interested in me? Or is it? Bai Wenya lightly licked her earlobe, her warm breath tickling his skin as she whispered, or are you just playing coy? Golden flames ignited in Jiang Wuque's eyes as he rapidly channeled the sun-refining divine transformation art. This technique transcended even the Emperor grade level, making it incredibly formidable. Specifically designed to fortify one's divine soul, it could even solidify a cultivator's soul essence, allowing it to detach from the body and roam the void. In this world, no cultivator, no matter how powerful, had ever separated their divine soul from their body. Not even an emperor could achieve it. Yet this technique achieved it, vastly enhancing Jiang Wuque's divine soul. This meant his soul-capturing mantra was exceptionally potent.
So powerful, in fact, that even he himself could not withstand it. After the golden flames ignited, Jiang Wuque saw through everything before his eyes. It was merely an illusion conjured by the 7 gates of heaven. Though an illusion, it possessed formidable qualities, everything felt tangible, and it subconsciously made one forget they were within the heavenly gate 7 gates. Those lacking strong willpower might well believe they are in a real place, where everything that happens is real.
Young master, why aren't you looking at Wenya? Could it be you dislike seeing me drunk?
Seeing herself ignored by Jiang Wuque, Bai Wenya's eyes reddened, her expression utterly heartbroken.
Didn't you used to love kneading dumplings? Why aren't you doing it now? Are you ashamed of Wenya? Jiang Wuque's gaze remained calm as he pushed her away.
To him, the scene before him held no meaning. Fake was fake, it could never compare to the real thing. Bai Wenya lay sprawled on the floor, her delicate frame trembling. One hand braced against the ground, the other clutching her chin as she sobbed softly. Her appearance was utterly heartbreaking. But Jiang Wuque remained unmoved. Even as Bai Wenya began to shift rapidly, his gaze remained serene.
Ancestor, Lure thanks you for your teachings.
I have nothing to repay you with, so I shall offer you my most precious possession. Young master, please whip Miaoer.
Miaoer loves it when you do this. Ancestor, may I kiss you once more?
Like last time, kiss me until I can't breathe, until my body melts into yours.
Ancestor. Xian longs to bear your child. Xian yearns for the fruit of our love. Please, don't walk away. Can't you show me tenderness just once?
In mere seconds, over a dozen exquisitely beautiful women flashed before his eyes. Luo Xian, Shang Yishua, even that adorable little girl Yaya with her baby fat. Familiar and unfamiliar faces, the illusion kept shifting. And with each transformation, Jiang Wuque lost all memory of the previous beauty, convincing him each vision was reality. Jiang Wuque strode forward, passing through the wedding chamber illuminated by crimson candles. Pushing away the warm jade in his embrace, he walked resolutely onward. Before him appeared countless misty spirit stones, myriad rare treasures of all shapes and forms, and countless sharp, powerful supreme imperial weapons.
Jiang Wuque ignored them all.
His sun-refining divine eye had already pierced through everything. Lust, ambition, greed, tyranny, rage. Every negative emotion, every illusion capable of corrupting humanity, paraded before Jiang Wuque. Yet these so-called experiences vanished like fleeting clouds, failing to halt Jiang Wuque's stride. Without expending much effort, Jiang Wuque reached the end of this trial. As all the hazy memories returned, Jiang Wuque's consciousness gradually sharpened.
So this is the Mind State Gate?
To be honest, this trial was no simple feat, but the mere fact that it could erase memories and cloud one's mind was formidable enough. It made you subconsciously believe everything you saw was real. And if it's real, why refuse the good fortune laid before you? That was the true difficulty of this gate. The moment you truly succumbed to those desires, you would fail, and the second gate would come to an end.
Ding dong!
At the foot of Ascension Peak. This time, the pagoda bell tolled twice, signifying the challenger had broken through the second stage.
Xian, how long did it take this time? Less than a quarter of an hour. The second gate so quickly too. Not only were the Chen brothers astonished, but everyone present was equally stunned. The interval between the two chimes was simply too brief.
The faster one cleared the gates, the greater their chances of ascending to the higher levels.
Not far from Ascension Peak, Jiang Wuque's true form leaned against a window in a nearby pavilion, his expression serene. Master, please have some tea.
Jiang Wuque accepted the warm tea, lifting it to his lips for a gentle sip.
Next time, there's no need to test the water temperature. Chen Miao flushed, murmuring softly, what if it scalded you, young master?
You'd surely punish this careless servant.
Speaking of punishment, a bundle of fine silk whips would be quite suitable. I actually quite enjoy.
Just as Chen Miao was chattering away, Jiang Wuque gave her a sharp flick on the forehead.
Ouch, that hurt. Who told you to talk nonsense like that?
Jiang Wuque simply watched the big yellow girl feigning pain. Seeing Jiang Wuque's unmoved expression, Chen Miaoer withdrew her hand from her head.
Why stop the act? How could Miaoer dare to play tricks on you, young master? It doesn't hurt at all.
Jiang Wuque smiled briefly before his expression turned serious.
Any movement from those factions? They haven't made any major moves yet. Just sent 1 or 2 people to scout around standard procedure. Jiang Wuque nodded, indicating he understood. Do you know what I saw in the second stage just now? Jiang Wuque shifted the topic and asked Chen Miaoer. Miaoer, you remember the second gate was the gate of mental state, right?
The 7 gates of heaven produce many illusions like lust, for example.
Chen Miaoer's ears flushed crimson as if she'd recalled something. Could it be? Wrong guess.
I saw you in there too. The Miaoer in that illusion was so well behaved, never demanding punishment from me over every little thing. Jiang Wuque had intended to tease her, but she clearly wasn't having it.
Chen Miaoer quickly burrowed into Jiang Wuque's embrace. I don't believe it. How could the real Miaoer be obedient and playful in an illusion?
You must be lying to me, young master.
Jiang Wuque felt a bit embarrassed. How could this girl blurt out anything like that? Oh my, is the young master perhaps embarrassed? How unusual. Chen Nier's eyes sparkled with amusement.
Though her tone carried playful teasing, her stunningly beautiful face made it impossible to stay angry.
Young master, you aren't truly upset, are you? I was only joking. Seeing Jiang Wuque remain silent, Chen Miaowei began to panic first. Looks like I really must punish you. Jiang Wuque murmured lightly. Chapter 91, Stirrings from All Sides. As Jiang Wuque stepped into the third gate, the scene before him shifted once more. A vast, open plain stretched out before him, green grass as far as the eye could see. The third gate tests true combat prowess. No sooner had Jiang Wuque spoken than a tree stump, pulsing like a silkworm cocoon, appeared before his eyes. Whoosh! A viscous, deep green liquid erupted from the stump. Jiang Wuque dodged it effortlessly. Glancing back, he saw the liquid corroding a large patch of grass with a hissing sound. After seeping into the earth, it left only a patch of pitch-black soil. A tree demon? That's a type of demon beast I haven't encountered before. Jiang Wuque mused. Tree demons were indeed extremely rare, typically born in two extreme environments. One was spirit-rich, fertile lands where they might grow into guardian spirit trees blessing the region. The other type emerged from perilous lands, such as blood-soaked burial grounds. These tree demons were savage and merciless, killing anyone they encountered. The one before them was undoubtedly of the latter kind. As thick sap spurted forth, sharp wooden thorns erupted from the tree demon's body, while dark green leaves rapidly sprouted from its head. How does it plan to attack me? Jiang Wuque couldn't help but chuckle at its massive, clumsy form. How could it possibly defeat him with just that sap? Boom! 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 But no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the tree demon's trunk suddenly cracked open. Thick roots burst from the soil like giant serpents. The roots spread out in all directions the moment they emerged, covering the distance to him in less than 2 breaths. Jiang Wuque's toes flicked against the ground. As the great carefree freedom technique surged through him, he flashed behind the tree demon. Yes, this wasn't about speed, it was a direct teleportation. This was the power the great carefree freedom technique granted Jiang Wuque, the ability to traverse space over short distances. The tree demon seemed to sense Jiang Wuque's position. Snap! Crack! The tree demon twisted dozens of branches together, forming a massive axe in midair. Its blade radiated dense green spiritual energy as it roared toward Jiang Wuque. Jiang Wuque stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. Facing an attack powerful enough to effortlessly slay a quasi-emperor at peak strength, he merely took a deep breath. Thud! That thunderous roar erupted from the resonance of Jiang Wuque's internal organs and the vibration of his bones. As the sun-refining spirit transformation technique surged through him, golden spiritual light flared in his eyes. This was the manifestation of his surging divine soul power. Qi. The ancient syllable erupted from Jiang Wuque's throat as he charged head-on toward the tree demon's massive axe. Regardless of the divine soul power contained within the attack, the sheer sonic boom generated by the immense sound alone was enough to block the tree demon's axe. Boom! Tons of earth were hurled into the air, and the axe smashed into the ground, carving out a massive crater. The tree demon's crown rustled violently in the blast, yet the axe continued its descent by inertia. However, the green spiritual energy had vanished from its surface. Before the axe even hit the ground, the tree demon's eyes had already lost their glimmer of life. The sun-refining divine transformation was this terrifying. Coupled with the soul-capturing mantra, even an emperor would suffer greatly from such a blow. Jiang Wuque darted to the tree demon's feet, certain beyond doubt that it was utterly dead. Beyond that, he noticed the area beneath its roots had turned withered and yellow. It seemed the tree demon had absorbed the vitality of this grassland. In other words, across this vast expanse, the tree demon possessed extraordinary endurance. It should have been extremely formidable, but unfortunately, Jiang Wuque's technique specifically targeted the spirit soul. Even with the tree demon's formidable vitality and endurance, it was utterly useless. And those buds growing on its head probably another trick up its sleeve, but it was too late to use them now. Jiang Wuque shook his head and strode toward the next obstacle. What exactly the fourth stage would test, Jiang Wuque had no detailed intelligence on. In other words, from this point onward, everything ahead was unknown territory. But even the unknown couldn't deter him from pressing forward. Just as Jiang Wuque pondered the nature of the fourth gate, darkness suddenly engulfed his vision. He could see nothing, as if submerged in a muddy swamp, his ears filled with muffled, low murmurs. What is this? Just as the question surfaced in his mind, the murmurs grew louder and louder, eventually transforming into a cacophony of shouts ringing in his ears. Why keep going? Give up. What are you doing? A barrage of sharp, accusatory questions echoed in his ears. Each time these voices pierced his ears, his consciousness suffered a violent jolt. By this point, Jiang Wuque had come to understand what the fourth trial truly demanded. The soul. The fourth gate tested the strength of the challenger's soul essence. The drowning whispers were filled with chaotic soul attacks, causing unbearable agony for those who faced them. Those with weaker divine souls would likely have already bled from their 7 orifices and been overcome by dizziness during the earlier low murmurs. Fortunately, Jiang Wuque's soul essence was now remarkably robust. After cultivating the sun-refining soul-transforming gift, its strength had increased several-fold.
Confronting the current predicament was, in fact, remarkably straightforward. Jiang Wuque took a slight step forward, but suddenly found his footing vanish beneath him, as if plunging into an abyss. Only when he steadied himself did he take a resolute step forward. This time, Jiang Wuque's footing was solid. The sensation of falling vanished. The darkness before his eyes gradually faded away. The fourth gate was passed. Ding! 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 Beneath the 7 gates of heaven, another wave of gasps erupted. For bell strikes. He passed the fourth gate. This time he took even less time. To break through 4 gates in such a short span, such a feat had likely not been seen in millennia. Even the 3 who truly conquered all 7 gates in the past did not move with such astonishing speed. Today, a new great emperor may very well emerge. Under the watchful eyes of thousands. Many had already resolved to stay no matter what, determined to witness whether the cultivator who had just wounded the gatekeeper elder and forced back the Chen brothers could indeed conquer all 7 gates. The 4 tolls of the bell reverberated throughout the city, stirring unease among certain factions. If Jiang Wuque succeeded in passing, it would signify the emergence of a new Dao seed. No faction could resist such temptation. Especially not the few emperor-level factions who considered themselves the true masters of the emperor's path. Within Ascension City, Duan Muyan slowly lowered the coiled treasure sphere in his hand, his expression stern. The turn of events had already surpassed his expectations. Breaking through 4 gates in succession. And each had been breached with astonishing speed. What this signified was self-evident. Has the Imperial Preceptor been notified? Reporting to the general, it has been done. Duan Muyan gave a light nod before pulling out his military token. Transmit my order, all divine guard troops stationed outside the city are to march immediately to the 7 gates of heaven. Chapter 92, Punishment for not being allowed at the table. Besides Duan Muyan, the other 2 permanently stationed Imperial-level factions also responded swiftly. Unanimously, they dispatched their most profoundly cultivated disciples to the 7 gates of heaven. Above the Duan Mu Manor. A middle-aged man clad in black robes, his face stern, descended from the heavens. He landed precisely before Duan Muyan. Brother Duan Mu, how have you been lately? The man was clearly smiling, yet the expression looked utterly insincere. Not bad. At least I'm doing better than you phony. Deng Yu paid no heed to his words, instead turning his gaze toward the direction of Ascension Peak and remarking. Breaking through 4 gates in a row, that's quite the commotion he stirred up. Maybe he'll actually pull it off. Duan Muyan scoffed dismissively, even if he does, so what? Some things are simply not meant for him. He's just a pitiful fool. Besides, the game isn't over yet. Whether he can reach the 7th gate remains to be seen. You're right. Let's just wait and see. Young master, all 3 factions have made their moves. They can no longer sit idly by. Chen Nier received the report from her subordinate and relayed it to Jiang Wuque. Jiang Wuque nodded. As expected. At this point, Chen Nier wanted to say something but hesitated slightly. What is it? Didn't I agree to do that thing you requested? Aren't you satisfied? It's not that. Chen Nier thought back to the bold words she'd just spoken, waving her hand slightly awkwardly. Young master, it's not about me. It's that the sect leader is about to arrive. Didn't I tell you not to tell her? She's so busy right now. Chen Miao gave an awkward smile. It couldn't be helped. After all, the sect master is the true ruler of Crow Crossing. The servant truly has no choice but to obey her, so... Just then, a voice that sent shivers down one's spine suddenly rang out. So what? Miao, continue. Let me hear it too. At those words, Chen Mier's slender frame trembled, her eyes clearing instantly. Therefore, I must obey the sect master's orders. Even if it means walking through mountains of blades and seas of fire, I would not hesitate. Bai Wenya snorted coldly, then turned to look at Jiang Wuque, her eyes filled with sorrow. You've made such a grand gesture, yet you tried to keep it from me? That truly breaks my heart. I heard from Miao that you've been extremely busy lately. After solidifying your cultivation, you've been handling sect affairs non-stop. Oh? Bai Wenya glanced at Chen Mier, who was shivering nearby, her eyes scrutinizing. So a little mouse leaked my secrets, did she? Jiang Wuque forced a wry smile. Don't blame Miao, I told her to say it. Jiang Wuque had intended to help Chen Miao way out of her predicament, but little did he know he'd committed a major faux pas. Bai Wenya felt as if a vat of vinegar had been overturned inside her tone thick with bitterness. Oh, so that's how it is. How considerate of you, young master. Perhaps I was wrong to rush here in such a panic, worrying myself sick about you along the way, and suppressing the pain of you deliberately hiding your injury from me. All of this, it was all my fault. This barrage of questions left Jiang Wuque rooted to the spot, utterly flustered. Bai Wenya lowered her head, the corners of her eyes slightly reddened. Her alluring eyes now glistened with tears, framing her already exquisite features to create a breathtakingly beautiful and pitiable sight. She turned her body slightly, shielding her face from Jiang Wuque's view. Are you angry? No, I just feel my actions were unnecessary. After all, I'm merely a weak woman who just broke through to emperor level. I can't truly help you, young master. The bitterness in her tone was palpable even to Chen Mier, who stood far away.
She shot Jiang Wuque a sympathetic glance. Looks like you'll have your hands full soothing him for a while. Jiang Wuque pulled her into his embrace.
She offered no resistance, leaning into him.
This was my mistake. I didn't consider your feelings. Bai Wenya wasn't truly angry. Seeing Jiang Wuque had conceded, she wouldn't press the matter further. Then you owe me compensation. Jiang Wuque chuckled twice. Making amends? That was the least of his concerns. So tell me, how do you want me to make it up to you?
As she finished speaking, Bai Wenya turned to Chen Mier, who was watching the scene unfold, and said, "Let Mier come with me."
Come along? Jiang Wuque scratched his head. Was this the kind of come along he was thinking of?
Exactly, young master. It's just as you imagine, Bai Wenya added. But this time, let Miaoer just watch. At this point, Jiang Wuque finally grasped Bai Wenya's meaning. Miaoer would be left watching, barred from joining the table for the meal.
What? Chen Miaoer's face froze.
She never imagined the sect leader would single her out, and this punishment was utterly excessive.
Watching Jiang Wuque and Bai Wenya eat while she was left out?
That would make her heart ache with longing. It would be worse than death.
No, Master Sect Leader. You can't treat Miaoer like this. She's innocent. Chen Miaoer whimpered pitifully from the sidelines.
She got hungry quickly and craved food intensely. This was pure torture.
Before Jiang Wuque could respond, Bai Wenya cut in, "No. This is punishment for revealing my secrets."
With that, Bai Wenya ignored the tearful Chen Mier and composed herself, turning to Jiang Wuque.
Young master, I hear those three factions have already made their moves. What should we do now? Wait a little longer. We're already at the 4th stage. Everything is under my control.
As expected of you, young master. You must have had a plan all along.
Of course. Jiang Wuque declared with solemn earnestness.
In truth, he intended to charge ahead recklessly. Anyone daring to block his path would face his fists. Well, that could be considered a plan, I suppose. As the three conversed, a group of shadowy figures emerged from the distance. Each wore heavy, jet black armor and carried standardized weapons. Most crucially, their numbers swelled to over 10,000. The military formation advanced swiftly. Within a mere quarter of an hour, they had completely surrounded the base of Ascension Peak, leaving no room to breathe. A soldier clad in silver-white heavy armor stepped forward from the formation. All non-essential personnel, evacuate the area beneath the 7 gates of heaven immediately. Regardless of your affiliation. His booming voice echoed throughout the entire base of Ascension Peak. What's going on? Where did this crowd come from? Yeah, why should we leave? Some people asked in confusion. Enough talk. Follow me now. Those cultivators who knew the inside story immediately departed without a moment's hesitation. They knew exactly where these soldiers came from. The Divine Guard, one of the 3 great armies under the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty, specialized in suppressing sect uprisings and maintaining order across the vast domains under their rule. Their strength was formidable. If 10,000 Divine Guard soldiers joined forces under a commander at the threshold of emperorhood, they could even temporarily hold back a true emperor. Those informed cultivators cast one final glance toward the 7 gates of heaven before departing with sighs. With over 10,000 Divine Guard troops mobilized, the one attempting to breach the gates likely had no chance of survival. What a pity for this prodigy who had burst onto the scene. Chapter 93, Invasion of Demons. It could only be said that from the moment Jiang Wuque breached the 4th gate, the outcome had already been sealed. Even if Jiang Wuque failed to reach the end, his value remained immense. For instance, how he managed to swiftly clear the first 4 gates. This experience proved invaluable. With proper application, it could potentially benefit disciples within one's own faction. Since the avatar was created from a fragment of Jiang Wuque's divine soul, the Jiang Wuque currently navigating the trials had a general sense of the situation outside. A Divine Guard army of over 10,000? Jiang Wuque's stride remained unaffected. Even if there were 10,000, so what? Once the commander's banner was seized and their battle formation disrupted, could they still wield such formidable power? This battle formation merely pooled their strength together. Each soldier remained an individual entity. No matter how tightly they coalesced, there were inherent limits to their power. From the previous battle at Tianyuan, Jiang Wuque had already discerned the weaknesses of these divine guardians. Thus, the true threat never lay in those who appeared formidable in numbers, but rather in figures lurking in the shadows, concealing their true nature. Jiang Wuque knew full well that the commotion he'd stirred up this time was bound to attract those who sought to thwart him. But it didn't matter. With his 8th Emperor-level strength and the foundations he'd built up recently, he could only be taken down if attacked by 2 or more 9th Emperor-level opponents. The visible forces of Ascension Peak alone were nowhere near sufficient. Upon stepping into the 5th gate, Jiang Wuque immediately sensed an extremely familiar aura. Demon energy? Was the trial of the 5th gate connected to this? As he pondered, the surging demonic energy swept toward Jiang Wuque like a sandstorm, reducing visibility to near zero. In such a situation, evasion was utterly impossible. It seemed designed to force the challenger to endure this blow. Within 2 breaths, the demonic energy storm engulfed him, making it nearly impossible to keep his eyes open.
He quickly sensed something amiss. The demonic energy was highly active, as if someone were manipulating it, relentlessly penetrating every inch of his body. What is this testing? Resistance to demonic energy? A vague suspicion formed in Jiang Wuque's mind.
Though the demonic energy desperately tried to burrow into him, he could halt this process. The one who set this trial likely wanted to see if the challenger could block the demonic energy's invasion. Understanding the purpose of this trial, a relaxed and contented expression spread across Jiang Wuque's face.
Did he need to resist?
This pure demonic energy was nothing short of the finest nourishment.
Not only did Jiang Wuque possess physical cultivation, but he also had the transformative spiritual energy at his side. They wanted to burrow into his body?
Then they'd better be prepared to be ground down by his transformative spiritual energy.
The onslaught of demonic energy lasted a full half hour. Jiang Wuque sat cross-legged, unmoving as a mountain. Only after it ended did he open his eyes. It ended so quickly? Jiang Wuque felt a hint of disappointment. Truth be told, this demonic energy storm looked intimidating, but it was all show and no substance.
The amount of demonic energy it contained was likely less than a tenth of what he had slain in the abyss. Ah well, it was merely a chance encounter anyway. No need to dwell on it. With that thought, Jiang Wuque rose and headed toward the 6th gate.
5 chimes of the bell. It seems the time is nearly up.
Certain matters were crystal clear to all the factions involved.
Truthfully, the most challenging gates were the earlier ones.
The 6th gate was called Seed Transformation, and the 7th was called Spirit Awakening.
Both stages were related to cultivating the Dao seed.
Once the initial stages were cleared, the final 2 gates posed little challenge.
Let's go, General Duanmu.
We must welcome another prodigy who has finally conquered the 7 gates of heaven after so long.
Duanmu Yan snorted lightly. Don't be so optimistic. This time, it probably won't go smoothly.
Deng Yu paused slightly before his face softened into a warm smile.
It seems the general has some news. Care to share? Nothing major.
Just that the newly risen Imperial Tier Power, the Union of Bliss sect, has been acting rather erratically lately.
They've been stirring up trouble right under our noses. I suspect they're planning something. I see. The Union sect? It's possible Bai Wenyu might be among them.
At this, Duanmu Yan rose, his right hand sliding along the hilt of the Mo Dao at his waist. The heavy black and red armor clanged with the sound of metal meeting metal. If she dares to show her face, I won't hesitate to send an emperor to his grave. Within the 7 gates of heaven.
Jiang Wuque's eyes flickered with curiosity.
This man before him had evaded even his own detection, a living person who had materialized directly in front of him.
His expression was indifferent, his complexion jade-like, clad in a white gold spirit robe. Rather than a normal human, Jiang Wuque felt he resembled some sort of spirit entity.
Having cultivated the heavenly demon illusory body technique, he possessed profound understanding of spirit body duplicates, which fueled his conjecture.
I shall place you in the most flawless circumstances.
Once you grasp the embryonic form of the Dao seed, you shall reach the 7th gate. Before Jiang Wuque could respond, the figure vanished as abruptly as it had appeared.
Immediately after, the scene before Jiang Wuque's eyes shifted abruptly.
From the barren wasteland where boundless demonic energy storms had just raged, he was transported to the summit of Ascension Peak.
Is this an illusion, or does it truly exist?
The question surfaced in his mind as he gazed down toward the mountain's base.
Over 10,000 Divine Guard soldiers entered his field of vision, marching like ants in orderly formation.
Yet they showed no reaction to his gaze. He felt like a wandering spirit in this world, able to see others, but invisible to them.
Impressive technique. It must be some advanced ability to shield one's aura.
Moreover, Jiang Wuque felt his mind unusually clear, his spiritual energy surging through him, and his mood was exceptionally good.
Is this what that person referred to as the most flawless scenario? Jiang Wuque felt no urgency to condense the embryonic form of his Dao seed.
For him now, it posed no real difficulty after all, he had already accomplished it once before. What truly demanded his attention was the identity of that figure. Clearly, that figure possessed its own intelligence. Linking the heavenly Dao with the Emperor's path appearing together, that figure must also have some connection. He pieced together the hidden clues from past days, grateful for the state this person had bestowed upon him.
Jiang Wuque felt his mind working far sharper than usual.
After organizing all the clues and conclusions, Jiang Wuque began preparing to break through the 7th gate.
Perhaps some of his lingering doubts would be resolved there. Jiang Wuque settled down to sit cross-legged on the ground.
The summit of Ascension Peak offered an unparalleled vista. Violent gale winds swept past his robes, yet failed to stir even a single strand. He channeled the primordial energy within his body through his palms, attempting to resonate with the innate creative force already present in the heavens and earth.
Chapter 94, The Whole City in an Uproar. The way of creation did not disappoint Jiang Wuque.
As the transformative energy surged in his hands, the surrounding transformative power atop the peak seemed to awaken. It began gathering within his dantian. Before this, Jiang Wuque hadn't been certain of success. After all, this avatar possessed no Dao path.
In other words, the primordial energy within him was disposable. Once depleted, it would be gone forever. Fortunately, the primordial force lingering in the heavens and earth responded to his resonance. This was likely due to his profound understanding of the Tao of creation. Even without a path, he could still achieve it. Everything Jiang Wuque was doing now felt more like retracing his steps along the path he had walked countless times before. This great Tao, now being dissected by him with even greater precision and detail. At this moment, the power of creation grew increasingly potent, this force intertwined with life and death even manifesting tangibly. Around Jiang Wuque, it seemed as if the seasons were perpetually cycling. Under the influence of the power of creation, the vegetation began to grow wildly. Then, as if reaching some limit, it withered and died. Then new buds emerged, repeating the cycle anew. This transformation mirrored exactly the scene he had witnessed beneath the laurel divine tree. Reliving the path he had taken, Jiang Wuque's understanding of the way of creation deepened. Even his original form, gazing across the void, closed its eyes in deep contemplation. Unprecedented insights surfaced in his mind, and the stagnant path within Jiang Wuque seemed to advance once more. Witnessing this scene, Bai Wenya and Chen Mier exchanged puzzled glances. They couldn't fathom why Jiang Wuque had suddenly entered a state of enlightenment. However, after exchanging that glance, they sensibly left the room, leaving Jiang Wuque alone. Once outside, Chen Mier's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by solemnity.
Master, our scouts faced fierce resistance.
Many sisters have been injured. Bai Wenyan nodded expressionlessly. Were any captured? Not yet.
When I sensed something was amiss, I ordered them back immediately.
Seeing Bai Wenya's silence, Chen Mier continued, what should we do next? You ask me? Isn't muddying the waters your favorite tactic? Chen Mier hurriedly bowed. Mier dares not. Without the master's orders, Mier cannot overstep. Dare not overstep? These past 2 days, you've certainly been overstepping behind my back, especially at night.
As she spoke, Chen Mier could distinctly hear the tone in the sect leader's voice grow harsher. She knew her sect master was still consumed by jealousy and dared not respond.
Jiang Wuque had long become Bai Wenya's Achilles heel.
Within just a few short months, even the importance he placed on the Union sect had diminished significantly. Chen Mier was well aware that the sect master's thoughts had largely shifted toward Jiang Wuque.
Not answering me, Miaoer? Bai Wenya gently stroked Chen Mier's chin, as if teasing a kitten, but the latter kept her head bowed, refusing to meet Bai Wenya's gaze. Not answering my question? Very well. You do enjoy punishment, don't you? Once matters here are settled, I shall grant you your wish.
Please don't be angry, sect leader.
Every mistake is mine. Chen Miao offered a feeble defense. Of course it's your fault. Do you know how I'll punish you?
I'll sit on top of you while dining with the young master, forcing you to watch from mere inches away, starving you like this.
Master Chen Mier finally showed fear, pleading in a sweet, whiny voice. Enough.
Young master might fall for that trick, but I won't.
Go spread the news about Kanglan Immortal Dynasty, Lingyun Pavilion, and Tianpan sect stealing the Dao seed.
Stir up the waters, it'll give us more room to maneuver.
But how shall we handle their retaliation afterward?
Bai Wenya sneered contemptuously, they're already swamped with their own troubles.
They won't have time to retaliate against us.
At the foot of Ascension Peak,
Duan Muyan looked up to see gray spiritual energy spreading across the peak.
Even from this distance, he could sense the profound mystery of the Dao seed about to emerge. His eyes suddenly darkened. A Dao seed like this, if it truly succeeds, given time, it might become the next 9th-tier great emperor. But a genius who never grows is no genius at all. If it was erased by external forces, then it was simply bad luck. Truly extraordinary. Even Deng Yu, adept at concealing his emotions, wore a look of astonishment. A Dao seed never recorded before, and far more formidable than ordinary Dao seeds. Deng Yu glanced at Duan Muyan, who stood nearby with lowered eyes, his heart swelling with greed. But when he thought of Duan Muyan's background, Deng Yu hesitated for a moment before ultimately abandoning that plan.
Lingyun Pavilion was too weak to compete with the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty.
If it were an ordinary Dao seed like the 3 from last time, they might still be able to negotiate with the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty. But this one, there was little hope.
So should they simply hand it over?
Just as Deng Yu pondered this, he suddenly received a telepathic message from a disciple below.
Grandmaster, news has suddenly reached us from Ascension City. They say our 3 sects are forcibly seizing the Dao seed, and chaos is erupting within the city. Deng Yu did not respond, instead fixing his gaze on Duan Muyan.
Meanwhile, a soldier swiftly approached Duan Muyan, clearly having received news of his own.
I understand. Duan Muyan nodded expressionlessly.
These scum were stirring up a storm throughout the city, utterly repulsive. But such petty tricks were utterly incapable of affecting him.
Forced seizure? Yes, that's exactly what they were doing. So what? Who could stop him? Bai Wenya? A newly ascended 1st-tier emperor? A mere trifle. Or that half-truth, half-myth about some reclusive immortal clan? Don't be ridiculous. Even if they were truly from a reclusive immortal clan, so what?
Their clan's great emperors were all decrepit old men. If they dared come, he'd kill them. Far from deterring him, these maneuvers only kindled a flicker of anticipation within Duan Muyan.
All this fuss from those rats? Maybe they're actually preparing for battle.
Having guarded this place for so many years, Duan Muyan couldn't even recall when his last battle had been. Now, his blood was boiling with anticipation.
If nothing happened in the end, that would be the real disappointment.
Thinking this, Duan Muyan turned his gaze toward the peak of Ascension City, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint.
Will anyone come to save you? You so-called genius? Jiang Wuque's true form suddenly opened its eyes.
At the same moment, the peak seemed to undergo a startling transformation.
A peculiar fluctuation enveloped the entire Ascension Peak.
Gray-hued spiritual energy churned and swirled, spreading from the summit down to the mountain's mid-slopes. Moreover, it showed signs of spreading downward. This was not the vital energy dispersing, on the contrary, it was gathering. It surged toward Ascension Peak from all directions. The sheer volume created the illusion of downward movement.
Jiang Wuque did not rush to absorb this primordial energy.
Instead, he continued to deepen his understanding of the Tao of creation. His current state resembled solidifying his foundation to accommodate the embryonic form of a more powerful Tao seed.
Chapter 95, The Way of Heaven?
This extraordinary disturbance was visible not only at the base of Ascension Peak but even to onlookers who had been driven into the city. The vast majority had never witnessed the condensation of a Tao seed in their lifetimes. Faced with this spectacle, they were all rendered speechless. The entire summit of Ascension Peak was enveloped in a tangible gray mist. But in the next instant, a colossal vortex began sucking in the surrounding primordial spiritual energy.
Jiang Wuque had already laid the foundation.
Vast quantities of transformative spiritual energy now surged into the dantian of this body.
The embryonic form of the Tao seed rapidly took shape. It's done. After absorbing for an entire hour, the rudimentary form was complete.
Beneath the gaze of Duan Muyan and the others below, a grayish seed of the Tao resembling one born at the dawn of creation materialized out of thin air before shooting skyward at breakneck speed.
This was for the final stage, Spirit Awakening.
Originally, everything unfolded as Duan Muyan and Deng Yu had anticipated. Those who passed the sixth trial would have their embryonic Tao seeds guided onto the imperial path, where they would undergo metamorphosis into true Tao seeds. During this process, the trial passers would be transported down the mountain to await the transformation of their seeds. Yet now, the Tao seed had been guided upward, but the challenger had not appeared. Duan Muyan and Deng Yu exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes.
Wait a little longer. Something must have gone wrong. Indeed, something had gone awry.
Jiang Wuque found himself transported back to the Fifth Gate's location, where the same desolate landscape stretched before him. Only the demonic energy storm had vanished. A figure now waited silently for him. It was that familiar figure in the white gold spirit robe.
Jiang Wuque's eyes burned brightly.
To see this person again, perhaps this time they could finally speak.
It truly is remarkable
that a peripheral world like our Tianyuan star domain could produce a genius such as yourself. Before Jiang Wuque could ask, the figure spoke first.
Are you the heavenly Tao? At this question, Huangfu Lingfeng chuckled twice. First off, I have a name, Huangfu Gulingfeng.
If we're going by your interpretation, then I am the Tao, and yet I am not the Tao. Jiang Wuque carefully recalled the name Huangfu Lingfeng. It seemed only the direct imperial lineage of the Kanglan immortal dynasty bore such a surname.
It seems you've pieced some things together.
Indeed, it is as you suspect.
I am the 17th immortal emperor of the Kanglan immortal dynasty. However, that was a very long time ago. Jiang Wuque grew increasingly bewildered. What exactly was the identity of this man before him? One moment he spoke of the way of heaven, the next of being an immortal emperor. Seeing Jiang Wuque still puzzled, Huangfu Lingfeng extended his index finger and tapped it lightly on Jiang Wuque's forehead. A wave of unfamiliar memories flooded Jiang Wuque's mind.
It was a battlefield where demonic energy surged skyward, the earth shattered, and the sun and moon lost their light. Surging void turbulence swept across the land, devouring everything in its path. In midair hung the fallen corpses of countless great emperors, those at the 1st, 2nd, 5th, 6th, and even 9th tiers of the emperor realm. There were over 30 corpses in total. Among them, Jiang Wuque recognized two familiar figures, Wu Hu and Huang Wu. Dense demonic energy swirled around them, their aura vastly stronger than when they had fought Jiang Wuque, at least on par with the 9th layer of the emperor realm. Amidst these celestial demons stood an utterly terrifying figure, a colossal demon towering over 100 zhang tall. In truth, Jiang Wuque found it difficult to determine whether this entity was merely a heavenly demon or a true demon, a being even above heavenly demons.
Its name is Shani.
Its power lies between that of a heavenly demon and a true demon, making it virtually unrivaled beneath the true demon realm.
At least a dozen great emperors have fallen to its blade. As Jiang Wuque pondered this, Huangfu Lingfeng's voice echoed in his mind. I see.
The scene before him continued to shift. After these celestial demons had overrun most of the world, the soaring figure of Huangfu Lingfeng appeared. His location was precisely this heaven-ascending peak beneath his feet. As if summoned by some force, his form merged with the dazzling golden light on the horizon. Witnessing this, the celestial demons erupted in curses. Damn it! The heavenly Tao of this world has awakened prematurely. Only Shani sneered with disdain, it's merely a half-broken heavenly Tao. The world consciousness constructed its core but failed to grant it sentience. So it just grabbed some local as disposable fodder. Though Shani knew full well that Huangfu Lingfeng was not the true heavenly Tao, that did not mean he would be easy to deal with. What followed was clear enough. After a protracted, drawn-out war, Huangfu Lingfeng, relying on the power of the Tao's core, suppressed most of the celestial demons, imprisoning them in various perilous locations. During this process, he also forged the imperial path, rapidly cultivating several great emperors to compensate for the world's lack of high-tier combat power. So you. Therefore, I am not the true heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao requires both the heavenly Tao core and heavenly Tao consciousness. As Shani said, I merely serve as expendable material for the heavenly Tao consciousness. Huangfu Lingfeng remained composed, as if the word consumable did not apply to him at all. Hearing this, Jiang Wuque furrowed his brow and asked, are you saying you won't last much longer? My consciousness is severely eroded. I'll likely dissipate within 5 years. I'm so tired, so utterly exhausted. Finally, it's almost over. At this point, Huangfu Lingfeng finally revealed an expression one of genuine, heartfelt joy at the impending release. But the true demon is about to descend within a year or two. I broke through the 7 gates of heaven precisely to speak with you and resolve this matter. At the mention of the true demon, Huangfu Lingfeng's smile vanished. He sighed helplessly. The true demon? I'd anticipated this since the fall of the Demon Abyss River, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. I had hoped you would take my place, but it seems that effort was in vain. Hearing this, Jiang Wuque felt a pang of shame. You yourself said this seat is merely a sacrificial pawn, yet you still wanted me to take your place? Then, Huangfu Lingfeng turned his gaze back to Jiang Wuque. It's a pity you possess such brilliant talent. You've managed to comprehend the Tao seed of creation, granting you a sliver of possibility to ascend to godhood. Becoming a god? Is that the same realm as a true demon? Jiang Wuque asked. Exactly. But in our world, breaking through to godhood is impossible. The very suppression of heaven and earth alone severs all such possibilities. So you're saying there's no other way but to wait for death? Huangfu Lingfeng stared at Jiang Wuque, then nodded. What about the chaos death domain? Jiang Wuque recalled the second option from before. I advise you not to go there. At your current level, it's a dead end. So we just wait for the true demon to descend and get slaughtered. Jiang Wuque's chest heaved slightly as a surge of anger welled up within him. Chapter 96, The Tao Realm. Sigh. Seeing Jiang Wuque's indignant expression, Huangfu Lingfeng sighed. I know your true cultivation level, but even so, the chaos death domain is still within your reach. After a long silence, Huangfu Lingfeng continued, when I was still human, I studied the divine realm and the chaos death domain. My findings are stored within this jade token. After reviewing it, you will understand. With that, a pale green jade ring appeared in Huangfu Lingfeng's hand, then floated toward Jiang Wuque. Having conquered the 7 gates of my heavenly gate trial, you naturally deserve some reward. Considering the true demon you mentioned will descend in 2 years, I shall do my utmost to enhance your strength. As the words fell, the embryonic form of the Tao seed Jiang Wuque had previously condensed appeared in Huangfu Lingfeng's hand. The Tao seed of creation, even seeing it for the second time, it still feels beyond comprehension. A nostalgic gleam flickered in Huangfu Lingfeng's eyes, yet his hands moved without pause. Across the wasteland, another tempest began to stir. This time, however, it wasn't a storm of demonic energy, but one of gray, transformative power. Huangfu Lingfeng was refining the embryonic form in his hand using the power of the heavenly Tao core. The embryonic seed gradually solidified, undergoing a transformation into a true Tao seed. On Ascension Peak, another anomaly occurred. This disturbance was far greater than the previous one. The entire sky plunged into darkness as gale force winds howled and lightning flashed amidst thunderous roars. The power of creation within 10,000 li was summoned by the heavenly Tao core, converging upon the summit of Ascension Peak. In truth, the essence of creation had always existed, a primordial law without which the entire world would be incomplete. Yet normally, this vital essence drifted freely between heaven and earth, utterly beyond the reach of cultivators to absorb and harness. Only cultivators who had comprehended the Tao seed of creation could sense its presence, and only those on the Tao path of creation could directly absorb the vital essence from the heavens and earth. Under the influence of the heavenly Tao core, the embryonic Tao seed rapidly transformed into a fully formed Tao seed, continuing its ascent. What on earth is happening? Duan Muyan could no longer maintain his composed expression. What was unfolding no longer merely puzzled him, it filled him with dread. A mere half-step emperor, even if he successfully condensed a Tao seed, he would only be a first-tier emperor. Yet even an emperor couldn't possibly cause such an exaggerated commotion. Such an extraordinary phenomenon could be seen not just in Ascension City, but likely across half of central continent. Xian, what? Xian's shock was understandable. The scene was terrifying. The sky, clear moments ago, had plunged into darkness, accompanied by howling winds and flashes of lightning. The tangible creation Qi poured back into the summit of Ascension Peak like a colossal funnel. Seeing his cousin still frozen in shock, a thin sheen of sweat broke out on Xian's forehead. "Let's go, Han. This situation is far beyond what we imagined. We shouldn't get involved in such trouble." "But..." Han's face fell. "That Jiang young master caused all this commotion and we've offended him. If father finds out, he'll punish us severely." The Chen brothers were now certain young Master Jiang was undoubtedly an emperor and not just any emperor. A figure capable of stirring such commotion couldn't possibly be ordinary. Fear gripped him to the core. "Brother Han, no matter what, we must leave this place first. Once this matter settles, we'll go to the Huan sect bearing heavy gifts. Perhaps we can settle this grudge." "What if it doesn't?" Xian sighed. "Then death is our only option." "The Dao realm?" Jiang Wuque stared in disbelief. He never imagined that under Huangfu Lingfeng's guidance, the Dao seed could be elevated to such staggering power. 3 consecutive tiers. From embryonic Dao seed to Dao seed, then advancing to Dao path, finally reaching the ultimate limit of Dao realm. Typically, after an emperor is a Dao seed, their spiritual energy becomes imbued with the seed's laws. For instance, a fire Dao seed allows their energy to carry the laws of flame, dramatically amplifying the power of every strike and technique. After advancing to the Dao path stage, one could replace all their spiritual energy with Dao seed energy and directly absorb the corresponding Dao seed power from the heavens and earth. Reaching the 3rd stage, the Dao realm, is truly formidable. It allows one to transform the surrounding space into a personal domain. Within this domain, one can comprehensively suppress opponents while amplifying their own attacks. Take Jiang Wuque, for instance. After absorbing this gray light sphere in his hand, his Dao path would ascend to the creation domain. Upon unleashing the creation domain, the space within becomes saturated solely with the force of creation. Enemy attacks are weakened, and opponents cannot replenish their spiritual energy within the domain. Most crucially, Jiang Wuque, who had been stuck at the 8th layer of the Emperor realm, could finally break through. After all, the prerequisite for the Emperor realm 9th layer is possessing a Dao domain. After handing the gray orb to Jiang Wuque, Huangfu Lingfeng's gaze remained utterly unruffled. "Thank you, senior." "No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. Had you not cultivated such a Dao seed, I likely would not have revealed myself to you." Despite his words, Huangfu Lingfeng had indeed met with him and provided significant assistance. Undeniably, Huangfu Lingfeng had done him a favor, but there were still matters Jiang Wuque needed to address. "Senior, I know you are the former immortal emperor of the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty. But within the current Kanglan Immortal Dynasty, I fear some have already colluded with the heavenly demons." Hearing this, Huangfu Lingfeng closed his eyes and waved his hand, his tone tinged with weariness. "I know. Some things cannot be avoided. Do what you must. Furthermore, I know you won't abandon the Chaos Deadlands. I have only one piece of advice: the outside world is no place for the faint of heart. Be cautious in everything you do." Jiang Wuque bowed once, watching as Huangfu Lingfeng vanished from sight. "The anomaly has vanished," Enwood Yen remarked. The once dark and oppressive sky gradually returned to normal. "Transmit my orders, commence formation." Duan Muyen bellowed, his voice echoing at the base of Ascension Peak. With that command, the earth itself began to tremble. The military formation of tens of thousands began to move, a grim and murderous atmosphere rippling through the hearts of every soldier. They formed ranks with precise, measured steps, while centurions darted between the soldiers in 2s and 3s, bellowing orders to hurry the formation. Within mere moments, the collective energy of 10,000 soldiers coalesced into a single, cohesive force, their momentum rivaling that of a true half-step emperor. Whoosh! Whoosh! The soldiers' heavy breathing was distinctly audible as their gazes fixed intently upon the entrance to the 7th gate of heaven. A slender figure slowly materialized. Though devoid of the oceanic aura of a great power, the seemingly frail form demanded their utmost vigilance. Impressive formation. The wind swept through Jiang Wuque's hair and billowed his robes. Chapter 97, Falling Apart. Jiang Wuque halted 800 meters from the military formation. Though he understood their purpose, Jiang Wuque couldn't help but ask, "Why are you blocking my path?" An overwhelming sense of absurdity spread through him. In less than 2 years, the true demon would descend upon this world, yet these factions, consumed by greed, continued their relentless scramble for advantage. The 7 gates of heaven belonged to no one. They were the supreme imperial weapon left behind when Huangfu Lingfeng and the core of the heavenly Dao became one. Their purpose was to sift out suitable candidates capable of succeeding him. Perhaps even Huangfu Lingfeng hadn't foreseen it ending this way. This starkly reflected the truth. Though Huangfu Lingfeng was the immortal emperor of the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty, he never once mentioned the dynasty itself until the very end. Jiang Wuque's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with clarity. Sadly, no one responded. At the rear, Duan Muyen and Deng Yu, along with several deputy generals clad in silver-white heavy armor, merely stared coldly at Jiang Wuque's figure, showing no intention of speaking. Advance! With the wave of the commander's banner, this colossal war machine began its advance.
The front 3 rows of soldiers stepped forward in perfect unison. Then, starting from the center, they fanned out toward both sides. This revealed the heavy cavalry concealed within the central ranks. These heavy cavalry wore armor even more precious than that of the foot soldiers, entirely black, armed to the teeth, with only their cold, piercing eyes visible beneath the scales of their armor. Each held a 5-meter-long lance, their spearheads glinting together in the sunlight, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Ha! With a thunderous battle cry, 1,000 heavy cavalry charged forward like a surging dragon. A torrent of vital energy erupted from their bodies, coalescing into an unmatched crimson spear above the dragon-like formation. A mere 800 meters, a blink of an eye beneath the colossal hooves of the dragon steeds. The pounding of hooves grew denser, like thunderous drumbeats, bearing down on Jiang Wuque, who stood frozen in place. He could sense that this strike, amplified by the battle formation, had approached the power of an emperor. The tip of that spear, in particular, unleashed such explosive power that it sliced through the very void in its path. Jiang Wuque sighed softly, raising his right arm and pushing forward gently. Instantly, blinding golden light illuminated the entire 10,000-strong formation. A colossal golden palm, vast enough to obscure the entire field of vision, collided with the crimson horse lance. The lance, seemingly capable of shattering anything, held firm for only 2 breaths. A chorus of screams and wails erupted as half of the 1,000 heavy cavalry were instantly smashed into pulp, while the rear ranks suffered varying degrees of injury. Judging by the scene, a second charge seemed unlikely. Duan Muyan lifted his gaze slightly, his interest seemingly piqued. An emperor-level divine ability? Truly rare. To comprehend it immediately after breaking through calling him a prodigy wouldn't be an exaggeration. Dang you, observing the scene, urged General Duanmu, why not intervene? He has already fused with the Dao seed. The longer we wait, the greater the damage to it. No need to rush. We've got the rat watching. Let's keep an eye on things for now, and while we're at it. At this point, Duan Muyan fixed his gaze on Jiang Wuque. Let's see just how far this fellow can go. This charge clearly fell short of the battle commander's expectations. Waving his battle flag, he began issuing orders for the second wave of attack. However, such an assault appeared clumsy and cumbersome in Jiang Wuque's eyes. Every time I want to launch a proper attack, I have to keep shifting formations back and forth, wasting too much time. Coagulate! The silver-armored commander bellowed, and the vital energy of tens of thousands surged skyward, swiftly enveloping the entire area. Amidst the billowing crimson mist, the armored soldiers surged forward with unprecedented speed. Such movements clearly signaled the preparation of a major offensive. Just as Jiang Wuque had anticipated, a massive crimson specter rapidly coalesced in midair. Its form resembled some formidable, monstrous beast. Amidst this, the silver-armored commander holding the general's banner bellowed. Still refuse to submit? Rebels! The roar seemed to carry a soul-shaking force. In an instant, it reached Jiang Wuque's face. After absorbing the blow, Jiang Wuque's expression remained utterly unchanged. Aside from his robes fluttering wildly in the wind, it appeared as though nothing had happened. What? This sonic attack was designed to shatter an enemy's resolve upon hearing it, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Weaker opponents might have been terrified into a state of panic upon hearing the roar. Yet this unexpected tactic had no effect whatsoever on Jiang Wuque. Not even a muscle twitched on his face. The silver-armored commander narrowed his eyes, seemingly incredulous that this unguarded technique had failed to make even the slightest dent. He knew this technique had intimidated countless so-called quasi-emperors, sect masters and elders from major powers. Most were instantly terrified into submission, and even those who resisted were temporarily rendered helpless. A clumsy soul attack. Jiang Wuque offered only a simple appraisal. If an attack of this caliber could shake him, then his cultivation of the sun-refining spirit transformation talent would have been wasted. It might work wonders against some lowly minions with weak soul strength. Since the opponent chose this method to attack him, Jiang Wuque was determined to show them what a true soul attack entailed. With that thought, Jiang Wuque leapt into the air. His bones and sinews resonated, his internal organs vibrated in unison, all channeled into an overwhelming surge of divine soul power. An ancient syllable erupted from his lips, its reverberations shattering the surrounding void. Command! The front rows of armored soldiers were struck first, their skulls exploding instantly. The attack continued to spread, causing countless troops to either have their heads burst open or bleed from all 7 orifices, collapsing unconscious on the spot. The soul-capturing mantra pierced through the ranks of soldiers, its momentum unabated, until it reached the silver-armored commander. Put! A spray of blood erupted from his mouth as his body flew backward, crashing heavily before Duan Muyan. He was dead, utterly and completely. This single strike instantly shattered the skulls of over a third of the soldiers. The survivors were mostly bleeding from their 7 orifices, suffering extremely severe injuries. It was foreseeable that even if they were healed, they would be mindless fools, their souls lost. Moreover, most would never recover. With the silver-armored commander slain and countless soldiers dead, the blood-red colossus that had nearly coalesced could only roar its frustration at Jiang Wuque before slowly dissipating. 2 moves. From start to finish, Jiang Wuque had only executed 2 moves. A golden palm strike. A soul-seizing incantation. A military formation of tens of thousands, one that could even briefly withstand an emperor shattered into chaos.
Jiang Wuque sighed softly.
Why did you choose to stand in my way? Chapter 98, Shock across the four directions.
Duan Muyan watched the scene unfold before him, his expression still calm. He stepped forward, closing the silver-armored commander's bleeding eyes. Though he never expected these men to stop Jiang Wuque to halt such a prodigiously gifted prodigy. He hadn't expected the Divine Guard formation to collapse so swiftly. The rat he had been waiting for had not appeared. Since that was the case, it was time for him to take the stage himself. He turned his head to Deng Yu beside him and said indifferently, this time, the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty and Lingyun Pavilion are on duty in Ascension City, so this Dao seed should rightfully be allocated between our two sections. Should any other factions arrive, dismiss them.
Deng Yu understood perfectly well what Duan Muyan meant by other factions.
Since the other party had made their stance clear, he felt somewhat reassured. Though he wouldn't get the lion's share, at least he could get a taste of the spoils.
Then we shall follow General Duanmu's suggestion.
Please dispose of this youth swiftly. The longer the Dao seed remains within him, the harder it will be to extract.
Duan Muyan responded with a grunt before flashing instantly before Jiang Wuque.
You ask why we're blocking your path? I'll tell you plainly, because you broke through the 7 gates of heaven and forged a Dao seed. Jiang Wuque crossed his arms, listening silently to this illogical, bandit-like reasoning.
Ultimately, it boils down to your weakness. Cultivation is like this, might makes right. As he spoke, Duan Muyan drew a modao. Its blade bore traces of long-dried black bloodstains.
A single glance revealed the countless souls that had fallen beneath this weapon. With divine abilities and soul attacks at your disposal, even most second or third tier Emperor Realm cultivators couldn't defeat you.
Unfortunately, I'm at the 6th tier. The gap between us is like a chasm.
Duan Muyan's voice grew increasingly deep as he shed his previous detachment and rationality, seemingly exhilarated by the prospect of slaying an emperor.
As the words fell, Jiang Wuque drew an ancient, straight blade. 6 paths of thunder patterns swirled along the blade, rendering it far from ordinary despite its plain appearance. Swallow Heaven Devour Moon lay in Jiang Wuque's palm, and he could sense the bloodthirsty aura emanating from it.
Seeing the appearance of the Supreme Emperor's weapon, Duan Muyan's eyes lit up.
Who'd have thought there'd be such a bonus? This Supreme Emperor's weapon is truly extraordinary. It should suit me perfectly.
Jiang Wuque curled the corners of his mouth.
Want it? Then come and try.
The words barely left his lips when Duan Muyan materialized before Jiang Wuque. Wielding the blade with both hands, its edge surging with spiritual energy, he swung it in a full moon arc, bringing it crashing down toward Jiang Wuque's head.
The outcome held no suspense whatsoever.
Jiang Wuque was instantly blasted into the ground, leaving behind a massive, kilometer-long fissure.
Dust billowed, obscuring the view of the surrounding spectators.
Most of these spectators belonged to the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty and Lingyun Pavilion, holding positions like steward elders.
General Duanmu's power is truly staggering.
He truly lives up to his reputation as a dual cultivator of both physical prowess and spiritual arts.
The elders and stewards stared in astonishment. Battles between great emperors were rare occurrences, seldom witnessed in ordinary times. Today's spectacle proved utterly breathtaking.
Such extreme destructive power, a single strike could carve out a scene like this.
Is that man still alive? One elder swallowed hard and asked cautiously. I don't know. Most present were equally bewildered.
Logically, he should have been reduced to nothing but bones. Yet the opponent's earlier display of tearing through the battle formation suggested he was no pushover either.
The true outcome remained uncertain. Boom!
A towering blade of light shot skyward from the fissure, shattering the void inch by inch in its path.
Facing this strike, Duan Muyan's face twisted into a sneer.
With a flick of his wrist, he sliced the blade light in 2 mere inches from his face. Jiang Wuque's figure materialized above the fissure. Glancing at his thigh, now fully restored, he remarked, seems it's not quite up to par. This body was now solidly at the first layer of the Emperor Realm. Combined with swallowing heaven and devouring moon and various other techniques, it should be no problem to engage in a prolonged battle with a 4th or 5th layer Emperor.
But facing a 6th tier Emperor? That was pushing it. What are you laughing at?
Duan Muyan's cold voice rang out, seemingly baffled that the other could find amusement in such a dire situation. Nothing, Jiang Wuque replied indifferently. Just annoyed by your arrogant, high and mighty attitude, bullying others with your power. At the same moment, the main body of Jiang Wuque, who had been gazing into the distance, also broke into a smile.
Shall we proceed, young master?
Bai Wenya's face was filled with worry. She had witnessed everything that had just unfolded at the foot of Ascension City Mountain. She understood that Jiang Wuque's true form was about to make his move. Time to stretch my legs. Sitting here watching all day isn't exactly thrilling.
May I come too? I'm worried about you.
As Jiang Wuque turned to leave, Bai Wenya swiftly grabbed his arm, pleading.
Don't you trust me? It's not that I don't trust you, young master.
It's just that watching from afar like this truly pains me.
Even if I can only help you a little, that's what I want.
Jiang Wuque paused for a second, his right hand resting on her fair, rosy skin. Bai Wenyu fluttered her lashes, biting her pink lips with her silver teeth, her eyes revealing a hint of pleading.
Give me 50 breaths. After that time, you'll come help me, okay?
Jiang Wuque gazed at the woman, beautiful as a celestial being, speaking gently.
Hearing this, Bai Wenya's hand slid down from Jiang Wuque's arms.
It's a deal, young master.
It's a deal. Unhappy? It's been ages since anyone spoke to me in that tone. The bloodlust in Duan Muyan's eyes grew ever more intense.
To sit in this position, he had waded through countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The thick, heavy intent to kill had long been etched into his very bones. Now, stirred once more by the man before him, he could no longer guarantee he'd be able to pick out the Dao seed from a pile of mangled flesh.
Shatter Mountain. Duan Muyan lowered his battle axe, muscles bulging as he charged toward Jiang Wuque's head with lightning speed.
He intended to tear Jiang Wuque to shreds with the purest force of his body. Jiang Wuque held the swallowing heaven, devouring moon horizontally before his chest. Amidst the piercing clang of clashing steel, he was slammed into the mountainside of Ascension Peak as if struck by a meteorite.
Not enough. Not enough. Duan Muyan unleashed another simple straight kick, slamming it fiercely into the gaping hole Jiang Wuque had just flown into. But upon impact, Jiang Wuque's figure had already vanished. He immediately activated the Great Carefree Freedom technique, teleporting directly to the fissure. Duan Muyan emerged from the hole, his body bathed in crimson spiritual energy. The rock in his hand, once solid as bedrock, crumbled instantly into dust. You slippery little loach. I'll see how long you can keep dodging. Facing Duan Muyan's fierce threat, Jiang Wuque remained impassive. I'm here. With that word, a streak of light shot out from Ascension City, reaching Deng Yu in the blink of an eye. Damn rat, I've finally waited for you. Ugh. Jiang Wuque's strike pierced Deng Yu, who had attempted to intercept him, before he grabbed the man by the throat and tossed him aside like discarded trash. At this, all four directions were stunned. Chapter 99, Breaking Through the Ninth Layer of the Great Emperor Realm. Deng Yu felt the world spin violently before crashing heavily to the ground. He reached up to touch his pierced chest, finding only emptiness where most of his heart had been obliterated. Even as a second-tier emperor, Deng Yu couldn't withstand such a blow. He straightened up, staring at the sudden stranger with utter terror, unable to comprehend such a vast disparity in power. Rat? Jiang Wuque merely snorted lightly before planting his foot squarely on Deng Yu's spine. Snap. Crack. A bone-chilling crack echoed through the air. Deng Yu's eyes bulged in agony as the slowly healing wound on his chest burst open, spilling a fresh pool of blood. This scene, of course, did not escape Duan Muyan's notice. His eyes narrowed, the bloodthirsty frenzy of moments before vanished. 7th Emperor tier? Or perhaps 8th? What use is knowing that to a man who's about to die? With that, Duan Muyan burst into laughter. Kill me? I, Duan Muyan, have endured countless battles. Countless have sought my life, yet none have succeeded. Duan Muyan had the confidence to make such a bold claim. Unless facing a 9th-tier emperor, even if defeated, escape remained within his grasp. As for the man before him, Duan Muyan could tell at a glance that he hadn't grasped the power of domains. His body refinement realm was comparable to the 5th layer of the Emperor realm. Combined with his original 6th layer cultivation, what could an opponent at the 8th layer possibly do? His defenses were already as solid as a rock. Without a domain, he stood no chance of killing him. Facing Duan Muyan's boastful words, Jiang Wuque remained calm. He glanced at his clone and merely curled his finger. The clone, holding the swallowing heaven and devouring moon, instantly melted into a black-gray orb before flying back into Jiang Wuque's palm. The next instant, the once serene base of Ascension Peak began violently trembling. Surrounding spiritual energy erupted chaotically, while massive chunks of rock around Jiang Wuque were shredded into dust by an invisible shockwave. What's happening? What's happening? Such commotion even reached the distant elders and stewards. The previously stable spiritual energy erupted violently, while clouds churned on the horizon as if something massive were about to crash down. Who is this man? Not only did he defeat the Supreme Elder in 2 exchanges without a hint of resistance, but now he's causing such immense upheaval. The elders and stewards looked utterly horrified. Some wanted to rush to Deng Yu's aid, but facing the storm raging at the center of the battlefield, they didn't dare set foot there. Duan Muyan, still standing at the cave entrance, hadn't yet grasped what had happened to Jiang Wuque's clone melting away. Now, witnessing this tumultuous spectacle, his pupils instantly contracted to pinpoints. A breakthrough? The 9th layer of the Emperor realm. This was no ordinary breakthrough, it was the final barrier of mortal cultivation, the breakthrough to the 9th layer of the Emperor realm. Before his mind could fully process it, Duan Muyan's body had already moved. He channeled every ounce of strength into his body and stomped down with tremendous force. This man must be stopped. The mountainside, already gouged by explosions, shattered into fragments under this impact, shattering half the slope. Even the nearby Heavenly Gate's 7 Gates pagoda felt the tremors. Duan Muyan's speed was lightning fast. In less than a breath's time, he covered thousands of meters and arrived before Jiang Wuque. Jiang Wuque responded with a contemptuous sneer. Dealing with such a brainless brute demanded a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. Command! This was no mere battle between Jiang Wuque's clone and the military formation.
This time, he unleashed his full power, channeling the sun refining divine transformation talent to its utmost limit. He erupted with the ultimate soul-capturing mantra. The ancient syllable erupting from Jiang Wuque's mouth swept through the surroundings like a sonic storm. Faced with such an assault, Duan Muyan felt as though struck by a mountain hurtling at breakneck speed, sending him flying backward at an even greater velocity. Compared to the soul-shredding trauma inflicted by the soul-capturing mantra, this physical assault was nothing. The moment contact was made, Duan Muyan's eyeballs exploded outward. A deafening roar echoed through his skull, as if his very soul had been blasted out. The soul-capturing mantra, its momentum unabated, slammed Duan Muyan directly into the mountainside. Last time, it was Jiang Wuque who had been slammed in. Now, the tables had turned. Me? Duan Muyan was utterly stunned. He could perceive nothing, his soul trembling. He could neither see nor hear, his five senses plunged into nothingness. This strike dealt a devastating blow to Duan Muyan's soul. Blood poured from his nose, ears, mouth, and the dark hollows of his eyes. Even his internal organs had inevitably suffered damage. It took a long while before Duan Muyan gradually regained consciousness and could feel the pain in his body. Guh! A pool of dark red blood spurted from his mouth. Emerging once more from the mountain, Duan Muyan beheld a sight he would never forget for the rest of his life. Above, clouds churned violently as howling winds raged. Soon, a fissure wide enough to pierce the heavens slowly opened. Duan Muyan stared blankly at this spectacle. The elder steward stared blankly at this spectacle. The spectators of Ascension City stared intently at this spectacle. This extraordinary spectacle shattered their very worldview. For the heavens had split open? A torrent of primordial spiritual energy poured into Jiang Wuque's body like a gray waterfall. Jiang Wuque spread his arms wide, his robes billowing with the force. Every inch of his skin glowed with a luminous radiance. Swallow Heaven Devour Moon coiled excitedly around Jiang Wuque, its blade constantly spewing thick, black-red lightning that tore massive craters into the earth. The overwhelming aura of his impending breakthrough could be felt for 100 miles around, causing even the nearby Ascension Peak to tremble faintly. 50 breaths had passed. Wenya gazed at that overbearing figure and couldn't help but smile bitterly in resignation. So this is it. Young master, you've kept this from me for so long. With power like this, even if Wenya were to join you, I'd only be a burden. Chen Miao leaned against the window, her pert behind sticking out. She paid no mind to such a vulgar posture, merely staring blankly at the scene unfolding before her, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual light. What realm has the young master truly reached? A single strike pierced through Lingyun Pavilion's supreme elder Dengyu. A single move repelled Kanglan Immortal Dynasty's Duke of State, Duan Muyan. These two figures, creators of countless legends, couldn't even withstand a single move from the young master. Wenya lowered her eyes, her voice heavy with endless sighing. The young master's realm is beyond our comprehension. The path I've only just begun, he has likely already traversed to its end. Yet as she spoke these words, an indescribable anticipation welled up within Wenya. To subdue such a figure beneath me, what immense pleasure would that bring? The sheer sense of accomplishment, the thrill merely imagining it left Wenya's mind blank. Duan Muyan knew he stood no chance of stopping the man before him. The last time he had witnessed such a scene was when the imperial sage had broken through. This signified that the figure before him had formally ascended to the 9th layer of the Emperor realm, standing atop the pinnacle of this mortal world. Chapter 100, Duan Muyan's Demise. Emperors of the 9th layer were rare in this world, numbering no more than 10. Now, one more had been added to their ranks. Duan Muyan clenched his fists. His pitch-black eye sockets gradually healed, giving birth to 2 brand new eyeballs. Yet he felt no relief. Physical wounds were manageable, but the damage inflicted upon his soul was far more difficult to heal. That strike moments ago could very well have caused permanent harm. Duan Muyan still couldn't comprehend what had just transpired. Why had that person transformed into a black orb, only to fuse with this man? After the fusion, this man had instantly broken through to the 9th layer of the Emperor realm. Could it be that they were originally one person, only separated by some technique or divine power? Duan Muyan couldn't make sense of it, but he knew all his plans had come to naught. Even escaping the foot of Ascension Peak was now uncertain. Fortunately, he had notified the Imperial Preceptor in advance. After fully ascending to the 9th layer of the Emperor realm, Jiang Wuque exhaled a breath of stale air. The immense fissure in the sky slowly closed, the surging divine energy gradually diminishing until it vanished entirely. Is this the 9th layer of the Emperor realm? Jiang Wuque murmured, feeling the weight of his newfound realm. But now was not the time to revel in his power. There was still an unresolved problem nearby. With that thought, Jiang Wuque fixed his gaze on Duan Muyan. Gone was the previous nonchalance, replaced instead was an overwhelming gravity. Truly, no one can kill you? Jiang Wuque asked again, his tone tinged with mockery. Making enemies with the Kanglan Immortal Dynasty is not a wise choice. Boom! A deafening explosion sent shards of rock flying. Jiang Wuque, who had been at the mountain's base moments before, instantly materialized before Duan Muyan. With a thunderous punch, he drove Duan Muyan's head deep into the mountain's flesh. Next, Jiang Wuque grabbed hold of his hair, unleashed a surge of creation spirit energy from his palm, and violently flung him into the earth.
Like a mere toy, Duan Muyan offered no resistance against Jiang Wuque. Though unable to resist Jiang Wuque, these two blows did not harm Duan Muyan.
His profound physical cultivation made such impacts barely register as a scratch. Duan Muyan flew out of the pit, his face now swollen to a liver-like hue, veins bulging on his temples, and his eyes bloodshot with crimson threads.
You're humiliating me. Duan Muyan roared furiously. He could accept defeat, but never such humiliation. Boom! Dust billowed as Duan Muyan was kicked back into the deep pit.
Jiang Wuque's right foot slammed down hard on his spine, pinning him to the ground. Jiang Wuque spoke with a calm, detached tone.
I am humiliating you. So what? You'll die a miserable death along with the Hahuan sect and everything around you.
Even unable to rise, Duan Muyan ground out each word through gritted teeth. He had fought countless battles throughout his life, creating countless legends.
Yet never before had he been trampled underfoot like this, publicly humiliated. I've come to realize how utterly vile and hypocritical you lot are. When you led your army to block my path, did you ever imagine this moment? When you ruled with tyranny and arrogance, did you ever foresee this day?
Jiang Wuque's voice was cold as ice, his foot pressing down harder and harder, grinding against Duan Muyan's spine until it cracked and creaked. Just as you said, this is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong.
Without strength, one can only be exploited. Isn't that right?
As the words fell, Duan Muyan's muscles bulged, a crimson glow erupting from his body as he activated some secret technique for refining the body.
The resistance beneath Jiang Wuque's feet grew fiercer. Just as Duan Muyan was about to break free,
Jiang Wuque swung his swallowing heaven, devouring moonblade, unleashing the heaven-splitting creation strike with thunderous force.
Ah!
Blood spattered across the sky.
Duan Muyan's arm was severed instantly.
Without the support of his right limb, he was once again trampled into the mud. Even Deng Yu, standing not far away, felt a chill run down his spine at the sound.
Who was Duan Muyan?
The Duke of State for the Kanglan immortal dynasty, bearing the dynasty's noble title. He had achieved fame at a young age, and from the very start of his cultivation journey, he had been regarded by the world as an unparalleled genius. Cultivation breakthroughs came to him as easily as eating and drinking. He had ascended all the way to the rank of great emperor. When had he ever looked so utterly defeated? Well, quite the recovery ability you have there. In just a few breaths, granulation tissue had already begun to form where Duan Muyan's arm had been severed.
Jiang Wuque wasted no words, driving the swallowing heaven, devouring moon directly into Duan Muyan's scapula, rendering him utterly immobilized. With a light toss, Duan Muyan was hurled out of the pit. He tumbled several times in midair before crashing to the ground.
General! General! Several silver-armored soldiers who had long since withdrawn from the battle watched the scene unfold, their eyes bulging in fury. Spectators and bystanders alike stared wide-eyed, watching the fallen Duan Muyan with horror. Now, he lay like a wild dog, his features contorted, gasping for breath. Could the once arrogant Duan Muyan have been defeated so easily? At that moment, Jiang Wuque gazed toward the void at the horizon and spoke, "Aren't you coming out yet? Truly worthy of one capable of unleashing such a soul attack, your perception is formidable." An elderly man clad in plain white robes appeared silently beside Duan Muyan. Duan Muyan raised his head shakily, his voice filled with resentment. "Avenge me, Grand Sage." But the elder merely shook his head. "We erred in this matter. It would be unwise to provoke further conflict with this one." His gaze then settled on Jiang Wuque. "How about trading these two items for the life of the Duke of Dingwa? The Moonbark Immortal Tree. And a pool of water from the Golden Thread Pool of Immortality. The Kanglan Immortal Dynasty?